Chapter 3299. However, standing in her position, it was normal to have such concerns. Yang Kai had no reason to blame others, but he was somewhat unhappy. A head popped out from the door and looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled slightly. "Miss Lan." Lan He appeared bashfully with an awkward expression. "Brother Yang." Yang Kai asked curiously, "What's wrong, Miss Lan? Where are you feeling unwell?" Lan He looked down at her toes. "Brother Yang, I'm sorry." Yang Kai didn't know if Heavenly Wolf Valley had the token of Spirit Beast Island, but she knew. She also knew that the news wasn't fabricated. It was only because her master and mistress were worried that being on good terms with Yang Kai would bring trouble to Heavenly Wolf Valley, so they said that. If she could be the master, she wouldn't be stingy with this effort. However, although she was an elder of Heavenly Wolf Valley, she couldn't promise Yang Kai anything at this time, let alone do anything that would betray Heavenly Wolf Valley. On one hand, he was her benefactor, and on the other hand, he was her master. Lan He's heart was very tangled. The more she thought about it, the more guilty she felt when facing Yang Kai. She almost didn't dare to look at him. Yang Kai walked in front of her and smiled. "Miss Lan is too serious. I'm already very grateful that you told me about the Netherworld sect and Brahma Holy Land. As for the token of Spirit Beast Island, since it was fabricated, you don't have to care about it." Lan He was silent for a while, then she suddenly raised her head and said with a firm expression, "Brother Yang, wait a few more days. I'll think of a way for you." Seeing her expression, Yang Kai knew that she probably wanted to plead with Tang Sheng and ask for the token of the Spirit Beast Island. However, if she really did that, it might cause a rift between the master and disciple. He smiled and said, "No need. I don't have to go to the Spirit Beast Island. To me, I can go to the Spirit Beast Island if I can, but it doesn't matter if I can't. Instead, I have troubled you and said something that I shouldn't have." It was clearly the Skywolf Valley's fault. It was her master who had his misgivings. When he first heard that Yang Kai was coming, he was very happy to meet him. He even said that he would personally accompany him to search for Spirit Beast Island. Later on, when he heard that the two top factions were finding trouble with Yang Kai, his attitude immediately changed. But now, she was the one who was being comforted. "Where is Big Sister Ling? Can you take me to see her?" Yang Kai changed the topic. "Of course. Brother Yang, follow me." As expected, Lan He's attention was diverted as she responded readily. As Lan He went deeper into the Skywolf Valley, she remained silent and only replied when Yang Kai asked her a few questions. She was no longer as lively and cheerful as before. It was obvious that she was still feeling guilty. In another hall, Tang Sheng and Qian Xiaoying hurriedly walked in. There were already two people waiting in the hall. One of them was an elderly man with a gloomy aura, as though he had just walked out from the gates of hell. The other was a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance. He wore a simple black robe and stood there with his hands behind his back. He was like a sharp sword that was suppressing the hall, causing the atmosphere in the hall to be extremely stifling. Seeing these two people, Tang Sheng and Qian Xiaoying were both shocked. They stepped forward and cupped their fists. "Sect Master Fu, Holy Master Su has graced this Tang with his presence. Please forgive this Tang for not coming out to greet you." These two had arrived so quickly. Yang Kai had just arrived in Skywolf Valley and these two had already arrived. Tang Sheng secretly rejoiced that he had the foresight not to hastily agree to Yang Kai's request. Otherwise, Heavenly Wolf Valley would not be able to extricate themselves from this matter. These two were the leaders of the two top forces in the Eastern Territory. Both of them had powerful cultivations at the third-layer Emperor realm. The fact that the two of them had come together showed the attitude of Netherworld sect and Brahma Holy Land. It was likely that these two forces had already dispatched all their masters. Tang Sheng sighed in his heart. Yang Kai's chances of survival were slim. So what if he had the Space Divine technique? With so many masters taking action, once the void was disturbed, even with the Space Divine technique, he would not be able to escape easily. He could only hope that Xiao He would not blame him in the future. The ghostly Fu Bo lowered his eyes and remained motionless like an old monk. Even though this was Heavenly Wolf Valley and he was just a guest, he could still not give face to Tang Sheng. Su Changfeng, on the other hand, grunted in response. However, he still had his back to Tang Xing and Qian Xiuing as he asked indifferently, Tang Xing, how long has your Heavenly Wolf Valley been around? This question was asked without rhyme or reason, but Tang Xing could hear a strange aura in it. He could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. After pondering for a moment, he replied, about 20 to 30,000 years. Su Changfeng lightly nodded, turned around, and said indifferently, 20 to 30,000 years, your inheritance can be considered to be ancient. Your Skywolf Valley had once been glorious, and was once one of the top powers in the eastern region. But it had also once fallen and was even almost destroyed. But since it was able to last for 20 to 30,000 years without falling, I presume it has its own unique points. Tang Xing squeezed out a smile and said, beasts have the instinct to seek fortune and avoid disaster. My Heavenly Wolf Valley is in cahoots with battle wolves, so naturally, it is the same. Su Changfeng stared at him meaningfully for a while before nodding. Very good. You should know why Sect Master Fu and I are here this time. Tang Xing's forehead was dripping with cold sweat as he replied, Holy Master Su, rest assured. My Heavenly Wolf Valley will not do something that will bring destruction upon itself. It's just that my disciple was immature and unintentionally brought him back. My Heavenly Wolf Valley has no intention of sheltering him and he will leave soon. Fu Bo suddenly snorted coldly, you can try sheltering him. Hearing this, Qian Xiuing couldn't help glaring angrily at Fu Bo, feeling somewhat unconvinced. You are indeed a 3-layer Emperor Realm Master and the leader of a top force in the Eastern Territory, but this is Heavenly Wolf Valley. How can a guest like you be so arrogant to the host? Heavenly Wolf Valley was protected by Spirit Beast Island's token, so she did not believe that Netherworld sect would dare to make a move against Heavenly Wolf Valley. As long as the token was still there, as long as Spirit Beast Island's prestige remained, Heavenly Wolf Valley would not be destroyed. As if feeling her gaze, Fu Bo suddenly raised his eyes, his sharp eyes meeting Qian Xiuing's gaze as he sneered mischievously. The next moment, Qian Xiuing's beautiful face turned pale. She could only hear the cries of ghosts and howls of wolves ringing in her ears. Her soul trembled and her entire body turned cold. Tang Xing's figure flashed, blocking in front of Qian Xiuing, and he asked in a deep voice, Sect Master Fu, what is the meaning of this? My Heavenly Wolf Valley has no intention of interfering in other people's grievances and disputes, so please conduct yourself with dignity, Sect Master Fu. Fu Bo coldly replied, this king just saw that Madame Tang was somewhat unconvinced and wanted her to recognize reality. What? Are you also unconvinced? Tang Xing was bitter, but he did not dare to say anything more. Su Changfeng continued, Tang Xing, does your noble sect's sect protecting array have the effect of isolating heaven and earth? Tang Xing subconsciously replied, every sect's sect protecting array has this function. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly seemed to have realized something and asked in horror, what does Holy Master Su mean by this? Su Changfeng looked at him indifferently, what do you think? Fu Bo laughed strangely and stood up. Holy Master Su means to ask you to activate the sect protecting array and isolate heaven and earth, so as to prevent him from escaping. You also know that this brat has some ability. Tang Xing's expression changed greatly. Could it be that the two of you want to fight in my Heavenly Wolf Valley? Su Changfeng looked at him and said, this is a ready-made burial ground, what's wrong with that? Tang Xing flatly refused. Fu Bo narrowed his eyes and said, Tang Xing, think before you speak. The brain is a good thing, if you don't use it, wouldn't it be useless? These two people kept calling Tang Xing by his name, completely disregarding Tang Xing. Tang Xing and his wife were angry, but they did not dare to say anything. At this moment, they were even mocking him with such cold words, making Tang Xing somewhat unable to restrain himself. Even a clay figurine had a temper, not to mention that he was the sect master. He had already expressed his attitude before that he would not protect Yang Kai, but he did not expect that these two people would be so overbearing and delusional to want to fight in his Heavenly Wolf Valley. Taking a deep breath, Tang Xing said solemnly, this absolutely cannot be done. To tell you the truth, that person saved my disciple's life. This time, my disciple brought him back with a request, but this Tang has already refused, making my disciple feel uneasy. If I activate the sect protecting array to isolate heaven and earth and let him die in my heavenly wolf valley, my disciple will definitely be plagued by inner demons in the future. How will he have room to improve? If the two of you really want to deal with him, you can choose anywhere in the world except my heavenly wolf valley. My heavenly wolf valley will not protect him, but we will also not interfere in your grievances. You really can't? Su Changfeng stared at Tang Xing with a sharp gaze. Tang Xing's face twitched as he sensed the threat. He knew that if he were to refuse this time, the Sky Wolf Valley would have endless trouble in the East region in the future. Just as he had said to Lan He previously, with the protection of the Spirit Beast Island, no one would dare to make a move on the Sky Wolf Valley openly. However, it was inevitable that they would try to trip them up in the dark. Heavenly Wolf Valley was a large sect, and its expenses were not small. The sect also had many foundations outside, so these foundations would definitely be targeted. Looking at Xianxia, he saw her slowly shaking her head and moving her mouth. It was silent, but Tang Xing knew that she was talking about Lan He. He immediately made a decision and said firmly, "I ask Holy Master soon not to make things difficult for this Tang again." Lan He was able to return alive from the Shattered Star Sea and break through to the Emperor realm so early, so they naturally had high hopes for her. In the future, she might even have a chance to break through to the Third Order Emperor realm. In other words, the future of Heavenly Wolf Valley depended on Lan He alone. If Lan He's martial Dao heart was damaged because of this incident, it would be Heavenly Wolf Valley's greatest loss. As for whether their foundations outside would be suppressed or not, that was something that would need to be considered in the future. Not to mention, Yang Kai was also related to another elder of Heavenly Wolf Valley, Ling Yinqin. If Yang Kai died in Heavenly Wolf Valley, Ling Yinqin would definitely have a problem with Heavenly Wolf Valley. This was equivalent to Heavenly Wolf Valley losing the recognition of to the Emperor realm. How could Tang Xing allow such a thing to happen? Hearing this answer, Fu Bo smiled coldly again. Su Changfeng stared at Tang Xing indifferently for a while and seemed to have seen through his decisiveness. He nodded slightly and said, "Fine." Hearing this, Tang Xing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If Su Changfeng really insisted on doing this, he really didn't know if he could refuse. The current situation was the best outcome. Although he couldn't protect Yang Kai, he also didn't agree to open the sect protecting array to cut off Yang Kai's path of survival. This could be considered as an explanation to him and Lan He. Chapter 3300. In the back valley of Heavenly Wolf Valley, there was a quiet and secluded place where Ling Yinqin lived. Her days were very simple. According to Lan He, after she came out of the Shattered Star Sea, she began to inquire about Ling Yinqin. It just so happened that Ling Yinqin had come all the way to the Eastern Territory. When the two met, Ling Yinqin understood Lan He's intentions and immediately thanked her before following her to Heavenly Wolf Valley. At that time, she was only in the Third Order Dao Source realm. After that, with Lan He as her guarantor, she easily joined Heavenly Wolf Valley and lived in the place where her husband lived. Every day, she stood aloof from worldly affairs and cultivated diligently. After so many years, she actually broke through to the Emperor realm. With such strength, Tang Xing gave her the position of elder. However, everyone in Heavenly Wolf Valley knew that Elder Ling didn't care about the affairs of Heavenly Wolf Valley and didn't interact with others. She just stayed by the grass all day, and some people who knew about her were moved by her infatuation. When Yang Kai arrived with Lan He, Ling Yinqin was meditating in front of a grave. The grave was covered in lush green grass and even had wildflowers in full bloom. This should be the place where her husband's ashes were buried. Sensing someone coming, Ling Yinqin opened her eyes. She first saw Lan He, who was leading the way, and smiled at her. Then, she saw Yang Kai behind her and was startled for a moment before revealing a look of pleasant surprise. "Elder Ling, someone is here to see you." Lan He walked over with a smile. "Big Sister Ling, long time no see." Yang Kai also smiled and cupped his fists. "Yang Kai." Ling Yinqin looked surprised, but the smile on her face came from the bottom of her heart. "Why are you here?" I was passing by the Eastern Territory and bumped into Miss Lan He. Thanks for your invitation. I came to Heavenly Wolf Valley and came to see you. Ling Yinchin looked him up and down and said, I haven't seen you in so many years. You seem to have gotten a lot stronger. Yang Kai smiled and said, I heard that big sister Ling also broke through to the Emperor realm. Ling Yinchin glanced back at the grave and said softly, I don't have much to do, just cultivate. Come, let's go inside and talk. He warmly welcomed Yang Kai and Lan He into the hut. The furnishings in the hut were also very simple. There were no decorations at all. There were only tables, chairs, and beds, but it gave people a fresh and natural feeling. Ling Yinchin boiled some tea, and the three sat down to talk about how they had come to the Eastern Territory after leaving the sealed world of the solitary void ocean. Ling Yinchin also sighed. At that time, she was only in the Third Order Dao Source realm, and it took her several years to travel from one territory to another. During that time, she had narrowly escaped death several times, but fortunately, her luck was good and she managed to escape danger each time. When she finally arrived in the Eastern Territory, she met Lan He, who was looking for her. Ling Yinchin naturally thanked Yang Kai profusely. If he hadn't mentioned this to Lan He in the Shattered Star Sea, it wouldn't have been easy for her to join Heavenly Wolf Valley. After all, she didn't grow up in Heavenly Wolf Valley. Which force would dare to casually accept someone who didn't know her background? Heavenly Wolf Valley's influence in the Eastern Territory could be considered quite good, and such a force would generally choose to accept people who weren't qualified. They would rather cultivate their members from a young age than casually accept people of unknown origins to avoid unnecessary trouble. After entering Heavenly Wolf Valley, everything settled down. She came here and lived a semi-secluded life, and no one disturbed her on a normal day. While chatting, she also asked about the situation of Bing Yun, Lu Xianyun, and the others. After learning that everything was fine, she was relieved. After another half a day, Yang Kai got up and said goodbye. Ling Yinchin tried her best to persuade him to stay for a few more days, and Lan He also chimed in, but Yang Kai knew Tang Xing's attitude, so how could he stay and let others complain? He found an excuse and left. Ling Yinchin wanted to send him off, but she was stopped by him. In the end, she could only stand in front of the straw hut and watch his back disappear. Brother Yang, can't you wait a few more days? I can think of something else, Lan He asked gloomily as she followed Yang Kai out of Heavenly Wolf Valley. Yang Kai shook his head and smiled. No need, I still have other important matters to attend to, so I won't be going to Spirit Beast Island for the time being. But, Lan He opened her mouth, but before she could finish, a young man suddenly flew out from the side and called out anxiously, Senior Sister Lan, the Valley Master is calling for you. He has something to discuss with you. Lan He nodded, I'll go see the Valley Master after sending Brother Yang off. The young man blocked her path and said with a serious face, The Valley Master said that he wants you to go immediately. It seems to be something urgent. Lan He frowned when she heard this. She obviously realized something and coldly snorted, I'm just going to send Brother Yang off. I'll be there soon. Can't you wait a little longer? A trace of embarrassment appeared on the young man's face. He cupped his fists and said, Senior Sister Lan, please forgive me. I'm just following the Valley Master's orders. Seeing that Lan He still wanted to say something, Yang Kai raised his hand and said, Go ahead, Miss Lan. I know the way out of the valley, so there's no need to send me off. Brother Yang. Yang Kai waved his hand and flew out of the valley like a bolt of lightning. His voice came from afar, We'll meet again if fate wills it. Brother Yang, be careful. Lan He hurriedly shouted from behind. When Yang Kai's figure disappeared from sight, she glared at the young man. The young man felt his hair stand on end from her glare. He could only explain with a smile, Senior Sister Lan, it's the Valley Master, Lan He looked unhappy as she turned and flew in another direction. She wanted to ask her master what he meant. She was indebted to him. Now that he was in trouble, not only could she not help him, she could not even send him off. How could she face him in the future? It had to be said that the Heavenly Wolf Valley's attitude toward Yang Kai today made Lan He very disappointed. She was also holding back a ball of anger in her heart. Outside the Heavenly Wolf Valley, Yang Kai had just appeared when a person flew toward him. At first, Yang Kai did not pay attention to that person. When they brushed past each other, that person suddenly exclaimed and stopped. He turned around and shouted, "Is that brother Yang Kai over there?" Yang Kai stopped and looked back. He felt that it was very interesting. He had come to the Eastern Territory and actually met some acquaintances one after another. The person who spoke had already turned around and stopped a few dozen feet in front of Yang Kai. He glanced at Yang Kai and said in surprise, "It really is Brother Yang. When I heard that you came to the Heavenly Wolf Valley, this chi rushed over without stopping. I never thought that I would meet you here." Yang Kai frowned. If he did not call himself this chi, Yang Kai was afraid that he would not have remembered this guy. However, after hearing him call himself this chi, coupled with his somewhat familiar appearance, Yang Kai immediately recalled some things that happened in the Shattered Star Sea and the Ancient Lands passageway. Chi Hai laughed and said, "Brother Yang, it is really this chi's fortune that you still remember this chi." Yang Kai looked him up and down and asked curiously, "Aren't you from the Heaven Chi Castle? Why are you here?" If he remembered correctly, the Heaven Chi Castle should be not far from the Ancient Lands. In the desolate city outside the Ancient Lands, there were many people from the Heaven Chi Castle. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. He came out of the Ancient Lands and went to the desolate city. So many people in the Eastern Territory knew about his appearance. Even Lan He of the Heavenly Wolf Valley had heard about it. There must be a reason for everything. Although Yang Kai did not try to hide, to be honest, there were not many people in the Eastern Territory who knew him. So the question was, where did the news of him appearing in the Eastern Territory come from? Although he had some doubts before, he did not take them to heart. Until he saw Chi Hai at this moment, he felt like the clouds had cleared and the moon had been revealed. The source was right in front of him. "But why did you take the initiative to come here?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Chi Hai with a thought-provoking expression. Chi Hai, however, was unaware of it and said seriously, "Naturally, I came for Brother Yang." Yang Kai faintly asked, "What is the matter?" Chi Hai smiled bitterly, "It's about the matter of the past." While speaking, he bowed to the ground and said respectfully, "Brother Yang, please be merciful and save my wife's life. My wife doesn't have much time left. If this continues, I'm afraid she won't last more than a month." Yang Kai was shocked when he heard this. "Your wife is still alive?" If he remembered correctly, Chi Hai's woman should have been poisoned by one of the 10 great poisons, the Heavenly Frost Earth Rain. Later, he paid a little attention to this poison and knew that it was very toxic. There was almost no cure for it, but if he could find the Phoenix True Fire with the effect of nirvana, there would be a glimmer of hope. But how many years had it been? Chi Hai's woman was poisoned before the Shattered Star Sea opened. It had been almost 20 years since then. Being poisoned by the Heavenly Frost Earth Rain for 20 years and not dying, what kind of concept was this? Was Chi Hai's woman a dragon race? Chi Hai said with a miserable expression, "There is a strange treasure in my Heaven Chi Castle that has the effect of freezing. My wife has been frozen in it, freezing her vitality and all her state. That's why she has been able to survive until today, but with the passage of time, the effect is getting worse and worse. If I don't detoxify her, I'm afraid she will really." As he spoke, his eyes were filled with tears, looking like a love-struck man. Yang Kai felt very sad when he saw this. A man did not cry easily, not to mention that Chi Hai was now in the Emperor realm. If either Su Yen or Xianing Chang encountered this kind of thing, Yang Kai estimated that he wouldn't be any better. Chi Hai straightened his face and continued, "I heard that Brother Yang appeared once in the Eastern Territory, but unfortunately, this Chi didn't get to see you back then." Yang Kai suddenly felt a little embarrassed and said, "I had something important to do at that time, and at that time, I couldn't help you." Chi Hai said, "As long as you have the Phoenix True Fire, you can detoxify and prolong your life. Didn't Brother Yang get the Phoenix True Fire in the Shattered Star Sea? How is this possible?" He was sure that the Phoenix True Fire was in Yang Kai's hands. If this was wrong, wouldn't it be a big mistake? Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I did get the Phoenix True Fire, but it wasn't with me at that time. Even if I wanted to help you, I didn't have the ability. Chapter 3301. So it's like this. Chi couldn't help but stagger, and his expression actually aged quite a bit. However, he sneered in his heart. The true phoenix fire was such a precious item. Since he had obtained it, how could he not have it with him? This was obviously an excuse. Since you weren't willing to help back then, why are you finding this excuse now? Yang Kai frowned and said, "What's more, since your wife was poisoned, you should be thinking of ways to cure her. Why are you pinning your hopes on me?" Chi said bleakly, "There's no other way. Only the true phoenix fire can save her life. Therefore, when I heard that Brother Yang had come to the Eastern Territory, this Chi immediately chased after you without stopping. However, Brother Yang's speed was too fast, and this Chi couldn't catch up. Fortunately, I heard that Brother Yang had come to the Skywolf Valley, so I came here to try my luck." He paused for a moment and said, "I heard that Brother Yang was looking everywhere for the way to the Spirit Beast Island?" Yang Kai said with a fake smile, "Brother Chi is really well informed." How could Chi not hear the ridicule in his words? However, he pretended not to know and said seriously, "If that's the case, this Chi might be able to help." Yang Kai sized him up and said, "Brother Chi, don't tell me that you know how to get to the Spirit Beast Island." Chi smiled slightly. "This Chi isn't sure, but this Chi knows where to find the Spirit Beast Island's beast hunting envoy. The beast hunting envoy comes from the Spirit Beast Island. As long as we find the beast hunting envoy, we won't have to worry about not being able to get to the Spirit Beast Island." Yang Kai's expression changed. But Chi smiled proudly. The Spirit Beast Island's beast hunting envoy is mainly looking for all kinds of strange beasts for the Beast Warrior Master. Brother Yang, think about it. In the Eastern Territory, where are the places with the most strange beasts? Was there a need to think about it? Yang Kai immediately thought of a place. Savage, desolate, ancient land. Chi clapped his hands and said, "That's right. The savage, desolate, ancient lands has the most strange beasts, and many of them have the bloodline of ancient divine spirits. How could a beast-seeking envoy miss that place? My Heaven Chi Castle is located at the periphery of the ancient land. It has a unique geographical location. To tell you the truth, Brother Yang, there is a beast hunter who lives in my Heaven Chi Castle all year round." What a coincidence! Yang Kai glared at him and then said lightly, "Brother Chi, are you going to ask me to follow you back to the Heaven Chi Castle and meet the beast hunter and save your wife's life?" Chi cupped his hands and said, "If so, this Chi will be eternally grateful." Yang Kai nodded and asked casually, "But before that, I have something I would like to ask Brother Chi." Chi said solemnly, "You flatter me. Brother Yang, feel free to ask me anything." Yang Kai said, "The people of the Netherworld sect and the Brahma Holy Land are inquiring about my whereabouts. Brother Chi should know about this, right?" I was just about to tell Brother Yang about this. Chi showed a look of shame. This Chi has been chasing Brother Yang all the way here and also mobilized a lot of Heaven Chi Castle spies in the Eastern Territory. Perhaps the commotion caused was a bit big, so the news of Brother Yang's appearance in the Eastern Territory was leaked out. "Brother Yang, please forgive me." "Is that so?" Yang Kai didn't comment and didn't know whether to believe it or not. He smiled slightly and said, "To tell you the truth, I came to the Heavenly Wolf Valley this time to inquire about the Spirit Beast Island, but Valley Master Tang seems to be somewhat afraid of the Netherworld sect and the Brahma Holy Land, so he didn't meet my request. If Brother Chi takes me back to the Heaven Chi Castle, aren't you afraid that the two great forces will find trouble with you?" Chi said decisively, "As long as I can save my wife's life, this Chi is willing to pay any price." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Brother Chi is really sincere to your wife. In that case, I don't understand." Chi said in a daze, "I don't know what Brother Yang doesn't understand?" Yang Kai grinned and turned his head to look at the void around him. "Since you have a request for me, why did you join forces with the people of the Netherworld sect and the Brahma Holy Land? You stopped me here and distracted me by talking to me, but it is convenient for them to secretly arrange things. Aren't you afraid that if you offend me, I won't save you in anger?" Chi Hai's expression suddenly changed and his face twitched. What does Brother Yang mean? Yang Kai ignored him and shouted, "Since you are here, why are you sneaking around? Why don't you show yourself openly?" Ha! A loud laugh suddenly rang out. "I told you that you guys couldn't hide your schemes from him, but you didn't believe me. Now you've lost face, haven't you?" As these words fell, the void trembled slightly and a young man with red hair, red eyes, and a strange expression suddenly appeared. He seemed to have been hiding there all this time, but it was unknown what method he used to hide his figure. It could be said that he was almost flawless. Yang Kai glanced over and raised his brow. "Chi Gue." Although he wasn't familiar with this guy and had only seen him once in the Shattered Star Sea, Yang Kai still recognized him at a glance. It was Chi Gue of the Ahan Temple that Lan he had mentioned before. This guy's appearance was so unique that it was difficult to not recognize him. Chi Gue grinned, as if he really was an evil ghost, causing everyone to shudder. "Southern Territory, Yang Kai." As he spoke, his red eyes flashed with a divine light, as if he was an excellent hunter who had seen his favorite prey and was ready to hunt. "You little brat, if you don't watch your mouth, this king will tear it off." A cold voice rang out and a figure appeared on the other side, an old man with a ghostly aura. Netherworld Sects Sect Master, Fu Bo. His seniority was higher than Chi Gue's, and although Chi Gue was also an emperor, he was just a rising star, so Fu Bo was qualified to teach him a lesson. Chi Gue curled his lips when he heard this, not daring to be too presumptuous. His master was not here, so if he really provoked Fu Bo, he would have to bear the consequences. "Sect Master Fu." Yang Kai looked at Fu Bo and smiled slightly. Speaking of which, this was not the first time he and Fu Bo had met. Back then he had gone to the Netherworld sect, but at that time, he had used Luan Feng's name as a cover. With Luan Feng accompanying him, even though Fu Bo knew that he was the one who killed Yin Lisheng, he did not dare to be too presumptuous and swallowed his anger. After all, Yang Kai was related to the ancient land divine spirit, so he did not dare to have any ideas. This time, if he had not received some information and instructions, the Netherworld sect would not have made things difficult for Yang Kai again. However, the information and instructions he received made Fu Bo no longer have any scruples. This time, he had to settle his old grudge in one fell swoop. "Boy, you've got guts, daring to come to the Eastern Territory." Fu Bo coldly snorted as he glared at Yang Kai, his eyes almost spitting fire. Beside him, one powerful figure after another gradually appeared, all of them emitting ghostly auras. There were more than 20 of them, all of them from the Emperor realm. Yang Kai calmly said, "The world is vast, I can go wherever I want. It's just a trip to the Eastern Territory, why wouldn't I dare?" Fu Bo sneered again and again, "I hope your ability is as big as your words." Yang Kai smiled and said, "Sect Master Fu led the elites of the Netherworld sect out to deal with this king. Aren't you afraid that Lady Feng will come looking for trouble with you?" Fu Bo's expression changed when he heard this. He naturally knew that the Lady Feng Yang Kai was talking about was the Luan Feng of the ancient land, but that was it. He coldly snorted and said, "How can the divine spirit and the ancient land's monster race interfere in the affairs of my human race? It's fine if they don't come out, but if they do, this king would like to see if they can return to the ancient land alive." Yang Kai rubbed his chin and said, "Sect Master Fu seems to have some kind of backing. And, since the people from the Netherworld sect are here, I presume those from Brahma Holy Land are also here?" Yang Kai turned his head and looked to the other side. Sure enough, there were more than a dozen figures there, led by a third-order Emperor Realm Master, but Fu Bo's Yin Chi was different. The middle-aged man had an indifferent expression, but his figure was as straight as a sword, giving off an indescribable pressure. "Good." Yang Kai laughed. "With so many masters from two great forces here, this king's face is really big, but with so many people here, I don't know how many of them will be able to leave alive." Chi Gue immediately looked at Yang Kai in shock. "I've seen people with big mouths, but I've never seen one as big as you." Yang Kai turned to look at him and said, "The Netherworld sect and Brahma Holy Land have enmity with me, so I can understand why they came to find trouble with me, but Chi Gue, what are you doing here?" Chi Gui's fiery red hair fluttered in the wind as he grinned, giving off an evil and boundless feeling. Don't misunderstand, I have no enmity with you, nor am I on their side. I just came here to compare notes with you. You've already killed all those guys from the Eastern Territory, so I really can't find another opponent. Yang Kai nodded. If it were any other time, I wouldn't mind comparing notes with you, but today, it's not the right time. We can have a fight at any time, anywhere. When is it not the right time? Chi Gui slowly shook his head. You misunderstand. Yang Kai sighed. I mean, if it weren't for today, I would be able to compare notes with you, but if you fight today, I'm afraid you'll be in a difficult situation. Chi Gui's expression suddenly became excited. You mean, I'm not your opponent? You'll know when you try. Yang Kai gently smiled as he looked around. You've all secretly arranged things here to seal off space and not give me any room to escape. I'm curious, aren't you going to use some kind of heaven and earth isolation array? Do you need me to give you a bit more time? I can wait a bit more. Wait a bit more. These words were very harsh to the ears, making the two great forces of the Emperor realm angry. What did this little brat mean? Did he really think he was invincible in the world and that so many people from the Emperor realm couldn't do anything to him? Originally, when dealing with Yang Kai, everyone was worried that he would use the space divine technique to escape. If that was the case, there was nothing they could do to him. This was why Chi Hai had come forward to delay him so that the others could secretly arrange things. They never thought that he would be so shameless and take the initiative to give up his biggest advantage. Once he was isolated from the world, he would have no way to escape. If he wanted to leave this place alive, he would have to defeat or kill these several dozen people from the Emperor realm. Who did he think he was? Great emperors. Chapter 3302. Arrogant enough. Chi Gui stared at Yang Kai dumbfoundedly, his heart filled with admiration. If he were in Yang Kai's shoes, he would never be as leisurely and elegant as Yang Kai. Not only did Yang Kai not try to find a way to escape, he even dared to ridicule him. Was he tired of living? Su Changfeng said indifferently, You don't necessarily need to set up a spirit array to isolate this world. Do you think you can sit back and relax just because you have the divine technique of space? Young man, this world is so big, there are always things you don't know. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, Holy Master Su's words sound very interesting. Can I take it that you have already sealed off this world? Su Changfeng smiled faintly. Why don't you try? Yang Kai nodded and really did try. Under the surge of his space principles, Yang Kai discovered that the surrounding world was like an impregnable cage. Although he could still use his space principles, he couldn't teleport. On the surface, Yang Kai remained calm, but in his heart, he was slightly surprised and quickly looked around. He didn't find any traces of a spirit array here, so how did this world isolate him from teleportation? Could it be that the other side also had a master proficient in the space principles? Only someone who was also proficient in the space principles could seal off this world without anyone noticing. But that shouldn't be the case. The space principles were extremely difficult to grasp, and it was even more difficult to cultivate them. Just what kind of character was Xing Yuzhu? She was an existence who could compete with Wukong for the position of great emperors, yet she had been trapped in the void for tens of thousands of years and had painstakingly studied the Tao of space, yet she had only just begun. If the Netherworld sect and Brahma Holy Land really had masters proficient in the space principles, they would definitely not be unknown and would have long since become famous. Unable to figure it out, Yang Kai didn't bother to think about it because he didn't intend to use teleportation to break out today. Death is at hand, do you have anything to say? Fu Bo coldly glared at Yang Kai, the murderous intent in his eyes almost tangible. This was different from the hatred between Yang Kai and Brahma Holy Land. Brahma Holy Land wanted to deal with Yang Kai only because Yang Kai had killed 2 of their holy sons in the Shattered Star Sea. Although someone from the Netherworld sect had been killed by Yang Kai, this was not the real reason why Fu Bo wanted to deal with him. The biggest reason was the territory of the Great Desolate Star. The Netherworld sect in the territory of the Great Desolate Star could be regarded as the origin of the Netherworld sect in the astral boundary. It was precisely because the experts of the Netherworld sect in the territory of the Great Desolate Star came to the astral boundary and cultivated successfully that they established the Netherworld sect in the astral boundary. The relationship between the two was inseparable. Not long ago, the Netherworld sect in the territory of the Great Desolate Star was uprooted by the Xianxia. The foundation of the sect was destroyed and almost all the disciples of the sect were slaughtered. When Fu Bo heard the news, he almost couldn't catch his breath. Coupled with the fact that Xianxia had killed Yin Lixing and Elder Hua Feichen in the past, it could be said that both new and old grudges were surging together. Even if Xianxia really had some kind of relationship with the ancient land's divine spirits, so what? In the past, Fu Bo could give face to Luan Feng and swallow his anger, hiding this grudge in his heart and not showing it. But after the incident in the territory of the Great Desolate Star, Fu Bo could no longer bear it and was determined to kill Xianxia to avenge himself. As he said, this was a matter of the human race. Although he was afraid of Luan Feng, if the ancient land's divine spirits and the monster race really insisted on interfering in the human race's affairs, it wasn't as if no one would deal with them. It is not certain who will die and who will live. Isn't Sect Master Fu too optimistic? Xianxia glanced at him and then turned to look at Qi Hai, shaking his head in disappointment. Why are you doing this? Do you think that by helping them kill me, you can take away the Phoenix True Fire and save your wife? Qi Hai's face suddenly became ferocious. She is already dead. It was you who killed her. If I don't kill you today, I won't be able to vent the hatred in my heart. Hearing this, Fu Bo laughed loudly. Good disciple, well said. Xianxia raised his brow and said with some surprise, so you have already joined the Netherworld sect, no wonder you can break through to the Emperor realm. But Qi Hai, you are wrong. Qi Hai clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. What did I do wrong? Xianxia said softly, your wife's death has nothing to do with me. She died because she entrusted it to the wrong person. Nonsense. Qi Hai flew into a rage, and his expression was both painful and ferocious as he said, you clearly had the ability to save her life back then, but you turned a deaf ear to her, causing her to suffer all kinds of torture and suffering before she finally passed away. All of this is your fault. Xianxia sneered. According to what you said, anyone in this world who has the ability to detoxify your wife is your enemy. Because they had the ability but didn't help you, Qi Hai, is there something wrong with your head? Qi Hai said coldly, I don't know if anyone else has this ability, but I know that you do. Xianxia shook his head and sighed. Because of this, you hold a grudge against me. Your wife really did entrust it to the wrong person. If she was still alive, I wouldn't have saved her. It would have been better for her to die early, lest she continue to suffer with an irresponsible person like you in the future. Shut up. Qi Hai's face became ferocious, as if he had been poked in a sore spot. Xianxia continued, as a man, you don't have the ability to protect your woman and instead place your hopes on others. What kind of responsibility do you have? Qi Hai flew into a rage out of humiliation and roared, I'll kill you. That woman's death was the greatest pain in his life, a knot in his heart that he could not let go of. If not for this, he would not have tried so hard to enter Netherworld sect and find such a backer, simply because he knew that he could not deal with Xianxia with his own ability. In any case, Netherworld sect and Xianxia had a grudge against each other, so he might have a chance to get what he wanted by borrowing the strength of Netherworld sect. But today, Xianxia was really trapped here. Under the gaze of so many masters, he would not be able to escape even if he had wings. At this moment, angered by Xianxia's words, coupled with his own wishes, he naturally wanted to kill Xianxia with his own hands. As soon as his words fell, he shook his hand and summoned a black banner. In an instant, Yin-Chi rolled out and the world was filled with wailing and howling. This was one of Netherworld sect's two great artifacts, the 10,000 Soul Banner. Xianxia looked at him coldly, as if he was looking at a dead man. Although he had no grudge with Qi Hai, since the other party had willingly treated him as an enemy and attacked him, Xianxia naturally would not show mercy. A trivial First-Order Emperor Realm Master could be killed with a flick of his finger. However, after summoning the 10,000 Soul Banner, Qi Hai did not immediately attack Xianxia. Instead, he was startled and stared at his own 10,000 soul banner with wide eyes. Because at this moment, a vague phantom suddenly floated out of the 10,000 soul banner. It was the figure of a woman, probably a kind of spirit body, because it looked a little illusory and had no substance. Her whole body was covered in ghost chi and her face was pale. But it was not difficult to see that this woman must have been a peerless beauty when she was alive. Her demeanor was gentle, and even the ghost chi around her could not hide her peerless beauty. On the other side, Fu Bo, who was quietly observing the situation and did not even try to stop Chi Hai when he was about to attack, suddenly changed his expression and stared at the woman's phantom in a daze. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he whispered, "In spirit." Because of the secret arts and secret techniques that the Netherworld sect cultivated, they dealt with In spirits and death all year round. The 10,000 soul banner was made from In spirits, and the more In spirits there were, the more powerful the 10,000 soul banner would be. But In spirits were difficult to find, while In spirits were easy to obtain. Because ordinary In spirits did not have sentience, no matter how powerful they were when they were alive, once they were refined by the Netherworld sect's disciples with a secret technique after death, they would become banner spirits that obeyed orders. But In spirits were different. In spirits could be said to be another kind of existence. They were also a kind of In spirit. They did not have flesh and blood, but they had their own sentience, and there was a lot of room for cultivation and development. If a 10,000 soul banner could obtain a In spirit as its main soul, then the power of the 10,000 soul banner would be greatly increased. But the probability of a In spirit appearing was too small. There were countless 10,000 soul banners in the Netherworld sect, but there were only a few that had In spirits, and all of them were treasures to those in the Emperor realm. But at this moment, Fu Bo actually saw a In spirit on Chi Hai's 10,000 soul banner. Moreover, this In spirit seemed to be more outstanding and pure than any In spirit he had ever seen before. Such a In spirit was simply rare in the world. For a moment, he gnashed his teeth in anger. If he had known that this cheap disciple of his had such a In spirit, he would have done everything possible to obtain it. How could he have left it in Chi Hai's hands and let it go to waste? After the In spirit appeared, it did not follow Chi Hai's order to pounce on Yang Kai. Instead, it turned around and faced Chi Hai, quietly looking at him. Its eyes, which should have lost all sentience, actually revealed a human-like light. Chi Hai stood dumbfounded in place, his whole body trembling. He slowly reached out a hand and touched the In spirit's face, trembling as he said, "Xiao? Is that you?" Yang Kai's face sank. "You actually refined her into a banner soul?" Although he had never seen this In spirit's appearance when she was alive, anyone with a bit of eyesight should be able to tell that this In spirit called Xiao by Chi Hai should be his wife. But no one would have thought that he would actually refine his wife's soul. If not, how could she have escaped from the 10,000 soul banner? This action could be said to be utterly heartless and infuriating. Even the group of people from the Netherworld sect looked at Chi Hai in a different light. Although they also refined souls to strengthen the power of the 10,000 soul banner, none of them had ever done such a thing to their family, let alone their lover. So that's how it is. Fu Bo's expression changed as he seemed to understand something. No wonder Chi Hai specially came to the Netherworld sect and offered the entire Heaven Chi Castle as the price to join the Netherworld sect. Later, he even asked to cultivate the 10,000 soul banner's secret technique. It turned out that he wanted to keep his wife's soul by his side. A person's death was like an extinguished lamp. Their soul would also dissipate, but the Netherworld sect's secret technique could keep the soul. However, as a banner's soul, it was destined to have a bad ending. After all, this way, the soul would be bound to the 10,000 soul banner for the rest of their lives. Not only would they lose the qualification to reincarnate, but they would also be easily swallowed by other banner's souls. Chapter 3303. In the end, Chi Hai's hand failed to touch Xiaoxiao's face. How could he touch a In spirit without a physical body? His hand passed through Xiaoxiao's face, causing her body to glow. Chi Hai's face was full of pain and self-blame. He asked, "Xiaoxiao, is it really you?" Clearly, This was the first time he had seen Xiao in such a state. Just as Fu Bao had thought, the reason why he had spent so much effort to join the Netherworld sect was because he wanted to use the power of the Netherworld sect to take revenge and obtain the secret techniques of the Netherworld sect. Although he succeeded in keeping Xiao's soul in his 10,000 soul banner, he never knew that Xiao had retained her intelligence. Until now, Xiao showed herself. Xiao smiled at him and said, "Don't make mistakes again and again." Qi Hai was stunned. "I was wrong? What was wrong?" He never thought that the first sentence Xiao said to him would be this. Then, the woman turned around and looked at Yang Kai. She bowed and said sincerely, "Please let him go this time. He was not like this." Perhaps it was the powerful and keen intuition of a Yin spirit, or perhaps it was her last concern for her beloved, but she could sense that if Qi Hai attacked Yang Kai here, he would die in the next moment. That was why she took the initiative to come out of the 10,000 soul banner to save Qi Hai's life. Yang Kai stared at her and felt her feelings. He sighed in his heart and his killing intent slowly dissipated. He nodded and said, "If he didn't seek his own death, I wouldn't have done anything to him." "Thank you." Xiao nodded gratefully. Yang Kai was silent for a moment and said, "Back then, I couldn't help you." The true phoenix fire was swallowed by Lu Yen and turned into a phoenix egg. Lu Yen was taken away by Jiufeng. He really couldn't help this woman. Xiao smiled. "Life and death are predestined. There's nothing to care about." "Xiao." Qi Hai called again with a trembling voice. Su turned around, stretched out her translucent little hand, and gently stroked his face like Qi Hai just did. She whispered, Go back to the Heaven Qi Castle and live well. Otherwise I will not forgive you." But Qi Hai glanced at Yang Kai as he spoke. He wholeheartedly wanted to avenge his woman, but at this moment, Xiao didn't want him to avenge her. Instead, she advised him to leave this place. Qi Hai was suddenly at a loss. He didn't know what to do. "Go back," Su said again, her eyes filled with reluctance. Next, her translucent body suddenly shone with a dazzling light. Qi Hai was shocked and cried out involuntarily, "Xiao, what happened to you?" Su gave Qi Hai a familiar smile. Amidst the bright light, she suddenly collapsed and turned into specks of fluorescent light that filled the world. Seeing this, Fu Bo could not help but reveal a pained expression. His heart ached so much that it was almost bleeding. This Yin spirit had actually self-destructed. This was a Yin spirit, a rare treasure for the Netherworld sect. Just now, he was thinking that he must find an opportunity to get her from Qi Hai, but just as he finished thinking, he found that he didn't have the chance anymore. He had never encountered a Yin spirit that could self-destruct. It could be seen how outstanding this Yin spirit was. Perhaps the few Yin spirits in the Netherworld sect couldn't be compared to her. Fu Bo's face twitched, feeling as if he had just missed a precious treasure. Qi Hai reached out to grab the specks of light in a panic, as if he wanted to keep them, but in the end, it was all in vain. A moment later, the specks of light dissipated. Qi Hai knelt on the ground with a face full of pain. Tears streamed down his face. He clenched his fists and roared at the sky. That roar was heart-wrenching, full of unwillingness and helplessness. He obviously knew Su's end. There was a brief silence, like the eye of the storm. A moment later, Yang Kai sighed and looked at Qi Hai. "What is your choice?" Qi Hai, who was in a daze, was awakened. He raised his head and looked at Yang Kai with lifeless eyes. Su's last words echoed in his ears. He slowly shook his head, got up and walked back the way he came, his back bleak. "Useless thing." Fu Bo coldly snorted. Although he was Qi Hai's master in name, he had no intention of forcing him to stay. Qi Hai no longer had any fighting spirit. Even if he stayed, he wouldn't be able to do much, so he simply let him go. Not long after, Qi Hai's figure had already disappeared. More than 10 miles away, 3 figures stood quietly on a small hill, watching the development of the situation. It was Tang Xing, Qian Xiuying, and Lan He of the Heavenly Wolf Valley. So many experts suddenly appeared outside the sect. The people of the Heavenly Wolf Valley were not blind, so they naturally saw it. After the news was sent back, Tang Sheng and Qian Xiaoying immediately came out to investigate. Lan He also ran over, but she was restrained by the two of them, not allowing her to come forward. Tang Sheng and Qian Xiaoying both had depressed expressions. They hated the actions of the Netherworld sect and Brahma Holy Land. Su Changfeng had previously proposed to let Tang Xing open the sect protecting Grand Array and use the Heavenly Wolf Valley as a battlefield to deal with Yang Kai. After being rejected by Tang Xing, he didn't force it. But what was the meaning of this group of people blocking the entrance of their own sect to deal with Yang Kai? If they really wanted to make a move, couldn't they wait until he was a little further away? If this situation was known to those who didn't know the situation, they would think that the Heavenly Wolf Valley was also involved. Although they were angry, their fists were not as big as the others, so they couldn't reason with them. They could only watch from afar to ensure that the Heavenly Wolf Valley's side would not be affected. Seeing the matter between Qi Hai and Su Su, Qian Xiaoying couldn't help but be slightly moved. This man is a true person, but unfortunately, he has taken the wrong path. Tang Xing stared at Qi Hai's departing back and said, "He seems to be someone from the Heaven Qi Castle." Lan He's expression was slightly complicated. After all, matters of the heart were quite emotional for women. When she saw Su Su explode her spirit body just now, she almost cried. Although she didn't know the other party, she could feel Su Su's feelings for Qi Hai. Xiao Xiao's choice to explode her spirit body was undoubtedly the most decisive way to settle this grudge. Otherwise, Qi Hai would have definitely taken action against Yang Kai, and at that time, only the heavens would know what Qi Hai's fate would be. She suddenly had an impulse to rush over and fight side by side with Yang Kai and kill all the shameless people in this world. However, Tang Xing and Qian Xiaoying were already prepared. The moment she came over, they sealed her cultivation and made it clear that they would only let her watch the battle and not let her interfere. More than 10 miles away, Yang Kai was facing dozens of people from the Emperor realm, but his expression didn't change. It was as if he didn't put these people in his eyes at all. Even Tang Sheng and Qian Xiaoying who were watching couldn't help but admire him. Yang Kai turned to look at the red-haired, red-eyed Qi Gui and said indifferently, "Qi Hai is gone. What's your choice?" Qi Gui quietly stared at Yang Kai and was shocked to find that there was a long warning bell ringing in his heart. His instincts told him that if he didn't know when to back down and made a move against Yang Kai, he might end up in a terrible state, or even die. Qi Gui was shocked when this thought appeared in his mind. The other side was a figure of the same era as him. They were both rising stars in their respective territories. He was also famous in the Eastern Territory. Even if he faced the son of the great emperors of Serene Soul, Hyoji, he wouldn't have to worry about his life. But facing this person, why did he feel such a strong sense of crisis before he even made a move? He knew that Yang Kai's current situation made it so that he couldn't show any mercy. Because once he showed any mercy, it would affect his momentum. Yang Kai still had to deal with dozens of people from the Emperor realm. It was impossible for him to compromise his momentum. So Yang Kai would definitely go all out. Would he die if he went all out? Qi Gui's face couldn't help twitching. The words that were about to come out of his mouth changed. "Love is a bad thing. Let's forget about it today. Let's talk about it again when you have a chance to live." As soon as he finished speaking, the warning signs in his heart disappeared completely. He actually felt as if he had let out a long sigh of relief for no reason. Yang Kai nodded. If Qi Gui really wanted to oppose him at this time, he would definitely not show any mercy. No matter how strong Qi Gui was, he was just a first-order Emperor Realm Master. If he really killed him here, he would have offended all three of the top forces in the entire Eastern Territory. Yang Kai didn't want to anger the heavens, so Qi Gui choosing to retreat was undoubtedly what he wanted to see. Looking around, Yang Kai sneered, "This king is right here. If you want to take my life, then what are you waiting for? Little brat, you dare to call yourself this king in front of this old master? This old master will definitely refine your soul after we capture you." Fu Bo coldly snorted and waved his hand, "Kill him." On the other side, Su Changfeng succinctly spat out a word, "Kill." Emperor Qi surged, the wind and clouds changed, and world principles appeared. Several dozen figures suddenly spread out and surrounded Yang Kai, leaving him with no path to heaven and no door to earth. At this moment, 5 figures had already taken turns to pounce on him. The Emperor artifact spear in the hand of the leader trembled, piercing through the void with a sizzling sound. Spear images filled the sky as they blasted towards Yang Kai. Then, the 4 figures crisscrossed like butterflies, dazzling everyone who saw them. It was impossible to tell where they were going to attack from. Although these 5 people came from the 2 great sects, they were all masters from the Emperor realm. Even though this was the first time they had joined forces to fight an enemy, their cooperation was as if they had rehearsed beforehand. Tang Sheng and Qian Xiaoying, who were watching from a distance, sighed. In fact, they didn't quite understand why the 2 great sects had to mobilize so many people to deal with Yang Kai. Even Fu Bo and Su Changfeng had personally come. In their opinion, with the momentum of these 5 people, Yang Kai had no way to survive. Because if it were any one of them, they wouldn't be able to block such an attack. Even if they managed to block it, they would definitely be severely injured. And in such an environment, being seriously injured was tantamount to death. Since that was the case, wasn't mobilizing so many people from the Emperor realm a bit of a fuss? Lan He couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Her face turned pale as she closed her eyes, unable to bear to watch any longer. Chapter 3304. Amidst the sounds of the air being torn apart, a short and hurried shrill cry sounded out. Tang Sheng and Qian Xiaoying suddenly stared with wide eyes as if they had seen a ghost, and they looked at the nearby battlefield with astonishment. Lan He was also startled and quickly opened her eyes. Just now, she thought that Yang Kai was dead for sure, so she didn't dare to look. However, the scream that entered her ears wasn't Yang Kai's voice. Looking over, she saw a scene that she would never forget for the rest of her life. Yang Kai was no longer in his original position. Instead, he was above the spear-wielding cultivator's head. His expression was cold, and his killing intent was like a tidal wave. He slapped his hand on the spear-wielding cultivator's head. Under his emperor chi, his clothes and black hair fluttered in the wind. Lan He clearly saw that a large part of the spear-wielding cultivator's head had caved in. Both of his eyeballs had popped out, and white brain matter splattered in all directions. His vitality had dissipated in an extremely short period of time, and his body swayed as he fell to the ground. How could this be? A question popped up in Lan He's mind. She had her eyes closed just now, so she didn't know how Yang Kai escaped from the 5 people's attacks. She also didn't know how he took the enemy's life with a snap of his fingers. However, she knew that this wasn't something an ordinary person could do. Even her master and master's wife didn't have this ability. Facing such a dense and flawless siege, any second-order Emperor Realm Master could only wait to be captured. However, Yang Kai fought back. Not only was he unscathed, he even killed one of them. Looking at his expression, he didn't seem to be in a sorry state at all. Instead, he seemed relaxed, as if he was slaughtering a chicken. That was a first-order Emperor Realm Master. How could he be killed just like that? Lan He couldn't help but feel that it was unreal. She was also a first-order emperor, so she naturally knew what kind of background the Emperor realm had. However, such a master, who was respected by millions of cultivators in the world, had died at the hands of Yang Kai in a single exchange. She couldn't help but shiver, and her pores began to emit cold air. At the same time, her beautiful eyes lit up. She faintly felt that this time, Yang Kai wouldn't be killed so easily. The gun-wielding cultivator was killed in one blow, and the other 4 were also shocked. Their eyes were full of fear and dread, but they only hesitated for a moment, and then attacked Yang Kai again. Yang Kai laughed loudly. "Since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wishes." With a wave of his hand, the Emperor artifact spear appeared in Yang Kai's grasp. He did not use any particular technique, simply clenching his fists and thrusting the spear forward with incredible momentum. Originally, there was no one there, and at first glance, it seemed that Yang Kai had made a mistake, but when the tip of the spear, wrapped in Emperor Qi, pierced through the void, a figure coincidentally appeared there. This person was an elder of Netherworld sect. He wanted to launch an attack from the side, But as soon as he arrived, before he could react, he felt a deathly aura rush towards him. Shocked, he shook the red banner in his hand, causing it to explode into a bloody mist. It was his natal artifact, the Blood Sea Banner, and he retreated under the cover of this bloody mist. However, after retreating half a step, he suddenly felt a pain in his chest. His body shook violently, and all the strength in his body rushed to his chest, venting out wantonly. A horrifying thought appeared in his mind, and he quickly looked down, only to see that a fist-sized hole had appeared in his chest at some point in time. It pierced all the way to his back, and he felt a chill in his heart. Looking at the hole, he could even see his broken heart rapidly contracting, and blood spurting out like a fountain. No! He roared towards the sky, as if he could not believe what had happened to him. How could Yang Kai break through the cover and defense of his Blood Sea Banner with a single spear strike and chase after him? Before he could finish his thoughts, his body swayed and he fell from the sky, dead before he even hit the ground. On the other side, Yang Kai, who had succeeded in his spear strike, did not stop. As he withdrew his spear, he turned it around and stabbed out diagonally from below his ribs. His movements were so smooth that it was too much for the eyes to take in. With a soft sound, Yang Kai stealthily touched the head of the third person behind him, and a violent power surged out, directly blasting this person's head apart. This Emperor artifact spear seemed to have been reborn in his hands, possessing a life of its own. Every spear strike chased after the enemy's soul and took their life. And this was only because Yang Kai had only used this artifact as an ordinary weapon and had not refined it yet. But this was not the end. Yang Kai gripped the end of the spear and suddenly swept it forward. In front of him, the fourth person had already used his killer move and was rushing over with an aggressive momentum that could not be underestimated. However, the five of them had been acting at the same time, and in the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had already eliminated three of them. At this moment, the fourth person's spear was sweeping over, causing his attack to weaken by 30%. Without even thinking about it, this person pushed his Emperor Qi to protect himself and at the same time opened his right hand, summoning a shield-like artifact to block his side, as if he wanted to use this defensive artifact to find some sense of security. Hong, the long spear swept across the shield-like artifact, but the sound of planets colliding rang out. Everyone felt their eardrums hurt as their eyelids twitched. Because under this blow, the shield-like artifact flashed wildly and suddenly lost its spirituality before shattering into pieces. Gasps rang out as Fu Bo and Su Changfeng, who saw this scene, almost bit their tongues, unable to believe their eyes. What they didn't know was that Yang Kai hadn't refined the long spear at all, and all his attacks were based on his brute strength. Yet, with a single blow, he had actually shattered an Emperor artifact's defensive artifact. Just how strong was his brute strength? Retreat! Su Changfeng shouted almost instinctively. If possible, he wanted to warn Yang Kai when he killed the three people before him, but Yang Kai was simply too fast. Three people from the Emperor realm died so inexplicably that Su Changfeng did not even have time to react. As he shouted, a pitch-black sword box suddenly appeared behind Su Changfeng. It was square in shape, 1 foot long, and had an ordinary appearance, but it gave off a heaven-destroying aura. Su Changfeng formed a seal with his fingers and a pitch-black sword light suddenly shot out from the sword box on his back, arriving behind Yang Kai in the blink of an eye and slashing towards Yang Kai's back. Obviously, he wanted to rescue Yang Kai by besieging him. Even as one of the top 3 great forces in the Eastern Territory, the Emperor realm was still a rare talent, yet 3 of them had died at the hands of Yang Kai. Although 2 of them were from the Netherworld sect, Su Changfeng's heart still ached so much that it was almost bleeding. As such, he wanted to force Yang Kai to give up on killing the 4th person. His thoughts weren't wrong, but he hadn't expected Yang Kai to not play by the rules at all. Yang Kai completely ignored the pitch-black sword light behind him and swept his spear, which had already destroyed his defensive artifact, towards the body of the 4th person. Chi. With a loud sound, a rain of blood and minced meat fell from the sky. The power of this sweep caused the 4th person from the Emperor realm to explode into a bloody mist, not even leaving behind a corpse. At the same time, there was a loud clanging sound, like the sound of a great bell, that spread throughout the world, causing everyone's eardrums to tremble and their souls to shake. Su Changfeng fixed his eyes on the source of the sound and almost spat out a mouthful of blood in anger. He saw that behind Yang Kai, a large bell half the height of a person had appeared. On the bell, there were pictures of mountains, rivers, birds, and beasts flowing slowly, as if they were alive, emitting a mysterious aura. Su Changfeng's pitch-black sword light did not hit Yang Kai but instead hit the bell, causing unpredictable consequences. The mountains and rivers bell. Fu Bo's eyes flashed, revealing an extremely greedy look. Just a moment ago he was still grieving over the death of his sect in the Emperor realm, but the next moment, all his regrets were gone. This was the mountains and rivers bell, the foundation of the Yuan Ding great emperors to become great emperors, the mountains and rivers bell. Although he had long heard that the mountains and rivers bell and the phoenix true fire were both obtained by Yang Kai in the Shattered Star Sea, Xing was believing. Only at this moment did Fu Bo really believe what he had heard. The sound of the bell suppresses the mountains and rivers, and the rhythm of the emperor changes the world. It was rumored that the mountains and rivers bell had the effect of sealing the world, and judging from the feeling of the sound just now, this rumor seemed to be true. Just passively emitting a sound had such a magical effect, so what would it be like if it was actively activated? For a moment, Fu Bo's eyes turned red. If he could obtain the mountains and rivers bell today, he might have a chance to compete for the title of great emperors in the future and become the second Yuan Ding great emperors. A figure hurriedly retreated, his face full of fear. It was the last of the 5 people who had attacked Yang Kai. Su Changfeng's warning was too late. The 4th person had already been struck by Yang Kai, turning into a rain of blood. The 5th person was the only one who had not died yet. At this moment, he was fleeing like a stray dog towards the Brahma Holy Land's camp, not even daring to look back. Previously, when the 5 Emperor Realm Masters from the 2 great sects joined forces to attack Yang Kai, they all assumed that they would be able to deal with him, but in just a few breaths of time. It seemed that in less than 3 breaths of time, Yang Kai had killed 4 of them. The so-called perfect ambush was nothing more than a child's game. If he didn't run, would he wait for death? Before he could return to the Brahma Holy Land's camp, he heard Yang Kai's shout behind him, followed by the sound of something tearing through the air towards him. This person turned pale with fright and turned his head to look, only to see Yang Kai standing in place in a throwing posture. The Emperor artifact spear that should have been in his hand had disappeared, and not far from his back, a stream of light was rapidly approaching. Madman! This person cursed in his heart. How could he not know what that stream of light was? It was clearly Yang Kai throwing the spear artifact at him. Before the stream of light arrived, the sound of something tearing through the air rang in his ears. He couldn't dodge it, it was too fast, he couldn't block it, and the attack was too fierce. The blood drained from this person's face as he shouted, "Holy Master, save me!" As soon as he shouted, he felt a strong force hit him from behind, followed by a sharp pain. His body staggered a few steps forward under the force of the impact, and then he saw a spear piercing through his chest, rushing straight towards the Brahma Holy Land's camp. Chapter 3305. The spear that was thrown by Yang Kai went straight through the body of this man from the Emperor realm. The few masters from Brahma Holy Land in front of him all retreated in horror when they saw this, not daring to face it head-on. Where the spear passed, it left a dark mark in the void that lingered for a long time. This blow tore through space. Everyone was stunned as a chill ran from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. It was also the first time they realized that a person could possess such terrifying brute strength. Holy Master! The man from the Emperor realm, who had a huge hole in his chest and abdomen, barely managed to get within 10 meters of Su Changfeng. He coughed up a large mouthful of blood and stretched out his hand weakly towards Su Changfeng, as if he was trying to grasp his last chance of survival, but in the end, it was all in vain. His body went limp and he fell from midair, crashing to the ground, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. 5 breaths. 5 men from the Emperor realm were killed by Yang Kai in just 5 breaths of time. They didn't even have the chance to test out Yang Kai's true strength before they were casually crushed like 5 ants. The world fell silent as the dozens of masters from the Emperor realm from Brahma Holy Land and Netherworld sect gulped, feeling like they were dreaming. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he stood on the spinning mountains and river's bell. As the wind blew, his black hair fluttered in the wind as he shouted, "I, Yang Kai, am here. Who wants to die?" Everyone looked around, but no one dared to look him in the eye, all of them averting their gazes. More than a dozen kilometers away, Tang Sheng and Xianxia were dumbfounded, unable to accept what they had just seen. Is this still a second-order Emperor Realm Master? How could this be a second-order Emperor Realm Master? Even a third-order Emperor Realm Master couldn't have such divine power, right? Although they had long known that there was a type of person in this world who could fight above their level and kill powerful enemies as if it was nothing out of the ordinary, it was not like they had never seen such a person before. The former holy son of Brahma Holy Land, Xianxia, the disciple of Netherworld sects sect master Fu Bo, In Lisheng, the son of the serene soul great emperors, Hyoji, and Chige all belonged to this category. They could often defeat opponents a minor realm higher than themselves, and even had the opportunity to kill their enemies. Such existences were well-known geniuses. As long as they were given enough time and space to grow, there would definitely be a place for them in the future. But it wasn't until now that Tang Sheng and Xianxia realized that there was a difference between geniuses. There were even more powerful geniuses among geniuses. Yang Kai had killed 5 First-Order Emperor Realm Masters with his Second-Order Emperor Realm Cultivation, so it couldn't be counted as fighting above his realm, but the scene before them was far more shocking and unbelievable than seeing a First-Order Emperor Realm Master kill a Second-Order Emperor Realm Master. No wonder Zhang Hao, Zhang Xian, and Yin Lisheng died at his hands. There is always a heaven beyond a heaven, and there is always someone better than you. Lan He's beautiful eyes were filled with splendor, and her heart was filled with excitement. Previously, she had broken her promise to Yang Kai and was filled with guilt. Then, when she saw Yang Kai being surrounded by so many people, she thought he was dead for sure. If Yang Kai really died outside Heavenly Wolf Valley, then today's matter would probably be a knot in her heart for the rest of her life. Unfortunately, her cultivation was sealed by Tang Sheng and Xianxia, so she couldn't even help. She could only stand here and watch helplessly. This kind of mental torment was really painful. Turning her head, Lan He looked at Tang Sheng with a complicated gaze and asked, "Master, if he survives, will you regret it?" Tang Sheng trembled when he heard this. He knew that Lan He was still very dissatisfied with his previous choice. She was complaining, but because he was her master, she couldn't say or ask for more, so he said indifferently, "Since I have made a choice, I won't regret it. What's more, do you think he can survive?" It was undeniable that the wanton slaughter in just a few breaths was really shocking, making people feel emotional. It was also undeniable that Yang Kai was definitely one of the few geniuses in the Star Boundary. He was only a second-order Emperor Realm Master, but he already had such power. What would happen if he broke through to the third-order Emperor Realm? At that time, he would probably be able to compete with Li Wu. If such an existence could be befriended in advance, it would be of great benefit to Heavenly Wolf Valley, even if he was from the Southern Territory. Yang Kai did indeed ask Heavenly Wolf Valley for help. As long as he agreed to take him to Spirit Beast Island, Heavenly Wolf Valley would naturally establish a good relationship with him. If Heavenly Wolf Valley asked for help in the future, would they be afraid that he would ignore them? Who wouldn't like such a deal if they could get a generous return with a small price to pay? That was why Lan He asked this question. She instinctively wanted to make friends with a future Supreme Master, but Heavenly Wolf Valley missed this opportunity. But the premise of all this was, he could survive. Brahma Holy Land and Netherworld sect had mobilized all their forces this time, so even if 5 First-Order Emperor Realm Masters died, it wouldn't affect the overall situation because they still had 2 Third-Order Emperors and 7 or 8 Second-Order Emperors. Yang Kai's performance was amazing, but the outcome was probably already decided. Lan He was rendered speechless by the question. She asked herself, In such a situation, could Kai Yang survive? He had already killed 5 people from the other side, and all of them were from the Emperor realm. This was definitely a situation where one side would fight to the death. In today's battle, either Yang Kai would be killed here, or the 2 sects would be shattered, but anyone with discerning eyes could see who was stronger and who was weaker. I bet he can survive. A voice suddenly came from the side. Tang Xing and Xianxia, who were focused on the battlefield, were shocked because they didn't notice when someone approached. Although most of their attention was diverted, it was still enough to show how strong this person was. But after hearing the person's voice clearly, the 2 immediately felt relieved. Because the person who said this was Qi Gui, the strongest of the younger generation of Ahan Temple. His red hair and red eyes were his most obvious symbol. He was warlike and bloodthirsty. Everyone in the Eastern Territory had a headache because no one wanted to be targeted by this guy. If Lan He wasn't a woman, he would have already fought with her in Heavenly Wolf Valley. Elder Qi thinks so highly of him? Tang Xing raised his brows. According to seniority, Qi Gui was his junior. Tang Sheng and the Ahan Temple Lord were from the same generation, but Qi Gui was from the Emperor realm and an elder of Ahan Temple. His future achievements would not be lower than Tang Sheng's. Tang Xing didn't have the right to call him nephew, so he could only call him Elder Qi. Qi Gui shrugged and didn't answer Tang Xing's question. Instead, he looked at Lan He and said, "Junior sister Lan thinks he will die?" Lan He shook her head. "I don't know, I hope he can survive." Qi Gui whistled frivolously as he looked at the battlefield with great interest and said with a grin, "Valley Master Tang, why don't we make a bet?" Tang Sheng's eyes flashed. "Bet on what?" Qi Gui grinned. "Of course it's a bet." He suddenly laughed and shook his head. Forget it, there's no meaning." Tang Xing asked curiously, "Elder Qi really thinks he can survive?" Although Qi Gui didn't finish his sentence, how could Tang Xing not know what he wanted to say? It was nothing more than a bet on Yang Kai's life or death. Crimson Ghost nodded and said, "I believe in my own feelings." Tang Xing asked, "Then why don't you bet?" He didn't ask this because Tang Xing liked to gamble, but because he found it strange that Qi Gui's attitude changed so quickly. Qi Gui smiled. When an elephant fights with a group of lions, an ant can only watch. What qualifications do I have to bet on someone else's life or death? Wouldn't that be overestimating myself? As soon as he said this, Tang Xing, Xianxia, and even Lan He looked at him in surprise. Qi Gui was the strongest young master of Ahan Temple. Even in the entire Eastern Territory and Star Boundary, he was one of the few young talents. In the Eastern Territory, perhaps only Hyoji could suppress him, but Hyoji was the son of the great emperors of Serene Soul. There was no comparison at all. Such a talent would definitely think highly of himself and would never be willing to be inferior to others, but at this moment he actually compared Yang Kai to an elephant and called himself an ant. If one didn't hear it with their own ears, no one would believe it. If he was an ant, then what were all the living beings in Star Boundary? Dust? Qi Gui's red eyes narrowed slightly as he said lightly, "Does Valley Master Tang think I think too highly of him?" Tang Xing came back to his senses and said with a slight smile, "Elder Qi is too modest." Modest? Qi Gui muttered to himself. Perhaps he was being modest, but this feeling couldn't be wrong. When Yang Kai asked him how he should choose, he felt that if he really fought with Yang Kai, he would definitely die. He feared his end would not be any better than the other 5. And after seeing him fight, this feeling became even stronger, almost to the point of believing him. Tang Xing said in shock, "Elder Qi means to say that the 2 great forces will be in trouble today?" Qi Gui smiled and said, "I didn't say that, I just said that guy will live." He had followed Fu Bo and Su Changfeng all the way here and faintly felt that something was not quite right, as if the 2 great forces weren't just showing their strength on the surface. But he also couldn't figure it out. The 2 great forces had already given Yang Kai a lot of face by going all out to deal with him, so how could they still have hidden their strength? Even if Yang Kai could escape today, his end would not be good. Both sides would suffer losses. This was Qi Gui's judgment, but he didn't say it out loud. Tang Xing said lightly, "Then let's see if Elder Qi's judgment is correct." This Tang still feels that his chances of survival are slim. Although there was no bet, both of them had already expressed their views. As for Yang Kai's life or death, they could only verify it with their own eyes. While these people were talking, Yang Kai was standing proudly on the mountains and river's bell, looking down at them disdainfully, yet no one dared to step forward to accept their death. This scene was truly shocking. Seeing them not move, Yang Kai grinned, revealing a mouthful of white fangs. Since everyone is so reserved, this king will not decline. Turning his gaze towards the Netherworld sect, his eyes filled with murderous intent, as if there was no one else present. Being stared at, Fu Bo felt a chill run down his spine and shouted, "Release the banners!" More than a dozen Netherworld sect cultivators from the Emperor realm summoned their artifacts, all of which were 10,000 soul banners and blood sea banners. Chapter 3306. In an instant, the cries of ghosts and howls of wolves filled the air. When the sky darkened, a blood-red light blossomed and transformed the vast space into a boundless blood sea. The blood water churned and the stench of blood soared into the sky. Inside this blood sea, one monster after another floated up and down while serene soul phantoms shuttled back and forth in the air. The soul-sucking sound was so powerful that anyone who heard it would feel dizzy. More than a dozen cultivators from the Emperor realm joined forces to summon their 10,000 soul banner and blood sea banner, creating a spectacular scene. The endless blood sea isolated a separate space between the heavens and earth, and inside this space, Yang Kai was bound to be restrained while the Netherworld sect cultivators were like fish in water. Even if Yang Kai had 3 heads and 6 arms, it would be difficult for him to survive. Lan He's heart was already in her throat. Looking around, the sky was blood-red and Yang Kai's figure had long disappeared. Even his aura could not be detected. When the blood sea took shape, Su Changfeng waved his hand indifferently and the dozen cultivators from the Emperor realm from Brahma Holy Land also quietly disappeared into the blood sea. Obviously, they wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to secretly kill Yang Kai. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for the cultivators from Brahma Holy Land to enter this blood sea at will. This blood sea was a divine technique used by the Netherworld sect cultivators, so if they entered, they would inevitably be restrained, but since they had joined forces to deal with the enemy, there was no need to worry too much. The Netherworld sect cultivators would naturally create all kinds of opportunities for them to attack. Suddenly, the balance of victory and defeat tilted. This time, however, was completely different from the previous test. Although there were 5 people from the Emperor realm before, that was only 5 people. Now, there were 20 to 30 cultivators from the Emperor realm, many of whom were second-order emperors. Watching from a distance, Lan He clenched her fists and pursed her red lips, her worry evident in her words. Qi Gui, on the other hand, was excited. If he could win this battle like Yang Kai, he would have no regrets even if he died, but he also knew that if he was really dealt with by 2 great forces, there was absolutely no chance of survival. An angry roar suddenly rang out from the blood sea, shaking the world. "Demons and monsters, how dare you offend this king? Break for me!" A bell rang and the will to suppress heaven and earth swept out in all directions. The boundless blood sea surged up with monstrous waves and quickly melted like snowflakes under the scorching sun. A red mist appeared in the sky, obviously, the blood sea, and the mountains and rivers bell rang 9 times in a row, each more majestic and urgent than the previous one. With the blood sea as the origin, the sound waves turned into a force visible to the naked eye and spread in all directions. Tang Xing, Xianxia, and Qi Gui all paled. They hurriedly used their secret arts to protect themselves, but they still felt dizzy and their eardrums vibrated. Even the Emperor Qi they maintained on the surface of their bodies rippled. All of them showed a horrified expression, their eyes filled with horror. They had long heard that the mountains and rivers bell was an ancient rare treasure that could only be found by chance and not by searching for it. It was not until today that they realized the rumors were true. No wonder the great emperors of the Yuan furnace could use it to break through their shackles and achieve supreme bodies. The origin of this treasure is unknown, but the power it can exert is not comparable to an ordinary emperor artifact. If one's mind was affected by the mountains and rivers bell when fighting against an enemy with such a treasure, one's head would be separated from his body in the next moment. When the bell stopped ringing, the echoes were still spreading, as if they would linger for 3 days. The Blood Sea, which originally seemed to be a world of its own and was impregnable, was now fragmented. It was unknown how much of the crimson blood had evaporated, and even the blood-red color of the sea had dimmed a little. Muffled groans rang out as several ghostly figures staggered out from the Blood Sea. Their faces were pale as they vomited large mouthfuls of blood. These people were obviously from the Emperor realm of the Netherworld sect and were also the masters of the Blood Sea banners. The Blood Sea banners were based on blood, so Xianxia breaking the Blood Sea banners with one move naturally caused them to suffer a certain degree of backlash. The expressions on these people's faces were very interesting, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. They never thought that the shocking means they had worked together to arrange would be so easily broken by Xianxia, causing them to be injured as well. And without the advantage they had created, the remaining people could no longer hide themselves. Figures emerged from the thin Blood Sea one after another. Some were from the Netherworld sect, but even more were from the Brahma Holy Land. They had unknowingly surrounded Xianxia, obviously looking for an opportunity to attack. But at this moment, these people did not seem to be in a good situation. All of them were swaying, and their expressions were changing. Although they did not suffer any backlash because of the destruction of the Blood Sea, the 9 rings of the mountains and rivers bell were not so easy to bear. Even Tang Sheng and the others, who were more than a dozen kilometers away and were not deliberately targeted, were shocked. Their ears were ringing, and their eyes were spinning, let alone them who were so close. So at this moment, an incomparably funny scene appeared. Nearly 20 people had gathered around Xianxia, but all of them were swaying as if they were drunk, their faces pale as they struggled to maintain their stability. The moment their figures appeared, Xianxia's sharp eyes swept over them like blades. "Not good!" Su Changfeng exclaimed and shouted, "Retreat!" He cursed Fu Bo in his heart. What kind of bullshit secret technique did the Netherworld sect use? It couldn't even withstand a single blow, causing the originally perfect ambush to become the biggest flaw in their side. However, he also knew that it was not the Netherworld sect's secret technique that couldn't withstand a single blow. With so many people from the Emperor realm joining hands to summon the Blood Sea banner and create a boundless Blood Sea, even if he himself fell into it, he wouldn't be able to take advantage of it. It was Xianxia's fault for having a heavenly treasure in his hands. The sound wave attack of the Great Bell seemed to be the nemesis of this Blood Sea, shattering it in the blink of an eye. Xianxia laughed heartily, "You can't retreat, you'll all die if you come." As the laws of space fluctuated, ink-black crescent moon-shaped crescent blades shot out in all directions, slicing through the void, the shattered sea of blood, and into the bodies of the enemies. Although this world was sealed, preventing him from teleporting away, the space principles in this world were still under his control. Sizzling sounds rang out incessantly, and as blood splattered, the people from the Emperor realm let out muffled groans and screams as if they had been struck by lightning. The moon blade was simply indestructible. It didn't matter if one was a first-order Emperor realm or a second-order Emperor realm master. Their protective Emperor Qi was like a piece of paper in front of the moon blade, unable to withstand a single blow. The moon blade left a crescent-shaped wound on the body of anyone who was struck. The wound was empty, and the flesh that should have been there had been swallowed up by the void. In the sky, the people from the Emperor realm fell down like dumplings. Corpses fell to the ground one after another, and blood and flesh splattered everywhere. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen people from the Emperor realm had died. Within a 300-meter radius around Xianxia, there was no one left. Gudong. A clear gulping sound rang out. Tang Sheng turned his head with difficulty and found that the sound was made by Qi Gu. At this moment his Adam's apple was still moving. Qi Gu, who had always been lawless and arrogant in the Eastern Territory, now had his eyes wide open, as if he wanted to dig them out and throw them into the battlefield for a closer look. Tang Xing wanted to laugh, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't because more than a dozen people from the Emperor realm had died in front of him. Those were the Emperor realm's people, not a dozen pigs. Just like that, it was cut off like a withered stalk of straw. He understood Chigue's feelings because he felt the same. Looking at Xianxia on the side, she was also filled with shock, and trembling. When he met Yang Kai before, Tang Xing thought that he was polite, elegant, and handsome. He knew when to advance and retreat, and knew when to stop. He was a good person. If it wasn't for this matter, he would be very happy to make friends with Yang Kai. But only now did he realize that he had completely misjudged him. This person slaughtered the Emperor realm like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. He didn't even blink. In other words, if he met and chatted with him, wouldn't it be like taking a trip to the gates of hell? Thinking of this, Tang Xing couldn't help but shiver. Who had killed more than a dozen people from the Emperor realm in one go? Tang Xing rummaged through his memories and found that in today's world, there was only one person like this. If he counted the 5 people who were killed by Yang Kai one by one, then in this short period of time, the number of people from the Emperor realm who had died at the hands of Yang Kai was almost 20. How many people had come from the 2 top sects? More than 30 people, and more than half of them had died. No matter whether the 2 sects won or lost, they had already lost because their losses were too great, so great that it was almost unbearable. The Emperor realm wasn't like cabbages that could be found everywhere. Even among the top sects, it wasn't easy to nurture someone from the Emperor realm. Now that they had died, Fu Bo and Su Changfeng should be very distressed, right? Glancing at the two, Tang Xing found that they were indeed distressed, so distressed that they were about to bleed. Su Changfeng, who had always remained calm even if a mountain collapsed on his face, had a ferocious expression at this moment. Needless to say, Fu Bo's expression was even more ferocious. The way he gritted his teeth was as if he was drinking Yang Kai's blood, eating Yang Kai's meat, and gnawing on Yang Kai's bones. After this battle, the 2 top sects would likely suffer a disastrous decline, and it would take at least 500 years for them to recover their yuan qi. Fu Bo and Su Changfeng were obviously aware of this and were filled with bitterness. They had eaten a basket of Coptis chinensis. Originally, they had come here to seek revenge, but before their old grievances could be resolved, new enmity had been added, and so many people had died. Even if they could really get revenge, what could they do? The dead could not be brought back to life, and the losses of the 2 great forces could not be made up for. Massacring the Emperor realm on his own, and with a mere second-order Emperor realm cultivation, was he even human? Chapter 3307. Those who were still alive from the Emperor realm fled from Yang Kai as if they were avoiding a ghost. Everyone had a look of lingering fear on their faces, as if they had just narrowly escaped death. It wasn't that Yang Kai didn't want to kill them all, but that he couldn't find their location. Although the Blood Sea was mostly destroyed by his mountains and rivers Bell, there were still some places he missed, and those who survived happened to be hiding in those places. Yang Kai ignored those people and turned his head to stare at Fu Bo with a sinister grin on his face. As their eyes met, Fu Bo, whose heart was dripping blood, felt his heart skip a beat as he sensed Yang Kai's malicious intent. A clear thought surfaced in his mind. He wants to kill me? He wants to kill me? Fu Bo couldn't believe it. He was the sect master of Netherworld Sect, a 3rd-order Emperor Realm Master, and a mere 2nd-order Emperor Realm Junior wanted to kill him? At this moment, Fu Bo was so angry that he almost laughed. His vision blurred as he lost track of Yang Kai. He only vaguely grasped the trajectory of a figure rushing out of the Blood Sea and heading straight for him. Fu Bo's face turned cold as he raised his hand and summoned a large black flag. As the sect master of Netherworld Sect, he naturally had his own 10,000 soul flag. This flag was connected to his life and had been refined for more than 2,000 years, reaching the limit of an emperor artifact. It was also the means he relied on the most. Without any hesitation, the black flag wrapped around his body and merged with it, making his already gloomy aura even colder and more terrifying. At the same time, Fu Bo's figure also underwent a huge change. Originally, he was just an old man half a head shorter than an ordinary person, but at this moment his body suddenly expanded, turning into a ferocious monster that was 15 meters tall. He had a blue face and fangs, and 2 terrifying short horns grew on his forehead. His hands also became dry and slender, and his nails were sharp and black. At a glance, it was obvious that they were highly poisonous. Ghost King's body, Tang Xing exclaimed in a low voice, his eyes trembling. He didn't expect Fu Bo to be so cautious, using his trump card right from the start. But when he thought about it carefully, it wasn't that strange. The power Yang Kai displayed before was too terrifying, and it wasn't something a second-order Emperor Realm Master should possess. If he were in Yang Kai's shoes, he wouldn't dare to be the slightest bit careless when facing such an enemy. Naturally, he would have to use his strongest strength to feel safe. The Ghost King's aura was terrifying, as if it had really come from the Yellow Springs. Even the breath it exhaled was eerie. An ordinary cultivator would die upon touching it, and the temperature of the world dropped. And at the same time that Fu Bo revealed his Ghost King body, Yang Kai had already rushed in front of him, the wide myriad sword in his hand raised high and slashed down with a loud bang. Fu Bo looked at him coldly, but he didn't try to dodge. He simply raised his hand to block. With a bang, sparks flew everywhere as the myriad sword was shaken. Yang Kai also felt the web between his thumb and forefinger go numb, revealing a look of surprise. He didn't use his full strength for this strike because the myriad sword couldn't bear it. After all, this was the Qin family's emperor artifact, and he had an agreement with Qin Xiaoyang that he would return this sword when Qin Yu broke through to the emperor realm. If he really damaged this emperor artifact, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. But even if he didn't use his full strength, this strike of his was definitely not something an ordinary person could bear. Fu Bo, this old brat, was actually able to withstand it head-on, and he seemed to be very relaxed. Looking at its appearance and image, and comparing it with his own knowledge, an uncontrollable thought emerged. Stone fire. The Holy Spirit stone fire that had once destroyed the top sect in the Eastern Territory, the Black Tortoise sect. How could it be here? How did it appear? Wasn't it said that it was in the savage wilderness ancient land? Questions popped up one after another, but Su Changfeng couldn't find the answers. He only knew that he was in big trouble. Although he was also a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, he was still inferior to a Holy Spirit. In the savage wilderness, several Holy Spirits called themselves Saint Sovereigns, and under them were 32 Monster Kings. Su Changfeng thought that he was only equivalent to a Monster King. Even the Monster King was a subordinate of these Holy Spirits, so how could he be a match for them? Could today's matter be a trap? If not, why would the Holy Spirit stone fire suddenly appear and attack him? But this didn't make sense at all. The Holy Spirits of the savage wilderness had been dormant for many years and had never had any disputes with the great forces of the Eastern Territory. This was because there were several great emperors in the Eastern Territory. It was fine if they hid in the savage wilderness, but if they dared to come out and stir up trouble, it would be tantamount to suicide. Various thoughts flashed through his mind, and Su Changfeng's soul almost left his body. He quickly retreated and pulled away from the embodiment in an instant. The embodiment didn't chase after him and only shook its head for a while. The bone spikes all over its body burned with a terrifying light as it stared coldly at Su Changfeng. Its expression was as if it was looking at death, and Su Changfeng had the urge to immediately escape. More than 10 miles away, Tang Xing and the others were also stunned by this unforeseen event. Originally, Tang Xing was startled by Lan He's loud warning. After all, this might offend Su Changfeng. Once Su Changfeng and Fu Bo joined forces to kill Yang Kai, Heavenly Wolf Valley would be in danger. It was reasonable for him to refuse to let Su Changfeng use Heavenly Wolf Valley as a battlefield, but allowing his disciple to warn the enemy was unforgivable. However, since Lan He had already shouted, what else could he do? Just as he was feeling vexed, he saw the embodiment appear in a flash. Then, Su Changfeng avoided it as if it was a snake or a scorpion. The series of unforeseen events really made people unable to wrap their heads around it. Valley Master Tang, did you see how this guy appeared? Chi Gui's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He stared at the other side without blinking and asked subconsciously. Tang Xing said, I didn't see it clearly. He only knew that the Holy Spirit stone fire appeared when Yang Kai waved his hand. He faintly guessed that it was related to the space divine technique that Yang Kai controlled. Perhaps he used a secret technique to teleport the stone fire over. However, wasn't it said that this world was already isolated? How was teleportation done? Not only did he have such doubts, but Su Changfeng also had the same doubts. If that was really the case, then what was the point of fighting? Since Yang Kai could teleport, it meant that he was in an invincible position. Even if he couldn't win, he could still escape. Would he lose? Su Changfeng's gaze looked past the embodiment blocking the way to Fu Bo's side. He couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. This was because in this short moment, the Ghost King that Fu Bo had transformed into was actually being suppressed by Yang Kai to the point that he couldn't do anything. Although the Ghost King's body was incomparably tough and powerful, there was still a limit after all. Yang Kai's half-dragon body was even stronger than him. With his greatest strength suppressed, how could Fu Bo make any waves? The myriad swords stabbed, hacked, and slashed, hitting Fu Bo's body with clanging sounds. Although there wasn't any substantial damage, his current state was really too embarrassing. Yang Kai kept attacking, not giving him a chance to catch his breath at all. He sneered, I don't know why, but the one surnamed Fu and I were born to be enemies, and we never had a good ending. He was naturally referring to the dragon race on the Dragon Island. If it was a competition of strength, there were many people who were stronger than him on the Dragon Island. Unfortunately, the dragon race was severely restricted by the bloodline. Yang Kai had the power of the Golden Divine Dragon's origin, so he had a great advantage when fighting against the dragon race. Even the Great Elder and Second Elder of the dragon race might not be able to do anything to him even if they tried their best. This was also why he dared to go to the Dragon Island again. If he didn't have this backing, he wouldn't have courted his own death. Today, you will die, and the Netherworld sect will also be destroyed. Yang Kai's attacks were ruthless, and his mouth was also poisonous. With just a few words, Fu Bo's eyes were already red. He couldn't help but roar, You destroyed the foundation of my Netherworld sect in the territory of the Great Wilderness Star. Today, either you die or I die. Chapter 3308. After Yin Lixing was killed by Yang Kai, Fu Bo didn't want to be enemies with Yang Kai because of the divine spirit Luan Feng, but after learning that the foundation of Great Desolate Star's territory had been destroyed, Fu Bo couldn't bear it anymore. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. You actually know about Great Desolate Star's territory? A light flashed in his mind as he vaguely understood. No wonder the Netherworld sect dared to jump out and become enemies with me this time. So this is the reason. Fu Bo knew that he had misspoken, so he immediately shut his mouth. The Ghost King's aura became even more violent, and his confidence, which had been shaken, rose again. Previously, he had been suppressed by Yang Kai to the point of being unable to breathe, but now, he could see that although Yang Kai's movements were fast and nimble, there was nothing he could do to him. The Ghost King physique was extremely strong, so how could a second-order Emperor Realm cultivator easily break through it? With this, he was in an invincible position. Seeing Yang Kai thrust his sword again, Fu Bo coldly snorted and didn't dodge. Instead, he stretched out his hand to grab the wide sword, grabbed it, and pulled it hard. When a huge force came through, Yang Kai's face showed a trace of surprise as he was dragged towards Fu Bo. Boy, die. Fu Bo laughed sinisterly as his sharp ghost claw swooped down towards Yang Kai's head, as if he could already see the scene of Yang Kai's head being crushed. But just as his plot was about to succeed, a feeling of uneasiness suddenly welled up in his heart. Looking over, he saw Yang Kai, who should have been panicking, actually show a meaningful smile as he jabbed his other hand towards Fu Bo's palm like lightning. Faintly, Fu Bo seemed to feel that Kai Yang's aura had undergone a huge change. A mysterious and profound aura was being emitted. He even saw traces of scales suddenly appearing on Kai Yang's exposed skin. These scales were similar to snake scales, but they were even more profound and unfathomable. Just as he was wondering, Fu Bo suddenly felt a sharp pain in his hand. Fu Bo was shocked and quickly withdrew his hand. At the same time, he threw away the myriad sword and retreated. Looking down, Fu Bo's eyes couldn't help but shrink. Several bloody holes had appeared on his hard ghost claw, and blood was gushing out from them. "I'm injured?" Fu Bo couldn't believe his eyes. He knew better than anyone how strong his Ghost King physique was, so how could he be injured? And looking at the wound, it was obviously caused by Yang Kai's finger. How did he do it? Fu Bo looked up at Yang Kai in a daze, wanting to see what kind of trick Yang Kai had just used, but when he looked over, his eyes narrowed again because Yang Kai's physique had also undergone a huge change. 2 horns grew on his head, and he was 3 feet tall. His face, neck, and even his exposed skin were covered with a layer of golden scales. His hands had turned into claws, and the claws were sharp and gleaming with a cold light. No matter how he looked at it, it was somewhat similar to his Ghost King physique. However, one person's aura was eerie, while the other's aura was vast and mighty. The 2 auras collided in the void, forming a stark contrast. Fu Bo's heart jumped as he seriously examined Yang Kai's new appearance. A thought that made him tremble appeared in his mind. He pointed at Yang Kai and said, You. Yang Kai had already put away the myriad sword and shook the blood off his right hand. He looked at him calmly and said, "What a coincidence, you can transform and so can I. I just don't know who is stronger." Fu Bo's heart sank. He didn't want to believe his guess, but what he saw proved that it was true. That is. On the other side, Qi Gui was also inexplicably shocked. Tang Xing, Qian Xiuying, and Lan He were all dumbfounded. They didn't expect the situation to change like this. Although Yang Kai originally had the upper hand, using his speed and agility to suppress Fu Bo, everyone knew that this situation wouldn't last long. No matter how fast he was, what could he do? He couldn't hurt the enemy, and he would only consume his own strength. However, if Fu Bo had the opportunity, he would only need one attack to severely injure Yang Kai. The Ghost King physique's attack was not easy to withstand. Originally, he was still a little worried, but the situation had changed in a flash. Dragon bloodline? Qi Gui felt a chill run down his spine. That Yang Kai actually had a dragon bloodline? Didn't this mean that he was a half-dragon, a descendant of the dragon race? This was an incredible bloodline. Even if a person with a dragon bloodline didn't have a pure bloodline, their future was limitless. He was also proficient in the Tao of space, and he also had the mountains and rivers bell. With all these trump cards, anyone who obtained them would have a great opportunity, but now they were all concentrated on one person. Even a proud son of heaven like Qi Gui couldn't help but feel jealous at this moment. He could only sigh at the unfairness of the heavens, giving him so many benefits. Thinking back to how he had recklessly challenged Yang Kai to a duel, Qi Gui rejoiced that he had retreated in the nick of time. From the methods Yang Kai had displayed time and time again, if he really wanted to kill him, he wouldn't even need to use a second move, bastard. Fu Bo cursed. The expression on his face was as if he had eaten a dead fly. He wasn't cursing Yang Kai, but the person who provided him with the information. The other party didn't say that Yang Kai had a dragon bloodline. If he had known this, how could Fu Bo have come to find trouble with him? Although he didn't know how many generations Yang Kai's dragon bloodline had been passed down for, since it was related to the dragon race, Netherworld sect definitely didn't dare to provoke him casually. Who knew if they would provoke the behemoth Dragon Island? If Dragon Island really came, even 10 Netherworld sects wouldn't be enough to kill them. He understood that the person who provided the information must have known about Yang Kai's ability because that person had once fought him on the territory of the Great Desolate Star. Otherwise, he wouldn't have joined forces with Brahma Holy Land to attack him. But now, it seemed that this wasn't a wise move. The result of using all of their forces was heavy losses. Even if they used their trump cards, they couldn't gain the slightest advantage. The Ghost King's physique was indeed amazing. His physical body was strong, and his strength was extraordinary, but it also depended on what it corresponded to. If he were to face a dragon bloodline, for a half-dragon with an impure bloodline, A 3-zhang dragon body was already an extremely amazing bloodline awakening. At this moment, Fu Bo actually had the urge to turn around and run away. If he knew that Yang Kai's limit was a 3-zhang dragon body, he probably wouldn't even have the courage to face him. In a trance, Yang Kai took the initiative to attack. Fu Bo didn't even see how he moved. He only felt a strong wind blowing in his face. When he looked up, Yang Kai had already stretched out his dragon claws towards him. Fu Bo was shocked and instinctively raised his hand to defend. As his claws crossed, Fu Bo cried out in pain. A few bloody holes appeared on his huge ghost claws, and blood flowed freely. This wasn't over yet. Yang Kai had already rushed forward, clawing, kicking, and punching. He completely abandoned the fighting style of the Emperor realm and fought purely with his physical body. The Ghost King roared and spat out dark green ghost chi from his mouth. His flesh and blood also rose up high as he resisted with all his might. Boom! Boom! As the sounds of explosions rang out, 2 huge figures tumbled about on the plains. They were so fast that no one could see them clearly. It was as if 2 streams of light were chasing after each other. They flickered and blood splattered into the air. In a flash, the 2 figures suddenly separated. Yang Kai's 3-zhang dragon body stood proudly in the air and looked down coldly. Dozens of zhang away, Fu Bo's Ghost King body was panting heavily. Countless bloody holes covered his body, and his 5-zhang body was almost dyed in blood. Coupled with his ferocious appearance, he looked terrifying and hideous. Even Fu Bo's right arm was limp and powerless at this moment, as if it had no bones. Clearly, it had been broken. The Ghost King body, which was known to be incomparably tough and powerful, was beaten to such a state in hand-to-hand combat. No one would have believed it if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. However, the culprit behind all this was a half-dragon with the bloodline of the dragon race. This made the people watching from afar feel that it was only natural. Elder Qi's vision is really sharp. This Tang admires you. Tang Sheng sighed. When Qi Gui said that he thought Yang Kai could survive, he didn't quite believe it. After all, so many people from the Emperor realm had come from the 2 great forces. Forget about Yang Kai, who was just a 2nd-order rising star. Even if he was a veteran 3rd order, he would have no chance of surviving. However, the development of the battle wasn't determined by the number of people. Yang Kai's various incredible means and reliance allowed him to wipe out most of the Emperor realm forces from the 2 great forces in a very short period of time. Those who were still alive quickly fled, with no one daring to face him head-on. Su Changfeng's sneak attack was wonderful, but the Divine Spirit Stone Fire was enough to make him retreat without success. Coupled with his half-dragon body against Fu Bo's Ghost King body, he had an overwhelming advantage. Fu Bo probably didn't have any hope of winning this time. It was unknown whether he could leave this place alive, but what about Su Changfeng? Tang Sheng turned his head and glanced at Su Changfeng with a confused look in his eyes, because Su Changfeng's situation was similar to Fu Bo's. A 3rd-layer Emperor Realm Master was indeed powerful, but how could a Divine Spirit Stone Fire be so easy to deal with? This fellow was a terrifying existence that had annihilated a black tortoise ancestor in the past, and had been famous for so many years. Su Changfeng was simply suffering from 8 lifetimes of bad luck to face it. From the beginning to the end, he had not made a single attack, and the pitch-black longsword in his hand was all defensive moves. Even so, he was still beaten to the point of being surrounded by danger, and was battered and exhausted. There was no longer any trace of his previous elegant demeanor, and his hair was disheveled. Tang Sheng suddenly had a very unreal feeling in his heart. Chapter 3309. But he also knew that there were some things in this world that were already lost, and regret was useless. He had already told Yang Kai that the Spirit Beast Island token was fabricated by him, so if he gave another excuse now, wouldn't that be the same as slapping his own face? Tang Xing wasn't so thick-skinned. However, Yang Kai really admired Qi Gui's vision. In terms of cultivation, Qi Gui was a 1st-order cultivator while Yang Kai was a 2nd-order cultivator. In terms of age and experience, Qi Gui couldn't compare with Yang Kai at all. But before the battle, Qi Gui had already determined that Yang Kai would survive. What did this mean? This meant that Qi Gui's intuition was much sharper than his own. Perhaps, this was the biggest gap between him and these up-and-coming youngsters? With such foresight, these rising stars were destined to surpass him one day in the future. Qi Gui said lightly, "It's too early to say that." There was no sign of his prediction coming true on his face. Instead, his expression became more and more dignified as his eyes shuttled back and forth, as if he was looking for something. Tang Sheng frowned when he heard this, not knowing what he meant. In today's battle, as long as one wasn't blind, they could see that Yang Kai would win without a doubt. Fu Bo and Su Changfeng being able to escape with their lives was already a stroke of luck. Could there be some kind of accident? Tang Xing glanced at the 7 or 8 Emperor Realm Masters from the 2 great forces who managed to survive and slowly shook his head. These people saw that their sect master and holy master had fallen into a bitter battle and didn't even have the courage to support them, their faces filled with panic. Obviously, they had been frightened by Yang Kai's previous slaughter. Once Yang Kai dealt with Fu Bo or Shihua dealt with Su Changfeng, these people would immediately scatter. What is he trying to say? Tang Xing was confused. Just as these words were exchanged, the battlefield changed again. Yang Kai's murderous intent surged as he pointed his finger. The mountains and rivers bell that had been spinning in midair suddenly turned into a beam of light and fell towards Fu Bo. A world-suppressing aura suddenly filled the air. Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. "Fu Bo, since you chose to take the lead, this king will fulfill your wish today. Prepare to die." Fu Bo turned pale with fright. The Ghost King's body flickered as he tried to avoid the suppression of the mountains and rivers bell. But no matter how he changed his body shape or cast spells to stop it, he couldn't stop the mountains and rivers bell for even a moment. This prehistoric exotic treasure was like a maggot in one's bones. The aura that suppressed all things in the world was firmly locked onto him, as if he couldn't escape even if he fled to the ends of the earth. "I'll die. I'll definitely dies." If he was at his peak, Fu Bo might have been able to find a way out, but after fighting with Yang Kai, he had suffered many injuries, so how could he have the strength to resist the suppression of the mountains and rivers bell? Yang Kai was Yang Kai's Yang Kai. Yang Kai's, He's Yang's Yang Bell. These words came out of nowhere, and apart from Yang Kai, who was mentally prepared, Tang Sheng and the others all showed surprised expressions. But as soon as these words left his mouth, a strange figure suddenly appeared from the void and threw a punch towards Yang Kai. In an instant, the world trembled and world principles fluctuated as a gigantic fist wrapped in a heaven-destroying aura appeared in front of Yang Kai. This sudden turn of events shocked Tang Xing and the others. Sure enough, there was an ambush. Qi Gui gritted his teeth and shouted. When he was acting together with the people from the 2 great forces, he felt that those people weren't using their full strength. The 2 great forces seemed to be hiding something, but because his cultivation was not high enough, he could only vaguely sense it. Now that he saw the situation, how could he not understand that his senses were right? The 2 great forces did not have their full strength on the surface, and there were still masters hiding in the dark. And judging from the traces of this person's attack, this person was also a 3rd-order Emperor Realm Master. It could even be said that this person's strength was superior to Fu Bo and Su Changfeng's, otherwise, he wouldn't have been considered a hidden trump card. This punch was too unexpected. Yang Kai was concentrating on activating the mountains and rivers bell to deal with Fu Bo, so he was caught off guard. The outcome was almost predictable. The blood drained from Lan He's face in an instant, and even Qi Gui couldn't bear to watch. The half-dragon body was indeed powerful, even stronger than Fu Bo's Ghost King body, but a 3rd-order Emperor Realm Master hiding in the dark and observing for so long naturally had the confidence to succeed. Qi Gui's face was filled with disdain. Although he loved to battle and was bloodthirsty by nature, he still had a bottom line. The people he challenged were all existences with higher cultivation than him in order to temper his heart of martial arts. Originally, the fact that the 2 great forces sent so many people to deal with Yang Kai, a second-order Emperor Realm Master, was already suspicious of them bullying the weak with numbers, but now, there was even a third-order Emperor Realm Master hiding in the dark. The word, despicable, could not even begin to describe it. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the huge fist landed directly on Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai, who was focused on dealing with Fu Bo, didn't have time to react. When the shockwave exploded, the space where Yang Kai was standing trembled. Yang Kai seemed to have turned into nothingness, as if he had been smashed to pieces by this punch. Seeing this scene, Lan He's body trembled and she almost fell to the ground. Dead? How could he be dead? He hasn't repaid his life-saving grace, so how could he die like this? Fu Bo, who was originally in a sorry state, couldn't help but laugh at this moment. Even if you're as cunning as a ghost, you still have to drink this king's foot-washing water. Boy, this is the result of daring to make an enemy of this king. After saying this, before he had time to feel proud, he suddenly frowned and looked up at the mountains and rivers bell. The mountains and rivers bell's momentum was still there, and it was still falling straight down on his head. The suppressive force of the bell suddenly enveloped him, making it difficult for Fu Bo's 50-meter ghost king body to move. He exclaimed, "What's going on? Yang Kai has already been killed, so why is this ancient exotic treasure still suppressing me?" He was terrified and regretful. Just now, when he saw Yang Kai being blasted into nothingness by a single punch, he was a little careless and didn't continue to break free from the mountains and rivers bell. This moment of hesitation made it impossible for him to escape. He barely managed to move his body, but before he could leave, the mountains and rivers bell had already slammed down, directly suppressing him on the spot. It wasn't until this moment that the person who came shouted, "Be careful!" But it was too late, and he could only watch as Fu Bo's figure was blocked by the mountains and rivers bell. Fu Bo's wailing and howling immediately came from the bell, and the mountains and rivers bell clanged, but it soon fell silent. The sound of the mountains and rivers bell had the effect of suppressing and disrupting one's divine sense. Fu Bo was suppressed by it, so if he tried to struggle, he would only be at a disadvantage. Thus, after struggling for a while, he didn't dare to make any more moves, fully hoping that someone would come and rescue him. Flowing time, great emperor's wilting glory, like a shuttle, like a dream. A murmur sounded, attracting everyone's attention. Yang Kai, who should have been blasted into nothingness, reappeared in his original place, unscathed. His two dragon claws formed an extremely mysterious seal, and with an indifferent expression on his face, he pushed forward with his palm. Flowing time, great emperors like a shuttle seal. Time seemed to stop at this moment, and by the time the person who came felt that something was wrong, the palm had already arrived in front of him. The person turned pale with fright, instinctively feeling that this move was no small matter, so he hurriedly used all of his techniques, causing a bloody mist to erupt from his body, and met the palm head-on, while he turned into a streak of bloody light and quickly retreated. The flowing time, great emperors like a shuttle seal passed through the bloody mist, and without the slightest resistance, it landed on the person who came. The person's body trembled from the impact, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Under the erosion of the principles of time, he instantly aged several decades, and even a few strands of Yin-Si appeared on his black hair. Flowing time, great emperors like a shuttle seal, the flowing time, great emperor's divine technique. Qi Gui's mouth opened so wide that an egg could be stuffed in. Tang Sheng's forehead was also dripping with cold sweat. "Elder Qi, are you sure this is the divine technique of the flowing time, great emperors, great emperors?" Qi Gui turned to look at him and said in horror, "Valley Master Tang is older than me, haven't you heard of this divine technique before?" Tang Xing said with embarrassment, "I have heard of it, but the flowing time, great emperors have already fallen. So how did he learn this divine technique?" Qi Gui said, "I am just a junior, how would I know this?" When Tang Xing heard this, he thought that it made sense, even he didn't know, so how could Qi Gui know? He was really shocked and his mind was a bit confused. The flowing time, great emperors like a shuttle seal, this was a divine technique that involved the laws of time, and Yang Kai actually knew it? If it was just the name, it would be fine, but the current state of the person who saw it was clearly a lot older in an instant. this was definitely due to the erosion of the true principles of time. In other words, the flowing time great emperors like a shuttle seal was real. The laws of time and the laws of space, two profound laws gathered in one person, this was simply heaven-defying. If the laws of space were said to be difficult to learn and even more difficult to cultivate, but since ancient times, there were still some capable people who were proficient in this Tao, such as Li Wu-yi of Spirit Beast Island, who was proficient in the laws of space. However, the laws of time were more difficult to learn than the laws of space. Looking at the long river of history, only the flowing time great emperors were famous for the laws of time. Some people even speculated that if the flowing time great emperors hadn't fallen early, he would definitely have the qualifications to compete with the heaven-devouring great emperors, Wukong. However, what made Tang Xing feel strange at this moment was, who was this master who had suddenly appeared? After carefully probing the other party, Yang Kai confirmed that he was a third-order emperor realm master, but his appearance was extremely unfamiliar, completely different from the emperor realm master he knew. This guy seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, leaving no trace behind. On the contrary, Yang Kai was able to beat the other party at his own game, catching him off guard, as if he had expected this. Wu Heng, this king has been waiting for you for a long time. On the other side, Yang Kai didn't follow up with another attack, instead looking at the newcomer with a mocking expression. Chapter 33:10. Skywolf Valley. A stream of light streaked across the horizon like a meteor. Those with powerful eyesight would be able to clearly see the true appearance of this stream of light. Shockingly, it was a hale and hearty elderly man with a ruddy complexion. At this very moment, this elderly man seemed to be avoiding something as he flew forward without stopping for a moment. His mouth was muttering curses while his face was filled with resentment. Suddenly, he seemed to have sensed something as he turned his head to look in a certain direction. His face revealed a bewildered expression. Could this aura be? It can't be. Right at this moment, not far from the direction he was flying in, space fluctuated and rippled. The undamaged space seemed to show signs of being torn apart by a great force as a tiny crack suddenly appeared. The elderly man's gaze turned cold as he gritted his teeth and cursed. Stinking brat, you sure are fast. Chasing this grandfather so closely is really asking for my life. He knew that with the opponent's ability, he wouldn't be able to escape no matter how good his methods were. His eyes suddenly turned as he thought of a wonderful idea. His figure turned and sped towards the direction he was looking at just now. Shockingly, that direction was where the Skywolf Valley was located. After 3 breaths, that tiny crack in space suddenly expanded as 2 figures leisurely walked out from the crack. It was a man and a woman. The man was handsome and extraordinary while the woman had picturesque features. When the two of them stood together, they truly looked like celestial beings. After a brief investigation, the man sighed. He got away again. The woman gritted her teeth. That old thing sure runs fast. It's not like we want his life. Why are you so flustered? The man laughed in spite of himself. Although we don't want his life, we want to restrict his freedom. He naturally isn't willing. The woman glanced at him and sneered. You're still speaking up for him. But do you want to let him go? The man shook his head. Even if I want to, I can't let go of the master's order. It's better to keep an eye on such a ferocious creature so as to avoid a day when its ferocious nature flares up and plunges lives into misery. He paused for a moment and smiled. It's fine if he stays in the Southern Territory. Who asked him to come to the Eastern Territory? Since he's in our master's eyes, then he'll stay on Spiritual Beast Island. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and chase him. If you don't chase him, he'll be far away. The woman urged impatiently. The man nodded slightly and stretched out his hand in front of him. Under the fluctuation of space law, a crack in space. 2 people walked in together and disappeared in the blink of an eye. A moment later, the crack slowly disappeared without a trace. Outside Heavenly Wolf Valley, Yang Kai used his nihility secret technique to banish himself into the void at the most dangerous moment, avoiding a killing blow from his attacker. Taking advantage of the opportunity, he sent out a flowing time seal, causing his attacker to spit out blood. Only then did he look over in a calm and composed manner, mocking, "Wu Heng, this king has been waiting for you for a long time." The one who had attacked him in the dark was Wu Heng, whom he had dealt with not long ago in the Great Desolate Stars territory. This person was also the master of the Great Desolate Stars territory. Wu Heng's face was ugly. He urged his Emperor Qi to suppress the principles of time in his body. With blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, he said angrily, "How did you know this king was here?" Although the enmity between him and Yang Kai was not that of killing his father and stealing his wife, it was irreconcilable. After all, the territory of the Great Desolate Star he controlled had been annexed by Yang Kai for hundreds of millions of kilometers. Although this annexation did not damage the foundation of the Great Desolate Stars territory, it had a huge impact on his future. The integrity of the Great Desolate Stars territory was also a decisive factor on his martial Dao path. The loss of the Great Desolate Stars territory caused the Great Desolate Stars territory's origin to be somewhat unstable in his body, making it impossible for him to concentrate on cultivating. If this continued, although his strength would not fall, it would be impossible for him to take a step forward. Last time, the upper echelons of the Star Court intervened to resolve the matter, so he had to suffer in silence. He could only accept the territory that had been annexed by Yang Kai. However, the Star Court could intervene in the affairs of the Great Desolate Stars territory, but if he wanted to take revenge in the star boundary, that woman could not intervene, right? As long as he could kill Yang Kai, he could regain control of the Great Desolate Stars territory that had been annexed. He could even devour the Hung Luo star field and complete his previous grand plan. Since he was the master of the Great Desolate Stars territory's territory, he naturally had some connections with the Netherworld sect. After that incident, he returned to the star boundary after a slight adjustment. He found Fu Bo and asked him to keep an eye out for Yang Kai's whereabouts. He did not expect that the heavens would favor him so much. Yang Kai, who was supposed to be in the Southern Territory, had actually arrived in the Eastern Territory so quickly. The Heaven Chi Castle had sent a message to the Netherworld sect, and the Netherworld sect had immediately informed Wu Heng. That was why he had made such a move. However, what Wu Heng could not understand was that Yang Kai seemed to have anticipated his appearance. Yang Kai chuckled. "Fu Bo knew about the Great Desolate Stars territory because you told him. Since you have such a connection, I would be an idiot if I didn't know that you were lying in wait in the dark. It could even be said that this matter was secretly pushed by you. If it was not so, why would Fu Bo, who had swallowed his anger in the past, make waves with him again? So that's how it is." Wu Heng turned his head and glanced at the mountains and rivers Bell. His eyes seemed to be able to see through the mountains and rivers Bell and see Fu Bo. His face was full of resentment. He did not expect that just because of Fu Bo's unintentional words, this man had guessed something. In this way, he had suffered such a big loss because of Fu Bo, this bastard. Wu Heng cursed angrily in his heart. Yang Kai's face turned solemn and he said in a deep voice, "Those surnamed Fu will not have a good end if they fight against me, and the same goes for those surnamed Wu. Wu Heng, last time you escaped with your life, so you should cherish it. This time, you dare to make trouble for me again. Do you really think I can't kill you?" With this angry shout, killing intent enveloped Wu Heng. Wu Heng's face turned livid, and he snorted coldly. "You are not qualified." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "You are full of confidence. It seems that not only you, Wu Heng, but that person also came, right?" As soon as this remark came out, Wu Heng's face changed slightly, but he quickly returned to normal. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Yang Kai sneered. "What nonsense am I talking about?" Sweeping his gaze across the void, Yang Kai fixed his gaze on a certain spot. "Song Mo, since you are here, why don't you show yourself? Or do you think this king can't see you? There is still someone hiding in the dark." Tang Sheng, Qian Xiuying, Qi Gui, and the others were all confused. Originally, when they saw Wu Heng suddenly appear in the field, they were already surprised enough because none of them had heard of Wu Heng's name, nor did they know where he came from. However, this didn't make sense. After all, it was impossible for a third-order Emperor Realm Master to appear out of nowhere. Cultivators with such cultivation were all famous figures, but the name Wu Heng was simply too unfamiliar, to the point that no one present had ever heard of him before. If that was all, it would have been fine, but after Wu Heng appeared, Yang Kai actually called out Song Mo's name, his eyes fixed on a certain spot in the void, as if he was certain that a master was hiding there. As for this guy named Song Mo, although they didn't know whether he existed or not, Tang Xing and the others had a strange feeling that he was stronger than Wu Heng. The one who appeared last was always the most powerful. Wu Heng, Fu Bo, and Su Changfeng were all third-order emperors, so what was Song Mo's cultivation? A terrifying thought suddenly appeared in their minds. Tang Xing and Qi Gui exchanged a glance and saw the horror in each other's eyes. There really is someone else. Lan He suddenly reached out her hand to cover her red lips. Her beautiful eyes trembled as she looked at the void. Over there, as the space rippled, a figure appeared like a ghost. He wore a scarlet gold crown and a deep purple cloak. His hands were behind his back as he looked down indifferently from a high and mighty deity overlooking all living beings. That gaze made one feel uncomfortable. In his eyes, she was like an ant. Lan He's eyes were filled with disdain. He didn't reveal his cultivation level, and no one could even tell what his cultivation level was. However, anyone who saw him could tell that he was stronger than everyone present. A fake emperor! Tang Xing cried out in alarm, his forehead dripping with cold sweat. Qi Gui also swallowed a mouthful of saliva and nodded subconsciously. Lan He turned to look at her master. Fake emperor? What does that mean? It was the first time she had heard such a title. Although she was also from the Emperor realm, she was only a first-order cultivator. She didn't have much contact with things and people, so the secrets she knew were limited. Tang Xing and Qi Gui were focused on Song Mo and didn't hear her question at all, so they naturally ignored her. On the other hand, Qian Xiaoying sighed and sent a message. Xiao He, there is a kind of person in this world who is stronger than a third-order emperor, but weaker than the great emperors. They are powerful and only half a step away from the great emperors. Such people are called fake emperors, fake great emperors. Against them, as long as the great emperors of the human race don't appear, they can be said to be invincible. Lan He was surprised. There are such people? This was the first time she had heard of such a thing. Qian Xiaoying nodded. There are, and there are many of them. For example, the Master Li Wu you have heard of is one of the fake emperors, and the strongest one at that. Lan He looked like she had learned something, but soon curiously asked, since there are so many of them, why haven't I heard of the others before? Qian Xiaoying said, at their level of strength, there is no way for them to grow any further, unless they fight for the position of great emperors. Most of them are focused on cultivation to prepare for that day, so why would they show themselves so easily? However, there are always exceptions. Isn't Master Li Wu an exception? Lan He nodded, indicating that she understood, but suddenly said angrily, but this is too much of a bully. To deal with a mere second-order Emperor Realm Master like Yang Kai, the two top forces of the Eastern Territory had mobilized all their forces, but they had only themselves to blame for being killed by Yang Kai. Then, Wu Heng appeared and launched a sneak attack, shameless to the extreme. Now, there was even a fake emperor hiding in the shadows. If Yang Kai hadn't pointed it out, that person would have continued to hide. Who knows when he would secretly make a move? With the appearance of a fake emperor and the absence of the great emperors, who could contend against him? Wasn't this blatant bullying? Lan He stood in Yang Kai's position and felt extremely aggrieved. Her beautiful eyes swept across Wu Heng and Song Mo's faces, feeling that one was more repulsive than the other, shameless to the extreme. Chapter 33:11. If possible, Lan He would do anything to help Yang Kai. Even if it was just a small effort, it would be better than watching from the sidelines. However, she also knew that now that a powerful existence like the fake emperor had appeared, even the top three forces in the Eastern Territory would not dare to offend him, let alone a mere heavenly wolf valley. If she really offended them, the consequences were not something she could bear. For a moment, her heart was filled with bitterness. For the first time, she had a strong desire for power. If she was strong enough, she would not be standing here and watching the show. If she was strong enough, she could repay Yang Kai for saving her life. Unfortunately, she was just a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. Back then, when she was lucky enough to break through, he felt that she was one of the few masters in the world. She even felt complacent for a long time, but it was only today that she understood what it meant to say that there was always someone better than her. Above the First-Order Emperor realm, there were Second-Order, Third-Order, fake emperors, and above fake emperors were the great emperors. What about those above the great emperors? Was there a wider path? As her thoughts drifted, Lan He's expression turned gloomy. She felt that Yang Kai was really doomed this time. Even the fake emperor had appeared, so how could Yang Kai survive? However, she really could not understand. Why would such a person want to make things difficult for Yang Kai? Although she did not have much contact with Yang Kai, in her opinion, Yang Kai was not a heinous person. Why would everyone want to kill him when he came to the Eastern Territory? Each of the enemies involved was more powerful than the last. In the void, Sangamo looked at Yang Kai indifferently and nodded. Not bad, you actually know that this king is here. No wonder Yang Yun favors you so much. Yang Yun? Who was that? Tang Sheng and the others were completely confused when they heard this. Whether it was Wu Heng or Tsang Mo, this was the first time they had seen them. Before this, they had never known such characters existed in this world, but now, Tsang Mo had even mentioned Yang Yan's name. Tang Sheng and the others couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness in their hearts. They suddenly felt that the world of others was so far away from theirs. So what if he was the Valley Master of Celestial Wolf Valley? So what if he was the strongest of the younger generation of Ahunhal? He couldn't even understand what the other party was saying. It was as if he was living in two different worlds. Such a scene could not help but make people feel discouraged. On the other side, Yang Kai sneered, there's no trace of a spirit array, but it can seal the world. This is not something that Netherworld sect or Brahma Holy Land can arrange. Even Wu Heng doesn't have this ability. After thinking about it, only you could have done something in secret. This area was already isolated from the outside world. Although it didn't prevent him from using the other spatial divine technique, he couldn't teleport away. Such a miraculous technique wasn't something an ordinary person could set up. Since Wu Heng could appear here, Sangamo could naturally do so as well. Moreover, compared to the enmity between him and Wu Heng, Sangamo coveting his sealed world bead and mountains and rivers bell was the biggest threat. Last time, he had Yang Inflammation's protection and was in the territory of the lower star field, so Sangamo had no choice but to retreat. This time, he was in the star boundary, so how could he miss such an opportunity? Seeing Yang Kai looking around, Sangamo said lightly, there's no need to look for her. Yang Inflammation didn't come this time, so I'm afraid it's impossible for you to find her again. Yang Kai laughed. You misunderstood, I'm not looking for Yang Inflammation. I'm just curious, what method did you use to seal this world? You want to know? Sangamo looked at him and asked. Can you tell me? Sangamo said, it looks like we can have a good talk. What kind of talk? You have something to ask, I also have something to ask. Everyone takes what they need, so naturally we can talk. Yang Kai smiled when he heard this, and with a pinch of 2 fingers, the sealed world bead appeared between his fingers. You want this? Sang Mo's gaze turned cold, his eyes fixed on the sealed world bead, and a rare scorching heat appeared in his eyes, but he didn't say a word. Yang Kai flipped his hand and put away the sealed world bead, shaking his head. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. To tell you the truth, this thing can only be used by people who have cultivated the space divine technique. Even if I give it to you, I'm afraid you won't be able to open it. It was for this reason that Yang Inflammation left the sealed world bead to Yang Kai. Otherwise, since this thing could help people comprehend the power of heaven and earth and pave the road to the great Tao, how could Yang Inflammation not keep it? This thing was useful to Tsang Mo, and it was also useful to Yang Inflammation. I was the ruler of that world. and it was the most suitable place for me to comprehend the power of heaven and earth. Xianxia said, "Since I want it, I naturally have my reasons. Don't worry, I won't take it for free. If you have any requests, I can satisfy all of them." He put on an extremely magnanimous appearance, but in the end, he still had some misgivings about yang inflammation. He didn't know what the relationship between Yang Kai and yang inflammation was, but last time yang inflammation protected Yang Kai, even at the expense of falling out with him. Moreover, the incident happened in the Hung Luo star field, so he couldn't help but have some guesses. If he really wanted to bully the weak and steal Yang Kai's things, he would have to kill everyone present to ensure that the news wouldn't spread. Otherwise, if Yang Yen found out afterwards, he would be in a lot of trouble. If that woman decided to go crazy, he wouldn't necessarily be able to resist. But if Yang Kai was willing to exchange with him, then it would be different. First, there was no coercion, and second, there was no robbery. It was a fair trade, and everyone got what they wanted. Even if Yang inflammation knew about it, she couldn't say anything. After he said this, Yang Kai fell into deep thought. Looking at his expression, Sang Mo's heart moved. He secretly felt that he was more or less a person who understood the situation. Since he came here personally, he should know that he couldn't keep the bead no matter what. Otherwise, why would he show such an expression? Sang Mo immediately struck the iron while it was hot and said, "Speaking of which, Yang inflammation and I work together. Although our relationship isn't very good, it's not bad either. For her sake, I won't treat you unfairly. You just have to state your conditions. If I can do it, I won't refuse." As soon as he said this, Wu Heng turned pale with fright and whispered, "Master?" He couldn't help but feel a little resentful. The master was too easy to talk to. In business, it was normal to raise the price and return the money at a lower price. You exposed your bottom line as soon as you opened your mouth. Were you afraid that others wouldn't know that you were asking for too much? What if this guy made some excessive request? Not only was Wu Heng uneasy, but Tang Sheng and the others were also shocked. That was the promise and guarantee of a fake emperor. As long as Yang Kai casually agreed, they could hug an incomparably thick thigh. Although Tang Sheng didn't know what the bead was that it could make a fake emperor care so much about it, if it were him, he would definitely agree immediately. With the protection of such a master, even if he didn't do as he pleased in the star boundary, no one would dare to provoke him again. Even Lon he faintly hoped that Yang Kai would agree. After all, compared to treasures, life was more important. "Is that so?" Yang Kai looked at Sang Mo with a faint smile. "I didn't expect you to be so easy to talk to." Sang Mo said, "Distance tests a horse's strength, and time reveals a person's heart. This is only the second time you and this king have met, so how do you know this king's temperament?" Yang Kai nodded and said, "That makes sense." Suddenly, he pointed at Wu Heng and said, "What if I say I want the territory of Great Desolate Star?" Hearing this, Wu Heng flew into a rage. "Bastard, there should be a limit to how much you can ask. Who do you think you are? How dare you?" Before he could finish, he heard Sang Mo say, "Although this matter is a little difficult, if this king works with all his strength, it is not impossible." Wu Heng's mouth fell open as he stared at Sang Mo in a daze, unable to believe his ears. He agreed? He actually agreed? How can the master agree to such a rude request? After the shock, Wu Heng felt that he seemed to have underestimated the master's desire for that bead. Since the master could even agree to such a condition, it was obvious how important that bead was to his master. This was followed by uneasiness. If this was really the case, then he was afraid that he would have to hand over the Star Territory's source. Without the status of Star Territory's master, he would just be an ordinary third-layer Emperor Realm Master. For a moment, Wu Heng's face turned pale as he glared at Yang Kai with eyes full of resentment. He did not dare to hate Sang Mo and could not even reveal his intentions, so he could only hold this grudge against Yang Kai. It was too late for regrets. If he had known this would happen, why would he have tried so hard to deal with Yang Kai? Wasn't this the same as shooting himself in the foot? Suddenly, he felt like weeping but had no tears. Not only was Wu Heng surprised, but even Yang Kai was surprised. Sang Mo actually agreed to such a request. With a cold expression, Yang Kai declared, "I want him dead." Wu Heng, whose heart was filled with mixed feelings, turned pale with fright when he heard this. Pursing his lips, he looked at Yang Kai, then at Song Mo, secretly circulating his emperor qi, preparing to escape at any time. If the master agreed to such a thing, if he didn't escape, would he just wait for death to arrive? Fortunately, Song Mo frowned after hearing this, then slowly shook his head and said, "I'm afraid that won't work. No matter what, he is still a member of the Star Court. It's fine if he gets killed in a fight outside, but I can't do anything to him. If that's the case, the great emperor alone won't be able to get through." Star Court. These two shocking words made Tang Xing, Qi Gui, and the others tremble, finally understanding where these two powerful but unknown masters came from. It turned out to be the Star Court, known as the most powerful and mysterious place in the entire star boundary. "I understand," Yang Kai nodded slightly, a light flashing across his eyes. "What do you understand?" Song Mo frowned and asked. Yang Kai nodded. "So you also cultivate the Tao of space?" Song Mo faintly asked, "Why do you say that?" Yang Kai smiled. "I told you that only those who cultivate the Tao of space can open that bead, but you remained unmoved. What's more, after I put forward such a harsh request, you still agreed, as if you were determined to obtain it. Since that is the case, you must have a way to open it, so you cultivate the Tao of space." Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He had thought that there were very few people who cultivated the Tao of space, but recently he had encountered two. One was Xing Yuzhu, who had spent tens of thousands of years comprehending the mysteries of the Tao of space, while the other was actually Song Mo. Chapter 33:12. Song Mo nodded slightly. "Sharp mind, not bad, not bad." Yang Kai smiled. "Thank you for the compliment, and I also know that your attainments in the power of space are not strong, just average." "You can see that?" Song Mo was slightly surprised. Just as Yang Kai said, he had indeed cultivated the power of space, but he had only just started. He could barely grasp a trace of the mysteries of the power of space, but he was still far from breaking through the law of space. This was not because he was not talented enough. How could his talent be bad when he could cultivate to the level of a fake emperor? It was just that the law of space was really mysterious, and it was not something that could be cultivated just because one was talented enough. Sheng Yuzhu was in the crack of the void, and was associated with the undercurrent of the void day and night. She had cultivated for tens of thousands of years, but she had only just started. Could it be that her talent was not good? Yang Kai estimated that his attainments in the power of space were about the same as Xing Yuzhu's. If you were really proficient in the power of space, you would not have to go through so much trouble to seal off the space and cut off this part of the world, because no matter what, I would not be able to escape from your grasp. But you cut off the world in advance, which means that you are not confident that you can suppress me in the power of space. Facing such a strong opponent, Yang Kai still did not change his expression, and spoke frankly with assurance. This made Song Mo feel that it was absurd, and he pondered for a moment. "It seems that you are a smart person, and smart people should make wise decisions. So, what is your choice?" He was actually using the question that Yang Kai asked Qi Hai and Qi Gui to ask him, and his real intention was obvious. When Yang Kai asked this question, Qi Hai and Qi Gui both made wise choices, and avoided Yang Kai. Obviously, they also hoped that Yang Kai would do the same. Yang Kai grinned. "My choice, of course." His expression suddenly turned ferocious. "Beat your ass." With a flick of his hand, the law of space fluctuated, and a crescent blade suddenly shot to the side. Its target was not Song Mo, but Su Changfeng, who was being beaten by the embodiment to the point of being unable to fight back. While the two of them were talking, Su Changfeng was being suppressed by the embodiment to the point that he could hardly breathe. Although he was strong, the embodiment had inherited the stone fire origin and was a stone mongoose. How could Su Changfeng be a match for it? Barely holding on until now was already a direct reflection of his own strength. He didn't even have the time to ask Song Mo for help, because if he spat out the breath in his mouth, he would definitely be defeated even faster. He hoped that Wu Heng, who was watching the show, would be able to help him. Unfortunately, Wu Heng was hit by Yang Kai's flowing time Great Emperor's flying shuttle seal. His body was eroded by the principles of time, and his mind was disturbed by Yang Kai's previous conditions. Su Changfeng was about to vomit blood. Just as he was about to reach his limit, Yang Kai's crescent blade flew over, instantly becoming the last straw that broke the camel's back. Su Changfeng's vision darkened, and he almost couldn't help but curse out loud. The pitch-black sword in his hand trembled, and the sword chi wantonly blocked the power of the moon blade. However, by the time he came back to his senses, the embodiment's barbed fist had already struck him. It's over. Such a thought popped up in Su Changfeng's mind as he barely managed to raise his emperor chi to protect his chest, but the fist landed squarely on his chest. With a bang, the emperor chi protecting his body was instantly shattered. Accompanied by the sound of bones breaking, Su Changfeng's eyes bulged out of their sockets and he spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying over 1,000 feet away. He fell to the ground, his life or death unknown. This turn of events made everyone's scalps go numb. Tang Sheng and the others had witnessed the defeat of 2 third-layer Emperor Realm Masters from the Eastern Territory. One was suppressed by the Mountains and Rivers Bell, while the other was sent flying by Shihua. The former was probably still alive, while the latter was still alive. At the same time that the embodiment blasted Su Changfeng away, Yang Kai also formed a series of seals with his hands. Suddenly, a loud bang rang out from the Mountains and Rivers Bell that had been suppressing Fu Bo. A halo of light spread out from the Mountains and Rivers Bell with a loud bang. The suppressive might of this halo caused Heavenly Wolf Valley, which was more than 12 kilometers away, to tremble. The Mountains and Rivers Bell flew up again, revealing the suppressed Fu Bo, but at this moment, Fu Bo was lying limply on the ground like a pile of mud, bleeding from his 7 orifices, his face as pale as paper, and his limbs twitching uncontrollably, as if he was about to die. Simply being suppressed by the Mountains and Rivers Bell would not have caused him to become so miserable. However, in order to deal with a strong enemy like Tsang Emo, Yang Kai had no choice but to take back the Mountains and Rivers Bell first, so naturally he had to deal with the suppressed Fu Bo first. Otherwise, a third-layer Emperor Realm opponent would be quite a headache. Fu Bo had been reduced to this state after using all his strength to stimulate the power of the Mountains and Rivers Bell. Yang Kai did not care whether he could kill him or not. In any case, Fu Bo was temporarily unable to fight back. The Mountains and Rivers Bell flew straight towards Tsang Emo, followed by Yang Kai and the embodiment, their figures alternating as they rushed towards Tsang Emo. In the face of such a strong enemy, it was not wise to sit still and wait for death. Striking first to gain the upper hand was the way of the king. Impudent! Tsang Emo was obviously stunned. He did not expect that Yang Kai would dare to attack him. Did he not know the gap between them? Moreover, the cursing from before had angered Tsang Emo. How many years had it been since someone had cursed at him? Today, there was actually a brat who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth scolding him in front of him. Moreover, the way he scolded him was extremely vulgar. With a furious roar, Tsang Emo slowly pushed his palm forward. Heaven and earth trembled and buzzed endlessly. The entire world seemed to be about to collapse. The power of this palm actually made Tang Sheng and the others who were watching from afar have the illusion that doomsday had arrived. It was as if they would die in the next moment. Tang Sheng and Xianxia's faces instantly turned pale. Lan He let out a groan as blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Only Qi Gui's fighting spirit suddenly soared. He looked over with a burning gaze, as if he wanted to rely on his own eyesight to clearly see the profundity of this palm. But in just an instant, Qi Gui spat out a mouthful of blood and his expression suddenly became dispirited. Tang Sheng's expression changed greatly. How could he not know that they were not safe standing here? The strength of Tsang Mo's divine technique had already exceeded the limits of his imagination. Even if it was just the aftermath of the attack, it could cause them to die an unnatural death. Without hesitation, he shouted at Xianxia, "Retreat!" The husband and wife, one wrapped up Lan He whose cultivation was sealed, while the other pulled up Qi Gui. They quickly retreated into the Heavenly Wolf Valley and activated the sect protecting array at the same time. Only then did they feel much safer. When they looked up again, an incomparably huge palm print that seemed to be able to blot out the sky and earth collided with the mountains and river's bell. Asterisk dang 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 dang. Asterisk the sound of the bell reverberated throughout the world. It was clearly just a single contact, but there were countless clangs, as if the palm had struck the mountains and river's bell thousands of times in an instant. Layer after layer of ripples emerged from the mountains and river's bell and swept out in all directions. The void collapsed and the earth cracked. Fu Bo and Su Changfeng, whose fate was unknown, trembled, and then there was no movement. Clearly, they had been affected by the aftermath of the mountains and river's bell. The 7 or 8 cultivators from the Emperor realm who were lucky enough to survive fell to the ground like dumplings, unable to maintain their figures at all. Wu Heng's face was filled with fear as he circulated his Emperor Qi to protect himself. Layers of visible ripples appeared on his thick Emperor Qi due to the impact of the bell. It was not only Wu Heng's Emperor Qi that was rippling, but also the sect protecting array of Heavenly Wolf Valley. As the ripples spread, Tang Xing felt a lingering fear in his heart. He secretly rejoiced that he had made a prompt decision to retreat. Otherwise, he and the others would have been in trouble. He and his wife would probably be fine, but Qi Gui and Lan He, who were only First-Order Emperor Realm Masters, would definitely be injured. Under Tsang Mo's palm, the will of a monarch descended upon the world, causing all living beings to tremble in fear. The mountains and river's bell, which was said to be able to suppress the world, was actually shaken and sent flying, revealing the 2 figures behind the mountains and river's bell. It was not that the mountains and river's bell was weak. It was the foundation of the Yuan Ding Great Emperor's achievement as one of the great emperors, even suppressing the Phoenix True Fire for tens of thousands of years. It was just that Yang Kai's strength was limited, so the power it could display was not comparable to that of the Yuan Ding Great Emperors. If Yang Kai's cultivation was the same as Tsang Mo's, the power of the mountains and river's bell would naturally be enhanced. 2 strange sounds rang out. Immediately after the palm strike, Tsang Mo pointed 2 fingers at Yang Kai and the embodiment from afar. 2 streams of light shot towards them with a relaxed expression, as if they were nothing more than insects. Yang Kai and the embodiment looked as if they were facing a great enemy, because they were the 2 insects that were about to be crushed. The embodiment roared wildly, the strange fire on his body burning more fiercely, and his body suddenly grew bigger, turning into 100 feet tall. He bent his waist, and the barbs on his back shot out like a rain of arrows, burning with flames, to meet the 2 streams of light head-on. Sizzling sounds rang out incessantly as the burning barbs came into contact with the 2 streaks of light. They were all turned into fine powder and scattered down from the sky. Over 100 barbs intercepted them before the 2 streaks of light were completely eliminated. The embodiment's back, which was originally like a hedgehog, was now bare. But soon, new barbs grew out, and it was as whole as before. With the help of the embodiment's protection, Yang Kai's figure moved freely, and he was already 300 feet away from Tsang Mo. His right eye suddenly glowed with a golden light, and when the vertical pupil appeared, a budding lotus flower appeared in his eyes. Blossoming lotus. Tsang Mo glanced at him coldly, and the lotus flower immediately imprinted in his eyes, as if it had taken root in his eyes, quickly blossoming, but the price of blossoming was the loss of his soul power. A tingling pain came from his mind, and Tsang Mo was shocked. With his experience, he could naturally see that this move of Yang Kai's was an extremely rare and powerful soul secret technique. He had lived for so many years, but he had never seen such a strange attack method, and he was caught off guard. His soul power surged in his knowledge sea, trying to destroy the blooming lotus flower, but he found that it was useless. The more he urged his soul power, the faster the lotus flower blossomed. In front of him was darkness, and he could only see the blooming lotus flower and nothing else. Chapter 33:13. Tsang Mo lived up to his reputation as a fake emperor. Despite the situation, he remained calm and restrained his spiritual energy, isolating himself from the blossoming lotus flower and preventing it from absorbing his divine sense. However, right at that moment, from the heart of the lotus flower, a saber light flashed and slashed towards him. At that moment, Song Yimou actually felt a sense of threat and shouted, "A Soul Emperor artifact!" A simple Soul Emperor artifact was not enough to surprise him. With his current cultivation and the fact that he had lived for countless years as a flowing time great emperor, what kind of good things had he not seen before? In this world, except for a few things that could make him covet them, he really did not put the rest in his eyes. What surprised him was that Yang Kai had actually hidden the attack of this Soul Emperor artifact within a soul secret technique. There were too many things involved in this, and it could be said that this attack was almost perfect. Even if someone was able to defend against the soul secret technique and prevent the lotus flower from blooming, the real killing blow was hidden in the stamen of the lotus flower. This boy's soul cultivation is actually so exquisite. How did he cultivate? The soul of a trivial second-order Emperor Realm Master is actually stronger than an average third-order Emperor Realm Master. Naturally, the attack of the soul-splitting saber was hidden in the blossoming lotus secret technique. Yang Kai had also suddenly thought of using the blossoming lotus secret technique and the soul-splitting saber together, and the effect was surprisingly good. Song Yimou was caught off guard and his soul was struck by the soul-splitting saber, causing his knowledge sea's defenses to shake. Although he managed to block the attack with his profound cultivation, his vision went dark and his knowledge sea was in turmoil. Yang Kai secretly lamented. He had just used the heaven-splitting saber secret technique in the star territory not long ago and had not had enough time to recuperate, so the power of this attack from the soul-splitting saber was not very strong. Otherwise, it would have definitely injured Song Yimou slightly, but at this moment, it only interfered with him for a moment. This was definitely the strongest enemy he had ever faced in his life. Even if it was just a distraction, it was enough. Taking advantage of the moment when Song Yimou regained his senses, Yang Kai and the embodiment had already arrived in front of him. As Yang Kai clapped his hands and pulled them apart, a gigantic crescent blade was formed and slashed towards Song Mo's chest. The embodiment also raised his barbed fist and smashed it towards Song Mo's head. His cooperation with Yang Kai could be said to be close. After all, the embodiment was formed by a strand of Yang Kai's soul that had entered the stone mongoose's body. When they worked together, they could almost understand each other's intentions without communicating. No matter how strong Song Yimou was, if he were to be struck by the gigantic crescent blade and the avatar's fist, even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. But at this moment, Yang Kai suddenly felt a sense of danger, and an extremely uneasy feeling spread throughout his body. His eyes widened, and without any hesitation, Yang Kai's figure retreated quickly. The embodiment also wanted to retreat, but its body was a little bigger after all, so it retreated relatively slowly. In the next moment, a crackling sound rang out, and a circle of lightning suddenly bloomed with Song Yimou as the center. The area within a radius of 1,000 meters instantly turned into a sea of lightning, with countless lightning snakes slithering all over the void. For a moment, it was as bright as day. The crescent blade that was slashing towards Song Mo's chest was entangled by the lightning snakes, and before it could even get close, it disappeared without a trace, unable to hurt him at all. The embodiment, who had not completely retreated, roared in anger as it was electrocuted. Its several hundred-meter-tall body was covered in lightning, and its huge body trembled incessantly. Thunder principles! Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, secretly feeling that this was a tricky situation. A Dao Source Realm cultivator comprehended world principles, the Emperor Realm controlled world principles, and the great emperors themselves were the world principles. Since Song Yimou was a fake emperor, he naturally was proficient in the power of world principles, but the thunder principles were a little troublesome. The Thunder Master was a violent killer, and once the sea of lightning appeared, the area around Song Yimou would become a forbidden zone for life. It would be difficult for ordinary people to even get close, so how could they compete with him? The embodiment also retreated, but there were still lightning snakes slithering on its body. A pair of scarlet eyes stared at Song Yimou, obviously aware of Yang Kai's state of mind. On the other side, Song Imo used the cover of the Sea of Lightning to finally avoid the fatal attacks of Yang Kai and the embodiment. He slowly came back to his senses, and when he saw the heavens again, he could not help but reveal a trace of annoyance. Because for him, as a fake emperor, he should not have used the power of world principles to deal with Yang Kai. For a master like him, he should have been able to deal with Kai Yang in a few punches and kicks. But the fact was, he was forced to use the power of world principles, and the key was that even after using the power of world principles, he still did not succeed. This was really unbearable for Song Imo, and at this moment he looked at Yang Kai coldly. Angering this king will not do you any good. As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and a thunder whip suddenly appeared in his hand. The thunder whip was composed purely of thunder and lightning. It crackled continuously and was cyan in color. Looking at it, Song Imo seemed to be holding a wriggling cyan snake in his hand. Song Imo raised his hand, and the blue lightning whip snaked straight towards Yang Kai at an extremely fast speed. Yang Kai retreated again and again, but the blue lightning whip was like a maggot in his bones, unable to get rid of it. Seeing the distance between them getting closer and closer, Yang Kai roared angrily, and as his emperor chi surged, he opened his mouth and let out a roar like a dragon's roar, shaking the world. Looking around, it was actually a golden aura coming out of Yang Kai's mouth. As the lightning whip approached, it was blocked by the golden aura, and under Song Mo's stunned gaze, the lightning whip actually fell apart, the golden aura cutting through the lightning whip like it was cutting through jade. Dragon breath. Song Imo raised his brow. Song Imo naturally knew that Yang Kai had the bloodline of the dragon race, and not to mention the various methods Yang Kai had displayed in the territory of the Great Desolate Star, his current dragon form had not changed at all. But how could a half-dragon exhale such a pure dragon breath? What the hell was this? What's more, that roar just now was like the roar of a true dragon, making him shudder. For the first time, Song Imo felt that his brain was not enough. While Song Imo was still in a daze, the avatar had already pounced on him again. With a wave of his hand, a huge black hammer suddenly appeared in his palm. The hammer was shrouded in black gas, giving off an extremely uncomfortable aura. With a loud bang, the avatar smashed towards Song. Demonic chi. Song Mo's expression changed greatly. His mind was instantly attracted by the huge black hammer, only to feel the demonic chi rushing towards him, triggering all kinds of dark emotions hidden in the bottom of his heart. This was a demonic weapon. Song Mo's eyesight was outstanding, so he naturally recognized the origin of this hammer at a glance. There was an extremely pure demonic chi on it. Obviously, it was a divine weapon from the territory of the demon race, and from the aura, it was obvious that the flowing time Great Emperor had been around for a long time. Most likely it was a demonic weapon passed down from the ancient times. Where did this stone fire get this demonic weapon? What Song Imo could not figure out was how it was not affected by this demonic weapon and could actually use it. In a hurry, the Sea of Lightning appeared again, shrouding the embodiment, and the lightning whip in his hand was also pulled back, lashing towards the embodiment. At this moment, the embodiment turned a deaf ear. The demonic warhammer in his hand smashed towards Song Mo's head, as if he wanted to perish together with him. Moreover, there was a layer of inexplicable power on the surface of his body, which actually had the tendency to assimilate and absorb the power of the Sea of Lightning, completely different from his previous battered and exhausted state. The battle strategy of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor was to absorb the energy of all things under the heaven-devouring Great Emperor for one's own use, and lightning was naturally no exception. When the heaven-devouring Great Emperor activated the territory of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, how could a mere sea of lightning do anything to it? The embodiment's fearless attitude really shocked Song Imo. The embodiment could sacrifice his life, but he could not. He still hoped that one day he could be promoted to the status of great emperors, looking down on the world. The Sea of Lightning was useless. The lightning whip suddenly straightened, like a long spear, stabbing towards the embodiment's chest. With a bang, sparks flew, the embodiment was poked and flipped over a dozen times, barely stabilizing his body, but before he could stand firm, the lightning whip had already attacked, wrapping him up like a rice dumpling. Song Mo's face was indifferent, his hand formed a seal, and the lightning whip suddenly shone brightly. The power of lightning fiercely increased, as if wanting to electrocute the embodiment on the spot. The embodiment roared madly. The battle strategy of the heaven-devouring great emperor was pushed to the limit, crazily devouring the power of lightning, filling his body and turning it into his own powerful capital. At the same time, a low shout sounded, "Dragon transformation!" When the high-pitched dragon roar sounded, Yang Kai's 3 zhang tall body rose steadily, and under the dumbfounded gaze of Tang Sheng and the others, he turned into a 300 zhang tall monster in the blink of an eye. The giant monster's head reached the sky, its feet stepped on the ground, there was a dragon horn on its head, and there was a golden dragon tail behind its back. Its hands had completely turned into dragon claws, and the breath it exhaled from its nostrils was visible to the naked eye, as if it could stir up the wind and clouds of heaven and earth. A towering mountain. Tang Sheng and the others all had a very unreal feeling, looking up at the transformed Yang Kai. An unimaginable pressure pressed down on their chests, making it difficult for them to breathe. The fighting spirit on Qi Gui's face had disappeared, leaving only a strong sense of loss and bitterness. He found that he really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, wanting to challenge Yang Kai to test his strength. How could he test such a behemoth? The other party could probably pinch him to death with a single finger. Was this his full strength? When he saw Yang Kai display the space law, time law, and the mountains and rivers bell before, Qi Gui thought that Yang Kai had exhausted all his means, but who knew he could still go one step further. Not to mention how strong he was at this moment, just his 300 zhang tall body gave off a great pressure, and those with a weak will would not even have the courage to fight him. However, how pure was Yang Kai's dragon race bloodline? It was actually able to transform into such a huge monster. Qi Gui and the others were amazed when they saw Yang Kai transform into a 30 zhang tall body, but the difference between 30 and 30 zhang was tenfold. 30 zhang was also Yang Kai's limit after his dragon transformation. Because he knew that against a fake emperor like Xianxia, there was no room for mercy. Even if he teamed up with the embodiment, the outcome of today's battle was still uncertain. If he or the embodiment were to face him alone, he was afraid that only defeat awaited them. This was also the first time he was going all out after breaking through to the second-order emperor realm, so he wanted to know where his bottom line was. Taking a big step forward, the earth trembled as Yang Kai looked down at the tiny ant-like figure below him, stepping into the boundless sea of lightning in just 2 or 3 steps. Thunder and lightning violently swam around his body, making crackling sounds, but he seemed to be unaware of it. Chapter 33:14. The dragon race had an extremely strong resistance to all kinds of negative energies. Although Tsang Mo's thunder principles were good, a mere sea of lightning was not enough to stop Yang Kai. His huge body rushed into the sea of lightning, causing it to ripple in an instant. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and slapped downwards. Tsang did not dare to face this attack head-on and quickly retreated, his figure turning into a bolt of lightning. However, Yang Kai's big hand chased after him like a maggot. Every time he opened and closed his hand, it was as if he was trying to catch a flying insect, causing Tang Sheng and the others to be at a loss as to what to do. A dignified fake emperor was actually being forced to flee by a second-order emperor realm master. Everyone felt like they were in a dream. Although Yang Kai was big, he was not slow, and Tsang Mo's reaction was even faster, leaving afterimages in the void that did not disappear for a long time. The embodiment came with tacit understanding, holding the demonic warhammer in his hand and complementing Yang Kai perfectly, beating Tsang Mo to the point where he could only parry and was unable to fight back. However, Yang Kai did not show the slightest joy on his face, because although Tsang Mo looked embarrassed, he did not show any signs of panic at all. Instead, he dealt with everything calmly. Bind. All of a sudden, Yang Kai let out a roar and space principles surged, sealing off the surrounding space. Tsang Mo, who was constantly struggling, suddenly came to a halt as he felt as if he had fallen into a swamp, the surrounding space becoming extremely viscous, and the more he struggled, the more he felt like he was sinking into it. Caught off guard, the embodiment smashed down with his hammer. He could not avoid it. Although he also cultivated a little bit of the Tao of space, as Yang Kai had guessed, he was only at the entry level and had not comprehended the principles at all. Even though his cultivation was much higher than Yang Kai's, the space he was in was imprisoned by Yang Kai, and it would take him at least a breath of time to escape, and this delay was enough to change his life and death. Song Mo's eyes flashed coldly as he pushed his Emperor Qi to the limit. Lightning flashed around his body as an oval-shaped thunder shield suddenly appeared around him. With a boom, the demonic war hammer smashed into Song Mo's body. The oval-shaped thunder shield instantly caved in and then collapsed. However, at the same time, the embodiment was also bounced back by a huge force. Lightning lingered around the embodiment, and crackling sounds could be heard. It seemed that the embodiment was in great pain. Without giving Song Mo any time to react, Yang Kai's big hand had already covered the sky, covering the earth. He grabbed Song Mo in his palm and held him tightly, coldly shouting, "Destroy!" Within the giant hand, the power of space fluctuated, turning into a killing force that wanted to exterminate Song Mo. But in the next moment, Yang Kai's face suddenly changed. Thousands of dazzling bolts of lightning shot out from the gaps between the huge dragon claws. All of a sudden, the bolts of lightning merged into one and pierced through the back of Yang Kai's hand. Yang Kai looked up and saw Song Mo standing in the void with a cold expression, holding an artifact that looked like a Vajra pestle. It was only the length of an arm, but it was not to be underestimated. The lightning flashing on this artifact was not blue, but white, as bright as day. There were still traces of golden blood left on the Vajra pestle, which contained infinite vitality and great energy. Yang Kai opened his palm and looked down, only to see that there was a huge hole in his palm. Golden blood was flowing through it, but it did not drip down. The damaged flesh was wriggling endlessly, quickly repairing the wound. "Your life is tough." Yang Kai shook his hand and looked up at Song Mo. Even if he and the embodiment joined forces and used all of their strength, they still could not take him down. The prestige of a fake emperor was not in vain. The fake emperors were like this, then what about the real great emperors? For a moment, Yang Kai was filled with infinite yearning. "Your dragon bloodline is strange." Song Mo narrowed his eyes and sized up Yang Kai. He even reached out and dipped a little of the golden blood on his artifact, put it in his mouth and tasted it. Then he showed an extremely shocked expression. Although he knew that Yang Kai had a dragon bloodline body, he subconsciously thought that Yang Kai's bloodline was impure. But a half-dragon with impure bloodline could actually have a body of 300 feet. It was really unbelievable. As far as he knew, the purer the bloodline of the dragon race, the bigger their true body would be. He had once dealt with an 8th-order giant dragon. When that 8th-order giant dragon revealed its true body, it was only 200 to 300 feet. An 8th-order giant dragon was already an extraordinary existence on Dragon Island. It did not make sense that it could not compare to a half-dragon. 300 feet was at least the height of a 9th-order giant dragon. Now, with the help of his artifact, he managed to escape while injuring Yang Kai. After taking the dragon blood and tasting it, Song Mo was surprised to find that although this blood was somewhat impure and was indeed not pure, the energy it contained was far superior to that of an ordinary giant dragon. What was going on? Was the half-dragon bloodline reversion? Before he could finish his thoughts, he heard Yang Kai ask coldly, "How does this king's blood taste?" As soon as he finished speaking, Song Mo suddenly felt that something was wrong. The little bit of dragon blood he had licked was emitting a sharp aura. Without thinking, Song Mo opened his mouth and spat out the blood, only to find that what he had spat out was not blood, but a small golden sword. For a moment, cold sweat dripped down Song Mo's back. He could not figure out how Yang Kai did it. Even after his blood left his body, he was still able to freely control it. Not daring to neglect, Song Mo's artifact flashed white lightning and shattered all the golden blood into nothingness. Letting out a long sigh, Song Mo said, "Yang Kai, this king does not want to bully the weak. Although your strength is not bad, if you want to oppose this king, you have proven your ability. This king's proposal remains unchanged. As long as you hand over that thing, this king will immediately turn around and leave. If you have any requests in the future, this king will not refuse." Yang Kai smiled arrogantly, his voice booming like thunder. "You want it? If you want it, then come and take it, it's yours. If you can't, don't complain even if I beat you to death." "You want to beat me to death?" Song Mo's expression became strange, as if he had heard something inconceivable. "We'll have to see if your life is really that tough." Yang Kai took a deep breath and suddenly stretched out his hand, summoning the mountains and rivers bell into his palm. Grabbing the cauldron's leg, he slammed it down on Song Mo's head. Even though Song Mo was experienced and knowledgeable, seeing the scene, he could not help but twitch his mouth. An ancient exotic artifact, something that even great emperors would be tempted by, was actually used by him like this. Song Mo could not help feeling a sense of pity for the mountains and rivers bell. But it was undeniable that this move was really powerful. Even if Song Mo's cultivation was heaven-defying, he could not ignore it. If he was hit by such a blow, even if he did not die, he would be seriously injured. At this critical moment, Song Mo remained calm, pointing the Vajra scepter in his hand and sending out a white lightning dragon towards Yang Kai's chest. The lightning dragon had not yet arrived, but the aura of death had already rushed towards Song Mo. Song Mo was a false emperor, so how could an artifact he used to fight be ordinary? This Vajra scepter was actually a lightning scepter, an emperor artifact that was Song Mo's natal artifact. It was tempered by thunder principles all year round, and the heaven-quaking divine thunder it unleashed was something even great emperors had to be careful with, otherwise, there was a possibility of them being injured. Although Yang Kai didn't know what this thunder pestle and heaven-extinguishing divine thunder were, that didn't hinder his instincts. He knew that although Song Mo looked indifferent on the surface, he was actually quite annoyed in his heart and would definitely not show any mercy this time. This was probably his strongest attack. As long as Yang Kai could block it, he would have the qualifications to compete with him. But if he could not block it, then everything would be over today. In an instant, Yang Kai's expression turned cold as a trace of determination appeared on his face. Flipping the mountains and rivers bell in his hand, he welcomed the arrival of the Thunder Dragon. As the white light flashed, the white Thunder Dragon slammed into the mountains and rivers bell, causing it to ring and shatter the void. A feeling of heaven falling and earth shattering spread in everyone's heart, making everyone feel uneasy. In the next moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on a certain spot in the void. A white light shot out from the lightning scepter, connecting Song Mo and Yang Kai. One was small in stature, while the other was indomitable, creating an extremely strong visual contrast, but at this moment, it was the small figure that had the upper hand. Lightning flashed everywhere. Yang Kai's huge body retreated step by step, leaving huge footprints on the ground. Even his body was bent over, his flesh and blood were sticking out, the veins on his face were bulging, looking like he was going all out. The mountains and rivers bell and Yang Kai's entire body had already disappeared. They were now shrouded in lightning, and Yang Kai's roar could be heard amidst the crackling sounds. Song Mo continued to release lightning attribute energy, seemingly having no intention of giving Yang Kai a chance to catch his breath, as if he wanted to use his strongest attack to end this once and for all. Song Mo even had the leisure to speak. "Yang Kai, don't be ungrateful. This king doesn't want to kill you, but don't think this king can't kill you. I'll give you one last chance. Answer me after you've thought it through." "Okay." Yang Kai's roar became hoarse, but it clearly came out from the lightning. Song Mo was overjoyed when he heard this, thinking that Yang Kai finally agreed because he couldn't bear the pressure. Chapter 33:15. Not daring to give Yang Kai a chance to approach, Song Mo circulated his emperor chi, causing the power of the lightning rod to increase sharply, halting Yang Kai's forward momentum. However, Yang Kai seemed to have anticipated this, his mountains and rivers bell blocking most of the lightning while his other hand spread out and slammed down towards Song Mo. It was as if a mountain had fallen from the sky, carrying with it the sound of a gust of wind and a life-reaping aura. With a loud bang, a huge palm print was formed on the ground, causing the ground to crack and dust to rise. Xianxia was nowhere to be seen, but at some point he had fled to the sky. Before he could stabilize himself, his avatar, which was covered in flames and had barbed spikes all over its body, charged out from the side with the demonic warhammer in hand. The hammer smashed forward, leaving behind a trail of shattered void wherever it passed. Xianxia roared and turned his lightning rod, aiming it at the embodiment. A white bolt of lightning shot out from the rod and slammed into the demonic warhammer. In an instant, the demonic chi surged and the warhammer flashed wildly. The embodiment's several dozen meter tall body was also knocked back, its sneak attack having no effect. With a whoosh, Xianxia opened his mouth and spat out a golden dragon breath that cut through the void, ignoring the obstruction of space and hitting Xianxia's shoulder. When the violent force hit him, Xianxia was forced to drift more than 1,000 meters away before he could stabilize himself. A cloud of blood burst out from his shoulder, as if a large piece of flesh had been crushed into dust. Since the start of the battle, this was the first time Xianxia had been injured. Although it seemed to be only a minor injury, he no longer had the leisurely attitude he had before. The pain caused his expression to become ferocious, his thunder principles fluctuating more and more fiercely. In the sky, dark clouds had gathered at some point, just like Xianxia's face at this moment. The bright sunlight disappeared and the whole world seemed to have fallen into darkness. The thick dark clouds pressed down on the sky like a quilt, pressing down on everyone's heart. Lightning flickered in the dark clouds. Beams of light flickered, tearing the sky apart. Xianxia's attack succeeded, and he rushed forward without stopping. The practicing body that was sent flying also hurriedly stabilized its body and attacked from the other side. Two gigantic figures, wrapped in an indomitable aura, launched a fearless charge towards a tiny existence. This scene was truly shocking. Xianxia suddenly closed his eyes. His ferocious expression gradually disappeared and became calm. When he opened his eyes again, there was a flash of light in his eyes. He raised the thunder pestle high up. White lightning flashed on the pestle, resonating with the lightning in the sky. It seemed to be able to draw the power of the 9 heavens. Fall! A soft shout was heard. Heaven and earth trembled. Bolts of lightning as thick as buckets struck down from the sky. The power of each bolt of lightning was extremely terrifying and could not be underestimated. But these bolts of lightning seemed to have grown eyes, bombarding Xianxia and the practicing body one after another. In a split second, lightning flashed within a radius of dozens of miles. The lightning pillars that connected heaven and earth were almost innumerable, turning this area into a pool of lightning filled with killing intent. Xianxia stood in the center of this pool of lightning with a cold face, holding the thunder pestle high, looking down at Xianxia and the practicing body. His tiny body had a sense of superiority, as if he was looking at 2 ants. His huge body suffered a great loss at this moment. It was not easy for him to dodge. No matter how agile Xianxia and the practicing body were, they could not avoid the interference and influence of the countless lightning pillars. Even if they tried their best to dodge, they were still inevitably hit by the lightning pillars. Flesh and blood were sent flying, and dragon scales were shattered. Xianxia did not make a sound, his eyes were even bigger than usual. He shuttled through the sea of lightning and quickly approached Xianxia. Although the practicing body situation was better than his, it was not much better. It did not have flesh and blood, but the gravel on its body rustled down, and the flames on its body lost some of its luster. Although the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's territory was maintained, it could not devour too much energy in a short period of time due to its lack of cultivation. It could only bear with it. Barbs shot out from its body to meet the falling lightning, but they were all smashed into pieces. Roar! The high-pitched dragon roar sounded again. A huge dragon appeared in front of Xianxia, shaking its head and wagging its tail. The huge dragon was more than 100 feet long, as if it was a living creature. As soon as it appeared, it pounced on Xianxia. Xianxia's eyes narrowed. How could he not recognize that this was the secret technique of the dragon race? If it was before, he might have been surprised. How could Yang Kai, a half-dragon, display the secret technique of the dragon race? After all, the secret technique of the dragon race was passed down through generations and could only be practiced on the Dragon Island. However, he had tasted Yang Kai's dragon blood before, so he was fully aware of the strangeness of the dragon blood, so he was not surprised. Song Imo just waved his hand, and a lightning pillar falling from the sky changed its direction and turned into a lightning python to meet the huge dragon. The two sides met in midair and attacked each other, causing the sky to turn dark and sand and stones to fly. Yang Kai took the opportunity to rush out, holding the mountains and rivers bell in his hand, and fiercely swung it at Song Imo. How could Song Imo dare to take such a blow head-on? Naturally, he dodged early. But unexpectedly, Yang Kai was only feinting, and his feet did not stop at all, and once again rushed straight at him. Song Imo wanted to dodge again, but he was already entangled by the Dharmakaya, and for a moment he could not get away. When he saw Yang Kai rushing at him ferociously, the mountains and rivers bell in his hand smashed down on his head again. He was also amazing. Under this kind of attack that was almost impossible to avoid, he actually made an incredible move, bending his body as if he had no bones, and narrowly avoided this terrifying blow. But before he could recover, he felt a huge force on his waist, and hit him so hard that the blood in his body was surging, his bones were cracking, and his eyeballs were about to burst out. In a hurry, he only saw a golden dragon tail flash past. It was a dragon tail. Song Imo swallowed a mouthful of blood into his stomach, and his anger erupted like a volcano. Yang Kai laughed. "Ha, how does my divine dragon tail whip taste?" Before he finished his words, he was hit by a few lightning bolts, and suddenly trembled. His golden hair stood up, and looked very funny. "Since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, you will all die today." Song Mo's cold voice rang out, and he was obviously really angry. Although he wanted to make a deal with Yang Kai before, now it seemed that it was just wishful thinking on his part. Yang Kai would never compromise with him. If he wanted that thing, he could only snatch it. As for whether he would offend Yang Inflammation and cause trouble for that woman, as long as he silenced everyone here, who would know? The battle began again, and the rumbling outside Heavenly Wolf Valley continued, causing the disciples of Heavenly Wolf Valley to panic. At this moment, more people had gathered around Tang Xing and the others, and they were all the higher-ups of Heavenly Wolf Valley. Ling Yinqin also came over, and when she learned that Yang Kai was fighting a strong enemy over there, her figure flickered and she wanted to rush over to help, but she was quickly pulled back by Qian Xiuying, who scolded, "What are you doing?" Ling Yinqin said indifferently, "I'm just doing my best." Qian Xiuying said, "If you go, you will only distract him and won't be able to help at all. Look at the battle over there yourself. Are you sure you can help?" Ling Yinqin watched silently for a while, not saying a word. Indeed, even if she wanted to help, she couldn't intervene in a battle of this level. If she really rushed over, she would only distract Yang Kai and drag him down. She couldn't help but look at Tang Xing for help. Tang Xing coughed dryly and said awkwardly, "It's useless even if I go." At the beginning, when Yang Kai was besieged by two great forces, if he had joined in, he could have played a role, at least holding back a second-order Emperor Realm Master. But now, how could he join in? He would probably be electrocuted to death as soon as he rushed in. They were both second-order Emperor Realm Masters, but Yang Kai could exchange blows with Song Imo, while he wasn't even qualified to participate. Such a contrast made Tang Xing feel a little discouraged. "Master, can he win?" he asked worriedly. Tang Xing was speechless. How could he know whether Yang Kai would win or not? Today's battle had surpassed everything he had seen in his life. Before the dust settled, he didn't dare to make any comments, nor was he qualified to make any comments. However, judging from the situation, although Yang Kai and Shihua had joined forces, the situation wasn't optimistic. A fake emperor was really extraordinary, but Yang Kai and Shihua weren't weak either. The second-order Emperor Realm Master could fight a fake emperor to this extent, which was something to be proud of. In fact, there was one thing he found strange. Logically speaking, Shihua was also a divine spirit, and although his ranking wasn't too high, he should be on par with a fake emperor. Even if he wasn't a match for the fake emperor, he should be on par with him. Why did he feel that Shihua was different from the rumors? What he didn't know was that Shihua wasn't the real Shihua. If the real Shihua was here, although he might not be able to defeat Song Yimou, he would definitely be able to protect himself. If he went all out, he might even be able to injure Song Yimou. However, the embodiment was a special existence after all. In the body of the stone mongoose, Yang Kai's soul clone had devoured Shihua's essence. Although it had inherited some of Shihua's inheritance and abilities, its growth period was too short. The current embodiment hadn't reached its limit yet. With the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique, it couldn't compare to Shihua in the short term, but in the long run, it had more room for improvement than Shihua. It even had the chance to surpass Shihua's ancestor and lead the stone fire lineage to its most glorious moment. It was because of this reason that it was qualified to compete with Song Yimou when it joined forces with Yang Kai. However, it was only qualified to compete with Song Yimou. The mountains shook and the earth shook. The landscape outside the celestial Wolf Valley had completely changed. In the Sea of Thunder, two huge figures pounced and retreated from time to time. It was hazy. Tang Sheng and the others couldn't see the situation clearly even if they used their full eyesight. They could only vaguely see Yang Kai and the embodiment. After all, their bodies were too big, it was difficult to miss them. As for Song Yimou, no one knew where he was. However, from the sounds of the battle, it was obvious that Song Yimou didn't hold back. He even had the upper hand. Yang Kai's roar and Shihua's groan were the best proof. Chapter 33:16. This battle was earth-shattering. It was a battle that even gods and ghosts would flee. The three great masters on the battlefield were all fighting desperately, none of them holding back in the slightest. It was not until an hour later that the scene gradually cleared up and the thunder and lightning that stirred the clouds thinned out, allowing Tang Xing and the others who were watching from afar to finally see the situation. What they saw caused their hearts to tremble. Yang Kai's body was a bloody mess, a golden light flickering around him, obviously the traces of his golden blood drying up. His dragon scales were tumbling and it was impossible to tell how many of them had fallen off, a truly tragic sight. Shihua was in an even worse state. All of his barbs had disappeared without a trace and his body was bare, the burning mystical flames extinguished. As for Song Yimou, he also seemed to be in a bad condition, his face somewhat pale, even unable to maintain his most powerful divine technique. At this point, both sides had suffered great losses. Song Yimou's face sank while Yang Kai laughed wildly. "It seems that's all you've got." Song Yimou's eyes couldn't help twitching. He had to admit that today's battle was beyond his expectations. He had thought that if he personally took action, it would be a piece of cake, but who would have thought that Yang Kai's methods would be so powerful that he had not been completely defeated? A trace of resentment flashed across Song Yimou's eyes as he stared at the embodiment. If not for Shihua, Yang Kai would definitely not be his opponent. Even if he could transform into a 300-meter-long dragon, Song Yimou would still be able to capture him today. However, with Shihua on the side, even if he could gain the upper hand, so what? If he couldn't kill him, he wouldn't be able to obtain that thing, and he would also become an enemy. If Yang Yan learned of this, Song Yimou suddenly felt a little conflicted. There was no point in continuing to fight. The previous battle had already destroyed his method of isolating this part of the world. It was a kind of barrier that he had prepared in advance to seal off this part of the world, so it was not very strong. If he used his full strength, it would naturally break on its own. In other words, if Yang Kai wanted to escape now, there was no way he could stop him. Naturally, Song Yimou did not want to waste his energy on something meaningless, so after hesitating for a moment, he was about to say something when he saw Yang Kai's expression suddenly become solemn, his hands forming a seal and sending a palm towards Song Yimou. The feeling of time stopping at this moment fell from the sky. Flowing time, Great Emperor. Song Yimou's eyes narrowed, and he too met the attack with a palm. With a loud bang, the violent palm energy collided in midair, and both sides disappeared without a trace. Xianxia rode the wind in the air, and coldly said, "Quit while you're ahead, kid." He had already thought of retreating, but who would have thought that Yang Kai would actually push his luck? Suddenly he was furious. He didn't want to fight Yang Kai to the point where both sides would suffer, but that didn't mean that he was afraid of Yang Kai. Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at him arrogantly, his voice like thunder. "Old dog, are you going to admit defeat?" The word "old dog" was obviously a response to Xianxia's brat. Xianxia's face darkened slightly. "Although today's matter was due to my lack of consideration, you didn't suffer any losses. Let's drop this matter." Yang Kai sneered, "Give up? Are you saying that you can come and go as you please? How can there be such a good deal in this world?" Xianxia snorted, "What do you want?" His narrowed eyes were already filled with murderous intent. If Yang Kai really wanted to tangle with him, then he could only continue to fight. He believed that the one who would die in the end would definitely not be him, but he would definitely have to pay a huge price. Yang Kai shook his head and said, "If I didn't have the ability to protect myself, would you still be so easy to talk to now? Since you've already started, don't blame me for returning the favor. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Let's fight. Today either you die or I die." As his words fell, his dispirited aura suddenly surged, his eyes blazing with battle intent, and he strode forward. The Dharmakaya moved at the same time without saying a word. Xianxia's face was gloomy. In the end, he still underestimated this kid's decisiveness. But now that things had come to this, there was no turning back, so he could only fight. He gently took a breath, his eyes filled with determination. However, at this moment, Yang Kai and Xianxia suddenly turned their heads to look in one direction, revealing a dignified expression. In that direction, a stream of light shot over. Its speed was extremely fast, showing that the person's strength was not ordinary. Before the person arrived, a voice full of hostility came from afar. "Young master, don't panic, this old man is coming." When the first word was said, that person was still a small black dot, far away in the horizon. By the time the last word fell, a middle-aged old man had already appeared in the field. It was a guy who looked extremely strange. Although this person was not young, he was wearing a red robe which gave off a rather nondescript feeling. Although he had a smile on his face, he looked ferocious. At first glance, he gave people the feeling that this old guy is not a good thing. His fierce-looking face exuded a ferocious aura. He did not have the benevolence that a person of his age should have. Xianxia and Yang Kai were both confused by the arrival of this person. In such a big battle, there was actually someone who didn't know the meaning of death and rushed in to mess things up? But suddenly they felt that it was natural, because although this middle-aged old man gave off a nondescript feeling, no one dared to have any contempt for him. He was definitely a strong person who was qualified to participate in this battle. Yang Kai even felt a trace of unusual throbbing from the embodiment. It was a feeling of instinctive fear. This made Yang Kai inevitably feel strange. The embodiment was his own consciousness. Even when facing Xianxia, he did not have the slightest fear. Why would he show fear in front of this middle-aged old man? What's more, if he was not afraid, what was the embodiment afraid of? Thinking about it this way, it was not the embodiment that was afraid, but the origin of the stone fire was. An existence that could make the origin of the stone fire afraid. What was the origin of this old man? Yang Kai stared with a pair of dragon eyes, looking at him curiously. But he saw that the middle-aged old man was also staring at him with burning eyes. There was a sense of examination in his fierce-looking face. Immediately his eyes flashed, he nodded slightly and said, "Young master, don't be afraid, this old man is here." Yang Kai turned his head to look behind him. There was no one there. Then he looked back at the old man, pointed at his own nose and said, "Are you talking to me?" The old man smiled slightly and said, "Of course." Yang Kai snorted, "Old man, you've got the wrong person." He thought, what's wrong with this old man? He actually called me young master. We don't even know each other, okay? Could it be that there's something wrong with his head? Looking at his vicious aura, his fierce-looking face, and his extremely high cultivation, he might have become the demon race when he was cultivating. But the way he called him young master made Xianxia's thoughts run wild. He couldn't help but think of the old demon who had gone through life and death with him. This name, he hadn't heard it in a long time. The old demon was now in High Heaven Palace, cultivating in seclusion. The gap between their strength was too big. The old demon could only catch up head-on. Only then would he have the opportunity to fight side by side with him. The old man said, "Young master, don't joke, although you now have changed a lot." In this old man's eyes, young master is still young master. While speaking, his expression turned solemn, cupping his hands and bowing. "Young master, please accept this old man's bow." Xianxia looked down at him condescendingly, thinking, what is this guy doing? Could it be that Xianxia is playing some kind of trick? Taking a moment to glance over at Xianxia, Kai Yang's heart filled with joy. He saw that this guy was actually staring nervously at the flashy old man, his face filled with unease. Obviously, he had also noticed the strength of the flashy old man. It seems that even if this was some kind of trick, this flashy old man was definitely not invited by Xianxia. Could it be that it was really as he guessed, that the old man's mind was not clear and he became the demon race, mistaking him for some young master? But looking at his appearance, there was no trace of him become the demon race, nor was there any sign of his mind being muddled. Moreover, to be able to become the young master of such a character, what kind of power did he come from? Thinking about it, Xianxia nodded. "All right, since you have recognized me as your young master, then this young master will not be polite with you." Pointing at Xianxia, he said, "Kill him for me." Xianxia's heart was already extremely uneasy. After hearing Xianxia's words, his expression changed greatly, as if facing a great enemy, the lightning rod in front of him, in a defensive posture. Hearing this, the flashy old man turned to look at Xianxia, the corner of his mouth twitching. "Young master, this? I'm afraid it will be a little difficult." Xianxia pointed his chin at him, his nostrils snorting hot air. He snorted, "What? My position as the young master is just a decoration? Are my words of no use?" Seeing that he was really putting on the airs of a young master, the flashy old man was extremely disgusted, thinking that if it wasn't for you having such an opportunity, this old man would need to borrow your strength to get rid of a troublesome matter. Why would I come here and let you take advantage of me? But things have already come to this. He couldn't just slap his own face. Not to mention he also knew that behind this young man, there was the existence of that woman. Thinking of that woman, the old man's heart trembled. Lightly coughing, the old man said, "Young master's words are naturally effective, but this guy's cultivation is not bad. He is not so easy to kill. Not to mention if this old man is not wrong, he seems to be from the Star Court. Now that the Iron Blood Great Emperor is in charge of the Star Court, if this old man kills him, in the future when the Iron Blood Great Emperor comes to find trouble, it will also implicate young master, won't it?" His mind is very clear. Xianxia stared at him. He even knew that Xianxia was from the Star Court, and knew that the Star Court was now under the control of the Iron Blood Great Emperor. How could he be delirious? "But, if you are clear-headed, why are you willing to lower yourself and call me young master?" Xianxia was at a loss. Thinking so, Xianxia snorted coldly, "Since he wants to kill me, I naturally want to kill him as well. Can't I touch the people of the Star Court? Don't talk nonsense, just tell me if you can kill him or not. If you can, then do it. If you can't, then scram. This young master will do it personally." The old man was fuming with anger, thinking that he had really opened a dyeing workshop after giving him some face. He regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have come here. He hadn't even eaten the lamb, but he had already attracted so much attention. "Stinking brat, how dare you talk to this old man like this? Just you wait, sooner or later I will let you know my power." Chapter 33:17. The old man thought for a while, but his expression did not change. He smiled and said, "Young master, please don't be angry. Although I can't kill him, but I can beat him up and help you vent your anger, okay?" Xianxia waved his hand and said casually, "You can beat him up first. If I'm satisfied, then I'll let it go. If I'm not satisfied, humph humph." He also had the intention of testing the waters. Although he could sense the strength of this flashy old man, whether he could beat Song Yimou was still unknown. Song Yimou had consumed a lot of energy in the battle with him. Although he was not at his peak, the foundation of a fake emperor was still there. He was not someone that could be beaten up by just anyone. The old man grinned and said, "I'll definitely satisfy you, young master." Yang Kai said lightly, "Then I'll wait and see." After that, he winked at the Dharmakaya. They had a tacit understanding. If this old man could really beat Song Yimou half to death, then he and the Dharmakaya would swarm up together. At that time, they would be able to cut off the Gordian knot. It would be best if they could kill Song Yimou on the spot, once and for all. Yang Kai did not care whether he was from the Star Court or not, whether he was a subordinate of the Iron Blood Great Emperor. It was not like he did not have people above him. What's more, he was also the master of the territory of the Star Court. He could be considered as a part of the Star Court. The fight with Song Yimou was just an internal fight. Others were afraid of the Iron Blood Great Emperor, but he did not need to be afraid of anything. "Who are you?" Compared to Yang Kai's calmness at the moment, Song Yimou was obviously very depressed. Today's battle was unexpected. Not only did the long-planned plan completely collapse, but now an old man suddenly appeared and threatened to beat him up. Song Yimou could feel that this old man was not to be trifled with, and even faintly felt that he should know him. But no matter how he thought about it, he could not remember where he had seen this old man before. This old man was dressed so obviously, with such a distinctive appearance. If he had seen him before, there was no reason for him not to recognize him. Hearing Zhang Xian's question, the flamboyant old man laughed heartily. "There's no need for you to know my name. You heard what I said earlier, and I don't want to kill you. If you obediently allow me to beat you up so that my young master can vent his anger, I'll let it go. However, if you dare to resist..." Narrowing his eyes, the flamboyant old man continued, "Fists and legs have no eyes. If I really beat you to death, I won't be able to bear it." "You sure talk big." Song Yimou was a dignified fake emperor, standing at the peak of this world. Other than the 10 great emperors, no one dared to speak to him like this. The old man's words undoubtedly made him very angry, his nose almost crooked from anger. The flamboyant old man slowly shook his head and said, "The world is full of fools. Fake emperors are also the same. If you were at your peak, you might be able to block this old man's punches and legs, but in your current state, heh." As soon as the old man laughed, his whole body turned into a red light and disappeared in a flash. Song Mo's expression changed, the lightning rod in his hand trembled, and a white lightning bolt shot out, heading straight for the old man. As the red light flashed, the flamboyant old man's figure reappeared, facing the white lightning bolt head-on. Seeing that he was about to be hit, the old man grinned and opened his mouth, inhaling a mouthful of air. An extremely terrifying suction force came out of his mouth, and then the white lightning bolt was swallowed into his stomach. This scene caused Kai Yang to be startled. Yang Kai was well aware of just how powerful the white lightning from Song Mo's lightning rod was. But in the previous battle, Song Mo's Yuan Qi was seriously injured, so he couldn't display more than 60 to 70% of his strength. How could he block the old man's attack? The Emperor Qi protecting Song Mo's body shattered and he was slapped in the chest. Blood spilled out, and Song Yimou roared again and again as he retreated madly. The flashy old man was like a maggot in a tarsal bone. His whole body turned into a red light, flying up and down around Song Yimou. Song Yimou couldn't resist at all. In the blink of an eye, Song Yimou had suffered countless palms and kicks. His whole body looked terrible. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices, his face was bruised, his nose was swollen, and his clothes were full of fist and footprints. His eyes were erupting with anger like a tsunami. With a loud bang, lightning flashed. The flashy old man let out a soft cry of surprise and retreated. Song Mo's body flashed with lightning. Obviously, he was extremely angry. He glared at the old man and shouted, "Evil spirit, how dare you humiliate me?" The flashy old man said indifferently, "Young master's order must be obeyed." "So what if I humiliate you?" You're lucky I didn't kill you. Just as he was thinking this, he heard Yang Kai shout, "Well done, this young master will reward you handsomely when we return." While speaking, Yang Kai formed a series of hand seals. The mountains and rivers bell spun, suppressing the world energy around it. The embodiment carried the demonic warhammer and charged forward with a cold expression with Yang Kai. This flashy old man is so powerful. No matter what purpose he had for calling me young master, the current situation is advantageous to me. If I don't take this opportunity to kill Xianxia, wouldn't it be a waste? The moment he made his move, the flashy old man and Xianxia were both taken aback. They could only stare blankly as the two huge figures approached each other at a rapid speed. The old man didn't expect Yang Kai to be so determined to kill Xianxia. It was the first time he knew this guy was so bold. I already said that Xianxia is a member of the Star Court, a subordinate of the Iron Blood Great Emperor, yet you still have the courage to kill him? Aren't you afraid that the Iron Blood Great Emperor will find trouble with you? On Tsang Mo's side, Yuan Qi was already severely injured, and now he was beaten up by the old man. It could be said that it was one disaster after another. At this time, if Yang Kai and the embodiment joined forces, they might really be able to kill him here forever. Thinking of this, Xianxia decided not to stay any longer. It was better to leave first. Although the treasure was good, it was not as important as his own life. A soft sound was heard, and a crack appeared in the void. Yang Kai and the embodiment who were rushing forward stopped at the same time. They stared at the crack with a stunned expression. What kind of day is it today? Experts who are rarely seen on normal days are appearing one after another. Regardless of whether you like it or not, they just broke into the battlefield. Is this a fucking market? This void crack was not created by Yang Kai using the space divine technique, but by experts who broke through the void. In the entire star boundary, besides himself, Yang Kai could only think of one other person who could do this. With the sudden change, Xianxia also calmed himself down. After seeing the crack, he obviously thought of something and exhaled softly, calming himself down. As for the flashy old man, the corners of his mouth twitched, and in a flash, he came to Yang Kai's side and stood there obediently. Yang Kai's expression changed as he lowered his head and looked at the old man. Is there a grudge? The old man's eyes twitched as he said, "What does young master mean?" Heh. Yang Kai grinned and did not ask any more questions, instead looking up again. The crack in the void suddenly expanded and two figures walked out from it, a man and a woman. The man was handsome and extraordinary, while the woman had picturesque features and outstanding charm. As soon as they appeared, the two glanced around and showed a stunned expression. Obviously, they did not expect so many masters to gather here. And after seeing the man's face, Yang Kai and Xianxia both had the same thought in their hearts. It really is him. That is. In Heavenly Wolf Valley, Lan He, who saw this scene, looked at the man and woman who had broken through the void and said in shock, "Could that be Master Li Wui?" She was not an ignorant person. How terrifying was it to break through the void? Great emperors could break through the void if they went all out, but it was absolutely impossible for them to do so easily. So when she saw the man walking out of the void crack, she immediately thought of Li Wu. Chapter 33:18. Tang Xing nodded gently and said with a face full of reverence, "Yes, that is Master Li. The #1 person under the great emperors was extremely famous. In the star boundary, as long as one's cultivation reached a certain level, there were very few who did not know of Li Wui. However, not many people had seen him before. After all, Spirit Beast Island was untraceable and Li Wui himself was proficient in the law of space, so he could come and go without a trace. Not just anyone could see him. Tang Xing had the opportunity to see him once in his early years. At that time, he had not yet arrived in the Emperor realm and was still just a teenager. Now, hundreds of years had passed and Tang Xing was already middle-aged, but the flowing time Great Emperor did not seem to have left any mark on Li Wui. He was still the same as when he first saw him nearly 1,000 years ago. He was still as high-spirited and as hard to look straight at. Tang Xing sighed. In this lifetime, he probably wouldn't be able to reach such a level. Even reaching the third layer Emperor realm would be difficult. Turning his head to look at Lan He and Qi Gui, whose eyes were shining brightly, Tang Xing wondered if they would have the chance to do so. If that person is Li Wui, then the woman beside him, could she be the legendary Jiufeng? Qian Xiuing's expression changed as she looked at the beautiful young woman in red. The two masters of Spirit Beast Island, Li Wui and Jiufeng, were extremely famous. The former was proficient in the law of space, while the latter was a divine spirit venerable. The Phoenix clan was even rarer than the dragon race. Tang Xing nodded and said, "It should be. Why are they here? Could it be that they were attracted by the commotion of the battle here?" Even though the Spirit Beast Island was also in the East region, it was too far away from here. Even if there was a great battle here, the Spirit Beast Island wouldn't be able to sense it. The only possibility was that they were already nearby, which was why they could travel so quickly. "It's so lively." In the sky, the crack in the void slowly disappeared. Jiufeng looked around with her beautiful eyes and chuckled. Then she fixed her gaze on Yang Kai. Her eyes narrowed slightly and immediately lit up. "It's you?" Although Yang Kai's body had undergone a huge change, she still recognized him at a glance. After all, it was not her first time dealing with Yang Kai. Back then on Dragon Island, she had seen Yang Kai's dragonized body. Naturally, she was no stranger to him now. "Greetings, Senior Nine Phoenix." "Greetings, Senior Li." Yang Kai cupped his hands at the two and grinned. This was interesting. He originally wanted to take the time to go to the Spirit Beast Island to find Li Wui to discuss the law of space, but he didn't expect the other party to find him, which saved him some trouble. "What senior? Am I that old?" Nine Phoenix's face darkened. Yang Kai grinned. "Big Sister Nine Phoenix is still young and beautiful. How can she be old?" Yang Kai spoke without thinking and said something wrong. "Please don't take it to heart, Big Sister Nine Phoenix." Jiufeng had a smile on her face as she nodded repeatedly and said, "You're a promising child." She looked like she was overjoyed. Li Wui face-bombed. "Can you be a little more shameless?" Nine Phoenix glanced at him. "You said I'm shameless? You dare say I'm shameless?" Li Wui pointed at Yang Kai and said, "I'm talking about this kid. He's really good at taking advantage of the situation. If the dragon race knew about this, I don't know if they would clean up the house." Yang Kai laughed. "The dragon race can't do anything to me. But Big Brother Li and Big Sister Nine Phoenix, why are you here?" Li Wui was dumbfounded by Yang Kai calling him Big Brother Li. When they met before, Yang Kai had always addressed him respectfully as senior, but in the blink of an eye, he had become Big Brother. But thinking about it, Nine Phoenix had become Big Sister, so he could only be Big Brother for a while. Otherwise, wouldn't he be taking advantage of Nine Phoenix? If this Big Sister got angry, he wouldn't be able to handle it. It's a long story. What's going on here? Li Wu didn't elaborate, but his eyes swept over the flamboyant old man who was standing next to Yang Kai, seemingly seeking shelter. Sure enough, it has something to do with this old man, Yang Kai thought. When the void crack first appeared, the old man immediately ran to his side, so Yang Kai had some speculations. Now, seeing Li Wuyi's expression, he knew his guess was right. But the two masters of Spirit Beast Island attacked just to deal with him? What kind of divine spirit incarnation did this old man have to provoke Li Wui and Nine Phoenix to hunt him down? Moreover, why didn't you run away when you were being hunted down? Why did you come to me, a young master? Now you're even standing next to me, looking for protection. Do you think I can protect you? After thinking for a while, Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "It's nothing. It's just that someone covets some good things in my hands, so they're trying to kill me and steal my treasures." While saying this, he glanced coldly at Song Imo and sneered. "Kill me and steal my treasures." Nine Phoenix frowned, showing a displeased look. Yang Kai and Spirit Beast Island seemed to have nothing to do with each other, but in fact, they had a deep relationship. Firstly, Spirit Beast Island's little princess Emo Xiaoqi had a very good personal relationship with Yang Kai. Over the years, Xiaoqi had mentioned Yang Kai countless times on Spirit Beast Island. She also wanted to leave Spirit Beast Island to visit Yang Kai, but Martial Beast grounded her, causing the little girl great pain. How could Nine Phoenix not see that the little girl seemed to have some vague feelings for Yang Kai? If something were to happen to Yang Kai, the little girl would definitely make a big fuss. Secondly, the mistress of Spirit Beast Island was Dragon Island's third elder, and Yang Kai and Dragon Island's fifth elder were husband and wife. Last time, they fought side by side on Dragon Island and made a big fuss. Even the great emperors praised Yang Kai, so there was an indirect relationship between them. It could almost be said that they were related by blood. Among the three, Lu Yen was loyal to Yang Kai and was completely devoted to him. Lu Yen had inherited the Phoenix True Fire and could be considered a member of the Phoenix clan. She was one of the few family members of Jiufeng. With all these factors, on the surface, Yang Kai had nothing to do with Spirit Beast Island, but strictly speaking, the relationship between them could be said to be very complicated. Therefore, Nine Phoenix's attitude towards Yang Kai was so friendly this time. She even deliberately let him change the way he addressed her to increase the intimacy between them. Now that she suddenly heard that someone wanted to kill Yang Kai and steal his treasures, Nine Phoenix was naturally angry. Turning her head to look, Nine Phoenix couldn't help but frown. How could it be him? Li Wu-yi also looked to the side and said in surprise, "Brother Tsang?" "Brotherly, Miss Nine Phoenix." Tsang Imo coughed a few times and cupped his hands slightly, his aura slightly weak. Li Wu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Young boy said he wanted to kill Yang Kai and steal his treasures. Could it be Brother Tsang? Although he asked this, he knew that this was probably the case. Looking at the current state of Tsang Imo and Yang Kai, it was obvious that they had just fought a great battle and went all out. In the end, both of them suffered, and neither of them was better off. Tsang Imo didn't answer and asked instead, "Brother Li is familiar with this boy?" Li Wuyi said, "How should I put it? An young boy can be considered half a member of Spirit Beast Island." Not to mention Mo Xiaoqi's hazy feelings for Yang Kai, just the dragon race's third elder and fifth elder, plus the relationship between Lu Yen and Nine Phoenix, was enough to make Yang Kai half a member of Spirit Beast Island. Song Imo couldn't help but be shocked. This boy is actually a member of Spirit Beast Island? Although Li Wu-yi said half a member of Spirit Beast Island, what kind of existence was Spirit Beast Island? Since there was such recognition, it meant that Yang Kai had a lot to do with Spirit Beast Island. Otherwise, Li Wu-yi could have just said that there was no relationship, so Tsang Imo was really shocked. He couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. If he had known this, how could he have done such a thankless thing? Not only did he fail to snatch what he wanted, but he also provoked such an enemy for no reason. Just now, that old man had been beaten to a pulp. This time, he had really suffered a double loss. In Heavenly Wolf Valley, Tang Sheng and the others had a dull expression on their faces. Although they weren't close to the battlefield, Tang Sheng and the others' cultivations weren't low, so they could hear what Li Wu-yi was saying. Half a member of Spirit Beast Island? Tang Sheng was furious. Since you're half a member of Spirit Beast Island, how could you not know where Spirit Beast Island is? You even came to Heavenly Wolf Valley to ask for help. Isn't this cheating? Previously, he thought that Yang Kai didn't have much to do with Spirit Beast Island. In order to avoid offending the two major forces, he didn't agree to help. He even specially ordered someone to summon Lan He back when Lan He sent Yang Kai off, so as to avoid being implicated too deeply. Only now did he know that Li Wu-yi had a very good relationship with Spirit Beast Island. If he had known this earlier, how could he have made such a stupid decision? Heavenly Wolf Valley had a token that was given by Spirit Beast Island's beast hunting envoy. It could be used as the biggest protective talisman, and it was enough to make all the forces in the entire Eastern Territory fearful and not dare to touch Heavenly Wolf Valley. If they could form a connection with Yang Kai this time, Heavenly Wolf Valley's rise in the future and becoming one of the top forces might not be a pipe dream. Tang Sheng's face was full of annoyance, as if he had seen a great opportunity being missed by him. Lan He glanced at him faintly and sighed in her heart. Previously, she asked Tang Sheng if he would regret it. Now that the answer was out, The vexed and regretful expression on Tang Xing's face was obvious. Xianxia had been his wife for many years. How could she not know what he was thinking? She reached out and held his hand. She said gently, "It's fate. You are in her position. Naturally, you have to consider a lot. If you have another chance, what choice would you make? Would you change? Another chance?" Tang Xing thought for a moment and said, "No." Even if he had another chance, he would still make the same choice because he didn't have any other choice at that time. Xianxia smiled slightly. "So you don't have to be vexed. This isn't my Heavenly Wolf Valley's opportunity, and we can't force it." Hearing her words, Tang Xing couldn't help but be enlightened. He nodded and said, "Madam is right. I was thinking too much." Fortunately, although they didn't help Yang Kai this time, Heavenly Wolf Valley didn't hit them while they were down. They even rejected Su Changfeng's proposal to open the sect protecting Array and cut off the world, so they didn't offend Yang Kai. In addition, with Lan He's relationship with Ling Yinqin, Yang Kai probably wouldn't cause trouble for Heavenly Wolf Valley. Chapter 33:19. Thinking quickly, Tang Xing relaxed. On the other side, Tsang Imo smiled bitterly. "Since you are from Spirit Beast Island, then this Tsang was wrong this time. I hope Brother Li and Miss Jiufeng can forgive me." Although he was a fake emperor, he was not a pedantic person. In the current situation, he was no longer at his peak. Yang Kai still had that evil spirit by his side, and even Li Wui and Jiufeng had rushed over. In any case, it was impossible to do anything to Yang Kai this time, so he readily admitted his mistake and humbled himself, giving Spirit Beast Island enough face. He had no choice but to give face. Martial Beast was not someone he could provoke. Although he was a member of the Star Court was controlled by the 10 great emperors in rotation. Maybe one day he would be working under Martial Beast. Li Wui nodded and said, "Fortunately, nothing serious happened." Although Tsang Imo and Yang Kai both looked very embarrassed and their injuries were not light, neither of them was in mortal danger, which was a blessing in disguise. It was just that he couldn't figure out why Tsang Imo would find trouble with Yang Kai. Tsang Mo's previous words of killing and robbing undoubtedly showed that Yang Kai had something on him that Tsang Imo coveted. Li Wui looked at the mountains and rivers bell in Yang Kai's hand and vaguely understood something. He wondered if this mountains and rivers bell had caused trouble for Yang Kai. However, this guy was also amazing. He could actually fight with Tsang Imo and not die. The last time he met him on Dragon Island, Li Wui felt that this boy was a bit bold, daring to enter the tiger's den with his weak cultivation. It was the same this time. This boy was even more troublesome than he was when he was young. It was just that he didn't know if this matter could be resolved peacefully. Just as he was thinking this, he heard Yang Kai suddenly ask, "Brother Li, do you know this guy?" Li Wui nodded and said, "I've known him for a long time." Yang Kai gently nodded. "Then Brother Li, you have to keep your eyes open when you make friends in the future. Some people may know a person for a long time, but not their true nature. They are used to using despicable and shameless tricks. Who knows when they will be tricked?" Tsang Mo's face turned cold. Being ridiculed by Yang Kai like this in his face was not good, but he did not want to defend himself. Li Wui's expression was also embarrassed. He realized that he really shouldn't have come here today. Now that he was caught in the middle, he couldn't help but glare at the flashy old man in annoyance. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't have followed them all the way here. Yang Kai's expression turned solemn as he said in a low voice, "If I want to kill him, will Big Brother Li help me or him?" Li Wui pondered for a moment and said, "If you insist, then this Li can only watch from the sidelines." Yang Kai could be considered as half a person from the Spirit Beast Island and had some friendship with Tsang Imo. If the two of them were to engage in a life and death battle, he couldn't help either of them and could only choose to stay out of it. Of course, it would be best to turn today's matter into a small one, and then a small one into nothing. However, when he saw the murderous look on Yang Kai's face, he knew that persuading him at this time would probably be of no use. He might as well directly express his attitude. "Good. Yang Kai said in a low voice and grinned hideously, "Big Brother Li's words are enough." Li Wui was stunned when he heard this. He thought to himself, "Does this brat think that I will help Song Imo? Is that why he used words to block me? But with his current strength, how can he kill Song Imo?" Yang Kai's expression was cold and stern. He turned his head to look at the flashy old man standing beside him. The old man looked as if he didn't notice and kept his head down. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He couldn't count on this old man. Although he didn't know why the old man would seek his protection, he had clearly said that it would be difficult to kill Song Imo and that he wouldn't want to provoke the Iron Blood Great Emperor. If Li Wui asked the old man to accompany him to kill a fake emperor for no reason, the old man would most likely refuse. It would be impossible to kill Song Imo with just him and the Dharmakaya. Kai Yang let out a long sigh in his heart. He was somewhat unwilling to let go of such a good opportunity, but since things had already gotten to this point, he didn't want to continue pestering him. Changing the topic, he said, "Since Big Brother Li has a good relationship with this person, then today I will give Big Brother Li face and let him live. Cherish him, old dog." Song Mo's face was gloomy. He was so angry that he laughed. "Let me live? You talk big. Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue?" Yang Kai's expression turned ruthless. "If you want to die, I can fulfill your wish." Song Imo still wanted to say something, but Li Wui suddenly said, "Brother Tsang, no matter who is right or wrong today, let's stop here." Since Yang Kai had the intention to turn big issues into small ones and small ones into nothing, how could Li Wui stand by and watch the two sides fight again? Both sides stopping was also the outcome he wanted to see the most. Yang Kai was young and impetuous, so it was difficult to persuade him. Song Imo was different. He understood the principle of enduring for a while and calming the waves. So he didn't persuade Yang Kai, but went to persuade Song Imo instead. Song Imo really gave him face, or rather, he took advantage of the situation and nodded. "Since Brother Li said so, I won't argue with him." After a pause, he clasped his fist and said, "It's not convenient today. I'll visit Brother Li and Miss Jiufeng at Lingshou Island another day. I'll take my leave first." As he spoke, his figure flickered and shot into the distance. He didn't want to stay for a moment longer. Not far away, the pale Wu Heng saw that he was leaving and hurriedly chased after him. As soon as he appeared, he was hit by the flowing time Great Emperor that Yang Kai had planned for a long time. The principles of time kept eroding him, and he had been using his power to resist. Later, when Yang Kai and the Dharmakaya joined forces to fight, Song Imo couldn't care about him and he couldn't intervene. He had been watching the battle from a distance and only now did he make a move. But even if he wanted to leave, he might not be able to do so. He only felt a flash in front of his eyes and a huge monster suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking the light above his head. A huge shadow completely covered him. Looking up, he saw Yang Kai's 300-foot-tall dragon body standing there, looking down at him with a sarcastic smile, which made him shudder. What do you want to do?" Wu Heng was shocked and stepped back in fear. Behind him, there was another fierce breath approaching. Wu Heng didn't need to look to know that it was the Holy Spirit Stonefire. He was attacked from the front and back, and he definitely couldn't resist. He had just witnessed the battle between Yang Kai and the Dharmakaya from the beginning to the end, so he knew that he was definitely not the opponent of these two monsters. In fear, even the will to resist was extremely weak. He shouted, "Master, save me. Even if God comes, he won't be able to save you." Yang Kai snorted coldly. Today, he had no choice but to let Song Imo go. It could be said that he was forced by the situation, or it could be said that he was not strong enough. There was no way that Song Imo could leave, and revenge could only be dealt with in the future. But if he let Wu Heng go again, Yang Kai would be happy no matter what. Tracing back to the source, this person was the chief culprit. If he didn't want to devour the Hung Luo star field back then, how could the star territory be poisoned by the cultivator in the territory of the Great Wilderness Star, leading to the suffering of countless cultivation stars? Similarly, if it wasn't for him, he wouldn't have become enemies with Song Imo. Yang Kai wanted to kill him back in the star territory, but he didn't have the chance at that time. Now that the chance was in front of him, how could Yang Kai miss it? As he spoke, the dragon claw reached out to grab him. Wu Heng raised his hand in fear and hit the dragon claw with a huge palm print. Although the dragon claw paused slightly, it still couldn't prevent the fate of being grabbed. As the space principles fluctuated, a black light flashed and Wu Heng disappeared. It was not until this time that Song Mo's angry shout came, but it was obviously too late. Wu Heng had already been taken into the sealed world bead by Yang Kai, so what was the point of shouting? Song Mo, who was about to escape, turned around at this moment and looked at Yang Kai indifferently. What did you do to him? He was a little suspicious that Wu Heng was not dead because he knew that Yang Kai had a self-contained artifact in his hand, and the biggest goal of his trip was that artifact. From what he saw in front of him, it was likely that Wu Heng had been taken into that artifact. What does it have to do with you? Yang Kai smiled arrogantly. Are you going to leave or not? If you don't, you can stay here forever. Song Mo glared at him coldly, knowing that it was impossible for him to take Wu Heng back from Kai Yang's hands unless he could defeat him. But this was obviously impossible, so he nodded gloomily and said, "Mountains and rivers will meet again, we will meet again soon." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. I look forward to that day. Song Mo's lips curled into a grin as a meaningful look flashed across his eyes. Turning around, he flew off into the distance, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai frowned, vaguely feeling that letting Song Mo leave today was an extremely wrong decision, but he couldn't understand why he had such a feeling. But then again, he really didn't have the ability to keep Song Mo here. A great battle, one unforeseen event after another, had finally come to an end. Inside Heavenly Wolf Valley, the spectators felt a wave of exhaustion wash over them. Although they did not participate in the battle, the various dazzling changes had caused them to feel tense and their spiritual energy consumption was enormous. Even at this moment, everyone still had a feeling in their hearts. That was, in the next moment, some other master might appear. This kind of thing didn't happen in the end. Yang Kai and the embodiment both returned to their original size. Jiao Feng looked at the demonic warhammer in the embodiment's hand in amazement. Little Yang, where did you find this thing? Why does this thing look like a demonic weapon? Yang Kai laughed. Big sister Jiao Feng has sharp eyes. This is indeed a demonic weapon. It's really a demonic weapon? Jiao Feng's expression changed. Yang Kai said, Don't worry, this thing can't harm anyone. As he spoke, he put the embodiment and the demonic warhammer into the sealed world bead, obviously not wanting to talk about this matter. Jiao Feng's beautiful eyes flashed, and just as she was about to remind them, she heard Yang Kai say, Please wait a moment, let this little brother deal with the spoils of war. The Emperor realm had suffered many casualties in this battle, and the two top sects in the Eastern Territory were almost completely wiped out. Even if there were still survivors, they had suffered heavy losses. More than 30 space rings from the Emperor realm, including the space rings of Fubo and Su Changfeng, were naturally rich in storage. Although Yang Kai was now rich, it was impossible for him to not want the spoils of war. Chapter 33:20. After saying that, he dragged his injured body and rushed into the battlefield. Most of the cultivators from the Emperor realm had already died, and those who were still alive were struggling at death's door. Yang Kai didn't care if they were dead or not. He killed them all with a single palm strike. Even Fu Bo and Su Changfeng were no exception. Fu Bo had been suppressed by Yang Kai with the Mountains and Rivers Bell, and then attacked by Yang Kai with the power of the Mountains and Rivers Bell, instantly knocking him unconscious and seriously injuring him. If that was all, it wouldn't be a big problem. The key point was that the shocking battle between Yang Kai's embodiment and Song Mo had spread far and wide. Fu Bo, who was unconscious, was almost at the center of the battlefield, so naturally he wasn't spared. Especially when Song Mo summoned lightning from the ninth heaven, Fu Bo had been struck countless times. While unconscious, he had no way of defending himself, so he was left half dead. At this moment, Yang Kai had given him a release. Su Changfeng's situation wasn't much better than Fu Bo's. In fact, he was even more miserable. When he fought with the embodiment alone, he was beaten to the point where he couldn't fight back. Then he was ambushed by Yang Kai's moonblade and was immediately seriously injured. When Yang Kai found him, he was already on the verge of death. If it weren't for his foundation as a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, he would have died long ago. Of course, Yang Kai had also given him a quick death. Seeing him busy over there, Li Wuyi sighed. After today, I'm afraid the situation in the Eastern Territory will change. More than 30 cultivators from the Emperor Realm, including Fu Bo and Su Changfeng, had died. The two top forces were almost crippled. For so many years, although Netherworld Sect and Brahma Holy Land were famous and domineering in the name of top forces, they had also provoked many enemies. If news of the sect's elders being killed in a single battle spread out, the sects and families that were previously suppressed by the two great forces would naturally rise up and take advantage of the situation to counterattack. Putting everything else aside, just the Ahan Palace alone was enough to tempt him. After all, they had already lost two of the three major powers. In the entire eastern region, aside from the Spectral Soul Palace, the Ahan Palace was the leader of the eastern region. Jiufeng said, "This kid is really ruthless." He didn't even frown after killing so many people from the Emperor Realm in one go. It was clear that he was filled with killing intent. His little princess had developed feelings for such a person. He didn't know if it would be a blessing or a curse in the future. Li Wuyi smiled faintly and said, "On the path of martial arts, who doesn't kill all the way? It's either kill or be killed. No one is an exception." Jiufeng glanced at him. "It sounds very touching." Li Wuyi fell silent as he recalled some things from his youth. Although he was gentle and refined now, he was also murderous when he was young. Fortunately, Tang Xing, Qian Xiuing, Qi Gui and the others flew over. The famous Li Wuyi and Nine Phoenix had come here together. As the host, since Tang Xing had seen them, he naturally couldn't pretend not to know. No matter what, he had to come and pay a visit. Even someone as arrogant as Qi Gui had to be respectful in front of Li Wuyi and Jiufeng. The two of them didn't put on any airs and chatted casually with Tang Xing and the others, making them feel flattered. Not long after, Yang Kai walked over, covered in blood. Lan He and Ling Yinqin immediately went up to greet him. Lan He asked nervously, "Are your injuries serious?" "Are they serious?" Yang Kai grinned, "I'm fine, I won't die." Ling Yinqin asked, "Why are you so reckless?" Yang Kai said, "With a knife on my neck, I could only fight back." Lan He's expression was gloomy. "Brother Yang," before Yang Kai raised his hand to stop her. "Miss Lan, you don't have to worry about it. I understand your situation, and you couldn't help in the previous battle." It wasn't that Yang Kai was looking down on her, but in a battle of that level, a First-Order Emperor Realm Master really couldn't help. "Let's go back to my place and rest first. You need to wash off the blood on your body, otherwise, you won't be able to see anyone." Ling Yinqin tried to smooth things over. At that moment, Tang Xing also invited Li Wuyi and Jiufeng to Heavenly Wolf Valley as guests. After all, they were at his doorstep, so it would be rude not to invite them. Hearing this, Yang Kai looked at Li Wuyi and said, "I was going to Spirit Beast Island to discuss some cultivation matters with Big Brother Li in the Eastern Territory, but unfortunately, we met here. If Big Brother Li isn't in a hurry, why don't we go together?" He really needed to rest, but he didn't want to miss a meeting with Li Wuyi, so he took the initiative to ask. Lan He and Tang Xing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they heard this. Since Yang Kai could say such a thing, it meant that he really didn't care much about Heavenly Wolf Valley's attitude towards him before. Otherwise, he wouldn't be willing to return to Heavenly Wolf Valley to rest. Li Wuyi pondered for a moment before saying, "This Li came here mainly for him." Saying so, Yang Kai turned his eyes towards the flashy old man. This old man had been standing there motionless, but his pair of eyes were fixed on Yang Kai, as if he was staring at a flower growing on his body. At this moment, hearing Li Wuyi say this, the old man chuckled and said, "Li Wuyi, if you want this old master to go back to Spirit Beast Island with you, you'll have to ask my young master first." Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at him. "Is there something wrong with your head?" At this time, he was still calling him young master. What was he trying to do? The old man's expression turned solemn. Young master, this old master's mind is very clear. How could there be something wrong with my head? Yang Kai was so angry that he laughed. You want to recognize me as your young master? Fine, go chase after Tsangamo now and bring his head back to me. The old man's expression twitched and he smiled apologetically. Young master, please don't make things difficult for this old master. This matter is really… Yang Kai spread his hands at Li Wuyi and said, I don't know what's wrong with this old man. Big brother Li, you can do whatever you want. As soon as this was said, the flashy old man suddenly showed a pained expression. Young master, how can you be so heartless? Yang Kai said angrily, you and I don't know each other. Can you please figure out the situation? Li Wuyi smiled slightly. If we really want to talk about it, Yang Kai, you should know him, and he might not call you young master for no reason. Yang Kai was stunned. What do you mean? If it was only the flashy old man who said this, it would be fine, but if Li Wuyi also said this, then it was somewhat thought-provoking. Yang Kai was a little confused. Li Wuyi waved his hand and said, what do you mean? You can ask him yourself, but before this matter is confirmed, don't even think about escaping. You also know that since you have been targeted by me, I can find you even if you run to the ends of the earth. The tone of these words was arrogant. Since the flashy old man could beat up Tsangamo, his strength was naturally not to be underestimated. At the very least, he was at Tsangmo's level, and he was a saint spirit venerable. However, when Li Wuyi said this, he could not refute. Because he knew that if he was targeted by Li Wuyi, he really could not escape. Shaking his head, he said, since I have met the young master, this old master naturally has to follow by his side and serve him faithfully. How can I run away? Li Wuyi, don't judge a gentleman with the heart of a villain. That would be for the best. Li Wuyi gently nodded. In that case, I will have to trouble Valley Master Tang. Tang Xing was overjoyed. Not at all, not at all. It is an honor for Master to visit Heavenly Wolf Valley. Please come in. As he spoke, he gestured with his hand. Li Wuyi and Jiao Feng walked in front without hesitation. Yang Kai glanced sideways at the flashy old man. The old man immediately smiled and said, young master, please. Yang Kai nodded and strode forward with his head held high. When he passed by Qigui, he suddenly reached out and patted him on the shoulder. I want half of the things in the sect vaults of Netherworld Sect and Brahma Holy Land. I will go to your Ahan temple to collect them later. Don't forget to inform your temple master. Qigui stared at him. Although these words were inexplicable, he instantly understood what Yang Kai meant. The two great sects were already ruined, and their elders were all gone. Even if there were still people from the Emperor realm left in the sect, there were definitely not many of them. In such a situation, the two great sects were doomed to decline. In the face of such a huge profit, it was impossible for Ahan Temple not to take action. In other words, the wealth accumulated over the years by Netherworld Sect and Brahma Holy Land would eventually fall into the pockets of Ahan Temple. At this moment, Qigui was already considering rushing back to Ahan Temple to report what happened here to the sect elders and then have Ahan Temple dispatch masters to take action. Yang Kai's sudden words made it clear that he wanted to take half of the benefits of these two great sects. These two great sects had each stood tall for tens of thousands of years, so how much wealth had each sect accumulated? Half of both sides' wealth was almost all of a sect's wealth. Qigui couldn't imagine how huge this number was. So as soon as he reacted, he instinctively gritted his teeth and said, why should I? Even if Ahan Temple took action, why should they share the things they obtained with others, let alone half of it? Yang Kai grinned and pointed to the messy battlefield. Those people were killed by me. If I hadn't fought today, your Ahan Temple wouldn't have been able to reap the benefits. It's not too much to ask for some benefits, right? Qigui was speechless for a while. To be honest, this request was too much, but today he had seen Yang Kai's strength. Two great sects had been crippled by him, so Ahan Temple was probably nothing in his eyes. If Ahan Temple really became enemies with this person, the consequences? Qigui shuddered just thinking about it. You just need to go back and tell your temple master, whether he gives or not is up to him. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Qi Gui pondered for a moment before nodding. Good, I will definitely pass on your message. Farewell. After he finished speaking, he turned into a streak of red light and left in a hurry. At this time was wealth, so he had to return to his sect before the news spread and have the masters from his sect attack quickly. Only then could he take the wealth of the two great sects before the other great forces in the Eastern Territory could react. Lan He and Ling Yinqin watched this scene and were a little speechless, thinking that this guy was still thinking about such things at a time like this. However, it was undeniable that such a huge amount of wealth was something that anyone would be tempted by. We're rich. Jiufeng waited for Yang Kai to catch up before looking at him with a smile. It's just so. Yang Kai laughed, thinking that it wasn't easy for him either. With 100,000 disciples waiting to be fed, as the palace master, he had to find a way to get more cultivation resources. Chapter 33:21. Yang Kai washed up at Ling Yinqin's place, dressed neatly, and meditated the entire night. It was only at dawn the next day that Yang Kai walked out refreshed. Ling Yinqin, who had been waiting outside all night, was shocked by his powerful recovery ability. After the battle between Yang Kai and Song Mo yesterday, there was almost no place on his body that was unscathed, but after just one night, there were no signs of injury on his body. Such a self-healing ability was truly unimaginable. Young master! The flashy old man was also waiting outside, and when he saw Yang Kai appear, his eyes flashed with a strange light as he respectfully greeted him. Yang Kai glanced at him and chuckled. After a night of rest, he understood a lot of things. Although he still didn't know the identity of this old man or which divine spirit he was, Yang Kai was certain that this old man was willing to call him young master for only one purpose, and that was to seek his protection. Yesterday, he said that Li Wuyi wanted to take him back to Spirit Beast Island, but he wanted Li Wuyi to ask him if he agreed. This kind of thing, could he really control it? If Li Wuyi really wanted to bring him back to Spirit Beast Island, Yang Kai would definitely agree. This old man didn't look like a good person just from his appearance. If he really stayed by Yang Kai's side, Yang Kai didn't know what kind of outrageous things he would do to ruin his reputation. And with the strength he had shown before, Yang Kai didn't have the ability to restrain him. So, although this call of young master sounded interesting, Yang Kai would never accept such a hot potato. Not to mention that he didn't have the ability to protect him. Even if he did, there was no need to. Yang Kai smiled meaningfully, but the old man didn't seem to notice and asked, "What orders does young master have?" "You flatter me." Yang Kai waved his hand and turned to look at Lan He. "Where are the two seniors now?" Lan He replied, "Last night, the two seniors stayed in Heavenly Wolf Valley and are now in the guest hall." "Take me there." Lan He nodded and immediately led Yang Kai to greet Li Wu and Jiufeng. Ling Yinqin didn't follow. She didn't know Li Wuyi and Jiufeng, and the difference in status between them was great, so there was no need for her to follow them. The two of them were not in the guest hall, but in a pavilion on the peak of a mountain. Lan He led Yang Kai around for a long time before they found Li Wuyi and Jiufeng, who were leaning against the parapet and looking into the distance. Lan He stopped at a distance while Yang Kai flew forward. The flashy old man also followed closely behind, acting like a loyal and courageous bodyguard. Landing on the ground, he solemnly cupped his hands and said, "Junior Yang Kai greets the two seniors." Li Wuyi raised his brow while Jiufeng smiled. "Why are you calling me big sister and big brother yesterday, and now you're calling me senior?" Yang Kai chuckled. "Yesterday is yesterday, today is today." Yesterday, the two seniors deliberately allowed this junior to climb up the social ladder and raise this junior's status so that this junior's strong enemy would retreat. Yang Kai is very grateful, but since the strong enemy is gone today, this junior naturally can't do the same. After a pause, he continued, "Besides, Shao Qi and I call each other brother and sister, calling you uncle and auntie. If I were to call you seniors as equals, wouldn't that mess up the seniority? What should I call Shao Qi when I see her in the future?" You know too much, Jiao Feng glared at him. Li Wuyi said, it's just a title, it's a small matter, don't worry about it. By the way, didn't you go to the territory of the lower world? When did you come back? I just came back not long ago. Li Wuyi's expression turned serious. Did you find Wukong? As soon as the word Wukong came out, the flamboyant old man, who had been standing quietly to the side, couldn't help but raise his brow and feel a sense of trepidation. Although he and Wukong weren't from the same era, it didn't prevent him from knowing how terrifying Wukong was. Yang Kai sighed. I did, but I couldn't do anything to him. He was in a hurry to return to the territory of the lower world because he was afraid that Wukong would go to the Hung Luo star field and commit crimes. Now that he had refined the star territory's star source, Wukong wouldn't have the opportunity to do so. This was because even he would be suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth in the territory of the lower world unless he refined the star territory's star source first. After pondering for a moment, he said, Wukong's current situation is a bit special. Even if I really have the ability to deal with him, I don't know how to deal with him. Li Wuyi obviously understood what he was worried about and nodded. It is indeed a bit difficult. 2 souls in one body. If it wasn't an ordinary person, it wouldn't be a big deal, but the key was that this was the body of the great emperors of the secular world. If there really was a chance, he couldn't just kill both the great emperors of the secular world and Wukong, right? Yang Kai thought about it and decided that if he wanted to solve this matter, it would be up to the great emperors of the secular world themselves. Unless he could expel Wukong's soul first, anyone in the world would have a headache dealing with them. And if he really wanted to trace this matter to the root, the culprit was still Yang Kai. Back when the Shattered Star Sea opened, the great emperors of the secular world destroyed their own cultivation and entered it to search for the hiding place of Wukong's soul. They had a chance to perish together, but unexpectedly, Yang Kai also broke in and disturbed the situation. After a series of coincidences, the outcome of perishing together did not occur. Instead, the souls of the 2 great emperors were entangled together, and it has continued to this day. Li Wuyi suddenly smiled. Even if the sky falls, there will be a tall one to hold it up. Let's not talk about this matter. The matter of the great emperors should be left to the great emperors. It was useless for them to think too much about it. Yang Kai agreed and said, I haven't asked the 2 of you yet. After I left that day, did anything happen on Dragon Island? Jiao Feng said with a smile, you want to ask about the situation of that dragon girl, right? Yang Kai coughed softly, please enlighten me, Senior Jiao Feng. Jiao Feng's expression darkened. What good ending can there be? The dragon race is proud and xenophobic. What that dragon girl did is the most intolerable thing for the dragon race. She has been banished to the dragon tomb and left to fend for herself. They are courting death. Yang Kai flew into a rage, and monstrous murderous intent roared out like a tsunami, causing Jiao Feng to stare blankly. The flashy old man also glanced at Yang Kai in surprise. It was really rare that he could release such murderous intent with such a cultivation base. And what the hell is that dragon girl? It seems to be this boy's reverse scale. Does this guy have an affair with a dragon girl? This is a bit interesting. No wonder he can transform into a half-dragon body of 300 feet. It seems that he obtained some kind of dragon bloodline inheritance from the dragon race. TSK, this opportunity is really good. Li Wuyi said with a headache, don't listen to this crazy woman's nonsense. Yang Kai was startled and looked at Jiao Feng again, only to see her looking at him with a teasing expression and a meaningful smile. I've been played. Yang Kai couldn't help but roll his eyes. Senior Jiao Feng, you are so naughty. Does the Beast Warrior Master know? Jiao Feng also rolled her eyes. It's none of his business. Yang Kai simply ignored her and turned to look at Li Wuyi. Seniorly, the dragon race didn't do anything to Zhu Qing, right? Li Wuyi said, what else? She was just punished to reflect on her mistakes on Dragon Island. After all, she is also an elder of the dragon race. That being said, Li Wuyi always felt that Zhu Qing was punished so lightly because the dragon race gave face to Yang Kai. Fu Xian was also an elder of the dragon race, but after the incident with the martial beast, she was still banished to the dragon tomb. But how could Yang Kai's face be greater than martial beasts? What kind of logic was this? At least they know what's good for them. Yang Kai snorted. Just reflecting on her mistakes in seclusion wasn't too much of a punishment. If Zhu Qing was really banished to the dragon tomb, she might cause havoc on Dragon Island again. Suddenly he asked, "What about the third elder?" The third elder of the dragon race, Fu Xian, was Mo Shaoqi's mother, Martial Beast's wife. Speaking of which, they were also enemies. Martial Beast controlled all the beasts in the star boundary, and no one dared to disobey his orders. Strictly speaking, the dragon race was also a kind of monster beast, but of a higher grade. Since Martial Beast controlled all the beasts in the world, he naturally wouldn't have any ideas about the dragon race. If he wanted to subdue a dragon race, both of them were in the Eastern Territory, so naturally he could get close to them. After much planning and waiting, the Martial Beast Great Emperor had indeed subdued a dragon. However, it wasn't a simple subjugation. He had subdued it in a different way. The two of them had even given birth to a daughter. Every time he thought of this, Yang Kai couldn't help but admire Martial Beast. Logically speaking, the higher one's cultivation, the lower the possibility of giving birth to a child. And when a human and a dragon race couple, the possibility of giving birth to a child was even lower. It was almost impossible for the two to become a couple. Even so, Mo Shaoqi was still able to be born. It had to be said that this was definitely an anomaly. It was just that when Yang Kai was with Mo Shaoqi before, he didn't notice that she had the bloodline of the dragon race. He didn't know whether it was because she didn't have it or because Martial Beast had used a great divine technique to seal it. Mistress. Li Wuyi thought of Fu Xian and recalled the scene of that day. Smiling slightly, she was accompanying that Zhu Qing. After Yang Kai left that day, the dragons of Dragon Island were also physically and mentally exhausted. After all, they had just experienced an earth-shattering battle and had one of their dragons killed by Wukong. It could be said that they had suffered a huge loss. The dragon race had very few members to begin with. Often, there would be no new members born for hundreds or thousands of years. The death of any one of them was a huge loss. Martial Beast wanted to take this opportunity to leave Dragon Island with Fu Xian and return to Spirit Beast Island. As long as they could return to Spirit Beast Island, the dragon race wouldn't be able to do anything to them. However, the second elder, Fu Si, was determined not to comply. Yang Kai had also experienced that woman's temper. She was smelly and stubborn, as if she hadn't been happy for dozens of lifetimes. With her obstructing him from the side, the Martial Beast Great Emperor was naturally enraged, and the two sides were about to fight again. In the end, Fu Xian took the initiative to ask to stay. However, as a compromise, Fu Si no longer mentioned banishing Fu Xian to the dragon tomb. Now, the two elders of the dragon race had committed the same mistake and were reflecting on their mistakes on Dragon Island. Chapter 33-22. At this point, Martial Beast had no other choice. If Fu Xian wanted to, he could still take her away by force, but Fu Xian herself didn't want the relationship between Martial Beast and Dragon Island to be too strained. What else could he do? In the end, he could only retreat. Before leaving, Mo Huang once said that if Fu Xian suffered any grievances, he would definitely wash Dragon Island with blood. After Li Wuyi finished speaking, he suddenly realized something and said, "You want to go to Dragon Island again?" Yang Kai said, "Of course, I came to the Eastern Territory this time to ask Senior for some advice on the law of space, and also to go to Dragon Island to pick up Zhu Qing." As soon as the statement came out, Li Wuyi and Jiao Feng looked at him as if they were looking at a monster. Is there a problem? Yang Kai looked at the two of them. Jiao Feng chuckled and said, "No problem. No problem, I wish you success first." Although she said that, she was not optimistic about Yang Kai's trip. Even her master couldn't bring Mistress out, so how could Yang Kai do it? Yang Kai nodded gently and said, "But before that, I have one more thing to ask the two of you." Li Wuyi said, there's no harm in saying it. Although what we said yesterday was intended to elevate your status, there is one thing we didn't lie about. Now, you can be considered half a person of Spirit Beast Island. Whether you admit it or not, you are deeply involved with Spirit Beast Island. Do you understand? If something happened to Spirit Beast Island, Lu Yen would definitely sit back and watch. Lu Yen couldn't ignore it, so naturally, Yang Kai couldn't ignore it. In other words, if something happened to Yang Kai, Spirit Beast Island would definitely not ignore it. Therefore, the two sides already had some inseparable ties. Yang Kai nodded and smiled slightly. I understand. It's because I understand that I didn't stand on ceremony with the two seniors. That's good. Yang Kai pointed to the side and said, "What the hell is this old guy?" The flamboyant old man's face twitched. "Young master, I'm not a ghost." Yang Kai turned a deaf ear. "The two seniors said that you came for him and wanted to take him back to Spirit Beast Island. I can see that he is a divine spirit, but why did he call me young master and seek protection from me? Senior Li also said that I should know him." He had some speculations that it was related to Zhang Ruoxi, but when he thought about it carefully, it was unlikely. Even if the divine spirits knew about his relationship with Zhang Ruoxi, they would only fear him and would not flatter Ayu because flattery was meaningless to them. Where? From? Nine Phoenix's red lips parted slightly, and 4 words came out of her rosy mouth. The Four Seasons Realm. The Four Seasons Realm? Yang Kai was shocked, then suddenly remembered something. He turned his head and stared at the flamboyant old man. "You are..." The old man bowed and said, "Xianxia greets young master." Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air and almost jumped up in shock. "Xianxia? This old man is actually Xianxia?" Speaking of the Four Seasons Realm, Yang Kai had already guessed the identity of this old man. After all, there was indeed a Xianxia in the Four Seasons Realm, but hearing him admit it himself still shocked him. "It's really Xianxia, the mount of the flowing time Great Emperor, the Great Emperors." Yang Kai looked at him from head to toe. How did he turn into a human? He didn't look domineering at all. Instead, he looked fierce and fierce, almost engraved with the word evil on his forehead. Since ancient times, there had been countless great emperors, but the only one who could make a sacred spirit be a mount was the flowing time Great Emperor. Although the current martial beast Great Emperor was said to be able to control all beasts, and there was even the 9 phoenixes on the Spirit Beast Island, their relationship was more like family than a master and a mount. Although sacred spirits weren't as powerful as the Great Emperors, they still had their own dignity. Who would be willing to be a mount for others? Xianxia could be said to be the only one. Yang Kai didn't know how the flowing time Great Emperor tamed him. Even after the fall of the flowing time Great Emperor, the Great Emperors, he had been sleeping in the flowing time temple, guarding the flowing time temple for countless years. It wasn't until the recent opening of the Four Seasons Realm that he came out. It wasn't that he didn't have the ability to leave. With his ability, if he really wanted to leave the flowing time temple, he could leave at any time, but for some reason he had been guarding there. When Yang Kai wandered the flowing time temple with his insignificant cultivation, he felt Xianxia's aura on the steps of the flowing time Great Emperor. Even Zhang Ruoxi, who was with him, was taken away by Xianxia's great divine technique. At that time, Yang Kai thought that Zhang Ruoxi had met with misfortune, but he didn't expect that Zhang Ruoxi would be sent back not long after. Not only was she unscathed, but she also told him that she had met a monster beast called Xianxia. Xianxia's attitude towards her was very good, like a kind grandpa next door, and he even gave her a defensive emperor artifact, the rainbow feather raiment, which she wore to this day. At that time, Yang Kai wondered if Xianxia was mentally ill. Not only did he take a girl away for no reason, he even gave her a precious artifact. Now, it seemed that Xianxia wasn't mentally ill, but had foresight. He must have felt the hidden bloodline power in Zhang Ruoxi's body at that time, otherwise, he wouldn't have been so fond of her. He couldn't afford to offend a descendant of Tianxing. Later, when the Four Seasons Realm closed, Yang Kai learned from Gao Xueting that Xianxia had escaped. When he appeared that day, he gave them a fright. Fortunately, Xianxia didn't do anything to them and left. Now, several decades had passed without any news, and it was only today that they met again. Yang Kai stroked his chin and circled Xianxia a few times with great interest, clicking his tongue in wonder. After a while, he came to a stop and asked, "Are you really Xianxia?" Xianxia lowered his head and replied, "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. "There are good and evil divine spirits, and Xianxia seems to be the evil of the evil, so there's no benefit in pretending to be you." "Well, it seems that you really are Xianxia. No wonder that old dog Tsang called you an evil spirit." Xianxia coughed lightly and said, "Hearsay is not to be trusted. This old master has long since abandoned evil and turned over a new leaf." "Is that so?" Yang Kai's tone dragged out, making it clear that he didn't believe him. Xianxia sighed. "My bad reputation has misled me." He looked like he was in so much pain that he wished he could die right now to prove his innocence. Yang Kai turned to look at Li Wu and said, "Senior, please use the divine technique to subdue this evil spirit, lest it cause chaos in the world." Xianxia glared at him, wanting to cry but having no tears. "Young master." Stop. Yang Kai raised his hand. "You call me young master because I obtained the inheritance of the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor and cultivated the Flowing Time Great Emperor's swift shuttle, right?" Then he suddenly thought of something. "You were able to find me. Is it because I used the Flowing Time Great Emperor's swift shuttle? Can you feel the aura of the Flowing Time Great Emperor?" Xianxia nodded. The reason why this old man stayed in the temple was to wait for the destined person to inherit the master's mantle. After countless Flowing Time Great Emperors came, one finally appeared, and young master is the successor of the master. Yang Kai chuckled. "It's true that I obtained the grace of the Flowing Time Great Emperor, but it's a bit of an exaggeration to talk about inheritance. What's more, the Flowing Time Great Emperor is different from the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. We are not one and the same. You are the mount of the Flowing Time Great Emperor, and I admire you for your loyalty to the Flowing Time Great Emperor. However, I have also heard of Xianxia's great name. I am not qualified to be your young master, so don't call me that. If it were any other sacred spirit, it would be fine, but the problem was that Xianxia was too notorious, and Yang Kai didn't want to get involved." After a pause, he said, "Actually, Old Xiong? You actually called me Old Xiong?" Xianxia couldn't help but stare. Spirit Beast Island is not bad. The land and water there are good, and the land is full of outstanding people. Seeing that you are already so old, there is no need for you to run around. Isn't it good for you to retire at Spirit Beast Island? I believe that Beast Warrior Master, Senior Li, and Senior 9 Phoenix won't make things difficult for you, as long as you behave yourself there." Li Wui said, "That's right. Although you haven't done anything bad since your last appearance, my master is worried that you will return to your old ways, so he asked me and Feng to bring you back to Spirit Beast Island. However, you can rest assured that you will not encounter any harsh treatment on Spirit Beast Island. As long as you stay on Spirit Beast Island, you can do whatever you want." "You also called me Old Xiong? Believe it or not, I will eat you in one bite." Xianxia said angrily, "You want to put this old man under house arrest? Just because of some worries?" Li Wui frowned and said, "Please forgive us." 9 Phoenix said, "We have been chasing you all the way until now. Have the two of us ever made things difficult for you? We have said all the good and bad things, but you still ran away. What's wrong with Spirit Beast Island? We don't want to put you under house arrest. If you want to come out in the future, you may have a chance." Xianxia shook his head and said, "This old man only recognizes one person in his life, the Flowing Time Great Emperor. The Flowing Time Great Emperor is dead, and he has a successor. This old man is also willing to follow the successor. If that successor is unwilling, this old man will go and live freely. Spirit Beast Island, it's fine if I don't go." "Do you really have to be so determined?" Li Wui frowned. If possible, he also didn't want to fight with Xianxia. Although this guy was not young, he was ranked very high among the holy spirits and was very difficult to deal with. Even if he and 9 Phoenix joined forces, the chance of defeating him was less than 50%. Xianxia said, Please don't make things difficult for this old man anymore. Li Wui let out a long sigh. Xianxia's eyes were resolute, and the atmosphere in the air seemed to become a little dangerous at this moment. Are you really willing to follow this kid? Recognize this kid as your master? Nine Phoenix looked at Xianxia with a strange expression. Xianxia said, "This old man doesn't want to be enemies with Spirit Beast Island. There is no other way." If he didn't follow Yang Kai, he was bound to go against Spirit Beast Island unless he had the ability to get rid of Li Wui's tracking. However, Li Wui had planted a secret space seal on him. As long as Li Wui thought about it, he could sense his position. How could he get rid of it? So after thinking about it, only Yang Kai could help him. Moreover, it was a great coincidence to be able to meet Yang Kai in the Eastern Territory this time. Xianxia even had a feeling that the Flowing Time Great Emperor was protecting him from the Great Emperors. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental to feel the aura of the Flowing Time Great Emperor when he was in a desperate situation? Chapter 33-23. Little Yang, this old guy seems to really want to follow you. What do you think? Jiao Feng looked at Yang Kai with a smile and winked. It's a blessing to have a Holy Spirit recognize you as its master. If it were someone else who encountered such a thing, they would not care whether Xianxia's reputation was good or bad. They would be overjoyed and agree immediately. Yang Kai snorted and said disdainfully, "It's not like I don't have one." "What do you have?" Xianxia glared at him. Jiao Feng suddenly thought of Lu Yen and thought that it made sense. This was a rare opportunity for others, but Yang Kai already had Lu Yen. The Phoenix clan's ranking was higher than Xianxia's. Perhaps Lu Yan's current strength was not as good as Xianxia's, but his future growth was definitely much greater than Xianxia's. For him, Xianxia's recognition of him as its master might not be that attractive. What's more, anyone could tell that Xianxia just wanted to take advantage of the situation at this moment. It was impossible to determine whether this intention was real or not. If he protected Xianxia now, and Xianxia turned against him in the future, wouldn't he be shooting himself in the foot? Jiao Feng turned to look at Xianxia and said, "You heard it. You'd better go back to Spirit Beast Island with us obediently." Xianxia said with a solemn expression, "This old man doesn't want to start a war with you." Jiao Feng said lightly, "You sound like I want to." Although Li Wui didn't speak, his firm eyes showed that once he really attacked, he would definitely not show mercy. Xianxia suddenly turned to look at Yang Kai, and his divine sense surged. Yang Kai, who was looking at the scenery and staying out of the matter, suddenly changed his expression. He turned to look at Xianxia, and his divine sense also fluctuated. The two of them were actually communicating with their divine senses right in front of Li Wui and Jiao Feng. Li Wui and Jiao Feng looked at each other, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Although they didn't know what they were talking about, they guessed that Xianxia must be discussing with Yang Kai about recognizing him as his master, and he must have offered some conditions that tempted Yang Kai. Because from the corners of their eyes, they could clearly see that Yang Kai's expression was constantly changing, sometimes surprised, sometimes shocked, sometimes pleasantly surprised, sometimes scratching his head. In the end, Yang Kai calmed down and fell silent. Xianxia stared at him without blinking. After a while, Yang Kai. Xianxia grinned. "Thank you, young master." "No need to thank me." Yang Kai did not object to the title this time. Instead, he turned to Li Wui and said, "Senior, if I vouch for you, can you take this old man with you? He won't have to go to Spirit Beast Island. Senior and Beast Warrior Master can rest assured that I will strictly watch over him and will never let him do anything outrageous." Li Wui frowned and said, "Are you really going to vouch for him?" Yang Kai chuckled and said, "He said something that interested me very much. I can't refuse." Li Wui had guessed this would be the case, but he couldn't figure out what Xianxia had said to Yang Kai just now that had caused such a big change in Yang Kai's attitude. Just a moment ago, Xianxia had a look of disdain on his face, but now he was actually taking the initiative to vouch for him. Jiao Feng said solemnly, "Xianxia is not as good as Lu Yen. Can you restrain him?" Lu Yen had been by Yang Kai's side since she was a nobody. It could even be said that Yang Kai single-handedly created Lu Yen, allowing her to grow up and become enlightened. Lu Yen was absolutely loyal to Yang Kai, but Xianxia was different. He was fierce and powerful. She was afraid that Yang Kai would not be able to deter Xianxia and cause her to suffer in the end. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "Since I said so, I naturally have a way to restrain him." He turned to look at Xianxia and said, "I won't hide it from you. The little girl you saw back then has awakened her bloodline and is already inheriting the power of her ancestors. So, if you have any other thoughts, it's best to dispel them first, lest you accidentally get killed." Xianxia was shocked. "It's already awakened?" Although Yang Kai didn't say who it was, how could he not know who the little girl was? It was precisely because he sensed Tianxing's aura that he tried to please Zhang Ruoxi. He didn't expect her to awaken so quickly. According to his observation at the time, it would take at least a few hundred years for her to awaken. Such a fast speed could only mean that something had happened in between. He cupped his fists solemnly and said, "Young master, rest assured. Since you are that person's successor, this old master will follow you closely and serve you faithfully." Yang Kai looked at Li Wuyi and Jiufeng and smiled. "Seniors, what do you think?" After a pause, he continued, "Of course, if you insist on taking him back to Spirit Beast Island, then so be it." Li Wuyi and Jiufeng looked at each other, both thinking about the same thing. The little girl that Yang Kai mentioned. What's going on? Why did Xianxia seem to be a little scared when he heard about the little girl? Who else in this world could make him feel scared except for the great emperors? And he mentioned the bloodline awakening. Faintly, both of them seemed to have thought of something. Li Wuyi's eyes flashed while Jiufeng's delicate body trembled. She wanted to ask Yang Kai about the specific situation of the little girl, but she was afraid to say it. After a long while, Li Wuyi said, "Previously, I said that you are half a member of Spirit Beast Island. Now that you have stepped forward to guarantee that he can stay, he can be considered to be under the supervision of Spirit Beast Island. This does not conflict with the purpose of our trip. However, we still have to ask the master about this matter." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Of course. In that case, let's go to Spirit Beast Island first." Originally, he didn't have to go to Spirit Beast Island with Li Wuyi here, but since he wanted to ask the martial beast, he had to make an extra trip. Li Wuyi smiled slightly and said, "There's no need to go through so much trouble." While speaking, he took out a jade slip and poured his divine sense into it. Then, he flicked his finger and shouted, "Go." The small jade slip shot out into the void and disappeared in an instant. Yang Kai's eyes widened and he asked with great interest, "Senior can send a message back to Spirit Beast Island with this move?" Just now, Li Wuyi had obviously used the power of space to send the jade slip with the message back to Spirit Beast Island, but how far was this place from Spirit Beast Island? Even with the space divine technique, how could it be sent back? Moreover, how could it be located? For a moment, Yang Kai was itching to ask Li Wuyi for advice. Li Wuyi smiled and said, "It's just a subtle use of the space law. I'll explain it to you in detail later. With your current attainments, it won't be difficult to learn." Yang Kai grinned and said, "Thank you, senior." Li Wuyi raised his hand and said, "In the world, there may be many people who cultivate the space law, but there are not many who are as proficient in it as you and I. It will be beneficial for me to discuss it with you. Senior is too modest. This junior should learn from you," Yang Kai said solemnly. Jiufeng curled her lips and said, "Is it fun to brag?" Xianxia said proudly from the side, "Although the space law is exquisite, it is slightly inferior to the time law." Yang Kai immediately glanced at him and asked, "You know the time law?" Xianxia's face twitched and he said embarrassedly, "I don't." He was just the mount of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. Although he had followed the Flowing Time Great Emperor for a long time and had seen the majesty of the time law displayed by the great emperors, he had no attainments in this field. Yang Kai said, "The power of the time law depends on the person. Each has its own merits, so there is no difference in strength." Li Wuyi's eyes lit up. That's right. The most powerful time law also depends on the person. Just as he was speaking, Li Wuyi's expression suddenly changed. He stretched out his hand and a jade slip flew into his hand. Obviously, there was a reply from the spirit beast island. So fast. It only took a dozen breaths of time. Yang Kai guessed that Li Wuyi's jade slip must have been directly transmitted to martial beast, which was why there was a reply so quickly. Xianxia's expression immediately tensed up as he stared at Li Wuyi without blinking. He secretly made up his mind that as long as Li Wuyi showed the slightest change in expression, he would immediately run away. He didn't want to be under house arrest on Spirit Beast Island no matter what. But no matter how he looked, Li Wuyi's expression was as indifferent as before, without the slightest abnormality. This made Xianxia's heart flutter. He didn't know what martial beast's attitude was. After a while, Li Wuyi finished his inspection. He glanced at Xianxia and then at Yang Kai and said, "The master said, you are in charge of this matter." As soon as this was said, Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief and nervously looked at Yang Kai. Since the decision was in Yang Kai's hands, it would depend on whether his proposal was effective. It should be effective? Xianxia secretly prayed. "I am in charge." Yang Kai stroked his chin and chuckled. "The great emperors are really giving me face." Li Wuyi smiled and said, "The master said that since you have some relationship with old Xiong, you are the most suitable person to watch over him. If he really goes back on his words, it won't be too late for Spirit Beast Island to step in and deal with him." "Good," Yang Kai nodded. "Since the great emperors are so kind, this junior will accept it." He turned to Xianxia and said, "Old Xiong, you will follow me in the future. You have also heard the great emperor's words. In the future, you need to do more good deeds and eliminate evil as soon as possible. If you dare to break the law, not only will the great emperors not let you off, even this young master won't let you off." Xianxia respectfully replied. Suddenly, he said with a bitter face, "Young master, the name Old Xiong, can we change it?" "Old Xiong?" Xianxia said, "Although it is not far from it. Back then, the old master called this old man Little Seven." "Young master, you see, the word qi and the word qi are homophonic, so if young master doesn't mind, you can call this old man Little Seven." "Why do you have such expressions?" On the opposite side, whether it was Yang Kai, Li Wuyi, or Jiufeng, they all looked at him strangely. Yang Kai's face twitched, and he waved his hand with a look of disdain. "Old Xiong is a good name. There is no need to change it. Of all things to call him Little Seven, Mo Huang's daughter, the little princess of Spirit Beast Island, was also called Little Seven. She was an innocent little girl, but you were an old man with a fierce face. How could Yang Kai call her that?" Li Wuyi and Jiufeng obviously had the same thought. Chapter 33-24. Sigh, Old Xiong it is. Xianxia also accepted his fate. Yang Kai nodded and said, "You can leave first. I have something to discuss with Senior Li." "Yes." Xianxia responded respectfully. He turned his head and flew far away, landing on a treetop. He stepped on the tip of the tree and put his hands behind his back, looking like he was riding the wind. If it weren't for the red robe that ruined his image, he would have the demeanor of an otherworldly expert. Inside the pavilion, Yang Kai said, "Regarding Xianxia, I ask the two of you and the great emperor to rest assured, I will strictly discipline him." Jiufeng said, "You need to remember that going too far is as bad as falling short. After all, he is an ancient divine spirit who has lived for longer than the flowing time great emperor. Although he wants to recognize you as his master, you can't see the slightest reluctance. However, if you push him too far, it won't be good. You have to know how far you should go." "I know." Yang Kai nodded. Although having such an evil spirit by his side was more or less a threat, Yang Kai was not a persimmon that could be easily pinched, nor was he a greenhorn. He would observe Xianxia's nature carefully in the future. With Xianxia's matter settled, Yang Kai immediately couldn't wait to ask Li Wuyi about the law of space. Since he cultivated the power of space, this was the first time he discussed this with someone. Yang Kai couldn't help but be a little excited. Senior Li, how did you send the jade slip back to Spirit Beast Island just now? Can you demonstrate it for me again? Li Wui smiled slightly. It's not difficult. While speaking, he raised his finger, and the law of space at his fingertip danced, drawing on the stone table in front of him. Yang Kai used his eyes to observe and found that he was drawing an extremely complicated array diagram. As he drew, Yang Kai couldn't help but let out a soft cry of surprise. This was because he found that this array diagram was somewhat similar to the array diagram of the territory crossing space array he had arranged, but there were also some differences. A moment later, Li Wui withdrew his hand. The stone table in front of him did not change at all, but Yang Kai could clearly feel that there was an additional layer of space principles on the stone table. The invisible array diagram was branded on the stone table by the space principles. Li Wui tossed a blank jade slip to Yang Kai. Yang Kai said, "Pour something into it." Yang Kai nodded, pinched the jade slip, and with a thought, inscribed his soul brand on it. "Give it to me." Nine Phoenix extended her hand. Although he didn't know what she wanted to do, Yang Kai still cooperated and handed over the jade slip. Nine Phoenix received the jade slip before her delicate figure flashed out explosively, and she vanished in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai looked thoughtfully in the direction Nine Phoenix left. After waiting for about half a cup of tea's time, the stone table in front of him suddenly flashed with white light. When Yang Kai turned his head to look, he saw that a jade slip had appeared there out of nowhere. Yang Kai raised his brow. "This is..." Li Wui smiled and said, "You'll know when you see it for yourself." Yang Kai reached out and picked up the jade slip. After a brief examination, he found that this jade slip was the one he had just inscribed his soul brand on, which was also the one Nine Phoenix had taken away. Now, it had appeared in front of him out of thin air. Li Wui pointed at the stone table and said, "I can use the space principles to inscribe a space beacon. As long as the location of the space beacon is inscribed, this Li or something in my hands can instantly teleport there." Yang Kai's eyes lit up. "This is exactly the same as a space array." Li Wui nodded. "Exactly." Normally, you use a space array to teleport people away, but I use it to teleport objects, so it's less difficult, but the principle is still the same. Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder. This stone table is just an ordinary stone, but you can inscribe a space brand on it. Li Wui said, "Yes, but it can only be maintained for a very short time. If you want to leave it there for a long time, you'll need some special materials." Yang Kai raised his brow. "Space spirit crystals or space spirit jades?" Li Wui smiled. "Exactly. I understand." Yang Kai was overjoyed, as if he had just obtained a precious treasure. If this method is used to transmit messages, it will be much more effective than a communication artifact. A communication artifact had a range limit. If the distance was too far, it would not be able to transmit a message, but this method was different. No matter how far the distance was, it could be transmitted in an instant. Martial Beast must have a space beacon left by Li Wui in advance, so the jade slip just now could be sent back immediately. Correspondingly, Martial Beast's reply could also be sent back immediately. Yang Kai's heart was burning with excitement, and he immediately began to inscribe a space beacon on the stone table in front of him. Li Wui watched from the side, correcting him from time to time, allowing him to master this method in a very short time. Not long after, a new space beacon was formed. Yang Kai stood up and laughed. "I'll be right back." He flew out in a flash, just in time to run into Jiao Feng, who was returning. As they brushed past each other, Jiao Feng glanced at him suspiciously, then turned to Li Wui and asked, "Did he learn it?" Li Wui nodded. "His attainments in the space principles are not much worse than mine. All he lacks is the accumulation of time, so it's only natural for him to learn these little tricks." Jiao Feng asked, "You seem very happy. What's there to be happy about being secretly learned?" Li Wui smiled slightly. "There's one more Lu Yen in this world. Are you happy?" Jiao Feng's expression changed and she nodded. "I see." Just as they were talking, a light flashed on the stone table in front of them, and a high-rank source crystal appeared out of thin air. Li Wui reached out and picked it up, weighing it a few times, and said, "You can draw inferences from one." Before he finished speaking, another object appeared in front of him. It turned out to be a large stone weighing 100 kilograms. He didn't know where Yang Kai found it, but he directly threw it over through the space beacon. This was not the end of it. The stone table flashed again, and a 30-meter-tall giant wolf suddenly appeared in front of Li Wui. It was the kind of monster beast that could be found everywhere in Heavenly Wolf Valley. This monster beast's level was not low, at least at the Dao Source realm. As soon as it appeared, it looked extremely frightened, and with a howl, it opened its mouth and spat out a visible wind blade at Li Wui. Li Wui flicked his finger, shattering the wind blade, and laughed, "It's none of my business. You've got the wrong person." He waved his hand again, and a soft wind blew out, carrying the giant wolf 1,000 meters away and putting it down. The giant wolf was scared out of its wits by the sudden change, and as soon as it was free, it immediately fled with its tail between its legs, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai's figure flashed, and he had already returned to the pavilion. He said thoughtfully, "This technique has some restrictions on the size and weight of the object it teleports. If it exceeds these limits, it seems to be useless." Li Wui said, "Of course. If there were no restrictions, wouldn't you be able to move a mountain if you wanted to? But it's enough to send a message." "Senior is right." Yang Kai nodded, "but it's already very impressive that it can teleport living things. By the way, Senior, it shouldn't be a problem to teleport people, right?" Li Wui said, "Of course it's not a problem." Yang Kai rubbed his chin. "If I leave space beacons all over the star boundary, won't I be able to go wherever I want in the future? This was much more convenient than shattering space and arranging space arrays. But then again, even though it was convenient, it couldn't teleport people on a large scale. In this regard, it was inferior to space arrays." Li Wui said, "Logically speaking, it should be possible. Then, I wonder if the same is true for engraving space beacons on space spirit jades?" Li Wui smiled slightly, "You can try." Yang Kai didn't hesitate and immediately took out a palm-sized piece of space spirit jade and began carving it. Although the space spirit jade was a bit small, Yang Kai had already experienced it before, so he was able to easily carve the space beacon array onto it. After engraving it, he carefully inspected it to make sure there were no problems. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat as he looked at Li Wui and said, "Senior, please leave your contact information. It'll be easier for us to communicate in the future." "That's exactly what I was thinking." Li Wui smiled. "I was wondering how long it would take you to consider this, but I didn't expect you to think of it so quickly." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and said, "It was a stroke of inspiration." Li Wui stretched out his hand and handed over a round bead, one that was obviously carefully polished from space spirit jade and carefully strung together with a piece of heavenly silk, allowing it to be worn around Yang Kai's wrist. Although this method is convenient for communication, the space beacons cannot be isolated. If you place them in a space ring, they won't work. You can wear this thing on your wrist, so if I want to contact you in the future, I can do so at any time. Senior is so thoughtful. Yang Kai glanced at the bead necklace on Li Wui's wrist and guessed that he should have left such contact information with many people. Looking at Li Wui's space spirit jade bead and comparing it to his own, he couldn't help feeling embarrassed, so he immediately said, "I'll also make a similar one for Senior, otherwise it won't be easy to carry around." Li Wui nodded, "All right." Yang Kai immediately began polishing it carefully, and after a short while, a new space spirit jade bead was produced. At this point, the two sides had exchanged contact beads. Li Wui continued seriously, "You and I are both proficient in the Tao of space, and each of us has the other's beacon, so it's convenient for us to transmit messages. We only need to think about it and we can send out a jade slip, but if others want to do this, they will need to use a matching space spirit jade bead. Because they don't have the Tao of space, they won't be able to accurately locate our beacon. They can only rely on the matching space spirit jade bead to locate our beacon." "I understand." Yang Kai nodded. Even if Li Wui hadn't said this, he had already thought about it. When Jiao Feng returned the jade slip, although she didn't use any space spirit jade beads, Li Wui had left his space force on the jade slip in advance, so Jiao Feng only needed to activate it slightly and the jade slip would automatically return. Yang Kai then said, "It's impolite not to reciprocate. Since this junior has learned how to use space beads from senior, I would like senior to appraise the space array I arranged." Li Wui asked with great interest, "You know how to arrange space arrays?" Yang Kai smiled slightly with an unfathomable look on his face. "Please wait and see, but this thing is a bit troublesome to arrange. It's not as exquisite as senior's method, so I hope senior won't be impatient." Chapter 33-25. Yang Kai was already familiar with the layout of a space array, so he didn't move from his original spot and simply set it up in an open space next to the pavilion on the summit. Li Wui stood with his hands behind his back and watched quietly, his expression constantly changing. Sometimes he was surprised, sometimes he was puzzled, sometimes he was shocked, and sometimes he was enlightened. It seemed that he had gained a lot just by watching. Half a day later, the space array had taken shape. Yang Kai inspected it and after confirming that there were no problems, he looked at Li Wui and said, "Please examine it, senior." Li Wui gave him a meaningful look before striding into the space array. His space principles fluctuated as he closed his eyes and quietly sensed the space array. After a while, he said, "What kind of restrictions did you place on this space array? It seems that only a special method can activate this array." Yang Kai grinned. "Senior is right. The space array arranged by me requires a space token specially refined by me in order to be activated. Otherwise, even if you occupy this array, it won't be of any use." Li Wui nodded. "This restriction is quite exquisite and eliminates the drawbacks of being used by others. And it seems to be connected to a lot of places. But what?" Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. Li Wuyi's brows furrowed as he muttered to himself, "But why does it feel so far away?" Suddenly, his eyes snapped open and a divine light burst out from them as he exclaimed, "Is this a domain-crossing space array? A territory-crossing space array?" Jiao Feng was also startled, her small mouth forming a sexy shape as she looked at Li Wui and asked, "Are you sure?" Li Wui slowly shook his head. "Although I don't know where this array connects to, those places are very far away from each other. This is definitely not something that an ordinary space array can connect. It has long surpassed the limit. Yang Kai, is this really a territory-crossing space array?" Yang Kai nodded. Senior's eyes are sharp. This is indeed a territory-crossing space array. Nine Phoenix turned her head and looked at him incredulously. "You can actually set up a spatial array that crosses territory?" Yang Kai was speechless. Compared to Senior Li's spatial beacon method, it's a little bloated and not flexible enough. Jiao Feng couldn't help but roll her eyes. In comparison, his methods are petty. Li Wui turned a deaf ear to this as he stood on the spell formation and carefully sensed it, clicking his tongue in wonder. He had seen space arrays that could cross territory, but there were only a few in the entire star boundary. They were all things that had been passed down from ancient times. Although some of them were still preserved, they could no longer be used. He had once carefully studied some of the flowing time Great Emperor, but he was unable to decipher its mysteries. It was during that study that the space beacon was discovered. He never thought that Yang Kai would be able to set up a territory-crossing space array. "Where does this array connect to?" Li Wui asked curiously. "You can go to the Southern Territory, the Northern Territory, and the Eastern Territory's savage, desolate, ancient land." Li Wui was dumbfounded. "It seems you've been to a lot of places." Only when Yang Kai personally went to those places and left a territory-crossing space array would they be able to connect to each other and teleport. How could Li Wui not understand this? Yang Kai was not very old, but he had actually wandered between several territory in the star boundary. He had even been to places like the savage, desolate, ancient land and left behind a space array. This kind of experience and knowledge was far beyond his peers. After pondering for a moment, Li Wui asked, I'm a little curious, where did you get that array diagram? Did you comprehend it yourself? The foundation of a space array was the array diagram. Without the array diagram, this array was nothing more than a dead object and had no use at all. Li Wui had also studied a lot of the flowing time great emperor in the past, but he still couldn't understand it. Now that he saw the complete array diagram in Yang Kai's hands, he was naturally very curious. Yang Kai thought for a moment and asked, I wonder if Senior knows yang inflammation? Yang inflammation? Li Wui raised his brow. The yang inflammation in the Star Court? Yang Kai smiled and said, It seems Senior knows her. Jiao Feng asked curiously, Why? Do you know her? Yang Kai said, She and I can be considered old friends. Old friends? Li Wui and Jiao Feng looked at each other, speechless. Yang inflammation was in existence on the same level as them. Although Yang Kai's cultivation was good, he was only a second-order Emperor Realm Master, and he was at most 100 years old. Yet, he said that he was old friends with Yang inflammation. If someone else said this, the two would definitely think that they were bragging, but the person who said this was Yang Kai, so it was not so abrupt. You two also know that I came up from the lower star territory. Yang inflammation was also in that star territory, but her main body was injured and dormant, so she manifested a trapped clone. I met her clone at that time, and I obtained the space array diagram from her. As Yang Kai spoke, he couldn't help but recall the past and sighed. She took care of me a lot back then. It turned out to be her. Li Wui was slightly stunned. Jiao Feng said, I heard that this woman is a master of both arrays and artifacts. I don't know if it's true or not, but if it's her, it makes sense. Yang inflammation may not be proficient in the Tao of space, but her attainments in the Tao of spirit arrays were extremely high. The Southgate army was completely incomparable to her. Space arrays were also a kind of spirit array, so it was not surprising that Yang inflammation knew the diagram. It was just that she did not possess the Tao of space, so she could not arrange a space array. Li Wui nodded and said, Speaking of this woman, I remember a rumor. What is it? Jiao Feng looked at him curiously. Li Wui said, There was once such a person who had such profound attainments in the Tao of space that he was even qualified to become great emperors with the Tao of space. Even I am slightly inferior to him now. This person could be said to be a stunning talent, one that appeared throughout the ages. But later, he disappeared for no reason, and no one knows where he went. And this person is said to be acquainted with Yang inflammation, and they have a good relationship. After saying that, he shook his head and said, But I don't know if the rumors are true or false. Li Wui himself was not sure, but Yang Kai's expression changed when he heard this. This was because when Yang inflammation handed the sealed world bead to him, she said that this sealed world bead belonged to a friend of hers. As for who her friend was, whether she was alive or dead, Yang inflammation did not mention anything. It was only because Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space that he could use the sealed world bead's function that it was given to him. Combined with what Li Wui said at this moment, Yang Kai felt that this rumor was very likely to be true. The sealed world bead was a world of its own, but it was not born naturally, and must have been artificially refined. An existence that could refine such a thing would definitely have extremely high attainments in the Tao of space. Yang Kai knew that he could not compare with them now. Jiao Feng smiled and said, Since it's just hearsay, then it can't be accurate. Li Wui laughed and said, Well, but this array has given me a lot of inspiration. Let me comprehend it for a while. After saying that, he closed his eyes and stood there quietly. Yang Kai and Jiao Feng returned to the pavilion to chat and wait. After a full hour, Li Wui came back with a happy look on his face. He looked at Yang Kai and said, When I return to Spirit Beast Island, you can go there and set up a spirit array on the island. It will be more convenient for everyone to come and go. Yang Kai laughed and said, I can't ask for more. Li Wui had the ethereal spirit jade bead that Yang Kai had just refined. As long as there was a message, Yang Kai could immediately set off for Spirit Beast Island. It would not be difficult to set up another array. He said with a serious face, There is one more thing I want to ask Senior. Li Wui said, Go ahead. Yang Kai said, when we were fighting with the two great sects, this area was sealed off, but when I carefully examined it, I didn't find any trace of a spirit array. I don't understand, without a spirit array, how did Song Yimou seal off this area? Although he admitted that he cultivated the power of space, according to my observation, his attainments in the power of space are not very good. I'm afraid he is just a beginner. If that's the case, how did he have this ability? He had to figure out this problem. Otherwise, if he encountered a strong enemy in the future and was sealed, he would not even have a chance to escape. Seeing that Yang Kai was looking at him like he was thirsting for knowledge, Li Wuyi couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Jiao Feng, on the other hand, giggled beside him. Yang Kai asked curiously, "Why are you laughing, senior? What's so funny about this question?" Jiao Feng laughed and said, "If you want to blame someone, blame that bastard Li Wuyi. It was not Song Yimou who sealed this world, but him." Yang Kai was surprised when he heard this. "You two had already arrived at that time?" Jiao Feng waved her hand and said, "That's not what I mean. Li Wuyi sighed. "Forget it, let me say it." He coughed lightly and said, "It's like this, Yang Kai. You also know that there are not many people in this world who cultivate the power of space. It's rare to meet someone who shares the same path as me. To be frank, if I hadn't met you today, there is almost no one in the entire star boundary who can communicate with me on this path. As the saying goes, it's lonely at the top. If someone asks me for advice on the power of space, I will not be stingy and teach them everything I know." Yang Kai said solemnly, "Junior admires senior's benevolence." The embarrassment on Li Wuyi's face grew stronger. He stretched out his hand and scratched his chin. "A few months ago, Song Yimou suddenly went to Spirit Beast Island, saying that he had some questions about the power of space. And I chatted with him for a while." He looked at Yang Kai with an embarrassed expression and said, "Let's not talk about other things for the time being. One of them was how to use the most effective method to seal this world." Yang Kai opened his mouth wide and was stunned for a while before he recovered. "So, Song Yimou can seal this world because of senior's teachings." Li Wuyi clenched his fist and coughed lightly. "I have known Song Yimou for many years. Although we are not close friends, we are not bad. He has a little bit of attainment in the power of space. I really didn't expect his purpose to be to deal with you." Chapter 33-26. If he had known about Song Mo's ulterior motives, how could Li Wuyi have imparted his experience to Yang Kai? Then again, he didn't know what kind of grievances there were between Yang Kai and Song Yimou. The difference in status and strength between them was too great. One was a fake emperor, a member of the Star Court, while the other was a rising star, a second-order emperor realm master. Barring any accidents, these two wouldn't cross paths for hundreds of years. That was why Li Wuyi didn't hide anything when Song Yimou went to ask for advice. Now that Yang Kai asked, Li Wuyi felt quite embarrassed. Although he didn't mean to, he still caused some trouble for Yang Kai. Fortunately, Yang Kai had a good foundation, otherwise, any other second-order emperor realm master would have fallen into Song Mo's hands. At that time, Song Yimou could decide his life or death. "So that's how it is." Yang Kai gently nodded and smiled. "Senior doesn't need to blame himself. Some people have ulterior motives, but this has nothing to do with Senior." Li Wuyi sweated. This Li is more or less responsible. Fortunately, nothing bad happened. Yang Kai changed the topic. "Then, what was the method Senior taught me?" With his attainments in the Tao of space, he was actually able to seal this part of the world without anyone noticing. This little one is really curious about this. Li Wuyi said, "Space is self-contained and complete. Even if it is damaged by force, it will repair itself under the influence of the world principles. I think you should understand this." Yang Kai nodded. Naturally, this junior has also torn space countless times. Li Wuyi smiled slightly. "Then, when you tore space, did you notice that there are strong and weak space barriers?" Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. "And there are some places where space is extremely strong, But there are other places where space is relatively weak. Tearing space in those strong places will take twice the effort for half the effort, but in the weak places, space can be easily torn apart. Li Wuyi nodded. Yes, space is divided into weak and strong places, and those weak places are the so-called space nodes. Space nodes? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Li Wuyi waved his hand and the Tao of space fluctuated, covering an area of 1,000 meters. In your perception, how many space nodes are there in this space? Yang Kai closed his eyes to investigate, but after a while he opened them and said, 3, to seniors left, 150 meters behind you, and 170 meters to your right. There are 3. If you want to teleport, then if you want to leave this place, how? But what if? As Li Wuyi spoke, the spatial laws changed again. Brilliant and solid, as if tangible objects were flooding the 3 spatial nodes. Yang Kai's was the space was Li Wu's space. Li Wuyi looked at him with a smile and retracted his divine path. Do you understand now? Yang Kai pondered for a while before raising his head and asking, what senior means is that as long as I seal these space nodes, I can invisibly cut off the world so that I can't teleport away? That's right. Li Wuyi nodded. If heaven and earth are a bottle, then these space nodes are the holes in the bottle. When you and I teleport, we have to pass through these holes to escape this bottle, but once these holes are blocked, you and I can only be trapped in the bottle. This was not the first time Yang Kai had heard of heaven and earth as a bottle, but Li Wuyi's explanation was easy to understand. In fact, Yang Kai had been aware of this point for a long time and had been using it to his advantage, but after Li Wuyi's reminder, he suddenly felt enlightened. Seniors' attainments in the space principles are naturally not a problem for you to block these space nodes, but how did Song Yimou do it? With his attainments in the Tao of space, even if he could detect these space nodes, it would be impossible for him to block them without anyone noticing, right? Li Wuyi explained. He must have used the power of some kind of artifact. At that time, I also gave him this suggestion. Now it seems that he must have found someone to refine something for him, but as for what that artifact was, I can't find it now. Your battle with him has already destroyed his seal. In fact, this method can indeed block heaven and earth, but if the battle is too intense, it can also break the seal. Yang Kai took a deep breath. But if he has the ability to crush me, he can capture me calmly. Song Yimou had calculated everything well, but the only thing he could not predict was Yang Kai's true strength. If it were any other second-order Emperor Realm Master, even if they were proficient in the space principles, they would definitely not be able to escape in that situation. But Song Yimou happened to encounter Yang Kai in his 300-meter-long dragon transformation and combined with his embodiment to fight him in an earth-shattering battle. But now that he understood the situation, it would not be so easy for others to target him in the future. At the very least, he could take precautions in advance. Even if the space nodes were really blocked again, he could find a way to break them before escaping. In the pavilion, the sun was setting and the moon was rising. Yang Kai and Li Wuyi sat opposite each other, chatting with each other. Jiao Feng was accompanying them, looking a little bored. The two discussed and communicated for 3 full days. During these 3 days, Tang Sheng and Qian Xiaoying of Heavenly Wolf Valley naturally came to visit several times. After all, Li Wuyi and Jiao Feng were guests, so as hosts, they had to play host. Who knew that they would not even be able to see them face to face? Before they even got close to the pavilion, they could feel the space trembling, as if it would collapse at any time. Looking at the pavilion, Yang Kai and Li Wuyi would sometimes smile, sometimes reach out, and sometimes gesture something. This Yang Kai really has a bright future ahead of him. With just a second-order Emperor Realm cultivation, he can actually sit down and discuss the Tao with a master like Li Wu. When he grows up in the future, how can he be underestimated? Heavenly Wolf Valley really missed a God-given opportunity. Tang Sheng sighed in his heart. After living for so many years, his vision was still not as good as his disciples. 3 days later, Yang Kai was in high spirits, and Li Wuyi's eyes were also shining brightly. Although they had been sitting here and discussing the Tao of space, neither of them showed any signs of fatigue. On the contrary, They were in high spirits. Both of them had gained a lot. Yang Kai suddenly spoke. "Senior, this junior has a presumptuous request." Li Wuyi looked at him with a smile and said, "Do you want to fight with me?" Yang Kai was stunned. "Is my meaning that obvious?" Li Wuyi smiled slightly. "Your eyes are eager and full of fighting spirit. How can I not feel it?" Yang Kai nodded and said solemnly, "I have never fought with someone who is proficient in the Tao of space. Today, I would like to ask for Senior's guidance." Li Wuyi said, "What a coincidence, I also have the same idea." The two of them looked at each other and then their figures suddenly flickered. The next moment, they left the pavilion and stood 1,000 feet away from each other, as if they had already discussed this beforehand. Yang Kai said with a serious expression, "Senior's cultivation is exceedingly high. This junior will not show any mercy. Please be careful, Senior." Li Wuyi said, "Although I won't use my full strength, I won't hold back too much either. Don't lose too badly." Yang Kai grinned and shouted, "Senior, please take this." As he spoke, he clapped his hands together and a huge moon blade took shape. Yang Kai grinned. This is the divine technique of space that this junior comprehended, the moon blade. "Please take a look at it, Senior." As he spoke, the pitch-black moon blade whistled towards Li Wu. Li Wuyi's expression was solemn, condensing the power of the void and condensing the moon blade. "Not bad, not bad." As he spoke, although his expression was serious, his demeanor was relaxed. He didn't even try to dodge the moon blade. It wasn't until the huge moon blade was about to hit him that he suddenly reached out and waved his hand. Under the fluctuations of the space principles, the pitch-black moon blade suddenly disappeared. This space divine technique had been forcibly nullified by Li Wuyi's space principles. This was the first time in history that a moon blade had been nullified like this. "Senior's technique is amazing," Yang Kai praised, but his hands were not careless. With a flick of his fingers, a dense number of moon blades flew towards Li Wuyi, seemingly intent on killing him on the spot. Li Wuyi laughed in spite of himself. "The same trick won't work on me." A big hand slammed down from the sky and the moon blades disappeared without a trace before they could reach him. Suddenly, Li Wuyi's expression froze as he raised an eyebrow. "So you were hiding a killer move." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and stretched out his hand, grabbing it as he shouted, "Exile!" A huge black hole immediately appeared where Li Wuyi was standing. It was as if an invisible beast had opened its mouth and swallowed him whole. The black hole flickered and disappeared, along with Li Wuyi. Jiao Feng exclaimed excitedly, "Did you kill him?" Xianxia, who was watching from afar, glanced sideways at her, his face twitching as he thought, "What's wrong with this woman? Are you happy that Li Wuyi was killed? Aren't you guys in cahoots?" Yang Kai didn't answer, but instead, his expression became serious. Li Wuyi's voice suddenly rang out, "Boy, eat my fist too." As soon as his voice fell, a fist appeared in front of Yang Kai out of nowhere. There was no warning at all, and it was only a fist without an arm or a body. It was extremely strange, but judging from the color and size of the fist, it was undoubtedly Li Wuyi's fist. Yang Kai tried his best to defend himself, but he couldn't guard against such a strange attack from Li Wu. Caught off guard, it was too late for him to dodge. He could only activate the space principles and shout, "Nothingness!" His figure became almost transparent in an instant as he banished himself into the void in an attempt to avoid this attack. Li Wuyi's soft voice sounded, seeming a little surprised, as if he didn't expect Yang Kai to be able to avoid his fist in this critical moment. But that was it. A layer of ripples suddenly appeared on the fist, and it disappeared without a trace. In the next moment, Yang Kai's figure reappeared not far away, but his expression was as if he was facing a great enemy, and as soon as he appeared, he disappeared again and merged into the void. After repeating this several times, Yang Kai suddenly stopped and patted his chest with a wry smile, shaking his head and saying, "Senior's methods are amazing, this boy admits defeat." Chapter 3327. TSK, you admit defeat just like that? Jiao Feng glanced over. It was rare for two people proficient in the Tao of space to fight, so she had thought that this battle would be earth-shattering, but who would have thought that Yang Kai would give up after just 2 or 3 moves? She was quite disappointed as she looked Yang Kai up and down and asked, "Did he hit you?" Yang Kai gently nodded but did not explain. Although Jiao Feng was strong, she could not see Li Wuyi's attack at all because the punch had turned several times in the air and followed Yang Kai like a maggot. No matter how Yang Kai dodged, he could not avoid it. In the end, the punch gently landed on Yang Kai's body and retracted as he wished. In the competition of space divine technique, Yang Kai had undoubtedly lost. His methods were useless against Li Wuyi, but Li Wuyi was able to hit him. This point alone was enough to determine who was superior. Junior is very grateful to receive Senior's guidance today. Yang Kai cupped his fists solemnly. Junior will definitely continue to work hard and strive to defeat Senior one day. Li Wuyi laughed loudly. Good, I will wait for that day. Yang Kai smiled and said, now that this matter is over, Junior will take his leave. I will visit the two of you on Spirit Beast Island another day. Li Wuyi raised his hand and said, there's no hurry. Don't go yet, there is one more thing I need your help with. Yang Kai showed a puzzled look. What is it? Wait a moment, Li Wuyi said, and then his figure suddenly flashed and disappeared without a trace. Yang Kai could not detect any of his aura at all with his divine sense, so he knew that Li Wuyi must have used the space beacon to teleport somewhere at this moment. Turning his head to look at Jiao Feng, Yang Kai asked. Jiao Feng said, don't look at me, I don't know what it is either. Yang Kai nodded. Since Jiao Feng said she did not know, she definitely did not know. It was useless to ask, so he simply waited patiently. Fortunately, in less than half a cup of tea's time, space force fluctuations suddenly rippled around Jiao Feng, followed by Li Wuyi's figure reappearing with another person. It was a young girl with a butterfly-shaped mark on her face. The young girl's appearance was peerlessly beautiful, and her temperament was innocent and unaffected. However, the huge butterfly mark that covered half of her face destroyed her overall beauty. She wore a fitting green dress that accentuated her exquisite and graceful figure. As soon as she appeared, the girl looked around blankly and happened to meet Yang Kai's eyes. Little Seven? Yang Kai was surprised. Big brother Yang? Mo Xiaoqi's beautiful eyes lit up as her joy was beyond words. She rushed out from Li Wuyi's side and flew over to Yang Kai's side, but suddenly, as if realizing something, she hurriedly stopped and stood 10 meters away from Yang Kai, blushing as she asked, is it really you, Big Brother Yang? Of course it's me. Yang Kai smiled slightly and raised his hands to stroke his hair back, as if he wanted Mo Xiaoqi to see him more clearly. Why are you in the Eastern Territory? Mo Xiaoqi was pleasantly surprised as she pursed her red lips and asked. I came here to do something and happened to run into Senior Li and Senior Jiao Feng. Mo Xiaoqi looked him up and down and pouted. You came to the Eastern Territory but didn't go to Spirit Beast Island to see me. Big brother Yang, have you forgotten about me long ago? Yang Kai smiled and said, no, I was planning to go to Spirit Beast Island, but I didn't know the way there, so I was delayed. Is that so? Mo Xiaoqi nodded and put her hands behind her back. She said in a happy and angry tone, well, remember to go to Spirit Beast Island immediately when you arrive in the Eastern Territory. I will remember, Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. Not far away, Li Wuyi and Jiao Feng were watching silently and couldn't help but sigh. Jiao Feng sent a divine sense message. The situation doesn't look good. Why did you bring this little girl here? Li Wuyi replied, a few days ago, when I sent a message to the Great Emperors, I mentioned that Yang Kai was going to Dragon Island. The Great Emperors asked me to go back and bring Xiaoqi here. They said that they wanted Xiaoqi and Yang Kai to go to Dragon Island to meet Mistress. Jiao Feng understood after hearing this and sighed again. It's time to meet her. It's been more than 20 to 30 years. She hasn't seen her mother since she was born. Poor child, she kept asking me if she was picked up by the Great Emperors when she was young. Li Wuyi said, the last operation was too dangerous, so I didn't bring Xiaoqi with me. She caused a ruckus for a long time. These words reminded Jiufeng of what happened more than 10 years ago, and she couldn't help but shudder. Nodding, she said, "That's good. It's not a bad thing to see her, but the great emperors don't have to worry about Dragon Island. Well, with Mistress there, Dragon Island won't do anything to Xiaoqi. What's more, Yang Boy is also going, so Dragon Island will have to worry about him this time. How could they care about Xiaoqi? The great emperors are really scheming. They want Yang Boy to take the lead so Xiaoqi can confide in Mistress." While the two were quietly communicating with their divine senses, Yang Kai and Mo Xiaoqi were also whispering. After chatting for a while, Mo Xiaoqi pursed her lips and giggled while Yang Kai shook his head with a smile. Li Wuyi stepped forward and said, "Yang Kai, since you're going to Dragon Island this time, take Xiaoqi with you. Someone wants to see her." Hearing this, Yang Kai glanced at Mo Xiaoqi and understood. Knowing that Fu Xian missed her daughter, he secretly sent a message to Li Wuyi. "Does Xiaoqi know?" Li Wuyi nodded lightly and replied, "She knows. The great emperors didn't hide this matter from her, but I'll have to ask you to take care of her when the time comes." Yang Kai said seriously, "Senior, don't worry. Junior will not let anything happen to Xiaoqi." Li Wuyi smiled and said, "If they were worried, the great emperors wouldn't have let Xiaoqi come. And, when you're done, remember to send Xiaoqi back to Spirit Beast Island." "I'll remember." After saying that, he cupped his fists and said, "In that case, Junior will take his leave first. Be careful on the road." Li Wuyi nodded. Yang Kai turned his head and glanced into the distance where Lan He was looking at him. Yang Kai smiled and waved at her. Lan He was startled, but she obviously understood and waved back. However, Ling Yinchin was nowhere to be seen, and Yang Kai didn't want to disturb her. Instead, he called out to Xianxia and said, "Let's go." Xianxia stepped forward and glanced at Mo Xiaoqi, thinking to himself, no wonder young master was so repulsed by that name before. It turns out that there's a little girl called Xiaoqi. His fierce look made Mo Xiaoqi a little anxious, and she immediately had a thought in her mind: this old man isn't a good person. Xianxia squeezed out a smile at her while Mo Xiaoqi stuck out her tongue, looking frightened. Xianxia suddenly looked depressed. When he turned around, he saw Yang Kai looking straight at him, so he hurriedly straightened his face and asked, "Young master, do you have any other orders?" Yang Kai asked curiously, "What orders can I have? Since you recognized me as your master, it's your responsibility." Xianxia was at a loss, but he quickly recovered and said with a twitching face, "Young master, you can't be thinking of..." Yang Kai looked at him sideways. Xianxia's old face was embarrassed as he dilly-dallied, his eyes drifting about. Yang Kai immediately cupped his fists to Li Wu. "Senior, I regret my words. Please use your divine technique to take this old thing away." Before his voice fell, Xianxia suddenly twisted and turned into a 5-meter-long, 3-meter-tall behemoth. It was shaped like a yak, with 2 horns on its head, fiery red skin, and a pair of fleshy wings that seemed to be able to cover the sky. It was an awe-inspiring and extraordinary sight. As it huffed and puffed, it breathed out hot air from its nostrils, visible to the naked eye. Yang Kai was delighted, thinking that this old thing was quite sensible. He walked around it a few times with a look of amazement on his face. With a flicker, he stood on Xianxia's back and beckoned to Mo Xiaoqi, "Come on up." Mo Xiaoqi was a little dumbfounded at this moment. Although there were many monster beasts on Spirit Beast Island, and there was even a divine spirit like the 9 Phoenix, she had never seen such an existence as a mount before. Especially when she saw the old man in human form before, Mo Xiaoqi instinctively felt repulsed at the thought of his ferocious face. But when Yang Kai beckoned her, she still jumped up happily. "Until we meet again." Yang Kai cupped his fists to Li Wuyi and Jiufeng and lightly tapped his foot. Xianxia flapped its wings and soared straight into the sky, instantly turning into a red light and flashing away at an incredible speed. But then again, if he didn't have such speed, Li Wuyi would have caught up with him long ago. How could he have the ability to escape from Li Wuyi's pursuit? Looking in the direction Yang Kai and the others left, Li Wui said, "Let's go back too." Jiao Feng nodded. They came out this time mainly for Xianxia. Now that Xianxia had been taken away by Yang Kai, it was none of their business whether he was good or evil in the future. Yang Kai would be the one to discipline him, so it wouldn't be too late for them to act if things got out of hand. In the next moment, Li Wui activated the space law and disappeared on the spot with Jiao Feng. After a long time, Tang Xing, Qian Xiuying, and the others who were watching from afar went forward to check. After confirming that none of the guests were left, they let out a long sigh of relief. Although the Sky Wolf Valley felt honored to have distinguished guests, the difference in strength and status was too big, so it was very stressful to receive them. Now that they had safely sent them away, they were naturally relieved. Although they had left, there seemed to be fluctuations of the space law around the pavilion, and there was even a formation left behind. Tang Sheng and the others observed for a long time and confirmed that this was a space formation. They didn't know whether it was set up by Li Wu or Yang Kai, but they couldn't activate this formation after many attempts. They didn't dare to destroy it rashly, so they could only set this pavilion as a forbidden area, and ordinary disciples were not allowed to enter here. But after all, this was a place where two powerhouses who were proficient in the space law sat and discussed. Wouldn't it be a pity to waste it? Later, the Sky Wolf Valley selected some outstanding disciples to come here to meditate, wanting to see if they could comprehend anything here. If the Sky Wolf Valley had one more existence who cultivated the space law, it would be a great gain. Chapter 33:28. The sun was shining brightly in the blue sky. A red light streaked across the sky and disappeared in a flash. Even if someone noticed it occasionally, they would not be able to see the red light clearly. Xianxi's speed could be described in one sentence. Fast, very fast, very fast. As expected of a veteran divine spirit, he was ranked very high among divine spirits. Although he was not as high as the dragon and phoenix, the name Xianxia was still a famous signboard among divine spirits. What was rare was that Xianxi's back was extremely spacious. Even when Yang Kai and Mo Xiaoqi sat opposite each other, it was not crowded. Mo Xiaoqi had spread a thick animal skin blanket on Xianxi's back and was happily chatting with Yang Kai. The last time Yang Kai met Mo Xiaoqi was in the Shattered Star Sea. At that time, Mo Xiaoqi was enraged and the seal of the butterfly mark on her face was undone. She almost went berserk, and it was Zhang Ruoxi who stepped in to suppress her. Many years had passed since then. However, the flowing time Great Emperor was fleeting, but friendship was everlasting. Mo Xiaoqi had lived most of her life on Spirit Beast Island since she was born. The first time she quietly ran away from home, she met Yang Kai in the Southern Territory. Naturally, she valued her only friend very much. In fact, Yang Kai was a bit confused now. How did Mo Xiaoqi run from the Eastern Territory to the Southern Territory? At that time, her strength was not high and the distance between the two territories was hundreds of millions of kilometers. How did she manage to cross such a long distance without any escort? Now that he thought about it, it was likely that Li Wui and Jiao Feng had been secretly protecting her. Only this little girl thought that she had successfully run away from home and was complacent. Mo Xiaoqi lacked life experience, while Yang Kai had traveled far and wide, so naturally, they had a lot of topics to talk about, but most of the time, it was Yang Kai who was talking while Mo Xiaoqi just cupped her cheeks in her hands and listened quietly, a look of relish on her face. When they talked about the old swindler they met in Maplewood City, the two laughed tacitly. Back then, the two of them really had eyes but failed to see. The great emperors of the secular world had transformed into thousands of people to play the game in the world, but they were actually treated as liars by them. They even bore a grudge against them. However, as time passed, Yang Kai clearly noticed that Mo Xiaoqi's mood had changed, becoming nervous, expectant, and hesitant. This phenomenon became more obvious the closer they got to Dragon Island. Clearly, she was also very nervous in her heart. She was going to the Dragon Island to see her mother this time. She also didn't know what kind of attitude she should use to face that woman who gave birth to her yet never met. In the end, the little girl had become extremely silent. Even if Yang Kai deliberately tried to find some interesting topics to tease her, he could only get a very forced smile in return. Yang Kai couldn't do anything about it, so he could only let her adjust her mood. Of course, Xianxia knew the way to the Dragon Island. Therefore, he did not need to use the Dragon Island token to confirm his location on this trip to Yang Kai. After a few days, Xianxia landed on a small island above the blue waves of the sea. Is this the island closest to Dragon Island? Yang Kai turned his head and looked around, asking casually. Xianxia replied in a low voice, "Young master, there is no island closer than this one within 1,000 kilometers." He also didn't know why Yang Kai wanted to find such an island, but since Yang Kai had ordered him to do so, he would just do as he was told. And here it is then. Yang Kai nodded and jumped down from Xianxia's back with Mo Xiaoqi. With a sweep of his divine sense, he found a suitable place. Big brother Yang, what are you doing here? Mo Xiaoqi looked around curiously. There were countless small islands like this in the sea, and there was nothing special about them, let alone any precious treasure. However, Yang Kai asked Xianxia to find such a place first. To arrange a space array. Yang Kai explained. Dragon Island was the same as the sealed world bead. It was a world of its own, with its own world principles. Therefore, even if Yang Kai arranged a space array on Dragon Island, it wouldn't be able to communicate with other space arrays because the world principles of Dragon Island isolated the connection between space arrays. Yang Kai reckoned that he would have to deal with Dragon Island in the future. The distance between them was too far, so it would be inconvenient for him to come and go. If he left a space array here, it would be much easier for him to come and go in the future. Although they still had to travel some distance, it was better than flying all the way here from the ancient wildlands. Mo Xiaoqi nodded. Although she didn't understand Yang Kai's intention, she didn't ask and just followed behind him obediently. Not long after, the two arrived at a cave. This cave should be natural, somewhere on the side of the island near the sea, extending all the way to the interior of the island. The interior was dry, but it was a natural haven. Yang Kai immediately got busy, and Mo Xiaoqi also helped from the side. However, her help was more of a hindrance. Yang Kai didn't blame her, but gave her a lot of encouragement, which finally helped her to recover a lot. Half a day later, a brand new space array was arranged. Yang Kai checked it, and after confirming that there were no problems, he walked out of the cave with Mo Xiaoqi. Sitting back on Xianxia's back, he didn't expect the old guy to flap his wings and ask, "Young master, are we really going to Dragon Island?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "Why, are you afraid?" Xianxia bared his teeth and said, "I'm not afraid, but that damn Dragon Island is too xenophobic. Young master must be careful there." In fact, he was curious about the relationship between Yang Kai and the dragon race. When he saw Yang Kai transform into a 300-meter-long dragon, he knew that he had the bloodline of the dragon race, but the dragon race was extremely disgusted with those with impure bloodlines. This kind of disgust was even worse than their rejection of other races. If Yang Kai really had the half-dragon bloodline, it would be best to avoid the dragon race forever. Why would he want to go to Dragon Island? Wasn't this just walking right into a trap? Xianxia wanted to remind Yang Kai that there was a half-dragon city on Dragon Island, where there were many half-dragon bloodline existences. Although they seemed powerful, they were actually under house arrest on Dragon Island. When the dragon race needed them, they would be taken to Dragon Island to have their blood drained to cultivate the dragon blood flower. If Yang Kai went there, he might be trapped in Half-Dragon City and be taken to have his blood drained. With the half-dragon bloodline, transforming into a 300-meter-long dragon body, he would have a lot of blood drained. Although he didn't like Yang Kai using him as a mount, if Yang Kai really fell into Dragon Island and lost his freedom, the spiritual beast island would definitely hunt him down. For his own sake, he had to remind Yang Kai. Yang Kai grinned and said, "No matter how xenophobic they are, they can't drive me away." If they provoke me, I will beat them up one by one. Xianxia couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard that. He thought to himself, this new young master really knows how to brag. Although your strength is not bad, you can even fight with someone like Tsang Imo, but what kind of place is Dragon Island? That is the gathering place of the dragon race, the resting place of dozens of huge dragons. Even if I go there, I will have to tuck my tail between my legs, otherwise, I will definitely be beaten up and thrown out of Dragon Island. Especially that old dragon Zhu Yan, if he really goes all out, even the great emperors won't be able to do anything to them. I am definitely not their match, and you want to beat them up with your strength? What kind of joke is this? I have lived for so many years, and this is the first time I heard such fresh and refined boasting. What? You don't believe me? Yang Kai seemed to have sensed Xianxia's thoughts. He leaned over and asked. Xianxia said, I believe. Why wouldn't I believe? Young Master's divine technique is unparalleled. What can a mere dragon race amount to? Seems like you don't believe me. Yang Kai sneered. He rolled his eyes and said, if I can make those dragon race obedient, what will you do? Xianxia glared at him. If young master can really do this, I will sincerely recognize you as my young master. If young master has any command in the future, I will not dare to disobey. Yo. Yang Kai said sarcastically, listening to your words, you don't sincerely recognize me as your young master? Xianxia shook his head and said, I am forced by the situation, I have no other choice. Young master is a sensible person, why do you have to point it out? Yang Kai nodded, you are still considered honest. If you are really obedient to me, I will suspect if you have some other purpose. Hehe, young master, please don't blame me. This old man has no other choice. However, if you can really make those dragons submit to you, then you naturally have the qualifications to be this old man's master. Following you wouldn't be an insult to this old man. Xianxia paused, then said, but if young master can't do it, I only have one request. Speak. Xianxia smiled and said, in the future, don't use me as a mount. Although I was once a mount for the flowing time great emperor, I am now quite old, I have to consider my face. But Yang Kai nodded. Xianxia's expression brightened, he was overjoyed. This brat's words were bigger than the sky, this time you are bound to lose. Although he didn't reject following Yang Kai, he was still a little unhappy that Yang Kai used him as a mount. The flowing time great emperor is the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor. Although you have practiced the flowing time great emperor's shuttle seal and understood a little bit of the law of time, you can barely be considered as the successor of the flowing time great emperor, but how can you be compared to the flowing time great emperor, or even do the same thing as the flowing time great emperor? Young master, the Dragon Island is just below, the two of you sit tight. Xianxia suddenly shouted in a low voice. Its huge body dived down, and directly fell into the sea below. Before his figure arrived, the seawater had already separated by itself, revealing a circular passage leading to the bottom of the sea. Along the way, not a single drop of water touched his body. In a trance, a huge void passageway appeared in the depths of the sea, leading to an unknown place. Yang Kai had experienced this kind of scene before, he naturally knew that the void passageway was leading to the Dragon Island. If he didn't use the Dragon Island medallion to locate it last time, he wouldn't have thought that the entrance to the Dragon Island was actually under the sea. It was obviously not the first time Xianxia came to the Dragon Island. He dived into the void passageway without the slightest hesitation. In a split second, the surrounding seawater disappeared and was replaced by a primal chaos void. It seemed like even the surrounding space and time were frozen. Xianxia suddenly cried out in surprise, because this void passageway gave him a kind of murderous feeling. The last time he came here, it was not like this. Moreover, he couldn't find the exit as far as the eye could see. In a split second, his expression tensed up. If he got lost in the void, it would be over. Chapter 33:29. Just as he was feeling nervous, Yang Kai's voice rang in his ears. Only then did he remember that this new young master of his was proficient in the Tao of space. No matter who got lost here, it was impossible for him to get lost. Immediately, he followed Yang Kai's instructions without hesitation. Going around in circles, it was as if he was walking through a huge maze. After a long time, a bright light suddenly appeared in front of him. Xianxia didn't need any guidance this time, as he knew that was definitely the entrance. Flapping his wings, he quickly flew in that direction and rushed out in the blink of an eye. His vision blurred and the world changed. Rich world energy rushed out, and the world principles, which were slightly different from those of the star boundary, lingered around. They had arrived at Dragon Island. However, at this moment, a loud dragon roar shook the sky as a purple aura came from the east. In an instant, a giant dragon more than 100 meters long appeared in front of them. This giant dragon was shrouded in purple aura, had 2 horns on its head, and was covered in fluorescent dragon scales. In an instant, it blocked in front of Xianxia. Raising its head high, dragon pressure filled the air as it looked down and shouted in a thunderous voice, "Who dares trespass on Dragon Island?" The voice wasn't loud and was instead a little shrill. This giant dragon was obviously a female dragon. As soon as these words came out, the female dragon's eyes narrowed. "Xianxia? It's actually you, old thing." She obviously recognized Xianxia. Xianxia shook his head as steam visible to the naked eye came out of his nostrils, standing proudly in the void, not showing the slightest fear. A giant dragon more than 100 meters long was at most a 6th-order dragon vein. This kind of dragon race really couldn't do anything to him. What's more, he had been ordered to come here this time and Yang Kai would take care of everything, so he simply kept his mouth shut. On Xianxia's back, Mo Shaoqi looked up. This was the first time she had seen a pure dragon race, so she was naturally very curious. Does my mother look like this when she shows her true form? But why don't I have the slightest dragon race bloodline? The purple dragon's gaze suddenly turned to Xianxia's back and fixed on Yang Kai, a look of surprise bursting forth as she exclaimed, "Brother-in-law? Brother-in-law?" Xianxia was confused by this address. Who was your brother-in-law? Who could be your brother-in-law here? I definitely have nothing to do with the dragon race, and Mo Shaoqi is a woman. Could it be? Thinking of this, Xianxia's expression changed greatly. Yang Kai's voice came from behind. It was hard to tell whether he was happy or angry. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Who is your brother-in-law? The purple dragon didn't care at all. With a turn of its body, it twisted and transformed into a girl in purple clothes. It was Fu Ling who led Yang Kai to the place where the dragon blood flower was cultivated. On the entire Dragon Island, there were no more than 20 members of the dragon race. These dragon race bloodlines were all extremely pure, but there were also differences in strength. The strongest, such as the Great Elder and Second Elder, had 10th-order bloodlines. Fu Xian, Zhu Kong, and Zhu Qing had 9th-order bloodlines. After that, there were 8th-order, 7th-order, 6th-order, and even 5th-order bloodlines. The bloodline of the dragon race would gradually become purer over time. It could be said that the longer one lived, the higher the grade of their bloodline. Of course, this did not exclude the natural advantages and the benefits of consuming the dragon blood flower. And this Fu Ling was a 6th-order bloodline purple dragon. Last time, she was forced by Yang Kai to take her to the place where the dragon blood flower was cultivated, but as a result, Yang Kai had swept away almost all the mature dragon blood flowers there. After that incident, Fu Ling was naturally punished and sent here to guard the entrance to Dragon Island. If it wasn't because the elders knew about the strangeness of Yang Kai's bloodline, Fu Ling wouldn't be able to resist at all. Just this alone was enough to banish her to the dragon tomb, never to see the light of day again. After Fu Ling revealed her true form, she immediately stood on Xianxia's back, facing Yang Kai. The distance between them was less than a foot. A delicate fragrance immediately assaulted Yang Kai's nostrils. With her hands behind her back, like a little girl who didn't know much about the world, she leaned her head over and giggled, "Of course it's you. In this world, who else can be called brother-in-law by me, Fu Ling?" Yang Kai unconsciously leaned back, mainly because he was afraid that her towering chest would touch him. Seeing this, Fu Ling was a little insatiable. She deliberately stuck out her chest, causing Yang Kai's face to darken. He said in a deep voice, "I am not related to you in any way. How can I be your brother-in-law? Miss Fu Ling, please don't joke around." Fu Ling giggled. "I'm not joking. If I say you are my brother-in-law, then you are my brother-in-law." Saying so, she actually took another step forward. Before Yang Kai could retreat, Emo Xiaoqi suddenly rushed out from behind and squeezed herself between Yang Kai and Fu Ling, spreading her arms as if she wanted to protect Yang Kai. Her face flushed red. She said, "What are you doing? Why are you sticking so close to me when you want to talk?" She obviously saw Fu Ling's ulterior motives and immediately felt a sense of anger, as if someone was coveting her beloved object. Fu Ling looked Emo Xiaoqi up and down and snorted, "Where did this ugly girl come from? I am talking to my brother-in-law. What does it have to do with you? Go away, be careful, or this great aunt will beat you." Emo Xiaoqi had never experienced such a situation before. On Spirit Beast Island, she was the little princess of the Spirit Beast Island. She had never seen such a ferocious look on Fu Ling's face before, so she couldn't help trembling in fear. However, she still firmly spread her arms and stood there angrily. Yang Kai looked at Fu Ling coldly and asked, "Who do you want to beat?" Fu Ling felt the coldness in his voice and thought of something. She smiled and said, "Oh, brother-in-law, don't be angry. I am just playing with her." "But brother-in-law, it's fine that you came to see elder sister Qing, but why did you bring a little girl with you? If elder sister Qing knows about this..." She winked at Yang Kai with an expression that said, "You know what I am thinking, it's none of your business." Yang Kai snorted and looked around. He then asked curiously, "Why didn't you stay on Dragon Island? Why did you come here?" This place was just the entrance, and it was still some distance away from the real Dragon Island. The real Dragon Island was called the Dragon Palace by the people of Half-Dragon City, and the dragon race lived in the Dragon Palace. Under normal circumstances, the dragon race would not leave the Dragon Palace. It would have been better if Yang Kai didn't ask this question. Once Yang Kai asked this question, Fu Ling's expression collapsed. She had an aggrieved look on her face as she sobbed and said, "Brother-in-law, I am in deep trouble because of you." Yang Kai snorted and said, "What does it have to do with me?" Fu Ling's eyes turned red, and 2 drops of tears actually squeezed out of her eyes. She looked at Yang Kai with watery eyes and said, "Brother-in-law, did you forget about those dragon blood flowers?" Dragon blood flowers? Yang Kai was stunned for a moment. He clenched his fist and coughed lightly. "Why are you talking about dragon blood flowers again?" Fu Ling said, "Last time, I took you to steal a lot of dragon blood flowers. After you left, the elders found out about this and wanted to banish me to the dragon tomb. Fortunately, the 3rd elder and elder sister Qing were kind and said some good words to let me avoid this calamity. But as a punishment, I have to guard the entrance here for 100 years. While speaking, Fu Ling's tears flowed nonstop. It seemed that she was really sad. Originally, she wasn't the one who stole the dragon blood flowers. She was also forced to do so. In the end, she was punished to guard the entrance for 100 years. She couldn't even go back to the Dragon Palace. In the end, she was screwed by Yang Kai. That was more than 1,000 dragon blood flowers, low grade, middle grade, high grade, and even the 2 best grade dragon blood flowers that the 1st elder and 2nd elder had carefully cultivated for many years were all swept away by Yang Kai. The accumulation of the dragon race for thousands of years could be said to have all gone into Yang Kai's pocket. If they wanted to restore the dragon race to its original state, it would be impossible without thousands of years of accumulation. And within these thousands of years, the dragon race on the Dragon Island would no longer have the opportunity to take the dragon blood flowers to improve their bloodline. This greatly delayed the time for the dragon race to become powerful. In these 10 years, Fu Ling hated Yang Kai to death in her heart. More than once, she thought of killing him when she saw him again. But it was only a thought. She also knew that she was no match for Yang Kai. The suppression of their bloodline was too strong. Not to mention, she had already offered her soul brand to Yang Kai. Her life and death were all in the hands of Yang Kai. Now that she finally met the victim, she naturally wanted to pour her heart out to him. Of course, there was another more important reason that she didn't want others to know. This brother-in-law of hers seemed to have the ability to rapidly improve the bloodline of the dragon race. Didn't you see that Big Sister Qing's bloodline was originally at the 8th rank, but now she was already at the 9th rank and was promoted to the position of an elder? As long as her plan succeeded, her 6th rank bloodline could be easily upgraded to the 7th or 8th rank. It would be more effective than taking the dragon blood flower. It's only 100 years, it's not a long time for you. Yang Kai sniffed. Although he was somewhat ashamed of Fu Ling's character, but in the end he was the one who had harmed Fu Ling. Yang Kai felt somewhat apologetic in his heart. However, he didn't want to dwell on this matter too much. He didn't want Fu Ling to have something to use against him. He waved his hand and said, "The past is the past, why bring it up? Let me ask you, where is Zhu Qing right now?" Fu Ling's face was filled with resentment, but she didn't dare to not answer. Big Sister Qing is on her own spiritual island. What about the 3rd elder? He is also on his own spiritual island. She suddenly rolled her eyes and said, "Brother-in-law, do you not know the way? Do you want me to bring you there?" Yang Kai looked at her and said, "Aren't you being punished to guard here for 100 years? Nothing will happen if you leave without permission, right?" No. Fu Ling pursed her lips and smiled sweetly. "I have been guarding here for more than 10 years, and no one came in. Only brother-in-law and you have come in. It's not a big deal to leave for a while. Don't blame me if something happens." Fu Ling didn't want to give up and said, "Do I look like someone who pesters endlessly? Brother-in-law, you are looking down on me. Stop talking nonsense, quickly lead the way." "NN." Fu Ling answered repeatedly. Then she lifted her leg and stomped on Xianxia. "Old man, why are you still in a daze? Hurry up and walk. Walk forward. Don't tell me you don't know where the Dragon Palace is." Xianxia couldn't help but roll his eyes. She really lost her moral integrity after being a mount for a day. A little girl from the dragon race actually dared to order him around on his back. But what exactly was going on? Why did this dragon lady address Yang Kai as her brother-in-law? Could it be that this young lord really had an affair with a dragon lady? Chapter 33:30. Thinking of this, Xianxia couldn't help but feel happy. Although they were both divine spirits, the arrogance of the dragon race was something that no race liked, and naturally, Xianxia didn't like it. Such a proud dragon race actually has such an unimaginable relationship with a human. Now, he really wanted to see what this dragon girl looked like. This old master wants to see if those stinky dragons still dare to be arrogant in front of this old master in the future after this scandal. Along the way, on Xianxia's back, Fu Ling chattered endlessly, intentionally or unintentionally trying to get close to Yang Kai. If it weren't for Mo Shaoqi standing off to the side vigilantly, it was likely she would have stuck close to him. Such enthusiasm made Yang Kai feel overwhelmed, and he couldn't help but wonder if there was something wrong with this female dragon. Logically speaking, since he had cheated her so miserably, shouldn't she hold a grudge against him? Why was she trying to please him? If the dragon race were all like her, how could there be any dignity left? The blue sea faced the sky, and the waves rose and fell. Empty spirit islands with many precious treasures flashed under the group's feet. The treasures on Dragon Island could be said to be extremely rich, but these treasures that would make a cultivator in the outside world extremely jealous were nothing in the eyes of the dragon race, because each of them was extremely powerful, so these things were useless to them. The only useful thing was the dragon blood flower, but it was almost destroyed by Yang Kai. Galloping all the way, after 2 full days, a half-moon-shaped island appeared in front of them. This island covered an area of 100 kilometers, which wasn't very big, but it wasn't small either. It was more than enough for a dragon race to live in. That's Elder Sister Qing's Spirit Island. Fu Ling pointed at the Crescent Moon Island and said in a desolate tone. Although he had been traveling with Yang Kai for the past 2 days, he hadn't been able to ease the relationship between him and Yang Kai. On the contrary, he had been too enthusiastic, causing Fu Ling to be on guard. There was also that little girl who was guarding against him like he was a thief. If it weren't for Yang Kai's face, he would have already slapped her to death. However, it was this little girl who was watching him all the time. As long as he made the slightest move, it would arouse her vigilance. This is where Qinger lives? Yang Kai revealed a shocked expression. He had been to this island before. Previously, in order to search for Zhu Qing's traces, he had gone to many places and stepped on many spiritual islands. At that time, there was no one here. He did not expect this to be Zhu Qing's spiritual island. Fu Ling smiled and said, "That's right, elder sister Qing should be on this island." She and the third elder were punished to stay on the Dragon Island to reflect on their mistakes. If it wasn't for an accident, they wouldn't be able to leave the Dragon Island for at least 100 years. Brother-in-law, if you miss her, you can visit her more often. Yang Kai snorted, 100 years? This is the second elder's order? Fu Ling stuck out her tongue and said, "Other than the second elder, who else can give such an order? Everyone is most afraid of the second elder." "All right, since we are already here, there is no need for you to guide the rest of the way. Go and do what you are supposed to do." Yang Kai waved his hand. Fu Ling pouted and said, "Brother-in-law is too heartless. After using me, you toss me aside. I don't want to. It's rare for me to come back. I don't want to go back so early. I also want to visit elder sister Qing." Yang Kai looked at her from the corner of his eyes. "Do you believe that I will teach you a lesson?" After saying that, he made a hand seal. Fu Ling's expression immediately changed. She jumped down from Xianxia's back in a flash and said with a hollow laugh, "Brother-in-law, what are you doing? I won't disturb you and elder sister Qing, okay?" She cursed in her heart. He really doesn't understand the situation. She sent herself to him and yet he is still unmoved. I really don't know if he is still a man. Yang Kai waved his hand at her. Only then did Fu Ling said reluctantly, "Brother-in-law, you must come and visit me when you have time. I am very depressed over there by myself." Yang Kai couldn't be bothered with her. He urged Xianxia to turn into a red light and landed on the Crescent Moon Island. There was a simple and unadorned palace on the Crescent Moon Island. When Xianxia's huge body landed from the sky, a graceful figure had already flashed out of the palace. Her beautiful eyes looked over and met with Yang Kai's gaze. When their eyes met, Yang Kai grinned. Zhu Qing was pleasantly surprised and said, "You're back?" Last time when Yang Kai left the Dragon Palace Hall and chased after Wukong, Zhu Qing was naturally worried. Although Wukong was no longer at his peak, he was still the great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. No one knew if Yang Kai was his opponent. Now that she saw Yang Kai return in one piece, the stone in Zhu Qing's heart that had been hanging in her heart was finally put down. As soon as she finished speaking, she had already pounced over. Yang Kai opened his arms and pulled her into his embrace, gently smelling the fragrance of her hair. Xianxia didn't feel good. Originally, he was somewhat unwilling to be ordered around by Yang Kai as a mount. Now, this adulterous couple was actually kissing each other on his back in broad daylight, as if there was no one else around. Unfortunately, he couldn't get angry. He immediately stiffened and didn't dare to move so as not to disturb these two people. However, at this moment, his heart was filled with an indescribable shock. There really was something going on. His young master really had something going on with a dragon girl. This was earth-shattering news. He had lived for tens of thousands of years, but he had never encountered such a thing. Although Zhu Qing didn't reveal her true body, he could feel the purity of this dragon girl's bloodline. If they really fought one-on-one, he most likely wouldn't be her opponent. 9th rank? 10th rank? With such a pure bloodline, her status on Dragon Island was definitely not low. At the very least, she would be an elder-level character. How could such an existence have a relationship with the young master? Could it be that the young master's half-dragon bloodline was also related to this dragon girl? While he was lost in thought, Yang Kai and Zhu Qing were rubbing each other's ears. Although they hadn't said a word, they could feel each other's longing. All of a sudden, Zhu Qing felt that someone was looking at her. She opened her eyes and saw a pair of bright eyes. Mo Xiaoqi stood behind Yang Kai, her eyes wide open as she stared at the scene in front of her in a daze, somewhat unable to accept it. What she saw in front of her had a great impact on her mind. Inexplicably, she felt a burst of bitterness in her heart and almost burst into tears. Being stared at like this, Zhu Qing blushed slightly and gently broke away from Yang Kai's embrace, saying with a smile, "This girl is..." Yang Kai didn't feel embarrassed at all and quietly whispered in her ear with a carefree expression. Zhu Qing's beautiful eyes lit up when she heard this and stepped forward, holding Mo Xiaoqi's hands affectionately. "So it's little sister Xiaoqi." Although she and Fu Xian were both elders of the dragon race, Fu Xian was her elder, so calling her little sister Xiaoqi was not a problem. Moreover, she had heard of this girl's existence a long time ago, but it was not until today that she had seen her face. Mo Xiaoqi was obviously shocked by her affectionate behavior. Her mind was already in a mess, but now she was even more at a loss. Opening her mouth, she seemed to want to say something, but no words came out and she just turned her head to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled and said, "This is Zhu Qing. If you don't mind, you can call her elder sister Qing." "Elder sister Qing?" Mo Xiaoqi called out softly, her voice sounding like she was about to cry. She then plunged into Zhu Qing's arms and started sobbing, weeping like a pear blossom in the rain, drenching Zhu Qing's clothes in an instant. Zhu Qing was dumbfounded. Looking up at Yang Kai, she found that Yang Kai also had a blank expression on his face. "Did you bully her?" Zhu Qing opened her mouth and asked silently. Yang Kai spread out his hands, with an expression that said it had nothing to do with him. He really didn't know why Mo Xiaoqi suddenly burst into tears like this. Mo Xiaoqi didn't know why she suddenly wanted to cry, so she plunged into Zhu Qing's arms. Zhu Qing was helpless and could only hug Mo Xiaoqi, gently patting her back and comforting her softly. Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, secretly rejoicing that this scene was not seen by martial beast, otherwise, the great emperors would skin him alive. But thinking about it carefully, he somewhat understood Mo Xiaoqi's mood. Now that they had arrived at Dragon Island and she was about to see her mother, it was inevitable that her mood would fluctuate. Under such a mood, if she was slightly stimulated, she would definitely vent. Her crying continued, but Zhu Qing didn't show the slightest impatience and continued to speak gently. After a long time, Mo Xiaoqi stopped sobbing and walked out of Zhu Qing's arms with her head lowered. Wiping her eyes with the back of her hand, her face was so red that it looked like blood was about to drip. "So embarrassing. This is the first time I see elder sister Qing and I actually cried in her arms. Who knows what she will think of me?" She quietly looked up and saw Zhu Qing's concerned face, not the slightest trace of ridicule. Only then did she relax a little. Looking at Yang Kai again, she saw that he was actually smiling, as if he was watching a good show. She immediately stomped her foot. "Big brother Yang is a bad guy." Saying so, she turned around and rushed into Zhu Qing's palace, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Pointing at himself, he asked Zhu Qing, "What does this have to do with me?" Zhu Qing glared at him and was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. She chased after Mo Xiaoqi, leaving Yang Kai and Xianxia shivering in the sea breeze. After a long while, Yang Kai said, "Old Xiong, don't you think women are strange?" Xianxia nodded in agreement. If they weren't strange, they wouldn't be called women. Yang Kai said, "Old Xiong, you also have this kind of experience?" "Hiss, speaking of which, is there a female in your Xianxia clan?" Xianxia rolled his eyes and said, "Otherwise, do you think this old master jumped out of a stone?" Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, "I'm just curious, just curious." After a pause, he said, "You stay here for the time being. Don't run around if you have nothing to do. I will take you away after I deal with the matters here." "Young master, rest assured, this old master understands." This was Dragon Island. How could he dare to be disobedient here? After hesitating for a moment, he reminded, "Young master must also be careful. The dragon race is not so easy to deal with, especially since you have an ambiguous relationship with a dragon girl. How can Great Elder Zhu Yan and Second Elder Fu Si let you go so easily?" Chapter 33-31. Inside the bedroom, when Yang Kai walked in, Zhu Qing was holding Mo Xiaoqi's hand and whispering something to her. He didn't know what they were talking about, but Mo Xiaoqi's face bloomed with a smile. After a long time, she suddenly shook her head, looking embarrassed and nervous. Zhu Qing patiently consoled her, and after a long time, she gently nodded. After that, Zhu Qing walked over and winked at Yang Kai. The two left together. "What did you say to her?" Yang Kai hugged Zhu Qing, one of his hands wandering around her body while he asked. Zhu Qing patted his big hand away and said, "I asked her when she was going to see Third Elder. She seemed a little scared." Yang Kai heard this and said, "It's only human nature. She has been in a contradictory state of anticipation and nervousness all the way here, and it's even more obvious here. What's wrong? She doesn't want to see her mother?" Zhu Qing said, "It's not that she doesn't want to, she's just very nervous. But since she's like this, let's go and invite Third Elder." "All right," Yang Kai nodded. The two immediately set off for the Spirit Island where Third Elder lived. The Spirit Island where Third Elder lived was not far from Zhu Qing's Crescent Island, so the two arrived in less than an incense stick worth of time. The scenery on the Spirit Island was beautiful, with mountains stacked on top of each other. What was rare was that there was a huge waterfall rushing down from the peak, a curtain of water connecting the sky and the earth. Before they arrived, they could already hear the rumbling sound of the waterfall. Below the waterfall was a valley with several pavilions, where Third Elder Fu Xian lived. Zhu Qing led Yang Kai to this place and saw a woman in an aqua-blue palace dress fiddling with some flowers and plants. Her demeanor was gentle, and her temperament was gentle. Seeming to notice something, Fu Xian looked up and smiled at Zhu Qing before fixing her eyes on Yang Kai. "Third Elder." Zhu Qing stepped forward and saluted. Yang Kai also cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, Third Elder." Fu Xian smiled and nodded. "You're here?" She had also met Yang Kai last time and knew about the relationship between Yang Kai and Zhu Qing. The relationship between these two was almost the same as her own relationship with Mo Huang. Both had violated a great taboo on Dragon Island, but the only difference was that she and Mo Huang already had a child, so there was no room for negotiation. On the other hand, Yang Kai and Zhu Qing had not yet reached this point, so Fu Xian felt a sense of kinship between them. Although she was not familiar with Yang Kai, she did not feel the slightest sense of unfamiliarity at this moment. This was also the first time Yang Kai seriously sized up Fu Xian. The last time he saw her, she was banished to the dragon graveyard for more than 10 years. She had just escaped and was in her weakest state. Her face was pale and pitiful. Right now, she had undoubtedly recovered. But looking at her beautiful face and peaceful eyes, she didn't have the slightest bit of arrogance that the dragon race should have. He also heard from Zhu Qing just now that the Third Elder was a water dragon. Her temperament was also the most gentle among the dragon race on Dragon Island. If he knew her well enough, he would discover that she was more like a recluse compared to the dragon race. Seeing is believing. Fu Xian's every move gave people a feeling of being bathed in a spring breeze. Compared to the Second Elder, Fu Dun, it was simply the difference between heaven and earth. Thinking about Fu Dun, Kai Yang felt a little sick in his heart. He didn't know how that old guy Zhu Yan could stand it. "The last time you chased after Wukong, you only came back after so many years. Did you encounter any accident?" Yang Kai shook his head and said, "There was no accident, but I made Qing worried." Fu Xian nodded her head and said, "Qing is indeed worried. She also didn't know after being with me all these years." "Third Elder?" Zhu Qing hastily interrupted her and went straight to the topic. Today, Yang Kai came here because he has a very good news to tell you. Fu Xian pursed her lips and smiled. What kind of good news can I have? A little girl like you only knows how to talk nonsense. Zhu Qing said with a smile, Little Seven came to see you. I wonder if this can be considered a good news? Little Seven? Fu Xian's expression changed when she heard that. Her beautiful eyes that were always as gentle as water actually burst forth with astonishing radiance at this moment. She turned her head and looked at Yang Kai excitedly. Little Seven came? Yang Kai nodded and said, Martial Beast Master knew that I was going to come to Dragon Island, so he entrusted little sister Xiaoqi to me and asked me to bring her to see you. After getting an affirmative answer, Fu Xian couldn't help but tremble. She looked behind Yang Kai, but there was no trace of her. She asked bitterly, Where is she? Is she here? With the purity of her ninth-order dragon bloodline and supreme divine spirit cultivation, if Mo Xiaoqi really came here, she would have discovered it immediately. But at this moment, she asked such a question. Obviously, her mind was a little chaotic and she had lost the ability to recognize. It was easy to imagine how much of a shock her daughter came to see her. Yang Kai shook his head and said, She is waiting for you on Qing Er's Crescent Moon Island. Zhu Qing said, Little sister Xiaoqi seems to be a little scared, so she didn't dare to come. How could Fu Xian listen to her explanation at this moment? There was only one voice echoing in her mind. Little Seven is here, Little Seven is here, Little Seven is here to see me. She is not far from me, I will see her soon. After so many years, since she was separated from her infant daughter, this was the first time she had been so close to her daughter, the first time she had any hope of seeing her again. Almost without waiting for Zhu Qing to finish speaking, Fu Xian's figure flickered and turned into a stream of light that shot towards Crescent Moon Island. Yang Kai and Zhu Qing glanced at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes, but they could also understand the mother and daughter's mood at the moment. Let's follow her and see, Yang Kai said as he grabbed Zhu Qing's hand and chased after her. Since Martial Beast had entrusted Mo Xiaoqi to him, he naturally had to fulfill his duty. Although he felt that with Mo Xiaoqi's character, she wouldn't do anything disobedient on her first meeting with Fu Xian, it was still better to see this with his own eyes. After another stick of incense worth of time, the two returned to Crescent Moon Island. In front of the palace, Fu Xian, who had gone ahead of them, had already arrived, but she did not walk in and instead stood outside with a look of anxiety on her face. Using her divine sense, she found that there was indeed a strange yet familiar life aura inside the palace. Even if the seas ran dry and the rocks crumbled, or the heavens fell, she would not forget this special life aura. This was an aura that was connected to her bloodline, an aura that originated from the same source as her. Yang Kai and Zhu Qing fell behind her and glanced at each other, not knowing what to say. Both of them could feel Fu Xian's emotions at the moment and were unable to control herself. Suddenly, Fu Xian turned her head and looked at Zhu Qing nervously. Qing, is there anything wrong with my current appearance? Her expression was as if she was afraid that something was wrong with her appearance and would provoke her daughter's disgust. Zhu Qing shook her head and said, No. What about your clothes? Are there any wrinkles in your clothes? What about your hair, is it messy? Zhu Qing, Yang Kai said, Third Elder, you don't have to worry about personal gains and losses. You are Little Chi's mother. This junior heard an unpleasant saying in the early years, a dog doesn't despise a poor family, and a son doesn't despise an ugly mother. No matter what, you are still Little Chi's mother. There is no reason for her not to acknowledge you. Besides, I'm afraid there is no better mother in this world than Third Elder. Is that so? Fu Xian took a deep breath. Yang Kai smiled and said, Although Little Chi didn't say much to me, along the way, I can feel that Little Chi wants to see you very much. She wants to see what the person who gave birth to her looks like, but she is a little afraid. Fu Xian turned her head and asked in a trembling voice, What is she afraid of? Yang Kai said, She doesn't know why you abandoned her back then. She is afraid that when she comes to see you this time, you won't acknowledge her. Fu Xian was startled when she heard this. Her eyes quickly turned red and tears flowed down her cheeks. Before the tears fell to the ground, they turned into crystal-clear beads and fell to the ground. If this scene was seen by someone with ulterior motives, they would probably go crazy. Dragon race people shed tears and turned them into beads, which was an extremely rare material for alchemy. Fu Xian murmured, "How can I not acknowledge her? I am the one who has wronged her." Third Elder. Zhu Qing felt sour in her heart. Seeing her cry, she also felt quite uncomfortable. Fu Xian suddenly wiped her eyes and took a deep breath. She chuckled and said, "I made a fool of myself in front of you." Zhu Qing slowly shook her head. How could she laugh at Fu Xian in such a situation? After a little adjustment, Fu Xian didn't find anything unusual. Only then did she step forward and walk into the bedroom. After a while, she entered. Yang Kai and Zhu Qing stood outside and didn't follow in to disturb her, but they were both quietly paying attention to the situation. Using their divine senses, Yang Kai noticed that Fu Xian and Mo Xiaoqi's emotions were fluctuating, especially Mo Xiaoqi. Her mood swings were so intense that it made one worry that something bad would happen to her. Until a certain moment, when this mood swings reached a peak, Mo Xiaoqi's sobbing voice rang out from inside the bedroom, "Mother! It's done." Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't think that this mother and daughter pair would cause any kind of disturbance when they met, the whole process was still quite worrying. At this moment, this cry meant that martial beast's instructions had been completed, so Yang Kai could finally put down the burden in his heart. Zhu Qing gently snuggled into Yang Kai's arms and whispered, "Will our children be like this in the future?" Zhu Qing couldn't help but worry. Yang Kai grinned, "No, if we really have a child in the future, I will never let him be separated from you. If Dragon Island dares to stop us, we will turn Dragon Island upside down." Zhu Qing smiled sweetly, "Then when you have the ability to turn Dragon Island upside down, we will have a child." Yang Kai looked around and his big hand once again wandered up and down Zhu Qing's body, whispering, "I can give you one right now." Zhu Qing grabbed his hand and pinched his waist at the same time. Yang Kai grimaced, "I haven't seen you in so many years, aren't you hungry?" He secretly urged the golden divine dragon source to tease Zhu Qing's heartstrings. Zhu Qing couldn't stand this. The first time they met, Yang Kai had used this method to take advantage of her. The golden divine dragon source had an indescribable attraction to her, causing her to become restless. Chapter 33-32. At this moment, after being teased by Yang Kai, her face turned red, but she still gritted her teeth and said, "You don't need to care if I'm hungry or not, I know you must be full." Yang Kai glared at her and said, "Nonsense, how could that be? Your husband's stomach is rumbling with hunger right now." Zhu Qing looked at him meaningfully and said, "I remember you once told me that in the lower star territory, you still have, well, for wives. But you didn't see them when you returned to the lower star territory this time?" Yang Kai scratched his face and said, "Oh, I saw them. Zhu Qing said, "Speaking of which, you have been separated from them for many years. You have been lonely for a long time, so don't tell me you didn't do anything?" Yang Kai laughed hollowly and said, "The weather on Dragon Island is pretty good." Zhu Qing snorted and poked his chest with her hand. "You still dare to say you're hungry?" Yang Kai grabbed her little hand and played with it, then said with a smile, let's change the topic." This conversation was quite awkward for him. Su Yan, Xianing Chang, Shanqing Luo, and Shuiyu didn't mind. They had been together for a long time, so they were used to it. Yang Kai always had a headache about how to get Zhu Qing to meet them. His 4 wives were certainly first-class existences in the lower star territory, but compared to Zhu Qing, they were much worse. After all, who could compare with a dragon lady with such an identity? He was really afraid that Zhu Qing would have some bad ideas. Zhu Qing looked at him angrily, then suddenly pulled out her hand and carefully straightened his clothes for him. She looked at him affectionately and said, "Now is not the time, wait, until the third elder and the others leave. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly, okay, okay. Suddenly, he looked at Zhu Qing affectionately and said softly, Qing, you are so kind. These simple words were better than any sweet talk. Zhu Qing was delighted when she heard them. Although she didn't show it on her face, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. She said, don't disturb me. I'll take you to meet the first elder and the second elder. You have to behave yourself when you meet them. Meet the first elder and second elder? Yang Kai's eyes widened. He shook his head and said, it's fine to see the great elder, but what about the second elder? I'm not going. He rejected that woman from the bottom of his heart. It was this woman who banished Fu Xian to the dragon tomb, and it was also this woman who wanted to marry Zhu Qing to Fu Qi. Yang Kai didn't even have a good impression of her. Zhu Qing glared at him. You have to go even if you don't want to. Yang Kai chuckled, can you force a cow to drink if it doesn't want to? Aren't you afraid that I will fight with that old witch when I see her? Zhu Qing frowned and said, what old witch? Don't speak nonsense. If the second elder heard this, she would be angered to death. Yang Kai straightened his neck and said, if she isn't an old witch, then who is? Qing, let me tell you, just because she wanted to marry you to that Fu Qi, I will never like her in this life. It's a good thing that Fu Qi was killed by Wukong. Otherwise, I would have killed him too. Zhu Qing sighed and said, I know you have resentment in your heart, but she is the second elder of the dragon race, and I am also a member of the dragon race. You should know that it is difficult for the dragon race to reproduce. Every dragon race has the responsibility to continue the bloodline. Although I hate what she did back then, from the standpoint of the dragon race, there is no problem with what she did. No problem? Yang Kai suddenly raised his voice and looked at Zhu Qing angrily. She wanted to marry you to someone else, and you are actually telling me that there is no problem with what she did? Zhu Qing said, I also said that from the standpoint of the dragon race. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and said, I don't care what you were like in the past, but now you have to remember that you are my woman first, Yang Kai, and then a member of the dragon race. Zhu Qing blinked her big eyes and looked at him blankly. Are you angry with me? Yang Kai was angry for a while, then he waved his hand and said, why would I be angry with you? I am angry with that old witch. Zhu Qing laughed and stepped forward to hold his arm. Okay, I will remember. In the future, I will think about you first, and then think about the dragon race. Yang Kai lowered his head and glanced at her chest that was slightly deformed by his arm. His heart was hot, and he swallowed his saliva and said, why are you pulling and pulling? If you have something to say, let's talk nicely. In broad daylight, this is improper. After saying that, he looked left and right with a sneaky look. Zhu Qing ignored him. Instead, she leaned closer and said with a charming look, then you should first agree to come with me to visit the two elders. Yang Kai looked at her and said, do you think you can just sell your body? You are so childish. If you say you don't want to go, you won't go even if you beat me to death. And you can visit the great elder alone, but as for that old witch, she can die as far as she can. Zhu Qing said softly, actually, after the last incident, the second elder's attitude has changed a lot. Otherwise, why do you think she didn't banish me to the dragon's tomb? That year, even the third elder was banished to the dragon's tomb by her. The third elder and the second elder are like sisters. Yang Kai sneered, what a good sister. The older sister actually banished the younger sister to the dragon's tomb and left her to fend for herself. If the martial beast master didn't come in time, would the third elder still be alive? She should be glad that she made a wise decision, or else she wouldn't have a good ending. He paused for a moment and said, she must have felt the pressure. She provoked the martial beast, but if she also provoked me, how could she bear it? Seeing that he didn't listen to reason, Zhu Qing couldn't help but stomp her feet and said, what do I have to do to make you willing to go with me to visit the second elder? Yang Kai turned his head and said, don't do anything, I just won't go. Zhu Qing said angrily, then do as you like. Anyway, if you miss me in the future, you can come to the Dragon Island to visit me. Let's just live like this. Anyway, you have 4 wives, so you won't be lonely. You even have a dragon race lover on the Dragon Island, so you have a lot of face. After saying that, she turned her head and no longer paid attention to Yang Kai. Hearing her mention the lover, Yang Kai suddenly thought of Ji Yao and inexplicably felt a little guilty. He rolled his eyes and secretly glanced at her. Seeing that her eyes were slightly red and she looked like she was about to cry, he couldn't bear it. He walked over to her and straightened her body, then said to her, "Are you angry?" Zhu Qing tilted her head to the side and completely ignored him. Yang Kai couldn't help but scratch his ears and scratch his cheeks. He secretly felt that he had said a little too harshly just now. He said with difficulty, "Qing, I really don't like that woman's attitude and behavior. I haven't settled the previous debt with her yet. This is also because I don't have the ability. When I have the ability, I promise I won't forgive her." Zhu Qing said in a low voice, "Then you should know that I am a dragon race. She is the second elder of the dragon race, and I am also your person. If you insist on not easing the relationship with her, I will be sandwiched in the middle." Hearing her say this, Yang Kai couldn't help but be a little dumbfounded. Thinking about it carefully, it was indeed so. He could do as much as he wanted and not give face to Fu Tianyi, but it seemed to make things more difficult for Zhu Qing. Thinking of this, Yang Kai nodded and said, "All right, I will go with you to visit the two elders." Zhu Qing raised her head in surprise. "Really?" Yang Kai reached out and pinched her cheeks, causing her face to distort a little. "For Qing, or what harm is there in climbing a mountain of swords or plunging into a sea of fire?" Zhu Qing immediately looked at him with a vigilant expression. "Sweet words come out of your mouth as soon as you open it. Tell me honestly, how many women have you seduced outside?" Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Why are you talking about this?" Zhu Qing snorted. "You look serious, but in fact, you have a belly full of tricks. When we first met, I already knew your nature." Yang Kai let out a long sigh. "Qing, you have misjudged me. I have been in Star Boundary for several decades, and before I met you, I had always been a virgin, indifferent to all kinds of beautiful women. Only you can make me unable to control myself." Zhu Qing's eyes suddenly became a little blurred. Facts proved that whether it was the human race or the dragon race, as long as it was a woman, she would have no resistance to sweet words. Yang Kai changed the topic, "But you can't blame me for that. I also didn't know that there would be such an accident." Zhu Qing said shyly, "How can you blame me?" Blame me. Yang Kai immediately took the blame and laughed. "Actually, if it wasn't for that accident, you and I might not have reached this step now." Zhu Qing's face turned slightly red, obviously recalling the scene of their first meeting. But after thinking for a while, her face changed again. "Oh right, have you seen Fu Ling?" "Yes, I have." Yang Kai nodded, not knowing why she suddenly asked this. She said that she was punished to guard the entrance of Dragon Island for 100 years. "I came from there, so I naturally met her. She was the one who brought me here. Otherwise, how would I know which spiritual island you are staying on?" "She brought you here?" Zhu Qing turned pale with fright. She looked at Yang Kai nervously and said, "She didn't do anything to you, right?" Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. "What can she do to me?" Zhu Qing thought for a while and said, "That's right, you are with Little Seven, so she can't do anything to you." Yang Kai looked at her in confusion. "What's wrong? Why do you look so vigilant against her?" Zhu Qing looked at him helplessly. After hesitating for a while, she decided to tell him the truth. "You also know that I only had a level 8 dragon vein, and level 8 dragon vein is already considered a very high existence on Dragon Island. Before me, only the 3rd elder and the 4th elder had level 9 dragon veins. But after being with you, I unexpectedly broke through to level 9. Yang Kai laughed. "Qing, you don't have to thank me, that's what I should do." Zhu Qing bashfully hit him and went back to the topic. "Now, everyone on Dragon Island knows why my bloodline suddenly advanced, so some sisters seem to be interested in you." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai was stunned. Zhu Qing glared at him and said, "Don't you know what I mean?" Young Kai's eyes darted around. He really wanted to pretend to be innocent, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't. Pointing to himself, he grinned and said, "Could it be that all the dragon girls on Dragon Island have ideas about me?" Chapter 33:33. Zhu Qing said unhurriedly, "We are members of the dragon race. Although we are innately powerful, the advancement of our bloodline has always been a headache for us. It takes a lot of time to advance our bloodline to the next level. Now that there is suddenly a shortcut, and it is a shortcut without any hidden dangers, do you think they won't be tempted? May I ask, how many females are there on Dragon Island?" Yang Kai coughed lightly. Zhu Qing said, "Other than me, the second elder, and the third elder, there are 4 more. Yang Kai rubbed his chin, "So few." Although he already knew that the ratio of males to females on Dragon Island was very unbalanced, he didn't expect that there were only 7 females in the dragon race. Zhu Qing was already his. The second elder and the third elder definitely wouldn't have any ideas about him. As for the remaining 4, Zhu Qing looked at Yang Kai from the corner of her eyes. "I'm warning you, you definitely can't have any ideas about them." Yang Kai said in all seriousness, "How can I have any ideas about them? I'll be thankful if they don't have any ideas about me. If what you said is true, then my existence is a great supplement for them." He thought to himself, "No wonder Fu Ling kept acting coquettishly in front of me, so she had this kind of plan. Speaking of which, although Fu Ling's style isn't very good, she still has the looks and figure." Zhu Qing sighed. "Actually, you can't blame them. The advancement of our bloodline is too attractive to the dragon race. They also don't want to miss this opportunity. Anyway, no matter what, during the time you are on Dragon Island, don't leave my sight." Yes, I know." Yang Kai nodded repeatedly, patted his chest and said, "I promise to be with you day and night. I won't leave your side easily." Zhu Qing obviously knew what he meant. She glanced at him and said, "Let's go and greet the 2 elders first." Since he had promised Zhu Qing, he couldn't back out now. Fortunately, the first person to visit was Great Elder Zhu Yan. Yang Kai didn't think much of this Great Elder. In his impression, this Great Elder of the dragon race didn't seem to have a temper, but his strength was unquestionable. Although Zhu Yan's name had the word Yen in it, it was not a fire dragon, but an azure dragon. On the Greenwood Island where he lived, ancient trees towered into the sky. Each tree was incomparably huge. With a single glance, one could tell that they had been growing for countless years. At the center of the Greenwood Island, there was a tree that was even bigger than the other ancient trees. It stood out from the rest, occupying an area of 1,000 feet in radius. Its scattered canopy almost covered half of the island. When Yang Kai and Zhu Qing arrived, they saw Zhu Yan in a golden rooster stance. One of his legs was half bent. He was standing under the roots of the tree. His hands were clasped together motionlessly. The great elder's upper body was naked. He was only wearing a pair of loose cloth pants. His deep breaths seemed to be able to roll up the wind and the clouds. His whole body was bulging with muscles, like the roots of an old tree. Every piece of his flesh contained an extremely terrifying power. When he opened his eyes, a great majesty descended from the sky. It actually made Yang Kai's skin hurt. However, in the next instant, the sharp light in Zhu Yan's eyes disappeared. It was replaced by a calm expression. "Great Elder." Zhu Qing stepped forward and saluted. Yang Kai also took a few steps forward. He cupped his hands and said, "Yang Kai greets the Great Elder." Zhu Yan didn't say anything. Instead, he closed his eyes again, let out a light breath, and slowly stopped his cultivation. He took out some clothes from his space ring, and while putting them on, he looked at Yang Kai with a smile. "You have guts. You actually dare to come to the Dragon Island?" Yang Kai turned his head to look at Zhu Qing, and said with a grin, "It has nothing to do with guts. Since Qing is here, I will naturally come." Zhu Yan nodded his head lightly. "You are considerate. You know to come and see this old man as soon as possible." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said, Great Elder knows that I came to the Dragon Island? After asking, he suddenly felt that he was a little stupid. Since Fu Ling saw him, she must have already passed the news. After all, she shouldered the responsibility of guarding the entrance to the Dragon Island. If she didn't even inform the Dragon Island, it would be a real dereliction of duty. Zhu Yan said, "To be honest, this old man doesn't know what kind of attitude I should use to deal with you right now." Yang Kai frowned slightly. "What do you mean by that, Great Elder?" Zhu Yan clasped his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "You are a human, yet you abducted a dragon race girl. This is something that my dragon race cannot tolerate. Last time you trespassed on the Dragon Island, you openly snatched the bride on the wedding day of my dragon race, causing my dragon race to lose face, and even one of my clansmen died because of you. The one who died was an 8th rank thunder dragon, causing my dragon race to suffer a huge loss. Because of all these, the enmity between you and my dragon race can be said to be irreconcilable. Tell me, should this old man treat you as an enemy?" "Great Elder." Zhu Qing's expression changed greatly when she heard this. She originally thought that the Great Elder had a mild temper, so she brought Yang Kai to see him first. As long as Yang Kai could pass the Great Elder's test, then the rest of the matter would be easy to handle. But she didn't expect that Zhu Yan would say such words right from the start, so how could Zhu Qing not be shocked? Listening to the Great Elder's words, it seemed that he wanted Yang Kai to pay with his blood. If he really forced the Great Elder to take action, then how could Yang Kai have a good time today? But just as she spoke, Yang Kai cut her off and said with a slight smile, "Great Elder, if you want to condemn me, why worry about the pretext?" Zhu Yan narrowed his eyes. "You want to condemn me? Everything this old man has said is true. How could I want to incriminate you?" Yang Kai shook his head and said, "If Great Elder wants to use these things to condemn me, then this junior also has something to say." Zhu Yan said indifferently, "This old man is all ears." Yang Kai said, "Great Elder said that I abducted Zhu Qing. I don't agree with this. Love between a man and a woman is human nature. How can true love be limited by race? What's more, Zhu Qing is still on the Dragon Island. How can you say that I abducted her?" "Well, if Great Elder said that I abducted Zhu Qing's heart, then I will accept it." Zhu Yan's expression was indifferent. No one could tell if he was happy or angry. He also didn't have any intention to speak. Yang Kai continued, "Since Zhu Qing is already my woman, then how can she marry someone else? Therefore, although I didn't want to snatch the marriage, I had no choice but to do it. Moreover, I did compromise that day and took out the Dragon Island command in exchange for Zhu Qing's freedom. However, it's a pity that the dragon race doesn't seem to recognize the Dragon Island command. Rumor has it that the Dragon Island command will fulfill any request of the owner of the Dragon Island command as long as the owner can fulfill it. That's a complete lie." Zhu Yan was speechless. The Dragon Island command was indeed the fault of the Dragon Island command. Yang Kai continued, "As for Fu Qi's death, that was done by Wukong. What does it have to do with me? If the dragon race wants to take revenge, then just look for Wukong. Don't tell me that the dragon race only bullies the weak and fears the strong. Since they can't win against Wukong, they can only bully me?" Zhu Yan muttered to himself for a while, then raised his head and said, "Let's just talk about the matter. Why are you criticizing the dragon race?" Yang Kai said arrogantly, "I'm just arguing a little to prove my innocence." Zhu Yan snorted, "You have a sharp tongue." Yang Kai grinned and said, "That's also a skill." Zhu Yan couldn't help but laugh. "Although what you said makes sense, the dragon race suffered a huge loss because of you. Not to mention Fu Qi's death, you should be the one who stole the dragon blood flower, right?" Yang Kai said seriously, "What dragon blood flower? I have never seen it before." Zhu Yan said angrily, "Don't try to play dumb in front of this old man. It's fine if you took those mid-grade and high-grade dragon blood flowers, but why did you take those low-grade dragon blood flowers as well? Are those useful to you? Now that there aren't many dragon blood flowers left on Dragon Island, at least for the next 1,000 years, the bloodline of our dragon race can forget about improving. How do you want to settle this score?" Yang Kai's face twitched. He was indeed in the wrong. Stealing the marriage in front of everyone and injuring Fu Qi was still reasonable, but stealing the dragon blood flower was completely his fault. It was just that he wanted to improve his dragon bloodline that day and was forced to do so. Now that he wanted to ease his relationship with the dragon race, this matter was somewhat unsolvable. But now that things had come to this, what else could Yang Kai do? He could only straighten his neck and say, "What does the Great Elder want? Please make it clear." "For Xianxia, I'll admit it." Zhu Yan snorted, "Don't say it so righteously. Since you did something wrong, you should naturally make up for it." Yang Kai looked at him from the corner of his eyes. "Let's make things clear first. If the Great Elder insists on making things difficult for me, don't blame me for not giving you face." Zhu Yan was annoyed and amused at the same time. "Do I need a brat like you to give me face? Face is something that is earned by oneself, not given by others." Yang Kai nodded. "The Great Elder is right." Zhu Yan said, "You stole the dragon blood flower, causing my people's bloodline to be unable to improve for the next 1,000 years. But if you can solve this problem, the grudge between you and the dragon race can be set aside for the time being." He did not say that it was written off. After all, Yang Kai was more or less responsible for Fu Qi's death. "How does the Great Elder want me to solve this? Compensate the dragon race for the dragon blood flowers? Although I still have some, they are all low-grade ones, and they are the ones that were not used up last time. I have already used up all the mid and high-grade ones." Hearing this, Zhu Yan's eyes twitched. "Used up all the mid and high-grade ones? Even if you eat them like rice, you can't eat so many, right?" Zhu Yan was originally hoping that Yang Kai still had some dragon blood flowers left, but now that he heard this, his heart turned cold. Even if the dragon race consumed the dragon blood flower, it would take some time to refine its medicinal effects, but Yang Kai said that he had used it up. In other words, he had used up all the mid and high-grade dragon blood flowers in a very short time. Even if he still had some low-grade dragon blood flowers, what use would they be? Yang Kai sniffed and said, "Yes." "Bastard." Zhu Yan flew into a rage. This time he was really angry. He almost couldn't hold back and beat Yang Kai up. Zhu Qing was so scared that she quickly stood in front of Yang Kai. Fortunately, Zhu Yan was angry, but he did not lose his mind. After being angry for a while, he thought of something and suddenly calmed down. He looked at Yang Kai and said thoughtfully, "I heard that you have the ability to quickly improve the bloodline of the dragon race?" Zhu Qing's eyes flashed coldly when she heard this, but Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Chapter 33-34. Before coming to Qingmu Island, Yang Kai and Zhu Qing had just talked about this topic. Zhu Qing also specifically told him not to leave her sight, so as not to give the dragon race sisters an opportunity to take advantage of him. Yang Kai also patted his chest and promised that he would never be seduced by beauty. Who would have thought that the Great Elder would suddenly mention this at this moment? If it weren't for the previous conversation, Yang Kai might not have been able to connect the dots. But with the previous conversation with Zhu Qing, the meaning of the Great Elder's words at this moment was very thought-provoking. Yang Kai said dumbfoundedly, "Great Elder, you can't be thinking of..." Zhu Yan chuckled as he looked Yang Kai up and down with his seemingly turbid but actually sparkling eyes, as if he was looking at a peerless piece of jade, causing goosebumps to rise all over Yang Kai's body. Gently nodding his head, he said, "You're lucky, little brat." Really, Yang Kai was suddenly speechless. At this moment, he really wanted to pry open this old guy's head and see what he was thinking. It was fine that Fu Ling was coquettishly seducing him in front of him, but why did the dragon race's Great Elder also have the idea of facilitating such a good thing? Zhu Yan turned to look at Zhu Qing and said with a serious expression, "Qing, I'm afraid this matter will make you feel wronged, but for the sake of our dragon race, we have to do this. I believe you should understand." Zhu Qing lowered her eyes and said, "Qing understands, but Great Elder doesn't need to tell me this. It's all up to him." Zhu Yan said, "Good girl, as long as you don't have any objections, what objections can he have?" He snorted coldly as if he wasn't a man. Yang Kai immediately said, I have an objection. Zhu Yan looked at him with great interest. You have an objection? What objection can you have? Yang Kai wiped his face. I have a big objection. Zhu Yan smiled and said, if you have something to say, just say it. Yang Kai solemnly said, it's true that I'm a man. It's true that I covet beauty, but it's not like I don't have a bottom line. Not to mention that I'm not familiar with the women of the dragon race. Even if I am, this kind of thing requires mutual consent. When the conditions are right, success will come naturally. I've gone through thick and thin with Xianxia, and we've gone through thick and thin together to get to where we are today. How can I do the same with the other dragon women? Senior, what do you take me for? A breeding pig? So, you're not willing? Zhu Yan looked at him in surprise. Yang Kai sneered, if it were you, would you be willing? Zhu Yan thought about it seriously. It's hard to refuse. Even a man would find it hard to refuse such a temptation. After all, there were several dragon ladies. Besides, the dragon race can't tolerate what happened between me and Xianxia. If something happens between me and the other dragon ladies, how can the dragon race tolerate it? Zhu Yan immediately said, if you can improve their bloodline quickly, not to mention Xianxia, even if all of them are married to you, what's the harm? Hearing this, Yang Kai was dumbfounded. This old man is so bold, and just thinking about this scene makes my blood boil. However, if he really did that, then the male dragon race on Dragon Island would see Yang Kai as a thorn in their side. Even his brother-in-law wouldn't be spared from this. The ratio of men to women in the dragon race was already unbalanced. If all the dragon ladies on Dragon Island were to be taken by Yang Kai, then the remaining male dragon race wouldn't be able to endure it. Senior, please don't mention this matter again. I absolutely won't agree to it. Yang Kai waved his hand and refused righteously. He took a peek at Zhu Qing's expression while he was at it. Seeing that she was bursting with joy, his heart immediately calmed down. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. Go back and think about it carefully. This matter won't do you any harm. Zhu Yan waved his hand and said, Yang Kai didn't want to get entangled in this matter. He cupped his hands and said, I came to Dragon Island this time because I still have a few things that I need the Great Elder's help with. Zhu Yan laughed and said, the grudge between you and Dragon Island is still not settled yet, and you still want to ask this old man to help you with something? Is there something wrong with your head, or is there something wrong with my head? Yang Kai said, regardless of whether the Great Elder admits it or not, it's a fact that I possess the dragon race's origin. Zhu Yan thought in his heart, if not for that, how could you even have the right to speak? I would have already killed you with a slap. Furthermore, you possess the ancestral dragon's origin. This matter is really big. If that's the case, then that kid can barely be considered as half a dragon race. Yang Kai continued, since he is half a dragon race, it's not too much to ask the Great Elder to help me with a few things, right? That depends on what kind of things you are talking about. Zhu Yan snorted lightly. Yang Kai said solemnly, for the dragon race, these things aren't that big of a deal. The first thing is that I hope Xianxia can accompany me and leave Dragon Island together with me. She won't have to suffer the pain of house arrest anymore. Zhu Yan said, what else? This kid wants to take a look at the Dragon Palace Hall. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and said, last time I came in a hurry and left in a hurry. Although I attracted a lot of dragon souls, I didn't have time to comprehend anything. This time, this kid wants to enter the Dragon Palace Hall to learn the dragon race's secret arts. Zhu Yan was silent for a moment, then asked, just these two things? That's right. This old man has no objections. Yang Kai was startled, then he was overjoyed. Many thanks for the Great Elder's help. Zhu Yan chuckled, this old man has no objections, but I don't know what the second elder thinks. If you can convince the second elder, then everything can be discussed. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. You are the Great Elder. Shouldn't you be the leader on Dragon Island? Zhu Yan blinked and said, of course, I am the one in charge when it comes to external matters. However, the second elder is the one in charge when it comes to internal matters. All right, go look for the second elder if you wish to fulfill your wish. After he finished speaking, he turned around and walked toward the treehouse. Yang Kai stared at his back, gritted his teeth and muttered. Zhu Yan's figure paused, he turned his head and said with a twitching expression, "Kid, what did you just say? Say it again if you have the guts." Zhu Qing hurriedly said, "He didn't say anything, the great elder might have misheard. We will take our leave first." While speaking, she pulled Yang Kai and flew out. Yang Kai turned around and shouted, "The great elder of the dragon race is actually afraid of his wife." His voice was like a dragon's roar, shaking the leaves until they rustled down. "Kid, get back here." Zhu Yan was flustered and exasperated. He rolled up his sleeves and wanted to chase after them. But where were Yang Kai and Zhu Qing? After chattering for a while, he put his hands behind his back and said, "What a joke, this old man is afraid of her? Her eyes are on her ass. This old man won't lower himself to her level." After he finished speaking, he quickly looked around to make sure there was no one around, then he valiantly returned to his treehouse, like a big rooster that had won a battle. High up in the sky, Zhu Qing twisted Yang Kai's ear and said angrily, "Why did you provoke the great elder? The great elder is very good." Yang Kai smiled apologetically, "Don't twist my ear, it's going to fall off. I just said it casually." He reached out and grabbed her soft hair and took it from his ear. Zhu Qing said angrily, "Besides, is it shameful to be afraid of your wife?" Yang Kai laughed and said, "In fact, there is no man who is afraid of his wife. How can a man be afraid of his wife?" "Is that so?" Zhu Qing looked at him from the corner of her eyes. "The so-called fear is nothing more than an expression of forbearance and love." At this time, Kai Yang naturally knew what to say to make her happy. Zhu Qing's expression changed. Looking at his slightly red ear, the cold expression on her face instantly melted, and her heart was filled with sweetness. However, not long after, her mood became heavy again. She reminded him, "You barely passed the great elder, but when you meet the second elder later, you must not lose your temper. As long as you pass the second elder, it will be much more convenient for you to come to Dragon Island in the future. Maybe I can go out and see you in the future." I know. No matter what bad things she says later, I will just treat it as her fart. Zhu Qing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You can't let her hear this. Ice Snow Island was Fu Tin's spiritual island. Fu Tin was an ice dragon, and the spiritual island he lived in was naturally icy cold. Looking at the entire spiritual island from afar, it was like a huge ice mountain. Birds couldn't fly for 1,000 miles, and people couldn't find any traces. Before they even got close, they could already feel the overwhelming coldness. Even the surrounding sea territory was frozen into ice. There seemed to be no life within a few thousand miles. Although this kind of severe cold was bitterly cold, it didn't affect Yang Kai and Zhu Qing too much. The two of them landed at the center of the island. From afar, they could see a huge ice platform made of 10,000-year-old ice. Fu Tin was sitting on the ice platform. He was dressed in white and looked pure and flawless. He almost blended in perfectly with the surrounding scenery. Descending from the sky, they landed at a place 300 feet away from Fu Tin. Zhu Qing bowed and said, "Qing brings her husband, Yang Kai, to pay our respects to second elder." This sudden call of husband caused Yang Kai to be a little distracted. Until Zhu Qing used her arm to touch him gently, he cupped his hands and said, "Yang Kai pays his respects to second elder." Fu Tin opened her eyes. Her beautiful eyes were filled with coldness. That biting coldness seemed to be able to freeze one's mind. In her eyes, there was no Yang Kai at all. She only looked at Zhu Qing and said, "Who allowed you to leave the island without permission? Scram back." When she said that, the veins on Yang Kai's forehead popped out. His anger surged up. What did she mean? Qing came to pay her respects out of goodwill. Her nose wasn't nose and her eyes weren't eyes. She actually asked Qing to scram back? Seeing his displeased expression, Zhu Qing hurriedly said, Qing and my husband came here to ask second elder for a favor. Husband? Fu Tin sneered, you are not married, how can you have a husband? Even if you have one, it should be the dead Fu Qi and not some random guy. Zhu Qing said, Qing Er's husband is right beside you. Why does second elder have to turn a blind eye? Fu Tin closed her eyes and said, I don't see any husband. Even if there is, I will not admit it. Zhu Qing sighed and said, whether second elder admits it or not, it is a fact that my husband and I are husband and wife. Qing Er will not marry anyone else in this life. In that case, it's useless to say more. Scram back. When you think it through, then come and see me again. Qing, that old witch. Yang Kai shouted angrily. Although he had repeatedly warned himself to be patient before coming here and was mentally prepared for Fu Tin's attitude, when he heard her telling Zhu Qing to scram back, he still couldn't hold it in. Chapter 33-35. The anger in his chest erupted like a volcano. Yang Kai took a step forward and pointed at Fu Ti as he scolded, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you are the second elder of the dragon race. Although Qing is from the dragon race, she also has her own freedom. It's not up to you to interfere. As long as I'm her husband, I'll be her husband for life. It's not up to you to deny it. I came to visit you today because I'm giving you face. But since you don't want this face, then it's fine. Anyway, we don't need you to acknowledge anything. As soon as he said that, Zhu Qing knew that she was in trouble. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Sure enough, as soon as Fu Ti's aura moved, the already cold world became even colder. She narrowed her eyes and said, Kid, what did you call me? Old witch, old witch, old witch, old witch, old witch. Yang Kai opened his mouth and looked at her provocatively, are you satisfied? If not, I can call you a few more times. Fu Ti slowly got up and said coldly, after today, if you are still alive, I think you should remember the saying that trouble comes from the mouth. Yang Kai grinned hideously, you want to fight? Come on, let's see who will die first. As soon as he said that, a dragon roar exploded. The phantom of the golden divine dragon behind him pounced into Yang Kai's body. The dragon's aura instantly spread out. At the same time, a buzzing sound came from the distant dragon palace. The world was instantly filled with dragon roars. The entire dragon island seemed to be shaking. No matter where the dragons were, they all turned their heads to look in the direction of the dragon palace. Their faces were filled with surprise. Yang Kai was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that he could also trigger the resonance of the dragon palace by activating the origin power of the golden divine dragon here. This time, he was even more fearless. He laughed and said, it seems that the ancestors of the dragon race are all on my side. Even so, he was like a cheetah that was ready to pounce on its prey at any moment. His entire body was tense, and he could explode with a thunderous attack as long as there was even the slightest provocation. After all, his opponent was the second elder of the dragon race, an existence that could exchange blows with the great emperors. How could he dare to be careless? Contrary to Yang Kai's expectations, Fu Sui actually didn't make a move right away, and Fu Sui instead looked coldly at Yang Kai while killing intent coiled in his eyes and almost condensed into material form. Zhu Qing stepped between the two and said anxiously, Second elder, please calm down. My husband didn't mean to do this. Please don't take offense. She turned her head and glared at Yang Kai. Her eyes were full of blame. Her meaning was obvious. She had clearly said that she would be patient. Why did she tear off all pretense of cordiality as soon as they met? Yang Kai looked embarrassed. Sensing Zhu Qing's embarrassment, he couldn't help but sniffle. Even his imposing manner was reduced by a notch. Don't tell me you didn't mean to? Fu Sui looked at Zhu Qing indifferently. If I insist on killing him today, what are you going to do? Zhu Qing was startled and said bitterly, as a dragon race, I naturally have to abide by the rules of the dragon race. However, if my husband is in trouble, Qing can't just sit by and watch. If second elder insists on doing this, then Qing can only live and die with my husband. Yang Kai looked at her emotionally. He tugged at her sleeve and said, move aside. This old witch is probably delusional if she wants to kill me. Valspawn. Fu Sui's expression turned gloomy. He never expected Zhu Qing to actually give such an answer. He took a deep breath and said, "It seems like Dragon Island can't hold your heart anymore." What kind of dragon race are you? Zhu Qing said sadly, "Please forgive me, second elder." Yang Kai said, "You also said that Dragon Island can't hold Qing Er's heart. Why don't second elder release Qing Er's freedom and let her leave with me? This can be considered fulfilling someone else's wish. We, husband and wife, will definitely set up a longevity tablet for you in the future. We will burn a stick of incense in the morning and night and kowtow 3 times in the morning and evening. We will bless second elder to live as long as the heavens and stay young forever." Fu Sui snorted coldly, "Don't be so glib in front of me. Even if I can't hold her heart, I will keep her body. She was born as a dragon race member and will die as a dragon race ghost. It's not your turn to take advantage of her." Yang Kai frowned. "A forcibly picked melon won't be sweet." Fu Sui sneered, "So what?" Yang Kai looked at her indifferently. "Is there really no room for negotiation?" Fu Sui's decisiveness made him lose the patience to talk to him. Zhu Qing's obstruction made the two unable to really fight. Yang Kai had nowhere to vent the anger in his heart. "You want room for negotiation?" Fu Sui snorted coldly. "There is." Zhu Qing's eyes lit up. "Please enlighten me, second elder." Fu Sui said, "As long as this person can make up for the losses he caused to my Dragon Island, I can naturally let bygones be bygones. I can even fulfill your wish and let you two live together." The last sentence made Zhu Qing overjoyed. Second elder was actually willing to fulfill their wish. This was simply unimaginable. However, the previous condition made Zhu Qing somewhat at a loss. Dragon Island's losses? I wonder, what is second elder referring to? Fu Sui sneered, "Don't tell me he doesn't know what kind of losses he brought to Dragon Island? Why do you need to ask me?" Yang Kai said angrily, "Even if there are any losses, it's your own fault. Not to mention that I don't have the ability to make up for it. Even if I really have the ability, I won't make up for it." Fu Sui's eyelids twitched. "Who are you calling yourself as I am in front of?" Yang Kai hooted, "I like it. What can you do?" "Die, brat." Fu Sui flew into a rage. The killing intent that she suppressed with great difficulty erupted once again. This time, even if Zhu Qing was stopping her, she was going to make a move for real. Zhu Qing hurriedly grabbed Yang Kai's clothes and flew out in a flash. She turned around and said, "Second elder, please calm down. Sorry for disturbing you today." She ran very quickly. Naturally, she knew that if she didn't leave now, they would really start fighting. Fu Sui stood in place with a face full of anger. It was obvious that she was quite angry, but she didn't have the intention to chase after them. She only stared hatefully in the direction where the two disappeared. After a short while, a figure flashed. Great Elder Zhu Yan suddenly appeared beside Fu Sui and said, "They left." Fu Sui took a deep breath and calmed the rolling qi and blood in his heart. He closed his eyes slightly and said, "I really want to kill him." Zhu Yan said with a smile, "What can you do even if you kill him? What's more, that's the ancestral dragon's origin. It's not like you didn't feel the abnormality of the Dragon Hall just now. With the protection of so many dragon souls in the Dragon Hall, even if you and I join hands, we might not be able to kill him on the Dragon Island. If we want to kill him, we can only do it outside the Dragon Island." Fu Sui snorted, "If it's not so, how can he still be alive?" Zhu Yan looked at her in astonishment. "You can't really be thinking of killing him, right?" Fu Sui gritted her teeth and said, "So what if I do?" Zhu Yan's head was dripping with cold sweat. "Just thinking about it is enough. You can't really make a move. The future of our dragon race depends on him. You have always treated the revival of the dragon race as your responsibility. Back then, you endured the pain of banishing Fu Xian into the dragon tomb. Wasn't it also because of this reason? A little impatience spoils great plans. Fu Sui nodded and said, I understand the reason. But she couldn't hold back her anger when facing that brat. It was hard for her to not have killing intent when he kept calling her old witch. She paused for a moment and said, I have already told him the conditions. Whether he can do it or not will depend on his own ability. Zhu Yan grinned, it's good that you have said it. I think with how much he values Qing, he will definitely do his best to do it. Fu Sui suddenly turned her head to look at him. If he can't do it, I will strip the ancestral dragon's origin from his body. With this brat's conduct, he doesn't deserve to have the ancestral dragon's origin. Zhu Yan's expression twitched and he said non-committally, we will see when the time comes. He raised his head to look at the void and let out a long sigh. The ancestral dragon's origin has already appeared. Where is the ancestral phoenix's origin? In the void, Yang Kai and Zhu Qing sped past. Along the way, Zhu Qing didn't say a word. Her beautiful face was so gloomy that a layer of frost could be scraped off. Yang Kai whistled as if nothing had happened, but in fact, he had been carefully observing her expression. Seeing her like that, he knew that he was in trouble. He must have disappointed her with his performance just now. But speaking of which, he only took half of the responsibility at most. The other half was completely because of that lowly servant Fujian. Girl, why don't I elope with you? Why do you care so much about her? Can that old witch really keep an eye on you and me? The outside world is so big, where is she going to find you? Yang Kai suggested. Zhu Qing sighed. Of course I can leave with you, but if I really do so, I'm afraid I won't be able to feel at ease for the rest of my life. Eloping was indeed a good thing, but without the approval of the elders, it was destined to be incomplete. Stopping, Zhu Qing stared at Yang Kai affectionately and said, Fortunately, Great Elder and Second Elder have no intention of forbidding you from coming to Dragon Island again. If you miss me in the future, come to Dragon Island more often to see me. I will also wait for you here. Yang Kai opened his mouth, but swallowed the persuasion that was at the tip of his tongue. Zhu Qing was not a child. Since she had such considerations, even if he really took her out of Dragon Island, she would not be able to eat or sleep in peace in the future. It was better to let her stay on Dragon Island. At least she wouldn't have to suffer. Smiling freely, he said, Then I will accompany you on Dragon Island this time. Reaching out, he held Zhu Qing's soft hand and flew side by side with her to Half Moon Island. They didn't speak a word along the way. When they returned to Half Moon Island, it was already dark. Fu Xian and Emo Shaoqi didn't leave. The mother and daughters sat together and talked. It was obvious that they were getting along very well. Fu Xian's face was full of love, while Emo Shaoqi's face was also full of happiness. When she saw Yang Kai and Zhu Qing appear together, Emo Shaoqi's expression couldn't help but become gloomy. But soon she smiled and greeted, Big brother Yang, big sister Qing. Fu Xian smiled and said, Shaoqi insisted on waiting for you to come back and say goodbye to you before she was willing to return to the island with me. Saying so, she patted Emo Shaoqi's head gently. Now it's time to go back and rest, right? Emo Shaoqi nodded and looked at Yang Kai. Then I will go with mother first. Big brother Yang, remember to let me know when you are leaving. Don't worry. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. I will definitely let you know when the time comes. Goodbye, big brother Yang and big sister Qing. Emo Shaoqi waved her hand gently and flew out of Half Moon Island together with Fu Xian. After the mother and daughter left, Yang Kai suddenly flashed to Zhu Qing's side and carried her in his arms. Zhu Qing cried out in surprise and instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. Looking at each other, how could she not know what he wanted to do? Her cheeks immediately blushed and she pouted her lips in the direction of the bedroom. Yang Kai laughed and strode to the bedroom. He kicked open the door and threw Zhu Qing on the bed, pouncing on her. It was a night of spring breeze. The man was making waves while the woman was pleasuring him. Chapter 33-36. Yang Kai had a very comfortable few days. With the blue sea and blue sky, accompanied by beauties, he was so happy that he almost forgot about home. During the day, he would go sightseeing with Zhu Qing, enjoying the scenery of the Dragon Island. At night, he would naturally travel with the clouds and the rain. Zhu Qing also knew that these kind of days would not last long. That's why, if nothing unexpected happened, she would be inseparable from Yang Kai. But these kind of days were destined not to last long. After more than 10 days, this kind of leisure was finally broken. At the edge of the Crescent Moon Island, Yang Kai was lying on the beach with his head resting on his hands. He raised his head and looked at the clouds. Beside him, Xianxia was lying on the ground. He narrowed his eyes and enjoyed this carefree life. One man and one horse seemed to have become an eternal painting. The tide rose and fell, and the water splashed everywhere on the beach. Old Xiong, this young master has decided, I want to go to the Dragon Palace. Yang Kai suddenly said. Xianxia was taking a nap with his eyes half closed. When he heard this, he suddenly opened his eyes and stood up. He looked at Yang Kai, as if he wanted to confirm if he heard wrong. I probably can't take Qing Air with me, but I definitely have to go to the Dragon Palace. The dragon race's secret technique is very powerful. Since I'm already here, how can I miss it so easily? What do you think of this idea? Xianxia only shook his head like a rattledrum. Not good, not good. But why not? Yang Kai turned his head and looked at him. Xianxia said, This is the Dragon Island. The Dragon Palace is the most sacred and secretive place of the dragon race. You are not allowed to enter without permission. I'm afraid you won't be able to come back alive. Yang Kai sneered and said, It's not like I haven't been to the Dragon Palace before. Didn't Wukong also barge in without permission last time? He is still free and unfettered in his ancestral territory until now. Wukong is Wukong, you are you. Xianxia still had a disapproving expression. He muttered to himself for a while and said, If you insist on going, that's fine. Wait until this old man leaves the Dragon Island first. Yang Kai looked at him with squinted eyes. Old Xiong, you are quite loyal. Xianxia said, This old man just want to preserve my life and wait until there is an opportunity to avenge young master. Kai Yang sneered, Not bad, it's really hard for you. Xianxia pretended not to understand and said, Anyway, this old man advises you to give up on this idea. If possible, it's best to ask the Dragon Clan to allow you to enter the Dragon Palace. Yang Kai shouted angrily, If the dragon race had agreed, this young master wouldn't have needed to barge in. That cheap slut Fujian clearly wanted to take advantage of my weakness to threaten me with Qing. How hateful! Sooner or later, I'll let her know my prowess. Someone is coming. Xianxia's expression changed as he looked in a certain direction. Yang Kai also noticed and looked in that direction. He immediately grinned. A red light was heading straight for Zhu Qing's palace, but after sensing Yang Kai's divine sense, it turned in the air and flew over. In an instant, a figure stood in the air and looked down from above. Yang Kai lay motionless and raised his hand to greet, Hello, brother-in-law. Zhu Lai frowned at his sloppy appearance, thinking that his sister was really blind. How did she fall for such a man? He said lightly, What are you doing lying here? Sunbathing, what else can I do? Yang Kai answered matter-of-factly. He waved his hand and said, Come down if you have something to say. Why are you standing so high up? The corner of Zhu Lai's mouth twitched, but he still flew down obediently. When he landed beside Yang Kai, he turned his head to look at Xianxia and said in astonishment, You actually took in Xianxia as your mount? Yang Kai didn't stay on Dragon Island for long, but it wasn't short either. There were only a few dragon race on the island. Once there was a little commotion, it would naturally spread quickly. Now, all the dragon race on Dragon Island knew that he was driven out of Ice Snow Island by the Second Elder. He was even almost killed after infuriating the Second Elder. Moreover, he had Xianxia as his mount. Zhu Lai had been practicing the secret technique for the past few days. When he heard the news, he hurried over to take a look. He looked at Xianxia in astonishment and said, "You are also a member of the sacred spirits. Don't you feel ashamed to be so lowly?" Xianxia blinked his eyes. Before he could say anything, Yang Kai stood up and stared at Zhu Lai. "Brother-in-law, what do you mean? What enmity do you have with me? Why do you want to turn my mount against me?" Zhu Lai frowned and said, "That's not what I mean. I just feel that. Sai, forget it. Everyone has their own ambitions." He shook his head and looked as if he expected better from Xianxia. It was as if Xianxia was willing to be Yang Kai's mount and embarrass all the sacred spirits. He turned his head to look at Yang Kai and said, "Why aren't you accompanying Zhu Qing? What are you doing here alone?" Yang Kai coldly snorted and said, "Zhu Qing is entertaining the 3 dragon girls. How would I dare to go over?" There were only 7 dragon girls on Dragon Island. Excluding Zhu Qing, Fu Tin, and Fu Xian, there were 4 left. However, Fu Ling was still guarding the entrance of Dragon Island and couldn't leave without permission. Therefore, there were only 3 dragon girls left. One of them was of the dragon race, and the other 2 were of the dragon race. In the past few days, these 3 dragon girls were very diligent in coming to Zhu Qing's place. They came almost as soon as the sun rose, and only left when the sky was dark. Their intention was self-evident. Yang Kai only saw them once on the first day. After that, he was immediately sent away by Zhu Qing with an excuse. Speaking of which, the 3 dragon girls didn't give Yang Kai a bad impression. They didn't have any obvious seductive actions like Fu Ling. Even when they looked at Yang Kai, they were a little embarrassed and shy. When facing Zhu Qing, they were full of guilt and uneasiness. Yang Kai suspected that it was the Great Elder who asked the 3 of them to come over. If not, even if he was really of great use to them, with the pride of the dragon race, they wouldn't act like this. The main reason why Fu Ling acted like this was because she had interacted with Yang Kai before. They weren't strangers to each other. Hearing his explanation, Zhu Lai naturally understood. The corner of his eyes couldn't help but twitch. He looked at Yang Kai with a bitter and vengeful gaze. Even his own brother-in-law was like this, not to mention the other male dragon race. At this moment, they probably wanted to peel off Yang Kai's skin and eat Yang Kai's flesh. If they didn't know that Yang Kai's golden divine dragon's origin power suppressed them too much and they weren't his match at all, they would have already come over to fight him to the death. After a moment of silence, Zhu Lai said, "I heard that the 2nd elder gave you a condition?" Yang Kai asked curiously, "You know about this too?" Zhu Lai said, "The Dragon Island is only so big and there are only so many people in the dragon race. If something happens, it will spread very quickly. Didn't the 2nd elder ask you to compensate for the losses you caused to the dragon race last time?" Yang Kai nodded, "There is such a thing." Zhu Lai said, "Then why don't you think of a way? It's rare for the 2nd elder to agree. If you can fulfill her request, you can naturally bring Zhu Qing away from the Dragon Island. Don't tell me you want to be separated from Zhu Qing in the future?" Yang Kai sneered, "Why should I compensate for the losses of the Dragon Island? It's not my fault." Zhu Lai spat out 3 words one by one, "Dragon blood flower." Yang Kai's face twitched. "Did the Great Elder ask you to come?" He was just saying it casually, but Zhu Lai's expression flickered. "You don't have to care who asked me to come. Anyway, in my opinion, you have the ability to fulfill the 2nd elder's condition." "You think I have the ability?" Yang Kai laughed. "Do you know how many dragon blood flowers I collected back then? 2 of the highest grade, 30 of the highest grade, 200 of the middle grade, and none of the lower grade. Almost 1,000 of them. You know quite a lot." Yang Kai was a little surprised. These numbers were not much different from what he calculated previously. He nodded and said, "Then do you know how many dragon blood flowers I have left?" Zhu Lai shook his head. Yang Kai said, "The highest grade, and the middle grade are all gone. Only the lower grade are left. Even if I really return the remaining dragon blood flowers, where do I get the rest? I can't conjure dragon blood flowers, right?" Zhu Lai said neither too fast nor too slow. The cultivation of dragon blood flowers is mainly based on dragon's blood. The purer the dragon's blood, the higher the quality of the dragon blood flowers. The dragon blood flowers on the Dragon Island were basically watered with dragon's blood as the raw material. Not only is the quality not good, but it also takes a long time to grow. But if you really have the heart, you can use your own blood to cultivate dragon blood flowers. Your bloodline may have a miraculous effect on dragon blood flowers. Yang Kai sneered after hearing this. He instinctively wanted to refute, but after thinking carefully, it seemed very reasonable. He rubbed his chin and pondered for a long time. Do you really think I can cultivate those middle and high-grade dragon blood flowers? Zhu Lai said, how would you know if you don't try? The second elder has already said that if you can really fulfill her request and bring Zhu Qing into the Dragon Palace, she will have nothing to say. As soon as these words came out, an image immediately appeared in Yang Kai's mind. He had openly walked into the Dragon Temple while Fu Zhen, that cheap maid, had a helpless look on her face. He couldn't help but feel great. She will keep her word? Zhu Lai sighed. The second elder has always kept her word. Yang Kai was very moved. He paced back and forth on the beach. His expression kept changing. He hesitated and found it hard to make a decision. After a while, he clapped his hands and said, all right, I will do it. I don't believe that I can't cultivate dragon blood flowers. Zhu Lai said, then I wish you success. Yang Kai grinned, all right, go back and tell the great elder that I will compensate for the loss of dragon blood flowers. Tell him to relax, who asked me to be the son-in-law of the Dragon Island. The corner of Zhu Lai's mouth twitched. I just said it casually, it has nothing to do with the great elder. Yang Kai looked at him from the corner of his eyes. You came here to tell me this, isn't it because the great elder ordered you behind the scenes? Zhu Lai still wanted to explain, but in the end he nodded his head and said, all right. The dragon blood flowers were all stolen by Yang Kai. Within 1,000 years, the bloodline of the dragon race on the Dragon Island wouldn't be able to improve with the help of the dragon blood flowers. There were only two ways to solve this problem. First, Yang Kai could cultivate enough dragon blood flowers. Second, Yang Kai could help those few dragonesses quickly improve their bloodline. In the end, Zhu Lai still hoped that Yang Kai would make the first choice. That was why he accepted the mission assigned by the great elder to persuade Yang Kai. Chapter 33-37. The matter of cultivating the dragon blood flower was carried out immediately. Yang Kai went back and told Zhu Qing about it. While Zhu Qing was happy, she was also worried. She was happy because if Yang Kai could really fulfill the second elder's request, the Dragon Island would no longer have a reason to make things difficult for him. If he wanted to enter the Dragon Palace, the second elder would no longer be in a position to stop him. She was worried about whether Yang Kai's body could handle it. Since he wanted to cultivate the dragon blood flower, he would naturally need a large amount of blood. Even though Yang Kai's cultivation was not low, the amount of blood needed for the dragon blood flower to grow was not small. After some persuasion, Yang Kai mustered up all his energy and insisted on making up for the loss of the dragon blood flower. Since there was no result, Zhu Qing could only let it be. That night, she tried her best to flatter Yang Kai and completely put down her pride as a dragon lady. She served Yang Kai until he felt comfortable all over. The next day, Yang Kai flew alone to the spiritual island where he was cultivating the dragon blood flower. Zhu Qing wanted to follow him, but she was stopped by Yang Kai. After all, when he was cultivating the dragon blood flower, he would need to constantly bleed himself. Zhu Qing would be watching at the side and would be heartbroken. Yang Kai would naturally not bring her along. It would be bad if he couldn't bear to do it when the time came. Yang Kai was not unfamiliar with the location of the spiritual island. After all, he went there under Fu Ling's lead previously. Fu Ling was punished for making a mistake. The one guarding the spiritual island now was the rank 6 green dragon, Fu Qi. Previously, he was the one who went to the half-dragon city and brought hundreds of dragon descendants back to the Dragon Island. At that time, Fu Qi was insufferably arrogant and majestic. Today, he was waiting at the side of the island. When he saw Yang Kai flying over, he quickly flew up and greeted him. He squeezed out a smile and said, "Brother Yang." Yang Kai sized him up and smiled faintly. "Brother Fu Qi, why are you here?" Fu Qi said, "Under the orders of the elders, I am guarding the Dragon Blood Island and waiting for Brother Yang's arrival." He paused for a while and said, "I heard that Brother Yang decided to cultivate the Dragon Blood flower here? You want to recreate the scale of the Dragon Blood Island?" Yang Kai gritted his teeth. That's true." Suddenly, he felt a little regretful. Brother Yang is righteous. I thank Brother Yang on behalf of the many brothers and sisters in the clan. Fu Qi's expression brightened. His ranking in the dragon race was near the bottom. After all, he only had a rank 6 bloodline. The dragon blood flower was very useful to him. When he heard that the dragon blood flower had been swept clean by Yang Kai, he hated Yang Kai to death. Without the dragon blood flower, it would be harder for his rank 6 bloodline to improve. Even if the accumulation of time could purify his bloodline, it would take thousands or even tens of thousands of years. This kind of flowing time Great Emperor was a long time for the dragon race. Now that he heard that Yang Kai wanted to cultivate the dragon blood flower, he was naturally overjoyed. As long as Yang Kai could recreate the scale of the dragon blood flower, the old grudges were not worth mentioning. Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "I can't guarantee if it will work, but I will try my best." Fu Qi said, "The great elder said that the dragon descendants in the half-dragon city are under Brother Yang's command. If you need them, I can bring them over right now." "Why would I need them?" Yang Kai curled his lips. The dragon blood flower on the Dragon Island had always been cultivated with the blood of the dragon descendants in the half-dragon city. The effect was very slow, and it would take a long time. Yang Kai was well aware of this. If it really worked, he could recreate the scale of the dragon blood flower, but he didn't know how many years it would take. He rolled his eyes and asked, "Did the great elder say that the dragon race on the Dragon Island will also be under my command?" Fu Qi was shocked. "Brother Yang, you want to?" Yang Kai said, "Since the dragon blood flower needs to be cultivated with dragon blood, the effects of pure dragon blood should be better than those of the half-dragon bloodline." I see that Brother Fu Qi is full of energy, and your face is ruddy. It shouldn't be a problem for you to bleed a little. Why don't we start with you?" As soon as he said that, Fu Qi's expression changed greatly. He took a few steps back and looked at Yang Kai with vigilance. No. Why not?" Fu Qi said anxiously, "The dragon race consumes the dragon blood flower to improve their bloodline and increase the purity of their bloodline. If we really bleed to cultivate the dragon blood flower, it will cause our bloodline to regress. It's not worth it." "There's such a thing?" Yang Kai was shocked. If that was the case, then wouldn't his bloodline regress if he bleed? Now that he used the dragon transformation art, he had a 300 zhang dragon body. If his bloodline regress, wouldn't his half-dragon body become smaller? In an instant, Yang Kai had the thought of backing out. Although he wanted to make up for the losses of the dragon race and make Fu Qi speechless, if it really damaged his own interests and strength, he would definitely not do it. As if he sensed his thoughts, Fu Qi said, "Brother Yang, you don't have to worry about your own problems. The great elder said that if it was you, it would definitely be different from the other dragon race members." Yang Kai looked at him from the corner of his eyes. "How can the great elder be so sure?" Fu Qi smiled and said, "The great elder said so, but I'm not too sure." Yang Kai immediately became worried. Of course the great elder would say that to comfort him. Anyway, he was not a pure dragon race member. Whether or not his bloodline regress had nothing to do with the dragon race. The old man looked good, but he was actually as evil as the old witch. Seeing his gloomy face, Fu Qi knew that something was wrong. If Yang Kai really did not do anything, then it would be over. He immediately said, "Brother Yang, if you feel that it's inappropriate, why don't you give it a try? If your bloodline is really damaged, then it's not too late to stop. With your senses, you should be able to clearly feel the situation of your own bloodline. Yang Kai's face became slightly better. He nodded and said, "That makes sense. Let's not delay any longer. I'll give it a try now." "Brother Yang, please." The two of them walked side by side into the Dragon Blood Island. Yang Kai was familiar with the place. The Dragon Blood Island was full of spiritual energy. It could be said that it was one of the spiritual islands with the richest spiritual energy in the entire Dragon Palace. After all, it was a place to cultivate the Dragon Blood Flower. How could the spiritual energy not be rich? The entire spiritual island was also a strange dark red color. It was as though the island was bathed in fresh blood. Furthermore, the air was filled with a faint smell of blood. The smell of blood was not unpleasant. Instead, it had a strange fragrance. Strange formations could be seen everywhere. These formations were set up to extract the blood essence of the descendants of the dragon. When Li Jiao was brought here, he was locked in the formation. Then, when the formation was activated, the blood essence in Li Jiao's body was drawn out uncontrollably and used to nourish the dragon blood flowers growing on the island. Fortunately, Yang Kai had arrived in time, otherwise Li Jiao's cultivation would have dropped. Even so, it was only after consuming some dragon blood flowers that he was able to recover and even improve his bloodline. It could be considered a blessing in disguise. Fu Qi accompanied by the side. He looked at Yang Kai and said, "Now, there are less than 100 dragon blood flowers left on the island. Furthermore, most of them are ungraded. Only a few are low-grade dragon blood flowers. If we want to recover them, we will need Brother Yang to put in more effort." He was furious. The culprit who caused this situation was right in front of him. Yet, the great elder sent a message to ask him to do his best to cooperate with him. What was the great elder thinking? Hearing Fu Qi's words, Yang Kai only nodded gently. He did not feel awkward at all. It was as though he did not know about this. The so-called ungraded dragon blood flowers were still in the growth stage and had not fully matured. Even if they were consumed, it would not be of much use. It would only be a waste of natural resources. Only the graded dragon blood flowers would have an effect on the bloodline of the dragon race. There were 4 grades: low grade, mid grade, high grade, and top grade. Among them, the top grade was the rarest. Yang Kai had picked 2 stalks last time. According to Fu Ling, the great elder and second elder had deliberately reserved them for themselves. They wanted to wait a few more days before consuming them. Who knew that they would benefit Yang Kai? After walking for a short while, Yang Kai stopped. He rubbed his hands together and said in a low voice, "Let's begin." He also wanted to know how effective his blood essence would be on the dragon blood flowers. His divine sense surged. With a flip of his hand, a stalk of dragon blood flower appeared on his palm. It was from the medicinal garden. Yang Kai had stolen so many dragon blood flowers last time. He did not have the time to consume all of them. He only consumed the top grade, high grade, and mid grade ones. He kept the low grade ones and transplanted them into his medicinal garden. The flower was red in color, as if it had been rolled in blood. It emitted a faint but pure dragon's aura. Fu Qi's breathing quickened. He said in a low voice, "Mid-grade dragon blood flower." Yang Kai was stunned. Mid-grade? How could it be mid-grade? He clearly remembered that he had consumed all of the mid-grade and above dragon blood flowers last time. Furthermore, he did not use them for alchemy. He had swallowed them whole. At that time was too tight. Although he had used the high-grade and top-grade ones for alchemy, he did not have the time to refine the mid-grade ones. Therefore, he did not have a single mid-grade dragon blood flower left. However, when he took a closer look, the dragon blood flower in his hand was undoubtedly a mid-grade one. After thinking for a while, Yang Kai immediately understood. His medicinal garden could be said to be the most beautiful place in the world. There was a precious treasure like heavy earth, many earth vein pearls, and the immortal tree beside it emitting vitality. Now, the entire world was providing him with an endless supply of spirit qi. A year of growth of the dragon blood flowers here was equivalent to 10 years in the outside world. It had already been more than 10 years since he left Dragon Island. In other words, these dragon blood flowers had grown for at least 100 years, or even 200 years. It was normal for them to grow from low grade to mid grade. You're making a fuss over nothing. Xianxia sneered. Haven't you eaten a mid-grade dragon blood flower before? Fu Qi smiled embarrassedly. I only have a rank 6 bloodline. Normally, low-grade dragon blood flowers are enough. I can only occasionally obtain 1 or 2 mid-grade ones. I've embarrassed myself in front of Brother Yang. Chapter 33-38. The dragon blood flowers collected on the Dragon Island were all distributed according to a fixed amount. The quality of the dragon blood flower could be obtained based on the bloodline. It was not randomly distributed. For example, a rank 6 giant dragon like Fu Qi was only qualified to consume a low-grade dragon blood flower. Only after reaching rank 7 would one be able to consume a middle-grade dragon blood flower, and only after reaching rank 8 would one be able to consume a high-grade dragon blood flower. As for rank 10 bloodlines like the Great Elder and the Second Elder, they could only consume a top-grade dragon blood flower, because any dragon blood flower below the top grade did not have much effect on them. It would be a waste to force them to consume it. It would be better to give it to other dragon race members to increase their bloodline. Fu Qi had also lived for many years, but the number of mid-grade dragon blood flower he had consumed was no more than 10. Currently, there were only some low-grade and low-grade dragon blood flowers left on the Dragon Island. This mid-grade dragon blood flower was like a crane in a flock of chickens, attracting everyone's attention. Xianxia had some understanding of this, so he did not say anything. Instead, he carefully transplanted the middle-grade dragon blood flower to an empty space in front of him. There was a hole left on the empty space. It was obviously left behind by Xianxia when he stole the dragon blood flower last time. After that, Xianxia rubbed his finger on his fingertip and made a small cut. He silently operated his secret art and a drop of golden blood dripped down the root of the dragon blood flower. Fu Qi opened his eyes wide and his breathing became rapid. He stared at the drop of golden blood without blinking. Xianxia actually heard the sound of saliva being swallowed. He could not help but turn his head to look at him. Brother Fu Qi, are you hungry? No. Fu Qi quickly waved his hand. He could not help but gulp. At first, Xianxia thought that he was drooling over the middle-grade dragon blood flower. But when he took a closer look, he saw that he was actually staring at the cut on his finger. He immediately felt a chill run down his spine and put his hand behind his back. He thought to himself, what the hell? Could it be that my blood essence is also useful for the male dragon race? However, after thinking about it carefully, it wasn't strange that it was useful. Zhu Qin was able to upgrade her dragon bloodline from rank 8 to rank 9 because she had a close relationship with him. In other words, there was something in his body that could rapidly upgrade the dragon race's bloodline. His golden blood might really be effective against all the dragon race. This wasn't good. Xianxia had a grudge. If that was the case, he wouldn't be captured by the dragon race, let out his blood, and then everyone would share it with him, right? It was fine to use his own blood to cultivate the dragon blood flower to compensate for the dragon race's losses, but if he really wanted the dragon race to drink his blood, Xianxia was still a little hesitant. He waved his hand at Fu Qi and said, "All right, you can go. I can handle this place by myself, you don't have to accompany me." Based on his performance just now, how could Xianxia dare to let him stay? Fu Qi was startled. But my duty is to guard this place. Xianxia looked at him sideways. What's so good about guarding this broken island? It's just 100 or so dragon blood flowers. Do you think I can pick them all? You're talking as if you haven't picked them before. Fu Qi cursed in his heart, but he said, Great Elder told me to. Are you leaving or not? If you don't leave, I'm leaving. You're leaving? Where are you going? Fu Qi was shocked. The world is big, I'll go wherever I want. Fu Qi was shocked. But Brother Yang, aren't you going to cultivate the dragon blood flower? How can you just leave like that? Yang Kai sighed. I had this idea, but there are always people who ruin my mood, so I'm not in the mood to do it now. Fu Chi's face turned red. He knew that his performance just now had made Yang Kai a little unhappy. Thinking about it, he actually showed a look of desire for his blood. It was really an instinctive reaction. He clearly knew that the drop of golden blood would be of great use to him. But since Yang Kai said this, Fu Chi could only say, I'll have to ask Great Elder about this. Quickly ask for instructions. Kai Yang urged, his face filled with impatience. Fu Chi immediately used a secret technique to communicate with Great Elder, but after a while, he said with a disappointed expression, Great Elder said that there's no need to guard this place anymore. Yang Kai nodded. Great Elder is reasonable. Fu Chi said helplessly, if that's the case, then this Fu will leave first. Go. Yang Kai waved his hand. Fu Chi reluctantly looked at the mid-rank dragon blood flower that had just been transplanted, then turned around and flew away. He still felt a little regretful in his heart. If only he had consumed that drop of golden blood just now. Although he didn't know what it would do to him, it would definitely be more effective than consuming a dragon blood flower. After watching Fu Chi leave, Yang Kai's body and mind relaxed. He touched his chin and stood in place, quietly staring at the changes of the dragon blood flower. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the dragon blood flower seemed to have changed a little in just a short while. A layer of faint golden light flowed on the crimson flower, making it look very enchanting. After looking at it for a while, there seemed to be some changes, but there also seemed to be none. Yang Kai was also a little confused. However, since the dragon blood flower required dragon blood to grow, his golden blood should be very effective. After all, his bloodline was enough to suppress most of the dragon race on Dragon Island. Yang Kai didn't rush to transplant the other dragon blood flowers. He wanted to see how effective this one was first before making a decision. If it was useless, then there was no need to think about anything else. He could just go straight to the Dragon Palace and avoid suffering here. However, it wasn't a good idea to keep staring here, so Yang Kai simply wandered around the island. He had wandered around Dragon Blood Island once before, but at that time, all his attention was on searching for dragon blood flowers, so he didn't have the time to appreciate anything. This time, he took a good look. Apart from the dragon blood flower, there were also some other plants on Dragon Blood Island, but they weren't precious herbs. They were all ordinary plants. Moreover, it seemed that because the island was shrouded in dragon blood mist all year round, everything on the island had a crimson color, looking very strange. Yang Kai also saw many of the remaining 100 or so dragon blood flowers. Indeed, most of them couldn't be compared to the one he transplanted, whether it was in size or color. After half a day, Yang Kai walked back. Taking a closer look, he was immediately overjoyed. The dragon blood flower really had undergone a great change. Staring at it before, Yang Kai hadn't been able to see anything special about it, but now that he was looking at it again, the disc of the dragon blood flower was obviously larger, and its color was much richer. The faint golden light that shrouded the petals had not disappeared and instead was exuding a brighter hue than before. This obviously meant that his drop of golden blood was still playing a role and was continuing to do so. Yang Kai didn't know how long this effect would last. This discovery shook Yang Kai's spirit. Since it was effective, it meant that he could fulfill the second elder's request. When the time came, if she dared to fart in the Dragon Palace, he would beat the shit out of her. Yang Kai suddenly felt infinite motivation and immediately prepared to transplant more dragon blood flowers. In any case, there were still about 600 to 700 low-rank dragon blood flowers left in his medicine garden, so he could just release another 600 to 700 drops of golden blood. He believed that as long as his golden blood fully worked, even if he couldn't reproduce the scale of that day, the quality would definitely be fine. With a thought, another dragon blood flower appeared in his hand. Yang Kai was startled because this dragon blood flower was mid-rank. He took out another one, and it was also mid-rank. The third one was also mid-rank. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange, as if he had thought of something. His expression changed greatly. and his figure flashed into the sealed world bead. He suddenly realized that he was a bit stupid. He had actually forgotten about those two existences. Mu Zhu and Muna. Nurturing dragonblood flowers, these two were palace hall-level figures. For the Wood Spirit clan, there was nothing more delightful than nurturing spirit herbs. Moreover, ever since the two of them took care of the medicine garden, Yang Kai had rarely paid attention to it. Now, the medicine garden had been expanded by more than 10 times, and they had planted many strange things. It wasn't until the dragon blood flowers he took out this time were all mid-rank that Yang Kai suddenly realized a problem. Could it be that the low-rank dragon blood flowers he remembered had all been upgraded in quality? Not to mention the uniqueness of his medicine garden, with the two wood spirits, Mu Zhu and Mu Na, taking care of it, it was enough to make this impossible possible. In the medicine garden, Yang Kai leisurely appeared, and he couldn't help but be a little dumbfounded. As far as the eye could see, the entire medicine garden stretched as far as the eye could see. Spirit flowers and strange herbs competed with each other, and there were even rows of trees in the garden, arranged in picturesque disorder. Some of these trees were currently blooming, and the entire medicine garden was exuding a peculiar fragrance. Some of them had already borne fruit, and the bright red and yellow fruits looked very appetizing. The immortal tree and the firmament tree were located in the center, and not far away was the rare body-growing fruit tree. Countless fluorescent lights flowed through the entire medicine garden like fireflies. The medicine garden was simply like a fairyland. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Was this still his fucking medicine garden? He had never seen a better place than this. When he reached the peak of martial arts, he would bring his women here to live in seclusion. It was a pretty good place. Mu Zhu Muna? Yang Kai softly called out, his voice as soft as a thief coming to steal medicine. Two small figures suddenly shot over from the left and right, floating in front of him. After looking at each other, Mu Zhu asked, "Master, is there something you need?" "I've encountered a bit of a problem here." Yang Kai still spoke softly, "I'm afraid I'll need your help." Mu Zhu was a little nervous, so she couldn't help but lower her voice and say, "If Master has something to tell us, we'll do it. There's no need to be polite." Although Muna didn't say anything, she also nodded her little head to the side. "That's good, but this matter shouldn't be difficult for you. The main thing is to cultivate a kind of spirit medicine." Mu Zhu smiled and said, "This is our strong point, but..." She turned her little head and looked around. "Why is Master saying this? Is there someone eavesdropping here?" Yang Kai blinked, clenched his fists and coughed, finally returning to his normal voice. No, the main thing is that I'm afraid of disturbing the peace here." The two wood spirits were stunned by his words, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 33-39. After a moment of silence, Mu Zhu asked, "What kind of spirit medicine does Master want us to cultivate?" "Dragon blood flower. You should have seen it in the herb garden." As Yang Kai spoke, he walked towards the area where the dragon blood flowers were located. The two wood spirits followed closely behind him. After a while, they arrived. Yang Kai took a look and his eyes lit up with surprise. He exclaimed, "Oh my God!" A few hundred dragon blood flowers were arranged in picturesque disorder in the medicinal garden. They grew in the middle of an expanse of purple and lustrous grass, and they emitted a dark red glow. Just as he'd expected, every single dragon blood flower here wasn't a low-grade dragon blood flower as he'd expected, but a mid-grade one. 600 to 700 mid-grade dragon blood flowers. What kind of concept was this? Back when Yang Kai stole dragon blood flowers, he only obtained a little over 1,000 of them. Among them, there were 2 supreme grade, 30 high grade, 200 mid grade, and the rest were all low grade. Because time was short, he refined supreme grade and high grade dragon blood flowers into dragon blood pills and swallowed the mid grade ones. As for the low grade ones, he didn't have the time to consume them and left them in the herb garden. Now, these low grade dragon blood flowers had all become mid grade. That wasn't all. In addition to these 600 to 700 mid-grade dragonblood flowers, Yang Kai also found many low-grade dragonblood flowers in another herb garden. There were at least 1,000 of them, and some of them showed signs of becoming low-grade dragonblood flowers. This. Yang Kai pointed at the mid-grade dragonblood flowers. These were all made by you? Mu Zhu pursed her lips and smiled. Master, the conditions here are not bad. Otherwise, they wouldn't be growing so well. What about these over here? Yang Kai pointed at another herb garden and asked with a puzzled expression, where did you get these dragonblood flower seeds? Mu Na said softly, we don't need seeds. We don't need seeds. Yang Kai was stunned. Mu Zhu explained, Mu Na and I cut off some dragonblood flower roots and transplanted them here. Master seems to have the bloodline of the dragon race, so these dragonblood flowers should be of great use to you, right? It's not just useful, Yang Kai didn't know what to say. He wanted to hug the two wood spirits and give them a big kiss. However, the wood spirits were too small. If he really did that, he might scare them. After calming himself down, Yang Kai returned to the topic at hand and said, it's like this. These dragonblood flowers of mine came from a somewhat improper source. The two wood spirits looked at him, silently waiting for him to continue. Yang Kai was a little embarrassed. They were all picked from the Dragon Island. Yang Kai stole a glance at them. Seeing that they didn't have any strange reactions, he continued, now that Dragon Island wants me to compensate for their losses, I have to transplant these dragonblood flowers out. You want to return them? Mu Zhu was a little unhappy when she heard this. The wood spirit race had a special fondness for precious treasures. Yang Kai had been letting them take care of everything in the medicine garden. In the hearts of the two wood spirits, everything in the medicine garden was their private property. Of course, if their master, Yang Kai, wanted to take something, there was no problem. However, if he wanted to take something out and give it to someone else, the two of them would be very reluctant. Dragonblood flowers were extremely rare. They had always been produced only on Dragon Island. They were much rarer than ordinary emperor artifacts. When Yang Kai suddenly said that he wanted to transplant these dragonblood flowers, the two of them felt as if they were going to part with their beloved things. Naturally, they felt very distressed. Yang Kai said, I was still considering whether to leave some behind. Now that you have the ability, I don't need to think too much. Even if all the mid-rank dragonblood flowers were transplanted, there were still thousands of ungraded ones in his medicine garden. Mu Zhu and Mu Na could still increase this number through the wood spirit race's secret technique. It could be said that the supply of dragonblood flowers in the future would be endless. Do we have to transplant them? Mu Na asked, pursing her lips. Yang Kai sighed, this matter is very important. I don't want to do it, but there is nothing I can do. Mu Zhu nodded and said, in that case, we will listen to Master's orders. After the discussion, the two wood spirits were immediately released from the small sealed world by Yang Kai. After arriving at Dragonblood Island, Mu Zhu said, Master, please wait for a moment. Mu Na and I will investigate the situation here first before making any plans. Of course. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. He waited in place while observing the changes of the dragonblood flower that he had dripped his golden blood on. Mu Zhu and Mu Na flew to two different places to investigate Dragonblood Island. About a few hours later, the two women returned one after the other. They got together and whispered to each other for a while before suddenly shaking their heads and sighing in unison. What's wrong? Yang Kai's heart jumped when he saw this. He hoped that nothing unexpected happened at this time. Mu Zhu said, it's nothing. We just discovered that the dragon race has lost a lot of knowledge on how to cultivate dragonblood flowers. If we use their method to cultivate them, it will take twice the effort for half the result. In ancient times, the wood spirit race had also helped the dragon race cultivate dragonblood flowers, accumulating a lot of useful experience, but with the passage of time, these things had been lost. Many special methods could only be used by the wood spirit race. Even if other races knew about them, they could not use them. Yang Kai smiled and said, you are experts in this aspect. I'm afraid no one in this world can compare to you. The key is that since we have taken over, we have to do a good job and make the dragon race speechless. Mu Zhu nodded and said, "But before that, I have to ask Master, what is our goal?" "Our goal?" Yang Kai pondered for a moment and said, "Back then, I collected 1,000 dragon blood flowers from here. Among them, there were 2 supreme-grade flowers, 30 high-grade flowers, 200 mid-grade flowers, and the rest were all low-grade flowers. If I say that this is our goal, how long will it take to complete it?" Hearing this, Mu Zhu nodded and said, "Not too much." Yang Kai's eyes lit up. These words gave him a lot of confidence. Mu Zhu continued, "Only the 2 supreme-grade dragon blood flowers are a little troublesome. As for the others, I'm afraid it will only take half a year to cultivate them." Half a year? Yang Kai was shocked. It can be done in such a short time? He was not doubting the ability of the 2 wood spirits, but wasn't this time a little too short? The dragon blood flower's growth cycle was unusually long. Mu Zhu said, "In the early stages, all kinds of conditions can be met. Master, you also know what dragon blood flowers need the most." "Dragon blood," Yang Kai said solemnly. Mu Zhu nodded and said, "That's right. The purer the dragon blood, the more obvious its effect on the dragon blood flower's growth. So, we need some dragon blood." "It seems like my blood can also be used," Yang Kai said with uncertainty. "Master, you want to take your own blood?" Mu Zhu frowned. She did not know why Yang Kai was so concerned about this matter. He was even willing to use his own blood to cultivate the dragon blood flowers. Yang Kai smiled and pointed at the dragon blood flower that had been transplanted. "Look at this. I just dripped a drop of my blood on it. It seems to have grown a little." Hearing this, the 2 wood spirits flew over and stood on the left and right of the dragon blood flower. They closed their eyes and sensed it. Suddenly, spots of green light flowed out from the 2 wood spirits' bodies. They flew onto the dragon blood flower like fireflies and enveloped the entire flower. After a short while, the 2 girls shook and opened their eyes. Mu Zhu turned to look at Yang Kai in disbelief and said, "Master, are you a member of the dragon race?" Yang Kai pointed at his nose and grinned, "I'm not a member of the dragon race. I just obtained the dragon race's essence and cultivated the dragon transformation's secret art." "But this dragon blood..." Mu Zhu frowned and hesitated before shaking her head in the end. "It can't be used?" Yang Kai's heart sank. "That's impossible. It has clearly grown a little." Mu Na smiled and said, "It's not that it can't be used, it's that the effect is very good. If it can absorb all of your blood and supplement it with our secret technique, it will definitely grow into a high-grade dragon blood flower within half a year. However, if it wants to grow into a top-grade dragon blood flower, it won't be done in a short time. Even if we personally cultivate it, it will take at least a decade or 2. Yang Kai suddenly said, "Let's not think about top-grade for now. At worst, we can just get some high-grade dragon blood flowers to supplement it. I collected 1,000 dragon blood flowers in the past. When the time comes, we can just return some to them." Mu Zhu nodded, "That's all we can do." Now that the most important source of materials was in place, there was no need to worry about cultivating dragon blood flowers. Mu Zhu and Mu Na gathered together and whispered for a while before Mu Zhu said, "Master, please take the purple soul grass out of the herb garden." "What purple soul grass?" Yang Kai looked at them blankly. Mu Na pursed her lips and smiled. "It's the grass in the dragon blood flower herb garden." Yang Kai slapped his head hearing this. When he entered the herb garden just now, he noticed that not only were there dragon blood flowers growing in the herb garden, but there were also many purple grass. The purple grass and red dragon blood flowers complemented each other. At that time, he didn't pay much attention to it, but now that he heard them mention it, he realized what purple soul grass was. Yang Kai cast a technique to take the purple soul grass out of the herb garden while asking, "What is the use of these purple soul grass? Why haven't I seen it before?" He was a pill refinement master, and a pill emperor at that. There was no reason that he didn't know about all the spiritual plants in the world. Mu Zhu replied, "The purple soul grass has already gone extinct. Only my wood spirit clan has kept some seeds because it needs to grow together with dragon blood flowers. Otherwise, it won't be able to survive. And its existence is also very useful to dragon blood flowers. Chapter 3340. The purple soul grass was very beneficial to the growth of the dragon blood flower. Therefore, the two wood spirits planned to cultivate the purple soul grass first, so as to provide a hotbed for the growth of the dragon blood flower. The cultivation of the purple soul grass was not too troublesome. Although the seeds were already gone, there were already ready-made purple soul grass in the herb garden. With Muzhu and Muna's secret technique, the entire Dragon Blood Island would be filled with purple soul grass in no time. Muzhu gave a time limit of 1 month. While the two wood spirits were busy, Yang Kai seemed to have nothing to do. Fortunately, Zhu Qing came over to accompany him for a few days, so he was not that bored. After meeting the wood spirits, Zhu Qing was also rather surprised. She never thought that Yang Kai would actually have such a peculiar race following him. She also knew the special ability of the wood spirits, so she was very confident that Yang Kai would be able to complete the second elder's request. These days, Zhu Qing was not the only one who came over. Fu Qi and Zhu Lai also came over a few times. Clearly, they wanted to check on the progress. They were probably instructed by the great elder. But without exception, they were all stopped outside the island by Yang Kai. The two wood spirits were busy. He did not want to expose the situation inside the Dragon Blood Island. If the dragon race got greedy for the two wood spirits and asked him to leave Muzhu and Muna behind, then it would be over. Fu Qi and Zhu Lai were also helpless. Although they came over here every 2 to 3 days, they were completely unaware of the situation inside the Dragon Blood Island. After more than half a month, Yang Kai was also annoyed. He looked for an opportunity to beat up Fu Qi and Zhu Lai. As a result, Fu Qi and Zhu Lai did not appear again. The great elder was helpless. He could only ask Zhu Qing indirectly. Currently, in the entire Dragon Island, the only one who could make Yang Kai tell the truth was Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing had no choice but to answer the great elder's question. Fortunately, Yang Kai had already instructed him to tell the great elder that the results would be revealed in half a year's time. He would definitely not disappoint the dragon race. Half a year. That wasn't too long, especially for the long lifespan of the dragon race. It was nothing more than a snap of a finger, so he could afford to wait. Dragon Blood Island changed every day. As Muzhu said, after a month, the violet soul grass was finished growing. More than half of Dragon Blood Island was covered in sparkling purple grass. It was beautiful from afar. The places where these grass grew were the places where the dragon blood flowers would be transplanted. After the preliminary work was done, Yang Kai followed the instructions of the two wood spirits and took the dragon blood flower out of the herb garden. With each stalk, Mu Zhu and Mu Na would carefully transplant it to Dragon Blood Island. While doing this, the two wood spirits were extremely meticulous, as if they were on a pilgrimage. 2 days later, all the mid-rank dragon blood flowers were transplanted. A few days later, some low-rank dragon blood flowers were transplanted as well. Yang Kai had already prepared his own golden blood. Following Mu Zhu's instructions, he placed a large jar for them to use. His bloodline didn't show any signs of regression, which made Yang Kai feel a lot more relieved. All that was left was to wait. With the two wood spirits taking care of things, Yang Kai didn't need to interfere too much. He found a place and built a wooden hut for himself. He meditated and cultivated in the hut all day long. Occasionally, he would go out for a stroll to see how the dragon blood flowers were growing. Occasionally, either Mu Zhu or Mu Na would come to Yang Kai to ask for some golden blood. The days passed peacefully. On the other hand, Zhu Qing spent a lot of time here. Basically, she would come to accompany him as long as she had nothing to do. Half a year later, on the edge of Dragon Blood Island, Yang Kai stood with his hands behind his back. He looked up at the sky with a bleak expression, as if he was invincible in this world and lonely as snow. Suddenly, streams of light appeared on the horizon. Red, white, green, and blue, all kinds of colors, all of them rushed towards him. Waves of dragon pressure as vast as the sea spread out. Blue waves rippled like 1,000 ripples on the table. After the light flashed, 5 figures appeared in front of Yang Kai, including Zhu Qing, Great Elder Zhu Yan, Second Elder Fu Shun, Third Elder Fu Xian, and Fourth Elder Zhu Kong. The 5 great elders of the dragon race had all arrived. As soon as he appeared, Zhu Yan said anxiously, "Young boy, Qing, said that you've finished your business here? Is that true?" Previously, when Zhu Qing went to inform him, he did not dare to believe it. Although Yang Kai had already conveyed the half-a-year period through Zhu Qing, when it came to it, he was still a little worried, fearing that Yang Kai was playing with him. After all, the amount of dragon blood flowers that Yang Kai had stolen back then was not a small amount. Also, he himself said that he had eaten all the dragon blood flowers above mid-grade. In such a short time, how could he make up for it? Yang Kai smiled slightly. "Whether it's true or false, I'll have to ask Great Elder to wait and see." As he spoke, Yang Kai nodded lightly at Fu Xian and Zhu Kong, which could be considered as a greeting. As for Fu Shun, Yang Kai could not be bothered with her. Fu Shun's expression was cold, but she did not have much of a reaction. It would be strange if Yang Kai showed any goodwill to her. His current attitude was normal. Zhu Yan said solemnly, "Brat, you can't just say empty words. You also know the importance of dragon blood flowers to my dragon island. If you dare to lie about this matter, this old man will definitely not forgive you." Yang Kai sneered, "Isn't it just some dragon blood flowers? You make it sound like it's a treasure." "Just some dragon blood flowers." Zhu Yan's face darkened when he heard this. That was one of the foundations of the dragon race. How could it be just some? Zhu Qing said, "Great Elder, words are not proof. Seeing is believing. You should go and see for yourself." Zhu Yan nodded repeatedly, "That's right, that's right." Fu Shun's figure flashed and shot towards Dragon Blood Island. Her cold voice came from afar, "This palace wants to see what you are doing." Yang Kai sneered, "Slow down, no one is fighting with you. What's the rush?" Fu Shun's figure paused. Turning her head, she glared fiercely at Yang Kai before continuing to fly forward. Zhu Yan could not be bothered to waste words with Yang Kai and impatiently followed, wanting to see the situation inside. Fu Xian and Zhu Kong also excused themselves and followed. Zhu Qing looked at their backs and said, "I hope they won't be too shocked." In the past half a year, Zhu Qing had personally witnessed the changes on Dragon Blood Island every day. She had personally witnessed the wondrous methods of the wood spirits. If it weren't for that, she probably wouldn't know what kind of expression she should have when facing Dragon Blood Island. Shock? Joy? Excitement? Most likely, any dragon race member would not be able to suppress their emotions when they saw the current Dragon Blood Island. Yang Kai extended his hand towards her and said, "Let's go and see what they are like." Zhu Qing faintly smiled and let go of his hand. The two flew together. A moment later, they arrived at the edge of Dragon Blood Island. Looking up, the 4 elders of the dragon race were all stopped in midair in a row. Then, there was no then. The 4 of them seemed to have been immobilized by someone. All of them stood there motionlessly, looking forward. Fu Xian even reached out to cover her red lips, a strange look in her beautiful eyes. Zhu Yan's expression was also one of shock. Fu Shun's expression was also one of bewilderment. Zhu Kong blinked and said, "Are you dreaming?" If they were not dreaming, how could such a scene appear in front of them? Among the purple grass that covered the mountains and plains, there were countless dark red dragon blood flowers. Each of them was full of vitality and were arranged in neat rows. Ungraded, low-graded, mid-graded, and even high-graded, there were all kinds of them. Just the high-graded dragon blood flowers alone, Zhu Kong could see no less than 5 of them at a glance. There were even 30 to 40 mid-graded ones, and the number of low-graded and ungraded ones was even more incalculable. This was just this patch, which only occupied a corner of the entire Dragon Blood Island. If one were to estimate from this, just how many dragon blood flowers were there on Dragon Blood Island? Fu Shun clearly did not dare to believe that this was real. After hesitating for a moment, his figure flashed and shot forward. Clearly, he wanted to see the situation of the entire Dragon Blood Island. Perhaps only this patch of land had dragon blood flowers. Other places did not have them at all. She was not the only one with this idea. Zhu Yan, Zhu Kong, and Fu Xian had clearly thought of this as well. They all spread out and carefully inspected the situation of the entire Dragon Blood Island. Yang Kai sneered, then turned to Zhu Qing and said, "They still don't believe me." Zhu Qing said, "It's not that they don't believe you, it's that they find it hard to believe. Letting them see it with their own eyes is better than letting you say 1,000 words." Yang Kai nodded and said, "That's true." The two of them then waited in place. After a short while, Fu Shun was the first to return. For the first time, he looked at Yang Kai with an extremely strange gaze. His gaze was deep, as if he wanted to look into the depths of his heart and understand how he had accomplished such a thing in half a year. His lips moved, clearly wanting to ask something, but in the end he was too embarrassed to ask. Yang Kai held his head high and his chest out, his figure straight like a sharp sword. With a flash of light, the others also returned one after another, all of them staring at Yang Kai with an incredulous look in their eyes. Yang Kai's figure became even straighter. "Little Yang." Zhu Yan was the first to speak, pointing down and saying, "Those are purple soul grasses?" Yang Kai turned his head and said, "Great Elder is indeed experienced and knowledgeable to actually recognize purple soul grasses. Amazing, amazing." Zhu Yan could not help but roll his eyes. It was clearly a compliment, so why did it sound so awkward? However, he did not have the time to bicker with him and said to himself, "Where did you find purple soul grasses?" Purple soul grasses were extinct. If not for this, the dragon race would definitely have collected them to cultivate dragon blood flowers. After all, with this kind of spirit grass, dragon blood flowers would grow even faster. Who would have thought that something that should have been extinct would actually reappear in the world, and on such a large scale, almost covering the entire Dragon Blood Island? Not mentioning anything else, just these purple soul grasses were a huge fortune for the dragon race. This was a good thing that could not be exchanged for anything else. Great Elder doesn't need to know where I found them. Since they were planted here, I'll give them to the dragon race. Zhu Yan thought to himself, "You have no choice but to give them away. Could it be that you want to take them back? It would be strange if this old man did not risk his life with you." This was a pleasant surprise. Zhu Yan said happily, "Good, good, good. It's rare for you to have this kind of heart, then my dragon race will kindly accept it." Yang Kai said sarcastically, "Who asked me to be the son-in-law of the dragon race, so naturally I won't hide any good things." While saying this, he stared at Fu Tianyi. Fu Tianyi turned his gaze to the side, pretending not to see. "Lowly servant," Yang Kai cursed in his heart. Chapter 3341. Zhu Kong could not help but shake her head, saying in shock, "Unbelievable, unbelievable. How could there be so many dragon blood flowers on the island, and they're all of high quality?" Basically, when Yang Kai had boasted half a year ago that he would make up for the losses of stealing dragon blood flowers, no one in the dragon race felt that he could do it. There was even a very low request: return the remaining dragon blood flowers in his possession. After all, could it be that he would spit out what he had eaten? Thus, before coming here, the elders of the dragon race had made some mental preparations. They had roughly guessed the current situation of Dragon Blood Island. There were at most a few hundred low-grade dragon blood flowers. However, what they saw before them was far more than a few hundred low-grade dragon blood flowers. Just the mid-grade dragon blood flowers alone were more than that. Not only had Yang Kai returned all of the dragon blood flowers that he had stolen back then, he had returned them several times over. Where did he get so many dragon blood flowers? Fu Xian looked at Yang Kai and asked, "Exactly how many dragon blood flowers are there on the island?" Yang Kai smiled slightly and faintly said, 200 high-grade ones, 500 mid-grade ones, 1,000 low-grade ones, and about 2,000 low-grade ones. Even though everyone had a vague estimate in their hearts when they browsed through Dragon Blood Island, they still couldn't help but jump in fright when they heard Yang Kai report this string of numbers. 200 high-grade ones? 500 mid-grade ones? Did they hear wrongly? If Yang Kai had said this when they had just arrived on Dragon Blood Island, the elders of the dragon race would definitely not have believed it. After all, there were less than 30 high-grade dragon blood flowers on Dragon Blood Island back then, which was not too far from 200. There were also less than 200 mid-grade dragon blood flowers, but now, there were more than 500. There were also 1,000 low-grade ones and 2,000 low-grade ones. Just this terrifying number alone was more than 4 times what it had been in the past. However, after seeing it with their own eyes, everyone felt that these numbers should be about the same. Yang Kai would not exaggerate on such a matter. After all, the dragon race could have done a careful count. If the actual numbers differed from what he had reported, he would lose face. In other words, the existence of so many high-quality dragon blood flowers was real. If it weren't for the fact that there was nothing abnormal in front of him, Zhu Yan would have suspected that Yang Kai had used the past 6 months to set up a shocking illusion array here to make him hallucinate. But, half a year, just half a year, how could such a thing happen? 4 pairs of eyes stared at Yang Kai as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Only Zhu Qing had an indifferent expression. She had long known this result. In the past 6 months, she had also observed the various changes on the island day by day. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yang Kai sighed again. It's a pity that I wasn't able to cultivate the best quality dragon blood flower. What a pity! Mu Zhu and Mu Na had the ability to nurture them, but that would take 10 to 20 years. How could Yang Kai have that much time? Even those high-quality ones had been cultivated by the 2 wood spirits, regardless of cost and effort, using the already existing mid-quality dragon blood flowers. For this reason, Yang Kai had released at least a large vat of golden blood. Fortunately, his recovery ability was not bad, and he had maintained it for half a year. Otherwise, the situation of his bloodline really would have appeared. Best quality dragon blood flowers are too hard to come by. Not being able to cultivate them is normal. Zhu Kong wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. If Yang Kai really managed to cultivate a best quality dragon blood flower, that would truly be inconceivable. I was waiting for you to say this. Yang Kai rejoiced in his heart and did not look at the others. He only stared at Fu Dun, saying, "What does Second Elder think? Is all that I have done enough to make up for the losses of Dragon Island back then?" His expression was arrogant and proud, and his eyes were fierce. It was as if he would fight with him if he dared to say anything against his will. Fu Dun did not speak, mainly because he really could not say anything against his will. It's enough to make up for the losses of dragon blood flowers back then. Zhu Yan gently nodded. Although they had lost 2 best quality dragon blood flowers, the current high quality, mid quality, low quality, and even unranked dragon blood flowers on Dragon Blood Island were far from what they had been back then. If this was not enough to make up for the losses, then it would be too unreasonable. It could even be said that not only had they made up for it, they had also made a huge profit for Dragon Island. Haha. Yang Kai laughed loudly. His half a year of hard work had finally paid off. With the head elder saying this, the matter had already been settled. There was no point for Fu Dun to say anything. In his excitement, he even kissed Zhu Qing on the cheek, causing Zhu Qing to blush all the way to her neck. Zhu Yan was also dumbfounded by this scene. Letting out a dry cough, he said, "Kid, how exactly did you do it? You already have so many dragon blood flowers in your hands?" Yang Kai looked at him vigilantly. "You don't need to know how I did it. These words might not be respectful to the elders, but I advise the head elder to dispel the thought in your heart. In order to cultivate these dragon blood flowers, I have also paid a huge price. This kind of result cannot be replicated. In the future, you can deal with the matter of dragon blood flowers by yourselves. I will not cultivate these things for Dragon Island anymore. I'm just asking. Zhu Yan had an awkward expression. Originally, he wanted to make things clear. After all, if Dragon Island could master such a miraculous method, they would not have to worry about the dragon blood flowers in the future. Their clansmen would also have a large amount of dragon blood flowers to improve their bloodline. Who would have thought that Yang Kai would see through his thoughts and stop him in advance? Yang Kai said indifferently, now that Dragon Blood Island has purple soul grass, the growth of dragon blood flowers will only be better in the future. The dragon race has been cultivating dragon blood flowers for many years. I don't need to tell them what to do. Alright, this matter ends here. After saying that, he raised his head slightly and pointed his chin at Fu Ti. He said word by word, Dragon Palace. Fu Ti sneered, wishful thinking. Yang Kai flew into a rage. Are you going back on your words? Fu Ti said indifferently, I have always been a man of my words. When have I ever gone back on my words? Yang Kai pointed his halberd at her and said angrily, half a year ago, you said that as long as I can make up for the losses I caused to Dragon Island back then, you will agree to all my requests. Now that I have done it, you are going back on your words. Do you dare to say that you are not going back on your words? Did I say that? Fu Ti turned her head and looked to the side. Yang Kai was stunned. He was speechless for a moment, but soon he sneered, Qing Wu was there at the time, is there any meaning in denying it? Zhu Qing nodded and said, Second Elder, you did say that. Her voice was low, clearly a little annoyed. She had been accompanying Yang Kai for the past half a year, watching him work on Dragon Blood Island with her own eyes. For this, he had contributed a large vat of golden blood. Now that he was here, the second elder actually said such untrue words. Zhu Qing found it hard to accept. She never thought that Fu Ti was this kind of person. Yes, this king did say that. Fu Ti turned to look at him. So what? Yang Kai turned to Zhu Yan and said in a cold voice, Great Elder, can the dragon race go back on their words? Zhu Yan sighed. Of course the dragon race will keep their words? What a joke. Yang Kai's lips curled into a smile, but there was no smile on his face. Fu Ti's attitude really made him angry to the extreme. Zhu Yan continued, but, did you really fulfill the second elder's request? Yang Kai pointed to the side and said, does this not count? Zhu Yan nodded and said, of course this counts. You have made up for the loss of stealing the dragon blood flower, but what about the other losses? Think about it carefully. What did the second elder say at the time? Yang Kai naturally remembered what Fu Ti said and immediately sneered, is there any point in playing this kind of word game? Zhu Yan slowly shook his head, it's not a word game, but there was a dragon race in the past who died because of you. Logically speaking, with this kind of grudge, my dragon race will not rest until you are dead, but you have some connection with my dragon race, so it's not good to have a falling out. But no matter what, you have to give my dragon race an explanation. Yang Kai sneered, Fu Qi died at the hands of Wukong. If you want revenge, just go find him. What does it have to do with me? Zhu Yan said, but with Wukong's situation at the time, if you didn't severely injure Fu Qi, he wouldn't have succeeded. You have to take at least half of the responsibility for Fu Qi's death. He should be glad that he died at the hands of Wukong. At least he got a quick death. If I did it, he wouldn't have died so easily. Yang Kai sneered. Zhu Qing clenched her fists and looked at Zhu Yan. Great Elder, Fu Qi is already dead. What's the point of saying this now? Don't tell me you want my husband to pay with his life? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, hating himself for being blind. If he knew this would happen, why would he help the dragon race cultivate the dragon blood flower? He would have directly charged into the dragon palace and used the power of the dragon soul to kill Zhu Yan and Fu Ti. Zhu Yan said, there's no need for that. Fu Qi was not killed by him. Why would we want him to pay with his life? Please enlighten us, Great Elder. Zhu Yan lightly coughed, looked at Zhu Qing, then looked at Yang Kai, saying, the dragon race lost a clansman because of you. As long as you can add another clansman to the dragon race, you can come and go as you please on Dragon Island in the future. No one will stop you. Yang Kai could not help but snort. Add another clansman to the dragon race? That's interesting. Where would I find a clansman to the dragon race? Zhu Yan said, there's no need to find one, you have the ability to do so. Yang Kai frowned. What do you mean? The old thing's words were unclear, making it very confusing. Zhu Qing, however, thought of something and could not help but blush. Fu Xian also understood at this moment and looked at Yang Kai with a look of realization. Zhu Kong faintly smiled and secretly sent a message to Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression immediately changed, turning to look at Zhu Qing, then pointing at himself. Do you think that if I have a child with Qing, it will definitely be a dragon race child? After going around in circles, this was the old thing's plan. Yang Kai even suspected that they had this idea from the very beginning, setting a trap for him to jump in step by step. The matter of the dragon blood flower was just a prelude, as expected of a sly old fox. Chapter 3342. But after thinking about it carefully, it was really possible. Although he was born in the human race, Yang Kai wasn't sure whether his current body belonged to the dragon race or the human race. Zhu Qing was a pure-blooded dragon race. If the two of them really gave birth to a child, it was very likely that they would be part of the dragon race. The reason why Mo Shaoqi didn't have the bloodline of the dragon race was mainly because of the martial beast Mo Huang. Mo Shaoqi should have inherited most of her bloodline from her father. After figuring out Dragon Island's plan, Yang Kai said with a sullen face, "Is Great Elder joking with me?" Zhu Yan clenched his fist and coughed lightly. My dragon race has been declining for generations, and our clansmen have always been few and far between. The loss of any one of our clansmen is a great loss, so this old master won't joke about this kind of thing with you. Is this old man for real? Yang Kai was dumbfounded and frowned. If that's the case, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint Great Elder. Not to mention that even if Qing and I want to, who knows how long it will take for us to give birth to a child. Even if we do, we won't hand it over to the dragon race. My children will grow up by my side and I will personally teach them. He was now a second-order Emperor Realm Master, and Zhu Qing's cultivation was higher than his. If the two of them married, it would indeed be difficult for them to give birth to a child, because the stronger one was, the lower the chances of them giving birth to a child. If he really agreed to this request, there would be no hope for him in the next 10 or 100 years. Would he have to stay on Dragon Island for such a long time? As long as you work hard, there will always be hope, Zhu Yan persuaded earnestly. Yang Kai flicked his sleeve and said, Great Elder doesn't need to say more. Since the dragon race doesn't want to admit it, then I have nothing to say. If you really want to add members to the dragon race, Great Elder should work hard himself. There's no need to ask me for help. As soon as these words came out, Fu Tan immediately shouted angrily, Impudence! If Great Elder wanted to work hard, then he could only work together with her. Yang Kai, a junior, saying such words naturally made her lose face. Yang Kai looked at her coldly and said nothing, then turned to Zhu Yan and said, These dragon blood flowers on the island will be my gift to the dragon race. In the future, I will have nothing to do with the dragon race. Goodbye. Then he turned Yang Kai left. Zhu Qing sighed and her tender body flickered as she chased after Yang Kai. Originally, he thought that after Yang Kai cultivated so many dragon blood flowers for Dragon Island this time, the relationship between the two sides would definitely be eased greatly, and Dragon Island might even accept Yang Kai. Who knew that things would turn out like this, so he couldn't help but feel some resentment towards Fu Ti. This kid's temper isn't very good. Zhu Yan looked at Yang Kai's departing figure and slowly shook his head, then laughed. Possessing the ancestral dragon source, he actually said that he would have nothing to do with the dragon race. Is that possible? Zhu Kong said, He probably doesn't know that he's already a member of the dragon race. It's just that the ancestral dragon source is very important, and it's not easy to tell him. Zhu Yan said, It's because of this that this old man hopes that he can have a child with Qing. If that's the case, he will have something to do with the dragon race in the future, and he won't act so recklessly. Unfortunately, it seems that it's a little counterproductive. Fu Xian frowned slightly and said, "Can't we just tell him directly? Must we do this?" Zhu Yan shook his head with a bitter smile. How noble is the ancestral dragon's source? If we really tell him about this, the entire Dragon Island will be under his control in the future. Now that his cultivation has not reached the required level, rashly standing at such a height is not a good thing for him or the dragon race. Fu Xian opened her mouth, but in the end, it turned into a sigh. High up in the sky, Yang Kai and Zhu Qing were flying side by side. After being angry for a while, Yang Kai's mood calmed down quite a bit. Although he had been played around by Fu Tianyi, this trip was not completely fruitless. At the very least, he had confirmed that Zhu Qing had not been blamed by the dragon race. As for the dragon blood flowers that he had spent half a year to cultivate, Zhu Qing should be able to get quite a bit. Thinking of this, Yang Kai pulled out a space ring and handed it to her. Zhu Qing received it and scanned it with her divine sense, exclaiming, "Why are there so many dragon blood pills?" There were 300 dragon blood pills in the space ring, and they were of very high quality. Quite a few of them had formed pill patterns. During this half a year, Zhu Qing was not always by his side, so Yang Kai naturally refined a lot of dragon blood pills in his spare time. In any case, it was not difficult for two wood spirits to cultivate dragon blood flowers. These dragon blood pills were all refined from high-ranked dragon blood flowers, so their quality was naturally not low. Yang Kai smiled and said, "I'll leave them for you to use. When I'm not by your side, you can take these to improve your bloodline. When I come to see you next time, I'll give you some more." "Are you leaving now?" Zhu Qing's little hand holding the space ring tightened as she looked at him with some reluctance. She had been very happy during this half a year. Although she knew that Yang Kai could not stay on Dragon Island for long, she did not expect that they would have to part so suddenly. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed her waist, tilting his head to look at her. "Are you coming with me?" Zhu Qing rested her head on his shoulder and pursed her lips. "I'm scared." Yang Kai was dumbfounded. "What are you scared of?" As soon as his voice fell, he felt Zhu Qing pinch his waist. "Your 4 wives." Yang Kai grimaced for a moment, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Why are you scared of them?" "You are a member of the dragon race. They should be the ones scared of you." Zhu Qing bashfully pinched him. "In any case, I'm just scared." There had never been a dragon lady who shared a husband with another. After all, dragon ladies were of noble status. Being able to gain the favor of a dragon lady was simply a blessing. However, Zhu Qing felt a sense of guilt as if she had stolen another woman's treasure. Moreover, the second elder's attitude towards Yang Kai was very bad. If she really left with Yang Kai, she did not know how Dragon Island would react. It would not be good if she caused trouble for Yang Kai. After telling Yang Kai about her worries, Yang Kai did not force her and just nodded. "I will come and see you when I have time. I have arranged a space array on a small island outside the entrance. It will be very convenient for you to come and go in the future. If you have a chance to leave Dragon Island, you can also go to the High Heaven Palace through that space array." Zhu Qing nodded. "I will remember." After a moment of silence, she suddenly remembered something and said, "If you leave now, what will happen to Xiaoqi? You brought her here, don't you need to take her back?" Hearing her say this, Yang Kai suddenly remembered Mo Xiaoqi. Before coming here, Li Wu had told him to send Mo Xiaoqi back to Spirit Beast Island. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Xiaoqi is with her mother, there is nothing to worry about, so I won't tell her." He had other plans in mind, so it was better not to disturb Mo Xiaoqi for the time being. It would be bad if Mo Xiaoqi wanted to leave with him. Zhu Qing nodded. "All right, I will ask Third Elder when I go back and see what she has to say." Yang Kai nodded, and the two were silent for a while before they hugged each other and flew forward. In front of the entrance of Dragon Island, Fu Ling was idling on a slope. When she sensed something, she turned her head and saw Yang Kai and Zhu Qing coming together. She immediately greeted them with a smile. "Elder sister Qing, brother-in-law." Zhu Qing nodded at her and turned to Yang Kai. "Be careful." "You can go back." Yang Kai waved at her and glanced at Fu Ling again. Fu Ling blinked and asked curiously, "Brother-in-law, are you leaving?" Yang Kai said indifferently, "If I don't leave, can I stay here for the rest of my life?" Saying so, he patted Zhu Qing's soft shoulder and gave her one last look before disappearing into the void corridor. Zhu Qing stood and watched for a long time before letting out a sigh. Looking at Fu Ling, she flipped her hand and a jade bottle appeared in her palm, which she tossed towards her. Fu Ling reacted quickly and caught it, asking curiously, "What did elder sister Qing give me?" Zhu Qing smiled and said, "You will know when you see it." Fu Ling said, "It's so mysterious, could it be something good?" As she said that, she quickly opened the jade bottle and poured out a few pills from her palm. When the fragrance of the pills entered her nose, Fu Ling opened her mouth in surprise. She looked up at Zhu Qing and said, "This is..." Zhu Qing said, "These are the dragon blood pills refined by your brother-in-law. He let you down last time. If it wasn't for him, you wouldn't have been punished here for 100 years. These are his compensation to you." Fu Ling's eyes lit up. "Brother-in-law said that this is my compensation?" Zhu Qing frowned. "Don't think too much, he just feels bad." I didn't think too much. Fu Ling quickly waved his hand and said with a smile, "Brother-in-law is really a good person. You can even refine the dragon blood pellet. I've already told the elders that I'm going to catch an emperor pill refiner outside to refine the dragon blood pellet, but they didn't do anything. Wow, there are actually 10 dragon blood pellets in this bottle. These are pill marks?" After obtaining a bottle of dragon blood pills, she was so excited that she almost danced with joy. She kept shouting and screaming. Her bloodline wasn't high, just like Fu Qi, they were both rank 6 dragon veins. This bottle of dragon blood pills was very useful to her. Although it wasn't enough to push her bloodline to rank 7, it was worth hundreds of years of accumulation. Now, the resentment towards Yang Kai in her heart disappeared completely. As long as she had such compensation, what was a little implicated? She excitedly played with the dragon blood pills, and when she came back to her senses, Zhu Qing had already left. Suddenly, a man's voice sounded in her ear. "You are very happy. What good things did you get?" Fu Ling was shocked. She turned her head and stared. "Brother-in-law, why are you back?" The person who spoke was actually Yang Kai, who just left. Yang Kai didn't answer, but looked around sneakily and whispered, "Zhu Qing left, right?" Hearing this, Fu Ling revealed a meaningful smile. "Brother-in-law, you left and came back, and you are so sneaky." She took 2 steps back, pursed her red lips, and her eyes were filled with tears. "Brother-in-law, what are you going to do?" Yang Kai looked at her from head to toe and sneered, "Don't worry, I won't do anything to you." Fu Ling said angrily, "Am I ugly?" Yang Kai said, "It has nothing to do with whether you are ugly or not. Stop talking nonsense, otherwise, return the bottle of dragon blood pills in your hand to me." Fu Ling quickly put her hands behind her back and shook her head. "No." Yang Kai couldn't eat it, but how could she miss out on the dragon blood pills? No matter what, she couldn't give it to him. Chapter 33-43. Behave yourself if you don't want to return it to me. Yang Kai pointed at her. Fu Ling nodded her head like a chicken pecking rice, then asked curiously, "Brother-in-law, why did you come back?" She saw that Yang Kai was calm and composed. It was obvious that he had planned to come back, but why did he do this? He even left Zhu Qing behind. If she hadn't been guarding the entrance, she probably wouldn't have seen this scene. Suddenly, she felt a sense of joy as if she had discovered a big secret. She thought that if she used this to threaten Yang Kai, she wouldn't know. "I have my own plans, why are you asking so much?" Yang Kai waved his hand impatiently and said solemnly, Remember, you didn't see me today. Fu Ling blinked her big bright eyes, but when you left, Sister Qing was also beside you. Yang Kai said, you didn't see me coming back. Do you understand? Understood. Fu Ling nodded. Yang Kai grinned, be obedient and you will have your own benefits. If you dare to leak the secret. He snorted softly and made a hand sign with one hand. Fu Ling's face immediately changed and she waved her hands, brother-in-law, don't worry, I will never betray you. Yang Kai nodded and flew up into the air, returning to the Dragon Palace along the same path. He wanted to go to the Dragon Palace Hall. His half a year of hard work can't be wasted. Fu Zhen, that lowly servant, went back on her words, so don't blame me for being the same. As long as I can enter the Dragon Palace Hall, even if Fu Tin knows, she can't do anything to me. There are many dragon souls in the Dragon Palace Hall, so as long as I can enter the Dragon Palace Hall, I will be invincible. However, it wasn't convenient for Zhu Qing to know about this, so Yang Kai pretended to leave and returned. Thinking about Fu Si, Yang Kai was furious. He sneered in his heart. How could it be so easy to take advantage of him? Along the way, Yang Kai used his divine sense to sense his surroundings. At all times, he was careful to hide his aura and figure to avoid being discovered. Fortunately, there weren't many dragon race members. Every dragon race member had their own spiritual island. Usually, they would live in seclusion and cultivate. Therefore, the journey was peaceful and they didn't meet anyone. Yang Kai knew the direction of the Dragon Hall. After all, he had been there before. Although he had to go around some spiritual islands this time around, he was familiar with the route. For hours later, Yang Kai, who was flying forward, suddenly paused. Then, he turned around and flew to a nearby spiritual island. The moment he landed, he burrowed into a bush. At the same time, he activated the Nihility secret skill and banished himself into the void, concealing all his aura and vitality. Just as he finished doing this, Yang Kai, who was hiding in the void, saw a figure flying over his head. He couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. It was all because the person who flew over was none other than Fu Dun. Why didn't this lowly servant stay on the ice snow island? Why did she come out? Yang Kai cursed in his heart. Fortunately, he had been paying attention to the surroundings. Otherwise, he would have been caught by Fu Si. When Fu Si asked, how should he answer? That situation would be too awkward. Fu Si was a 10th order giant dragon, an existence comparable to the great emperor's. Yang Kai wasn't sure if his concealment could hide from her, but since it had come to this, he could only try as a Hail Mary horse. His luck was really bad. He sneaked back and the first person he met was actually Fu Si. Even if he met other giant dragons, Yang Kai wouldn't be worried. Why did it have to be her? Furthermore, since he had sensed her presence, could she have already discovered him? Soon, Yang Kai found that he was worrying too much. Fu Si didn't discover him and directly flew over his head. But before he could rejoice, Fu Ti's figure suddenly stopped, and then he turned around and landed on the small island. Was I discovered? Yang Kai was a little worried for a while, thinking about how he should answer when Fu Si came over and asked him why he was hiding here secretly. I forgot about Mo Xiaoqi, so I came back to find her. And this is a good excuse. But even so, why did I have to hide my aura and vitality like a thief? Isn't this just giving away 300 taels of silver? The sound of rustling footsteps could be heard approaching him. Yang Kai sighed in his heart. If it's a blessing, it's not a disaster. If it's a disaster, I can't avoid it. Anyway, I don't like her. At worst, I'll have a big fight and see who will win. Just as he was thinking this, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed, because he found that Fu Si's expression was very strange at the moment. Although the coldness on her face didn't decrease by much, it was shrouded in a thick sadness, as if she was sad about something. This cheap slut can be sad. Yang Kai almost thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him. Taking a closer look, he found that she was indeed very sad, and seemed to be a little absent-minded. She walked forward step by step, as if there was no soul left in her body, and she was just a walking corpse. No wonder she didn't discover me. Yang Kai's mind was clear. Logically speaking, even if he had banished himself into the void to hide, with Fu Xi's cultivation and strength, she should have been able to detect him. It was just that her current state was a little strange. She was obviously sad about something, causing her to be distracted, allowing him to escape by a fluke. Then the question was, what in the world could make the dragon race's second elder, a character comparable to the great emperors, so sad? Although Fu Xi's expression wasn't obvious, that kind of sadness was so dense that it was about to flow out. Just now, when she returned, it was obvious that she had flown over her head because she was absent-minded, so she turned around and landed on this small island. Could it be that the great elder is having an affair outside? Yang Kai maliciously guessed in his heart, and he felt a wave of satisfaction in his heart. Cheap slut, you also have such a day. Thinking about it, Yang Kai didn't dare to breathe loudly, and even closed his eyes. Fu Xi was getting closer and closer to the place where he was hiding, and if he continued to stare at her, he might be exposed. The rustling footsteps gradually faded away, and in Yang Kai's perception, Fu Xi had entered a cave beside the mountain wall, and he didn't know what she was doing. Yang Kai didn't dare to act rashly in case his whereabouts were exposed, so he could only wait quietly. This wait actually lasted for a full 3 days. Yang Kai almost cursed 18 generations of Fu Xi's ancestors. This wasn't the Ice Snow Island, and he also didn't know why Fu Xi wanted to stay here for such a long time. It wasn't until 3 days later that he heard the sound of footsteps again. His expression shook, and he quietly looked up. Yang Kai was stunned. The scene in front of him almost made Yang Kai think that he was dreaming. Fu Xi, who walked out of the cave, had red and swollen eyes, obviously crying, and the time she cried was definitely not short. Otherwise, with her cultivation, she wouldn't cry until her eyes were swollen, and there were traces of tears on her cheeks. She no longer had the cold appearance from before, and instead looked weak and pitiful. Yang Kai was flabbergasted. A 10th-level giant dragon of the dragon race actually cried? And it was the second elder who was known for being cold and heartless. This is not Fu Xi. This is definitely not Fu Xi. What kind of monster are you? Yang Kai shouted in his heart, but the expression on his face was very interesting, as if he had seen through Fu Xi's secret and was secretly delighted. Yang Kai reckoned that if he jumped out now, he would definitely make Fu Xi lose all face, but she would probably not rest until he was dead. If he found a chance in the future to use this matter to mock her, he would let her go for now. Just as his thoughts were running wild, he saw Fu Xi turn around, and then said gently, "I will come and see you next time." Yang Kai was shocked. There was still someone in this cave? An extremely vicious thought suddenly appeared in his mind, and once this thought appeared, he couldn't suppress it no matter what. It can't be? It can't be? The second elder of the dragon race should, probably, not be cuckolding the great elder, right? But if it wasn't so, what did Fu Xi mean? An image couldn't help but appear in his mind. In this cave on this island, Fu Xi was raising a man, and then Fu Xi would occasionally run over to meet him in private. Thinking of this, he immediately felt that Zhu Yan's head was covered in green. He couldn't help but mourn for the great elder for 10 breaths of time. But this lowly servant was too rampant. Putting aside the fact that she raised a wild man on Dragon Island, she actually ran over to meet him in private for 3 whole days, and when she finally left, she was reluctant to part with him, with tears streaming down her face. But how could the great elder not know about this at all? Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder. He could be considered to have truly seen the other side of Fu Xi. On the other side, Fu Xi turned back to take a few more glances at the cave, then she steeled her heart and flew away. Only after she left for 2 hours did Yang Kai let out a light breath, dispelling the nihility secret technique. He looked at the direction she left, then looked at the cave on the other side, and an extremely strange expression appeared on his face. He had a toothache at this moment. He ran back just to barge into Dragon Palace Hall, who knew that he would encounter this kind of thing by coincidence, and was almost caught red-handed by Fu Xi. If it was related to others, Yang Kai wouldn't be bothered. Other people could live however they wanted, whether they were a slut or not. It had nothing to do with him. But since Fu Si had raised a wild man outside, Yang Kai felt that he might be able to make use of him. At the very least, he had to see who the person in the cave was. If he could capture him in his hands, would he be afraid that Fu Si wouldn't obediently submit? Thinking like this in his heart, Yang Kai immediately took action, quietly creeping towards the cave. Since Fu Si had taken a fancy to that person's cultivation shouldn't be too low, at least should be in the emperor realm. As for how high, Yang Kai couldn't be sure, but it was best to be careful, so he tried to restrain his aura as much as possible, quietly sensing the situation over there while moving forward. Unexpectedly, he didn't sense any aura of life from the cave, which made him feel strange. There were undoubtedly only two possibilities for this situation. One was that there was no living thing in the cave at all. The second was that the person's cultivation was too high. With Yang Kai's ability, he couldn't detect it at all. To be continued. Chapter 3344. The latter possibility was basically impossible. Yang Kai was now a second-order Emperor Realm Master, so unless the great emperors came in person, it was impossible for him to not notice. Could it be that his guess was wrong and there was no one in this cave? But if there was no one, what did Fu Tin mean before he left? Things were a little strange, but Yang Kai did not lower his guard. He was constantly perceiving his surroundings and soon arrived in front of the cave. It was dark inside the cave, with a corridor leading to the inside. It was unknown how far it went, but there was not the slightest bit of light inside. Yang Kai quietly stepped into it and explored it bit by bit. The corridor had many twists and turns, but the general direction was always downward. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai estimated that he was at least a few thousand meters underground before he suddenly noticed a ray of light in front of him. This made Yang Kai's expression brighten, and he carefully concealed his aura. Whether Fu Tin was keeping a wild man outside or not, he would be able to find out soon enough. Not long after, Yang Kai arrived at the source of the light. It was an underground cave, and it did not seem to be man-made, but natural. It was huge, about 1 or 2 acres in size. Standing at the entrance of the cave, Yang Kai quickly glanced inside, but did not see anyone. Instead, there were many night pearls inlaid on the walls of the cave, each the size of a fist. They emitted a soft light, illuminating the entire cave. This cave was the end of the tunnel, and there was no other way to go forward. Yang Kai stood at the entrance of the cave, blinked, and shouted, "Is anyone here?" His voice reverberated, causing his eardrums to buzz. However, there was no response at all. "If there's no one, I'm coming in," Yang Kai said as he stepped into the cave. He looked around and suddenly had a strange expression, rubbing his chin and muttering to himself, "No one? What the hell?" The situation in the cave was clear at a glance. Except for the night pearls inlaid on the walls emitting soft light, there was nothing else noteworthy. Not to mention a living person, there was not even a corpse. But since there was no one here, then who did Fu Tin say those words to? Is there something wrong with the old witch's mind? Although the possibility wasn't high, it couldn't be ruled out. After all, he didn't know much about Fu Ti. He only knew that this lowly servant's cultivation was peerless. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't be her opponent unless he could borrow the power of the Dragon Vein and the Dragon Palace Hall. Since there was no one in the cave, Yang Kai didn't need to hide anymore. He simply put his hands behind his back and swaggered into the cave. There was still a faint fragrance left in the cave. It was Fu Tianyi's body fragrance, proving that she had indeed come here before and stayed here for 3 days before leaving. Otherwise, this fragrance wouldn't have lasted until now. As he walked, Yang Kai suddenly looked to the side. There were a few crystal-clear things that looked like solidified water droplets on the ground. Dragon Tear Pearl. This thing was formed from the tears of a giant dragon. It could be used to refine a special kind of spirit pill. Thinking back to Fu Tin's red and swollen eyes before she left, Yang Kai immediately understood that these dragon tear pearls should be left behind by Fu Tin. She definitely cried for a long time in that situation and shed a lot of tears. However, she probably kept most of the dragon tear pearls herself. The remaining few might have been left behind. There weren't many left behind. There were only a dozen or so of them scattered around a black stone. He rubbed his chin, and a scene immediately appeared in his mind. Fu Tian should be standing beside this black rock, feeling sad, quietly crying, and even wailing. Why would she cry to a stone? Yang Kai sneered. Just as he thought nothing of it, his expression suddenly changed. He seriously sized up the stone. Previously, he didn't pay much attention to it. After noticing that there was no living person in the cave, he just casually took a few glances. Now that he took a closer look, he realized that this stone was a little strange. It was as tall as a person and oval-shaped. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that this stone looked like an egg. A stone that looked like an egg. Is this a fucking dragon egg? This thought involuntarily popped up in his mind. Yang Kai was startled. Only then did he open his eyes wide and size up the strange stone. Speaking of which, he also didn't know how the dragon race was born. Was it directly born from a female dragon, or was it hatched from a dragon egg? No one had told him about this matter, but he had heard of the term dragon egg. This couldn't really be a dragon egg, right? Thinking about it carefully, there was really such a possibility. Snakes were oviparous, so dragons should also be oviparous. Fu Tin came here and stayed for 3 days. She even cried to a suspected dragon egg. This, could it be Fu Tin and the Great Elder's dragon egg? Oh my god! Yang Kai was flabbergasted. He was shocked by his own thoughts. If that was really the case, then he had found something incredible. This was the dragon egg of 2 10th-rank dragons. Inheriting the bloodline of 2 10th-rank dragons, it was destined to be the future pillar and hope of Dragon Island. But if this was really the dragon egg of those two, why would it be placed here? And not placed in Greenwood Island or Snow Ice Island. Snow Ice Island was fine. The world was cold and ice element law was everywhere. Perhaps it wasn't suitable to place a dragon egg and let it hatch. But Greenwood Island was very good. Why didn't they place it on the Cyanwood Island? Why did they place it here? Yang Kai frowned. He stretched out his hand and knocked on it. Immediately, the sound of knocking echoed in the cave. It was as if he was knocking on a stone. Yang Kai couldn't help but scratch his head. Was this a dragon egg or a stone? He couldn't be sure. Mainly, if this was a dragon egg, why didn't it have any vitality? Could it be a bad egg? Placing his palm on its surface, Yang Kai closed his eyes and sensed it. In the next instant, he concluded that this wasn't a stone. Because although this thing looked no different from a stone on the surface, its interior wasn't made of stone. Instead, it existed in an extremely peculiar form. This was really a fucking dragon egg. And it was a bad egg. Yang Kai finally understood why Fu Sui came here absent-mindedly, and then cried so sadly. Before she left, she even said those words. This should be the dragon egg she gave birth to. Unfortunately, for some reason, it didn't hatch. Instead, its vitality was cut off. To any mother, this was probably something hard to accept. Especially since Fu Sui was a dragon race. It was too difficult for a dragon race to give birth to a child. It was rare to see a glimmer of hope, but unexpectedly, it turned into a kind of despair. She placed her dragon egg here. Every few days, she would come over to take a look. After taking a look, she would cry bitterly. This time, Yang Kai happened to see her. Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. No matter how unreasonable Fu Sui appeared in front of outsiders, no matter how cold and resolute she was still a woman in the end. The dragon tears and red and swollen eyes left here all indicated the regret and desire for a child in her heart. Yang Kai suddenly realized that he seemed to have seen the other side of Fu Sui. Just as he was thinking this, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed. He stared at the dragon egg in front of him. Because in that instant he seemed to have felt a weak vibration coming from the dragon egg. But his mood was fluctuating just now, and he didn't feel it clearly. He didn't know if it was his imagination. It should be his imagination. After all, this bad egg was placed here, which meant that Zhu Yan and Fu Sui had already lost confidence in it. Otherwise, they would definitely take care of it carefully. Just as he was about to withdraw his hand, another weak vibration came. Yang Kai's eyes widened in an instant. This dragon egg still had vitality? Because when the vibration came, he did sense an extremely weak life force rippling out. But if it had vitality, why would it be abandoned by Zhu Yan and Fu Sui? After carefully feeling it for a long time, Yang Kai finally determined that it did still have some faint vitality, but that was it. Withdrawing his hand, Yang Kai looked at the dragon egg in front of him and sighed. Zhu Yan and Fu Sui must have also known this, but they were powerless to reverse the situation, otherwise, they would not have abandoned it. With a long sigh, Yang Kai said, "Your father and mother can't control you, so I can't do anything." Reaching out and patting the dragon egg, he turned and walked out. Since there was no wild man here, there was naturally no need to stay here any longer. Although he had discovered one of Fu Sui's secrets by chance, it wasn't good to use it to threaten him. A mother's care, and regret for her child was nothing to threaten. Going straight out of the cave, Yang Kai flew up and flew towards the dragon temple. After a while, his figure suddenly paused as he touched his chin and rolled his eyes, seemingly thinking of something. Immediately afterwards, he turned around and returned to the cave, put away the dragon egg directly, and stuffed it into the sealed world bead. Leaving the cave again, Yang Kai did not fly towards the dragon temple, but instead flew towards the entrance. Fu Ling was not at the entrance, so Yang Kai wandered around for a long time before finding her in a clear lake less than 30 kilometers away from the entrance. Fu Ling was bathing. Her purple robes were placed on the shore, and she looked like a fish swimming in the lake. Yang Kai's sudden arrival startled her and she looked up resentfully. "Brother-in-law, what are you doing?" Yang Kai couldn't help but roll his eyes. The lake water was clear, and Fu Ling was completely naked. Although it was unintentional at a glance, it was clear that she had a full chest, a graceful waist, and a round buttocks. Although the rippling water caused her figure to be slightly distorted, it still couldn't conceal her peerless charm. "I have something to ask you." Yang Kai did not avoid arousing suspicion and looked down at her condescendingly. Fu Ling used her hands and feet to swim to a rock in the middle of the lake and climbed up with both hands, revealing most of her smooth back, swinging in a breathtaking arc as she looked up and smiled. "What does brother-in-law want to ask?" Yang Kai landed on the rock, squatted down, and touched his chin. "Did the second elder give birth to a child?" Fu Ling blinked and asked curiously, "How do you know this?" She really did. To be continued. Chapter 3345. You don't need to know how I know, just answer my question first. Yang Kai looked down at her. Fu Ling thought for a while and said, "It happened many years ago, but the second elder did give birth to a child." "And the result?" Fu Ling said sadly, "The result seems to be that the source was insufficient, so the child failed to hatch and died in the womb." Insufficient source? Yang Kai frowned. What kind of explanation was this? Fu Ling said, "Although our dragon race is blessed by the heavens and has powerful cultivation and strength from birth, since we are divine spirits, we rely on our source to survive. Every dragon race has its own source of dragon race, and it is the same for new members. If the source is insufficient, they will not be able to be born. Speaking of which, this matter is quite strange. The Great Elder and the Second Elder are both 10th Order dragons, so logically speaking, it is impossible for their children to have insufficient source, but this matter happened just like that. There is such a thing." Yang Kai showed a thoughtful expression, then suddenly sneered and said, "It must be that slut who did too many bad things, so the heavens punished her. As the saying goes, the heavens will reincarnate, who will the heavens spare?" Slut, slut? Fu Ling looked at him in surprise. Brother-in-law, you can't be talking about the second elder, right? Who else could it be besides that slut? Yang Kai's nose was not his nose and his eyes were not his eyes. Fu Ling slowly withdrew her body back into the water, only revealing half of her head as she looked at Yang Kai timidly. For the first time, she found that Yang Kai's courage was not ordinary. If the second elder heard what he said just now, it would be terrible. What she didn't know was that Yang Kai had already cursed her in front of Fu Si, so what was a few words behind her back? After hesitating for a moment, she said softly, "In fact, before this matter, although the second elder's personality was a bit cold, her temper was not so bad. After this matter, she changed a lot." "Hm?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "So, this matter was a big blow to her?" "Very, very big." Fu Ling nodded. She and the great elder finally had a child, but because of insufficient origin, the child died in the womb. You can imagine the impact it had on her. Since then, she seemed to have especially hoped that there would be new members of the dragon race. That's why she decided to betroth Sister Qin to Fu Qi. You can't do it yourself, so you're counting on others? What a pervert! Yang Kai curled his lips. I also heard that if the child of Martial Beast and Third Elder was a pure-blooded dragon race descendant, Second Elder wouldn't have pursued the matter, but that Mo Shaoqi didn't have the slightest bit of dragon race bloodline, which angered Second Elder and banished Third Elder to the Dragon Tomb. Yang Kai didn't want to listen to this. He just asked, "What happened next?" "What later?" Fu Ling looked at him strangely. "Second Elder gave birth to a bad egg. What happened after that?" Fu Ling smiled bitterly. "What later? After many years of hard work, that dragon egg showed no signs of hatching, so naturally, there was no hope. Because of this, Great Elder also felt very guilty towards Second Elder, so he had been tolerating her all these years. Brother-in-law, why are you asking this?" "I'm just asking casually, nothing serious." Yang Kai waved his hand. "You can continue, just pretend I never came." Saying so, his body flickered, and he flew out again, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Fu Ling stared in the direction he left in annoyance, stretched out his hand, and slapped the water surface, causing countless splashes, and gritted his teeth. "Stinky man." He turned around and swam in the lake again. That thing was really Fu Tian and Zhu Yan's dragon egg. Yang Kai galloped all the way, his mood fluctuating. Perhaps this is a breakthrough. On a messy island, there were traces of a great battle everywhere, and a glorious palace had already been reduced to ruins. This island was the spiritual island of the 8th-rank Thunder Dragon, Fu Qi. Back then, Yang Kai had also come here. Countless cultivators were escorted to this place to build a palace for Fu Qi after a great battle. This place was completely destroyed, and the glorious palace had also turned into a cloud of smoke. Yang Kai flew down, casually found a palace that was still intact, and walked in. After cleaning up the surroundings, he waved his hand, and that black bad egg appeared in front of him. Rubbing his chin, Yang Kai circled around this bad egg a few times, and a resolute expression flashed past his eyes. Right at this moment, a figure flew over from afar, and directly landed beside Yang Kai. He cupped his hands and said, "Young master." Yang Kai didn't mind and only nodded lightly. On the way here, he had already sent a message to Xianxia, asking him to come over. Previously, Xianxia had been wandering around the Dragon Island, and Yang Kai didn't inform him when he pretended to leave. In any case, he still had to come back. Only now did he call him over. 2 heads were better than 1. This old man had lived for quite a long time, and there were many times when he could ask for advice. "Young master called me over, I wonder why." Before Xianxia could finish his words, he suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air, and stared at that black bad egg with his eyes wide open. He cried out in surprise, This, what is this? Straighten your tongue before you speak." Yang Kai gave him a sidelong glance. Xianxia swallowed his saliva and said, "Young master, this is a dragon egg?" The last 2 words were said in an extremely soft voice, as if he was afraid that someone would hear it. Old Xiong's eyesight is not bad. You can tell at a glance that this is a dragon egg. Yang Kai gave him a thumbs up and gave him a thumbs up. Previously he had checked carefully before he was able to confirm it, but Xiongqi could tell at a glance. As expected, the older the ginger, the spicier it was. Xiongqi's expression became brilliant and varied. Young master, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it. If you have something to say, then say it. If you have something to fart, then fart. You have a ferocious look on your face, yet you are pretending to be refined. Aren't you tired? Xiongqi's face turned black, but he still said seriously, although I don't know where young master stole this dragon egg from, it's better to quickly put it back. If by any chance the dragon race discovers it, then it will be over. How can you be sure that I stole it? Yang Kai gave him a sidelong glance. If you didn't steal it, could it be that you gave birth to it? Xiongqi cursed in his heart, although I am old, my mind is not muddled. Yang Kai showing such interest in a dead egg was really not a good sign. Xiongqi couldn't help but feel worried. Yang Kai took a deep breath and said seriously, I want to hatch it. What? Xiongqi looked at him dumbfoundedly. I want to hatch it. Yang Kai reiterated. Xiongqi's mouth twitched. He wanted to persuade him, but after thinking about it, he still said, then what is young master's goal? Naturally, it is to use this to threaten and restrain that bitch Fuxi. Yang Kai sneered, his face shrouded in a scheming light. This is her and Zhu Yan's child. If it is hatched in my hands, do you think she won't be obedient in the future? At that time, if I want her to kneel, she will kneel. If I want her to stand, she will stand. Ha! He laughed wildly and Xiongqi's heart sank. To be continued. Chapter 3346. On the broken spiritual island, Xiongqi tried his best to persuade Yang Kai to put the dragon egg back to where it came from. Who knew that not only did Yang Kai not listen, he even scolded him harshly. Xiongqi was helpless and could only accept his fate. Old Xiong, I called you here for no other reason than to ask you how to hatch it. Yang Kai looked at Xiongqi solemnly. Xiongqi thought to himself, you ask me, but who should I ask? Although I'm a holy spirit and have lived for countless years, I'm not a dragon race after all. Who knows how to hatch a dragon egg? But if he said this, he might be scolded again. He could only say, maybe, hatch it like other species? Like this? Yang Kai rushed over and hugged the dragon egg with both hands. He looked back at Xiongqi and said with a black face without waiting for his answer, don't you think this is very stupid? This dragon egg was as tall as a person. Yang Kai couldn't wrap his arms around it. It looked really stupid. He thought about it and leaped again, flying to the top of the dragon egg and sitting down. He twisted his body and looked down at Xiongqi. How about this? Xiongqi's mouth twitched. Yang Kai raised his hand and said, no need to say more, I know. He must be stupid too. Sliding down from the dragon egg, Yang Kai said, hatching it is definitely not a simple matter. If it's really like this, Zhu Yan and Fu Shun would have succeeded a long time ago. Why would they give it up? Old Xiong, think about it carefully. You're the flowing time great emperor, you're not just a decoration, right? Xiongqi sighed and said, I'm really powerless in this matter. It's mainly up to you, young master. Yang Kai pulled a long face and said, if I have this ability, why would I call you over? Xiongqi said, actually, this old man feels that young master should know. Should know? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Why should I know? Xiongqi smiled. Young master, you possess the dragon race's origin after all. As long as it concerns the dragon race, everything is instinctive, including how to hatch dragon eggs. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he heard this. He felt that these words made a lot of sense. The reason why holy spirits were born with powerful cultivation and strength, And why they could inherit the cultivation experience and memories of their ancestors was because everything was sealed in the source. As long as the opportunity was right, and the strength was sufficient, the precious wealth contained in the source would be unsealed in an endless stream. The reason why Yang Kai was able to help Li Jiao obtain the Dragon Clan's secret technique that was not suppressed by his bloodline was because his dragon transformation art had improved and he had comprehended it from the Dragon Clan source. Since he could comprehend the secret technique, there was no reason why he couldn't understand how to hatch a dragon egg. Not bad, not bad, what you said is very good. Yang Kai suddenly felt like the clouds had cleared and the moon was shining brightly. He began to think seriously. After a long while, he raised his head and said, "Old Xiong, guard the surroundings. If anyone approaches this place, inform me immediately." Speaking of which, if he hid in the sealed world bead to hatch the dragon egg, it would be absolutely safe. He only needed to hide the sealed world bead somewhere and it would be impossible for anyone to discover him. But this was Dragon Island, the habitat of the dragon race. So Yang Kai instinctively felt that hatching the dragon egg on Dragon Island was the best way. If he hid in the sealed world bead, he should be missing something. This instinct made Kai Yang deeply believe in it. Xianxia received the order and immediately flew out to guard the surroundings. Yang Kai circled the dragon egg a few times and reached out to pat it. "For you, I've put in a lot of effort. You have to work hard." His eyes were blooming with a terrifying golden light, like two small burning suns, making it impossible to look straight at them. Immediately afterward, he opened his mouth and spat out a large amount of golden blood. The golden blood sprayed out and sprinkled over the black dragon egg, dyeing it golden yellow. Xiongqi's eyelids twitched when he saw this. What was he doing? After 2 months of observation, he was certain that Yang Kai had discovered the method of incubation from the dragon race's source, but he had never heard that the dragon race's incubation method needed to be done in such a manner. Wasn't this self-mutilating? However, in the next moment, his expression turned to one of surprise. Because the dragon egg was actually absorbing Yang Kai's golden blood. The golden blood that was sprayed on the eggshell merged into it at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in less than a cup of tea's time, it became black again. Yang Kai lowered his body and went back to sleep. Xiongqi revealed a look of amazement, thinking, could the dragon egg really be saved? If the dragon egg was dead, there was no reason for it to absorb Yang Kai's golden blood. However, he had clearly checked before, and there was no sign of life. What was going on? Puzzled, Xiongqi began to observe more and more carefully. From that day onwards, Yang Kai would wake up every 35 days. Although it was not accurate to say that he woke up, because at that time, although Yang Kai's eyes were open, it seemed that the only thing in his eyes was the dragon egg, nothing else. After spitting out a mouthful of golden blood, he would fall asleep again. Every time he spat out a mouthful of golden blood, it would be absorbed by the dragon egg in a very short time, and then, there was no then. This situation lasted for 3 months until one day, Xiongqi felt a faint life aura from the dragon egg, like a candle flame in a storm that could be extinguished at any time, but it was a real life aura. There really was hope. Xiongqi was shocked. So, what Yang Kai said before about the dragon egg still having life aura was true, but why didn't he feel it at that time? Was it because Yang Kai possessed the dragon race's origin? In the following month, the life aura coming from the dragon egg became more and more exuberant, giving off the feeling that the dragon race inside could break out of its shell at any time. But this was not the only change. On the surface of the black dragon egg, strange lines began to appear. At first glance, they looked like patterns, but at the same time, they were inexplicably mysterious. These lines glowed brightly and flickered, each time exuding an extremely powerful aura. Xiongqi had no doubt that if the little one inside this dragon egg was really born, it would definitely shock the entire dragon race. Thinking about it, this was the child of Zhu Yan and Fu Tin, the descendant of 2 10th-order dragons, so how could its starting point be any worse? But, could it really be born? Although this had nothing to do with him, with how things had developed, Xianxia could not help feeling a little nervous and expectant. Every day, he stared at Yang Kai and the dragon egg without blinking. Greenwood Island, Zhu Yan's resting place. A white light flashed, and Fu Tin flew over and landed in front of Zhu Yan, looking at him quietly. Zhu Yan was just like when Yang Kai first saw him, standing under the huge tree and concentrating on cultivating. Sensing Fu Tin's aura, he opened his eyes and saw Fu Tin pursing her red lips, looking like she wanted to say something but stopped. He couldn't help but chuckle. "You're here?" Although they were an old couple, the two of them usually stayed on their own spiritual islands. In the early years, Fu Tin would occasionally come here, but ever since that incident, Fu Tin had never come here again. "What's the matter?" Zhu Yan stopped cultivating and walked in front of her with his hands behind his back. Fu Tin's eyes flickered, and she turned her head to the side. "There's something." Zhu Yan couldn't help but show a surprised expression. This was the first time he saw Fu Tin like this, so why did she look like she had a guilty conscience? He chuckled. "Just say it, you and I are not outsiders." Chapter 3347. Even though the matter was a little hard to talk about, Fu Tan was not an indecisive person, so after a slight hesitation he said, "I want to talk to you about Lin." Hearing this name, Zhu Yan frowned and sighed. "It's been so many years, you still haven't let it go." Fu Tan stared at him. "You've let it go?" Zhu Yan said, "So what if I can't let it go? Things are already like this, we have to look forward, we can't always stare at the holes under our feet." Fu Tan shook his head. "I just can't accept it, you and I are both rank 10 bloodline, why did Lin not inherit enough origin energy? Whose problem is it?" Zhu Yan smiled bitterly. "So what if he's rank 10? The continuation of the dragon race's bloodline is difficult to begin with. Are there few examples like this in the past?" After a moment of thought, he said, "Let's not talk about this anymore, let bygones be bygones." Fu Tan still shook his head. Zhu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Then what do you want?" Fu Tan lowered his head and said, "I always felt that Lin is not dead. There will be a day when he sees the light of day again. He's already in the dragon tomb." Zhu Yan put his hand on Fu Tan's shoulder and said earnestly, "Don't think about this in the future." Fu Tan lowered his head even more and said in a low voice, "Lin is not in the dragon tomb." Zhu Yan was stunned. He looked at him with a strange expression. "What do you mean?" "Lin is not in the dragon tomb," Fu Tan repeated, then raised his head and looked straight into Zhu Yan's eyes. "He's on Dragon Island." Zhu Yan's eyes widened. He said in surprise, "You're saying that you didn't put Lin in the dragon tomb back then?" In the past, it wasn't the first time that the dragon eggs had necrotized. Every time this happened, the necrotized dragon eggs would be placed in the dragon tomb. Zhu Yan didn't expect Fu Tan to break this rule. It was impossible. Anyone on Dragon Island would break the rules, but not Fu Tan. Fu Tan nodded. Zhu Yan's face sank and he shouted in a low voice, "Fool! If the other clansmen find out about this, where will your face go?" Using the clan's rules to restrict the other clansmen, and then breaking it himself, this was absolutely intolerable. Fu Si didn't say anything. Clearly, he knew that he was in the wrong, but that was a mother's remembrance for her son. So what if he was in the wrong? "Where did you put him?" Zhu Yan was both angry and amused. He actually didn't know about this matter. No wonder she didn't let him go to the dragon's tomb back then. It turned out that she had already planned to make a false move. It was funny that he had been kept in the dark by her. Fu Shi looked at him warily and asked, "What are you trying to do?" Zhu Yan opened his mouth. "What do you think I can do? You are not allowed to put Lin into the dragon tomb." Fu Ti gritted his teeth and said. Zhu Yan said angrily, "Now that things have come to this, do you still refuse to realize your error? Lin, if there is already no hope, why do you still want to put him somewhere else? The dragon's tomb is the resting place of our dragon race." Fu Ti's lips curled into a cold smile. I knew I shouldn't have told you this. She turned and left after saying that. Zhu Yan grabbed her arm. Let go. Fu Ti turned back and stared at him coldly. Zhu Yan's heart shuddered. He realized that this woman was truly angry. If he forcefully stopped her, he might anger her. He could only let go of her hand and said, Calm down first. I am very calm. Zhu Yan's mouth twitched. He pondered for a moment and said, Since you have hidden this from me for so many years, why did you suddenly come to tell me today? This was exactly what Zhu Yan found strange. This woman and he knew each other very well, so she should know what the outcome would be if she told him about this matter. Yet, she took the initiative to come over and confess to him. Clearly, it was a little unreasonable. Fu Ti pursed her lips and hesitated for a moment before saying, I don't know. You don't know? Zhu Yan was dumbfounded. Fu Ti took a deep breath and said, I don't know why, but I have been feeling uneasy these days. I keep feeling like something is going to happen. Something to do with Lin? Zhu Yan frowned. That's right. Fu Ti nodded gently, so I want you to come with me to see Lin. Sure. Zhu Yan readily agreed. Fu Ti said, but seeing your attitude just now, I changed my mind. Zhu Yan smiled bitterly. Don't worry, you can decide for Lin. If you don't want to, this old master will not force you to put him in the dragon's tomb. This was the only thing he could say. If he did not express this attitude, this woman would definitely not take him to see Lin. The current plan was to determine where Lin was first and then deal with the rest later. Really? Fu Ti's eyes flashed with surprise. The coldness melted away, revealing a rare touch of gentleness. Really? Zhu Yan nodded seriously. Fu Ti smiled faintly and gestured with her hand, then come with me. While speaking, she had already taken the lead to fly out. Zhu Yan did not immediately follow, but stayed in a daze for a while. The main reason was that they hadn't seen Fu Tin smile for many, many years. That instant smile almost made the entire world dim. Thinking back to those days, even though Fu Tin didn't like to smile, she would still smile occasionally. However, ever since Lin's incident, the smile completely disappeared from this woman's face. No matter who it was, no matter what, she would always have an expression of an iceberg that would never melt. All the dragons on the Dragon Island were afraid of her. Why bother? Zhu Yan sighed in his heart and followed after her. On a nameless island, the two great elders of the dragon race arrived together. Zhu Yan was shocked. You placed Lin here? Fu Ti pointed to the front and said, That's right, there's a natural cave there. It's very well hidden. If you don't look for it intentionally, you won't find it. Lin has been staying there all these years. Zhu Yan couldn't help admiring this woman's courage. This was not a place that no one had passed by. There were even two spiritual islands nearby. As expected, the most dangerous place was the safest place. For no one to discover the secret inside all these years, it was really fortunate. Following behind Fu Tin, the two of them entered the cave with ease, winding their way downwards. Zhu Yan could feel that Fu Ti's mood seemed to have become a little perturbed. Because she had become more talkative, he could also understand. Wasn't he the same? Although Lin no longer had any hope, it was also good to be able to take another look. In anticipation and nervousness, the two of them arrived at the innermost karst cave. The gentle light of the night pearl illuminated the entire karst cave. Fu Ti suddenly stood on the spot in a daze. Her gaze was fixed at a certain place, and her delicate body trembled slightly. Zhu Yan looked around the karst cave and frowned. Where's Lin? There was nothing in the karst cave, so where was Lin? Turning his head to look, he suddenly realized that Fu Ti's expression was not right. He suddenly realized something and his heart skipped a beat. Right at this moment, Fu Ti took a few steps forward and came to the place where the dragon egg was placed. She looked around blankly for a moment before raising her head to look at Zhu Yan. Her eyes turned red and tears flowed down. Lin is gone. Zhu Yan asked solemnly, "Are you sure you placed Lin here?" Fu Ti replied with lifeless eyes, "He has always been here. I even came to see him half a year ago. He has always been here." She was shocked and her eyes became incomparably cold. Killing intent lingered as she gritted her teeth. Who stole him? Zhu Yan frowned. If that's the case, it must be done by one of the clansmen. There are only so many clansmen, it won't be hard to find out. Fu Ti said coldly, "If I find out who did it, I won't let him off." Zhu Yan jumped in shock and hurriedly said, "Maybe it was just an accident. Don't say such things first. When we find out, we'll ask him to return it. It's not good to spread this matter around." That's right, that's right. Fu Ti nodded when she heard that. She looked at Zhu Yan and said, "Go and investigate, quickly investigate and ask him to quickly send Lin back." Looking at her, Zhu Yan was speechless. It was also the first time he had seen such a weak and helpless Fu Ti. He finally realized the position of Lin in her heart. No wonder she said that she had been feeling uneasy before. So something had really happened. When one's cultivation had reached such a level, there were many things that could be sensed by the unseen world. It was extremely mysterious. "What are you still in a daze for? Quickly investigate." Fu Ti stomped her feet and urged. Zhu Yan let out a long sigh. How should he investigate this matter? There weren't many clansmen and it was easy to investigate. If a clansman really came here and took Lin away, he reckoned that he would be able to find out the truth in less than a day. The key was, how should he investigate? He couldn't possibly ask every clansman if they had taken a dragon egg from somewhere, right? If he really did that, the clansmen would definitely find it strange. At that time, the matter of Fu Ti secretly hiding a dragon egg would be exposed. He had to investigate Lin's whereabouts and also take care of Fu Ti's face. Zhu Yan felt that this matter was really difficult. He was actually a little annoyed. Which clansman did it? After all, that dragon egg also had his bloodline. At the same time, on another spiritual island, Xianxia's half-dragon body was coiled up. He used his body to protect that dragon egg. He was immersed in an extremely strange state. The surroundings were dark without any light. He was in a daze, floating up and down. His consciousness was also blurry. Everything he did was based on his instincts. He extended his limbs, but it felt like something was imprisoning him. A thought couldn't help but surface in his mind. Am I in an egg? But how did he end up in an egg? After thinking hard, he finally remembered that he was incubating a dragon egg. But since he was incubating a dragon egg, why did he run into an egg? Just as he was in doubt, a clear consciousness came from the side and tried to stick close to him. Xianxia was impatient and rejected this consciousness. But he didn't expect that the consciousness wouldn't give up and stuck close to him again. It even transmitted a desire, as though there was something on him that it needed. Xianxia was a little frustrated. Just as he was about to reject it again, he suddenly understood what this consciousness was. This was the aura of the life in that dragon egg. And his current state wasn't that of an egg. Instead, his consciousness was immersed in that dragon egg and had a slight resonance with the life in the dragon egg. Chapter 3348. With this in mind, Xianxia simply let it be. Sure enough, that consciousness stuck close to him, and then Xianxia felt as if something was being absorbed by it. This kind of absorption was not harmful to him, but it was extremely beneficial to the other party. Not far away, Xianxia stared at the scene in front of him in a daze. From his field of vision, he could clearly see that a golden aura was flowing out of Xianxia's body, which was then absorbed by the black dragon egg. As the golden aura flowed, the vitality of the dragon egg became more and more exuberant, and the patterns on the surface of the eggshell became more and more dazzling. Putting aside the light that was blooming, the key point was that the dragon's might was too obvious. The movement in front of him seemed to be a bit too big. Xianxia could not help but worry that this matter would be discovered by the dragon race. In this case, as long as the dragon race passed by within 100 miles, they would definitely be able to detect the movement here. When the time came to take a look, there would be a lot of fun. Fortunately, his worries did not come true. Although the movement here was not small, it did not alarm anyone for many days. Until one day, Xianxia, who was guarding the surroundings, suddenly heard a thumping sound. Turning his head to look, he saw that the dragon egg in Yang Kai's arms was bursting with a halo visible to the naked eye, which suddenly spread out in all directions. Under Xianxia's observation, the dragon egg finally stopped absorbing Yang Kai's aura. It was about to hatch. For no reason, such a thought popped up in Xianxia's mind. Although he had never seen the scene of a dragon egg hatching, what he saw in front of him made him certain of what was about to happen. Did it really hatch for him? Xianxia felt that it was very inconceivable. The dragon egg was dead silent in his perception, and there was no vitality at all, but in Yang Kai's hands, it had the effect of reviving the dead. He did not know how the dragon race would react if they knew. Another sound was heard, like a heartbeat, but also like the beating of a drum. The halo spread out, bursting into the 4th level. Dong dong dong. The noise became more and more frequent and more dense. Rings of light that could be seen with the naked eye danced wildly in all directions, as if someone was constantly throwing stones on the surface of the lake. At a certain moment this sound suddenly stopped, but another strange sound rang out at the same time. Crack! A small crack appeared in the black dragon egg. The crack extended from the top to the bottom. Gotcha! The human-sized dragon egg suddenly split open. Xianxia's eyes widened at this moment. He wondered what kind of dragon race Yang Kai had spent so much effort hatching. However, when he looked over, he was actually unable to see clearly because a pure white light shot out from the dragon egg and shot straight into the clouds. At the same time, a loud and clear dragon roar rang out, piercing through the heavens and earth. Dragon roars could also be heard from somewhere far away, reverberating throughout the entire dragon island. In the sky, the shadow of a dragon appeared, and the heavens changed. Looking up, there seemed to be countless phantoms of dragons roaming in the sky above the dragon island. Dragon might filled the air, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. All over the dragon island, pairs of eyes looked up at the same time, then revealed a shocked and puzzled expression. On the ice-snow island, Zhu Yan and Fu Tianyi stood side by side on an ice mountain. Fu Tianyi's complexion was haggard and pale. Ever since she found out that Lin was stolen that day, her spirit had been a little strange. She couldn't eat or sleep well, and didn't have the heart to cultivate. A dignified 10th grade dragon was actually getting thinner day by day. This was simply inconceivable. Although Zhu Yan had been investigating these days, he didn't have a single clue. He had secretly checked the residence of more than a dozen clansmen, but he didn't find any trace of Lin. Today, he came over to ask Fu Tianyi if there were any other clues, but who would have thought that he would see such a strange phenomenon after just a few words? The two great elders of the dragon race raised their heads at the same time. Both of them revealed a shocked expression. The dragon hall trembled. The dragon's soul manifested. This is... Zhu Yan opened his eyes wide and cried out involuntarily, "A new clansman is born?" This wasn't the first time he had seen such a situation, so he naturally knew what this phenomenon represented. Every time a new member of the dragon clan was born, such a phenomenon would appear, but this time, it seemed to be on a much larger scale than the previous ones. Fu Tianyi was also a little dazed by this situation. She temporarily forgot the grief of losing her child and asked absent-mindedly, "Did any of our clansmen have this sign before?" Zhu Yan shook his head and said, "What sign? If there really was a sign, how could you and I not know? The few dragon ladies in the clan didn't even hatch a dragon egg. How could a new clansman be born?" The birth of the dragon race required a dragon egg to hatch first, then after many years of incubation, it was possible for a new clansman to be born. Now, there wasn't even a single dragon egg on the entire dragon island, so it was naturally impossible for a new clansman to be born. But this strange phenomenon. Fu Tianyi's expression suddenly changed as she cried out in surprise, Lin, Slimta, there is born. Hearing what she said, Zhu Yan's first reaction was that it was impossible. Lin had already lost hope. He had personally verified this point. So many years had passed, how could he be born again? But after thinking about it carefully, he really couldn't rule out this possibility. Now, on the entire Dragon Island, other than those dragon eggs that were placed in the dragon tomb, there was only Lin left. If it was really a new clansman, then it was none other than Lin, the great elder who had always remained calm even if a mountain collapsed in front of him exerted force on his hand. A few strands of his beard were pulled off. He swallowed his saliva and said, could it be? It's really Lin. When he came back to his senses, Fu Tianyi had already turned into a ray of light and sped towards the source of the strange phenomenon. His speed was extremely fast. Zhu Yan was also burning with anxiety and quickly chased after him. It didn't matter if it was Lin or not, there was finally a new clansman born on the Dragon Island. This was a joyous occasion for the entire dragon race. As the great elder, he naturally had to go and take a look. At the same time, around the Dragon Island, 10 to 20 figures flew out. In the entire Dragon Island, other than Fu Ling who was punished to guard the entrance, the other dragon race members were all alarmed and flew towards the spiritual island where Yang Kai was at. On the spirit island, Yang Kai opened his eyes, yawned, and stretched. Only then did he sit up straight with a blank look on his face. He placed one hand on his knee and supported his chin, revealing a contemplative expression. He had been living in a muddled state for the past few days. When he woke up, he still didn't understand the situation. He only felt that the spiritual influence of heaven and earth around him was especially active and there were dragon roars in his ears. So noisy! Yang Kai rolled his eyes and looked around. He saw Xianxia who was standing not far away and looking at him in surprise. His vision slowly focused and Yang Kai grinned, Old Xiong, why do you look like you have seen a ghost? Xianxia's mouth twitched. He cupped his hands and said, Congratulations, young lord, you have achieved great things. What great things? Yang Kai leaned forward slightly and looked at him curiously. Xianxia's expression was weird. Young lord, have you forgotten what you were doing before? Yang Kai blinked and asked, Before me? He slapped his head and revealed a look of realization. I remember, I was incubating the dragon egg. Where is the dragon egg? He lowered his head and searched for a while. His gaze was attracted by the broken eggshells on the ground. He said in surprise, What's going on? Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Young lord, you have successfully incubated the dragon egg. Yang Kai was shocked. I succeeded? Xianxia raised his finger and pointed to the sky. Yang Kai then raised his head and looked. His gaze was deep and could see through the scene in the void. He couldn't help but laugh. I really successfully incubated the dragon egg? It's true, I saw it with my own eyes. Yang Kai clapped his hands and said excitedly, I knew it, I will definitely succeed. He then raised his head and looked carefully at the situation in the sky. He couldn't help but nod. Yes, this little guy is quite energetic. He has such a body since birth. His future is promising, he has a promising future. Xianxia smiled bitterly. He thought to himself, no matter how promising he is, it has nothing to do with you. That is the son of Zhu Yan and Fu Tun. What does it have to do with you? The dragon's roar reverberated and the thousands of dragon shadows in the sky gradually disappeared. The abnormality of the entire heaven and earth also slowly disappeared. A ray of white light shot down from the 9 heavens and landed on the spiritual island. At this moment, Xianxia finally saw what exactly was hatched by Yang Kai. It was actually a flawless white jade, sparkling and round little white dragon. Its body length was about 20 to 30 feet. It was as thick as an arm. At first glance, it looked like a giant python. However, that sparkling and translucent dragon horn explained its identity. Such a body wasn't considered much in the entire Dragon Island. Strictly speaking, it was probably only rank 2 or 3 bloodline. It wasn't even worth mentioning to the other giant dragons. However, if the fact that it was just born was considered, then it was incredible. Normal dragon race wouldn't have such a body when they were just born. White dragon. Could it be a water dragon? Xianxia shook his head. From what he knew, the third elder of the dragon island, Fu Xian, was a water dragon. However, when she transformed into her true form, she should be blue in color. Maybe it was an ice dragon. After all, its mother, Fu Shun, was an ice dragon. The possibility of it being inherited was very high. However, the white color of Fu Shun's true form was slightly different from the white color in front of him. Xianxia couldn't determine what type of giant dragon this little white dragon was. That little white dragon seemed to have a natural affinity with Yang Kai. After it landed, it flew a few rounds around Yang Kai and stopped in front of him. In the next moment, under Xianxia's flabbergasted gaze, the little white dragon twisted and transformed into a little chubby boy who appeared to be only 4 or 5 years old. The chubby boy had a charmingly naive look. His skin was as white as jade. He smiled at Yang Kai and revealed a pair of small canine teeth. He was extremely cute. Xianxia's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He actually had the ability to transform the moment he was born? This little chubby boy was somewhat gifted. Even if he was from the dragon race and had exceptional conditions, it was impossible for him to transform the moment he was born. However, this little chubby boy did it. It obviously showed that he was different from the rest. Speaking of which, the descendants of 2 rank 10 giant dragons were hatched by a half-dragon. They were already different from the rest. You're tuning in to the Wandering Hero YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.